1,000 years ago, the Great Demon War erupted, a bloody conflict between humanity and a horde of hideous monsters. The hideous monsters appeared from nowhere, initiating a massacre aimed at humanity. The war dragged on relentlessly, an endless battle for survival. The battlefield was drenched in blood, and humanity gradually lost ground against the swarming monsters. A boss-level monster with sharp jaws charged in, ready to devour everything. In the midst of despair, as a colossal winged beast dominated the sky, a savior descended. An enigmatic magician rode on the back of a black dragon, sweeping across the battlefield, clearing out the monsters. With a single blow, the destructive energy stream from the black dragon annihilated the boss, terrifying its comrades. The surviving soldiers looked up in awe and reverence, seeing the magician as a hero. After the battle, the magician stood atop the peak, with other mysterious comrades, silently observing the situation. But life is not a dream. No matter how formidable, the magician still coughed up blood, taking a fatal blow from an unknown source. Falling on the battlefield, the magician, hero of the Great Demon War, mysteriously perished. Amidst the chaotic space, a voice echoed, calling out to the chosen one obsessed with power, one who resists corruption. I have been waiting for you. Scene change. A train passenger was glued to his phone, watching the day's main event livestream, the 17th World Championship title defense match. The MMA arena was packed with spectators. The atmosphere was scorching, and cheers echoed in anticipation of the ultimate battle. From the blue corner, the challenger Patrick emerged, muscles bulging like a monster, ready to turn the tables. The crowd roared wildly. Some spectators raised their middle fingers, shouting, "Kill him!" The stage lights swept towards the red corner, introducing the reigning champion who was waiting. The fighter from the red corner appeared. His name was Kim Jin-ho, the world champion with an undefeated record of 37 wins, 100% KO. Analysts began dissecting the match, realizing Kim Jin-ho hadn't been using his legs recently, and Patrick might target that weakness to dethrone the king. Commentators suggested Kim Jin-ho was over 40, and if the rumors of a leg injury were true, the championship title would surely change hands today. Clang! The referee declared the match started, and the two fighters charged at each other amidst the crowd's cheers. Patrick was drenched in sweat, his eyes revealing extreme tension as he faced the champion. Kim Jin-ho's aura was overwhelmingly dominant. Merely standing still was enough for Patrick to feel the presence of a true ruler. Patrick decided to go all in, aiming directly for Kim Jin-ho's rumored critical weakness, his legs. Without any probing, Patrick lunged forward like a wild beast, executing a decisive tackle. Grabbing his opponent's leg, Patrick roared in his mind, "You dare fight me with a crippled leg? How arrogant!" He tightened his grip, vowing to cripple this leg so the champion could never use it again. "Got him!" Patrick flashed a savage smile, certain that victory was already in his grasp. Wham! A single counterattack sent Patrick's mouthguard flying into the air, ending the match swiftly. The referee, stunned, announced, "That was Kim Jin-ho's perfect spinning kick," while Patrick lay on the canvas. Patrick was unconscious, eyes rolled back, covered in blood, officially knocked out in a flash in the first round. Kim Jin-ho looked down coldly, uttering a sarcastic remark. "Understand now? This is why you don't use your legs." Winning the match in a flash, Kim Jin-ho changed clothes, zipped up his white hoodie, and prepared to leave like a ghost. Click! He didn't waste a second, pushing open the changing room door and stepping out. The manager rushed after him. "Hey, where are you going?" No press conference, but only received a blunt reply from Kim Jin-ho, "Handle it yourself." Kim Jin-ho simply instructed the manager, "Take care, let me know if there's a new match," then continued walking. The manager, helpless, called after him, "Then take a car, the weather outside is terrible." Kim Jin-ho replied curtly, "Great, if there's traffic, I'll run," which startled the manager, giving him a bad feeling. Slam! The door shut, and Kim Jin-ho vanished, leaving the manager standing frozen alone in the hallway. The manager poked his head out the door, shouting in vain, "You bastard, it's 30 kilometers from here to your home." Immediately, the news-hungry reporters swarmed the manager, thrusting their recorders in his face, barraging him with questions about Kim Jin-ho's whereabouts. Exhausted by the pursuit, the manager could only ignore the question of whether the rumors of Kim Jin-ho's leg injury were fake. Meanwhile, Kim Jin-ho had begun his run, his feet decisively stepping into cold puddles of rainwater. Under the pouring rain, Kim Jin-ho ran, muttering, "At least I understand your thoughts." Memories flooded back, replaying Kim Jin-ho's debut match, where he started his career with a clean knockout. Another overwhelming victory. Kim Jin-ho raised his hands in the ring while his opponent lay on the canvas. Amidst the stormy night and lightning, Kim Jin-ho sped away like a ghost, with only one thought in his mind. There would be no worthy opponent until the day he retired. The torrential rain poured down on the high-rise apartment building, the fighter's final destination. Arriving at his room, Kim Jin-ho was still drenched, his sharp eyes fixed straight ahead, surrounded by notes plastered all over the walls. Ding! The elevator stopped on the 34th floor. The door to Kim Jin-ho's penthouse was blocked by piles of gifts sent by fans. Annoyed, he kicked a gift bag aside, grumbling. I told them not to block the door. Kim Jin-ho opened the door and stepped into his apartment. Inside was a luxurious, incredibly spacious area, truly befitting the apartment of someone at the pinnacle. As soon as he entered, he ripped off his drenched hoodie and used a towel to dry his black hair. Tossing the towel aside, he muttered, "All right, now then." His high-end gaming PC setup with 2 curved monitors lit up, ready for a new battle. Kim Jin-ho sat down in his chair, poised to begin. His eyes gleamed with a wild intensity, and the corner of his mouth curled into a challenging smile. Let's begin. The game screen appeared, the words Last Savior glowing, signaling the battle was about to begin. This was Last Savior, the infamous console PC game. A game so difficult that it made all professional Korean grinders smash their keyboards, scream in frustration, and give up. But Kim Jin-ho was different. He had grinded this game for 10 years straight, not missing a single day, amidst the ruined battlefield in the game. While the real-life UFS championship belt had become a thing of the past, his motivation to fight stronger opponents had long since cooled. Kim Jin-ho smirked, his eyes full of provocation. Will I be able to clear it today? Only in this world, with his player character standing amidst a sea of fire, could he rediscover the ultimate thrill of facing a challenge. The spirit of a challenger surged as the knight faced the final boss, Demon King Izar, and growled provocatively. "Come at me, you bastard." Outside the apartment, the sky suddenly poured down rain, with lightning tearing across the heavens, just like a scene from the game. Sitting before the screen, Kim Jin-ho's muscles tensed, a fighter's instinct rising within him, ready for a battle to the death. In the game, the tiny knight stood facing the formidable final boss, Demon King Izar. Kim Jin-ho froze. The familiar game he'd played for 10 years suddenly felt different. Demon King Izar roared contemptuously. "At this rate, you're definitely done for, kid." "No!" Kim Jin-ho yelled, pouring all his fighter's instinct into every command, forcing the character to unleash a more powerful attack. The knight dodged the attack by a hair's breadth, and Kim Jin-ho sneered, taunting just like in the arena. "Let's see you dodge this one, you bastard." Clang! 2 streams of power clashed fiercely, the knight's weapon and Demon King Izar's facing off directly. The knight's eyes sharpened, no longer a soulless game character but reflecting the player's will to fight. A clean slash hit its mark, Demon King Izar stunned by the opponent's unusually simple fighting style today. Every slash, every dodge was unbelievably perfect, and Demon King Izar began to panic. "Why are all your attacks so precise?" The knight erupted with an aura of power, the fighting instinct of an MMA champion now perfectly synchronized with the in-game character. The knight unleashed a finishing blow, a blue light slash tearing through the night, completely engulfing Demon King Izar. Amidst the peak battle, Kim Jin-ho had an ironic thought, an intense desire for victory, yet also a fear of that very moment of triumph. In the final moment, a word of encouragement echoed for the Demon King. "Come on, Demon King, you can do it." Kim Jin-ho's hands flew across the keyboard at terrifying speed, each keystroke a perfect command, an unbelievable display of skill. And then, the final slash descended, a dazzling blue light officially ending the match. The system coldly announced, "Congratulations, Demon King Izar has been defeated." The screen displayed the Last Savior logo along with the ending message. "Thank you for playing Last Savior. The game has been cleared." Kim Jin-ho sat there, his eyes vacant, as if he had just emerged from a long trance. Kim Jin-ho had become a champion of 2 worlds, the silhouettes of the real-life fighter and the in-game knight standing back to back, radiating immense power. Crack! The computer mouse shattered under his hand. Kim Jin-ho merely exhaled. Damn it. Having just cleared the game, Kim Jin-ho leaned back in his chair, wondering which boss to farm next. "I guess I'll take care of the crazy bear." Suddenly, the sky outside roared with an unusual sound, signaling trouble. A bolt of lightning tore across the sky, and before Kim Jin-ho could understand what was happening, his computer screen cracked open. Boom! A massive surge of lightning energy struck directly down onto the building, a blinding explosion engulfing everything. The scene changed abruptly, a torrential rain pouring down on a panicked, fleeing crowd, screams echoing everywhere. With a glance, one could see the prisoners in orange uniforms desperately charging forward at someone's command. Amidst the chaos, a hand grabbed Kim Jin-ho's shoulder, a voice yelling, "Hey, 218. Kim Jin-ho, now wearing prisoner uniform number 218, turned back with a bewildered expression, completely unaware of what was happening. A blonde girl, prisoner 172, snapped, "I've been calling you. What are you doing? There's no time, we have to get out of here now." Seeing his unfamiliar expression, she frowned, scrutinizing him. "Who are you?" Her eyes were full of suspicion. Kim Jin-ho stood frozen in the pouring rain, his mind blank as he wondered, where is this? Before him was a colossal stone fortress, hundreds of prisoners in orange uniforms frantically running towards the main gate. A yellow flag bearing the familiar Black Phoenix emblem caught Kim Jin-ho's eye, making him vaguely realize something. Prisoner 172 grabbed his collar, yelling, "Hey, snap out of it. Do you want to rot here? Today's our last chance." She continued to yell at him about the last chance to escape this wretched place called Carrion, while Kim Jin-ho was still processing. Hundreds of prisoners were rushing towards the single bridge leading into the fortress, a chaotic and desperate sight. The name Carrion struck Kim Jin-ho's mind like a lightning bolt, his eyes instantly glowing red with recognition. He remembered, Carrion was the starting prison in that damn game he had just cleared. Another prisoner, number 213, was also grabbing a companion, urgently telling them to hurry up. Ahead, the colossal iron gate was slowly being pulled open by the efforts of dozens of prisoners. Amidst a scene of raging storm and frantic lightning, the prison's colossal iron gate was creaking open, and Kim Jin-ho was forced to accept the truth. This was not a dream. Dragged along by prisoner 172, Kim Jin-ho was utterly shocked to realize he had been sucked into the game. And worse, he was starting as a prisoner. Although a dozen questions still swirled in his mind, Kim Jin-ho decided his top priority was to escape first, and he started running headlong. Suddenly, Kim Jin-ho pulled his hand back, stopping prisoner 172. Wait a minute. He began to question the abnormality of the prison break, causing prisoner 172 to snap and curse him directly. "Hey, you crazy bastard, stop it." Kim Jin-ho pointed out the fatal flaw. If this was truly Carrion, the prison guards couldn't possibly be so incompetent as to let the prisoners defeat them so easily. Everything was too sloppy. A bald prisoner helping to pull the gate revealed the reason. That's because Chief Clark isn't here. This made Kim Jin-ho freeze upon hearing the familiar name. That prisoner confirmed Clark had left early on urgent business, and this was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for all of them to escape. The tables turned 180 degrees. Kim Jin-ho grabbed prisoner 172 by the collar, ordering her to snap out of it and get out of here immediately. Now it was Kim Jin-ho's turn to drag the panicking girl along, even as she shrieked curses at him, calling him crazy. Kim Jin-ho muttered. Even though the situation seemed logical, he still felt something was terribly wrong. The instinct of a champion screamed in his head, "Absolutely do not step through that damn gate." Prisoner 172 furiously yanked her hand away from Kim Jin-ho, yelling, "Let go, you bastard." Boom. The prison's main gate swung open amidst a flash of lightning, the prisoners cheering in delight. Freedom. Like a disturbed beehive, the prisoners rushed headlong outside, yearning for the open sky of freedom. Kim Jin-ho still held prisoner 172 firmly, even as she desperately shrieked, "No, let go, I have to get out too." The first few prisoners who escaped laughed maniacally, savoring their brief moment of freedom. Suddenly, a prisoner's smile froze as a streak of blood flashed across his face. A grotesque hand with sharp claws, stained with fresh blood, had just unleashed a deadly slash. Chief Clark appeared like a phantom, coldly swinging his sword and decapitating the unfortunate prisoner who had just fallen. Chief Clark smirked, radiating killing intent. "Huh, huh, huh, you bastards." Standing before the elite troops, the chief warden pointed his sword and gave an absolute command. "Kill them all." Prisoner 172 was stunned when she recognized Chief Clark, while Kim Jin-ho growled a warning that it was a trap, but the girl didn't listen at all. The massacre began. The prisoners screamed in despair as Chief Clark's forces mercilessly cut them down. Blood splattered all over the prison gate. The rain seemed to wash away the brutal reality that had just unfolded. The rain continued to pour relentlessly, signaling a long, bloody night. Thud. Chief Clark's boot stepped into a puddle of blood, asserting absolute control. Flicking blood from his sword, Chief Clark ordered the guards, "Now, herd the rest of them into a line." The elite guards quickly herded the surviving prisoners into neat rows amidst a pile of scattered corpses. Kim Jin-ho and prisoner 172 stood frozen in the line, their faces pale as they realized they had fallen into a living hell. Prisoner 172 was so scared she wanted to vomit, trying to cover her mouth to make no sound. Kim Jin-ho coldly grabbed the blonde girl's hair, holding her tight to prevent further trouble. Even while being held, prisoner 172 couldn't control her panic, tears streaming down her face as she faced Chief Clark. Chief Clark punched prisoner 172 directly in the face, growling, "I told you not to move." Kim Jin-ho secretly assessed the situation. These guards were weak, but if things went south, he'd have to risk his life. Standing before Chief Clark's oppressive aura, Kim Jin-ho wondered if his survival was due to luck or if he was too cowardly to run. Chief Clark walked along the line of prisoners, scoffing, "Ha, you mages are nothing but a bunch of cowards." He stopped in front of Kim Jin-ho, his eyes sharp, and whispered cryptically, "You will regret not dying today, Arahan." Chief Clark turned his back and walked away, leaving a chilling challenge. "Just wait and see." Amidst the pouring rain, Kim Jin-ho clenched his fist, his eyes burning with resolve. "I am." Kim Jin-ho was stunned. The name Arahan that the warden had called him kept echoing in his head. Time flew by. A week had passed in this hellish prison camp. Thud. A heavy stone was dropped, beginning another day of forced labor. Kim Jin-ho was out of breath, realizing the only work here was a meaningless rock-stacking game designed to erode the prisoner's will. After a few days, he began to understand a few things about this new body, his eyes glowing red as he analyzed. His hands were tattered, his physique as weak as a snail's. Just carrying one stone left him gasping for air. He guessed this body was only about 15 years old. When night fell, Kim Jin-ho secretly tried to use magic, but the result was a complete zero. Nothing happened. He questioned himself. A member of the Arahan family, a top lineage of mages, unable to use magic? Is this a joke? And then it dawned on him. A bitter realization that he was thrown in here precisely because he was a magicless good-for-nothing in a prestigious family. A prison officer approached, yelling and ordering Kim Jin-ho to move the damned rock tower to the other side. The guard sat in one spot, shouting and cursing Kim Jin-ho for being as slow as a snail, urging him to work faster. Ignoring the curses, Kim Jin-ho merely glanced coldly, his mind processing a different problem. A system notification popped up in his mind, reporting that the synchronization process was experiencing data overload and was only 78% complete, making him annoyed and wonder when it would finish. The scene shifted to the dining hall, where prisoners were eating. A bald man was noisily gnawing on a piece of meat and bread. The prisoner's meal looked pathetic, a pale, slimy piece of meat and a dry loaf of bread. Kim Jin-ho sighed, realizing that no matter how diligently he trained his body, with this garbage food, it would all amount to nothing. A blonde prisoner approached and asked, "Number 218, skipping breakfast again today?" Kim Jin-ho said nothing, pushing his loaf of bread to the blonde prisoner, who immediately brightened and cheered. Awesome. While all the other prisoners tried to stay away from him, Kim Jin-ho secretly thought this blonde prisoner was truly different. The reason he was shunned was revealed. The distinctive red eyes of the supreme Arahan Mage lineage, a rumor claiming it was a curse from killing too many people, and anyone who saw them would surely die. The blonde prisoner mumbled as he munched on the bread, wondering why a kid like Kim Jin-ho was thrown into this notorious carry-on prison camp. The blonde prisoner advised Kim Jin-ho to be careful lately, making the protagonist raise an eyebrow and ask, "What do you mean?" Kim Jin-ho suddenly understood. It turned out that was why all the prisoners were so fired up lately, simply because the workload had drastically increased. Kim Jin-ho unexpectedly leaned close to the blonde prisoner's ear, whispering a warning to be especially wary of prisoner 589, the prisoner's boss, a notorious butcher from the arena, which made the other man turn pale with fear. "So you don't find it dangerous to stick with me?" Kim Jin-ho asked directly. But the blonde prisoner replied that since he had grown fond of him, he couldn't ignore him. Kim Jin-ho dismissively waved his hand. "All right. You're getting in the way too much. Go somewhere else," leaving the blonde prisoner bewildered and confused. Thump thump. The sound of approaching footsteps from a crowd signaled trouble. Kim Jin-ho stood up, his eyes sharp and cold as he looked ahead. "It seems what you were worried about is about to happen." While the blonde prisoner was still processing, the blonde prisoner finally realized the situation, his face pale, sweat pouring down him like rain. The leader was revealed, not by his face, but by the deadly number 589 on his chest. An entire gang of prisoners led by prisoner 589, the boss, arrived and surrounded Kim Jin-ho, while the blonde prisoner slumped to the ground, his face drained of all color. Prisoner 589, the boss, growled, blaming Kim Jin-ho for the increase in their workload. Kim Jin-ho merely smirked, replying nonchalantly, "Is that so?" His gaze unwavering. No sooner had he finished speaking than Kim Jin-ho casually said that if that were the case, he'd consider it a warm-up, and a massive fist shot straight towards his face. Boom. The boss's devastating punch only shattered the stone floor. Kim Jin-ho had vanished. The blonde prisoner frantically screamed Kim Jin-ho's name, his eyes wide as he watched the powerful missed punch. Prisoner 589, the boss, stared blankly at his fists, unable to understand how his prey could have vanished right before his eyes. Suddenly, Kim Jin-ho appeared right behind the boss's neck with a challenging smile, moving so fast that no one could react. Crack! A clean and vicious chop with the edge of Kim Jin-ho's hand landed squarely on the boss' neck. All of his subordinates and the blonde prisoner gaped, utterly horrified to witness their boss being taken down with just one blow. After defeating his opponent, Kim Jin-ho simply uttered a concise call. "Hey!" Prisoner 589 slowly got back up, his face filled with murderous intent, unable to believe why all his attacks were useless. A memory flashed in Kim Jin-ho's mind about a past battle, when he was beaten badly, and questioned how weak he truly was. The punch in that memory created a terrifying shockwave, demonstrating an absolute disparity in power. Rewinding a few seconds, the bald boss roared, "Where did that rat number 218 disappear to?" While the blonde prisoner screamed in fear. In another scenario, Kim Jin-ho collapsed, hearing the cold death sentence, "You're definitely dead today." But at that moment of despair, a system notification appeared before his eyes. Synchronization in progress. Synchronization complete. The system confirmed, and Kim Jin-ho curled his lips into a confident and dangerous smile. Back in reality, with newfound power, Kim Jin-ho stood up to face the entire gang of prisoner 589, who was menacingly approaching. A surge of blue energy erupted around Kim Jin-ho, his smile now that of a true hunter. Kim Jin-ho's fist clenched, gathering a dense mass of blue energy, ready to crush everything. He stomped his foot, energy exploding like thunder, and the ground shook violently. Kim Jin-ho's entire body was enveloped by a destructive aura, the terrifying pressure causing the ground beneath his feet to crack into a deep crater. With the glowing red eyes of a monster, he smirked, beckoning provocatively with his finger. Kim Jin-ho landed lightly, showing no signs of preparing for a deathmatch. He took a stance, terrifyingly calm, waiting for the small fry to charge. Flashing a deadly confident smile, Kim Jin-ho ordered his enemies, "Get in here." "Huh." Prisoner 589 burst out laughing as if he had just heard the most ridiculous story in the world. Prisoner 589 sneered, his voice full of contempt. "A piece of trash abandoned by his entire family dares to act high and mighty, young master?" Kim Jin-ho dramatically raised his hand, taunting back. "Shut up and get in here. Scared?" Prisoner 589 roared a challenge. "Do you want to die? I'll grant your wish." Then he charged straight at Kim Jin-ho like a raging bull. But Kim Jin-ho was even faster, unleashing a lightning-fast roundhouse kick aimed directly at his opponent. Whoosh! Prisoner 589's punch was effortlessly blocked by Kim Jin-ho's hand, his eyes cold. Prisoner 589 sneered, still confident in his brute strength. He. Let's see if this little rat has learned his lesson." Wham! A thunderous punch from Kim Jin-ho slammed directly into Prisoner 589's face, creating a blinding flash of light. Prisoner 589 froze, completely bewildered by what had just happened, while Kim Jin-ho lowered his center of gravity, ready for the next strike. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, Kim Jin-ho delivered another devastating uppercut, completely deforming Prisoner 589's face. Covered in blood, Prisoner 589 could only stammer in extreme dizziness, completely disoriented. Kim Jin-ho spun around, delivering a perfect high kick aimed directly at the staggering prisoner's temple. Crash! The finishing kick created a destructive halo of light, and Prisoner 589 was officially utterly defeated. Prisoner 589 flew like a broken kite after the devastating kick, while Kim Jin-ho landed lightly. Prisoner 589 was officially down for the count, unconscious after the flawless destructive combo. Prisoner 589's bruised face showed an unbridgeable gap in power, a world of difference. Kim Jin-ho sighed softly, his glowing red eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. "That's why I tried not to use my legs." Seeing their boss fall, the henchmen went wild, brandishing makeshift weapons and screaming to tear their enemy apart. Ignoring the small fry, Kim Jin-ho calmly walked towards them, strolling past the sprawled body of the boss. Crack! He placed his foot on Prisoner 589's arm, a provocative display of dominance that stunned the entire crowd. All the prisoners froze, not daring to make a move in the face of the newcomer's overwhelming power. Kim Jin-ho grabbed the boss as a shield, coldly declaring, "Anyone who takes another step, it'll turn them into a cripple for life. If you don't like it, call a prison guard over here." The crowd fell silent, completely shocked by the outrageous threat, their will to fight utterly broken. Kim Jin-ho gripped the boss' arm tightly, growling a threat. "Kidding? If you don't believe me, I'll break an arm for you to see." Faced with such a fierce display, a terrified prisoner turned pale and ran off to report. "All right, I'll go call him." The blonde prisoner ran, looking back to curse to save face. "You little punk, I won't let you off next time." But Kim Jin-ho merely smirked. "That's what I should be saying." The air in the prison was stifling, with only the flickering sound of fire from the wall-mounted torches. The blonde prisoner turned back, his eyes shining as if he'd seen an idol, stammering to Kim Jin-ho. "Where did you learn that? That's truly amazing." But the blonde prisoner looked up at Kim Jin-ho, full of questions. "And since when were you this tall? I thought you were short like me." Kim Jin-ho ignored his new fanboy's rambling, thinking to himself that his real-life stats had been synchronized with his game stats. But this body was still just a child's. Brushing aside trivial matters, Kim Jin-ho's eyes flashed crimson as he focused on the most important thing right now, the status window. A system window appeared, revealing his identity as Zed Arahan, Mage class, along with a series of overwhelming traits, but also a penalty of -50 points to all main stats. And most importantly, mana, 0. Kim Jin-ho's eyes widened, completely shocked as he stared at the round number 0 next to the mana line. "Wait, hold on." Kim Jin-ho froze, unable to believe his eyes when he saw the mana stat was a perfect 0. He fumed, pointing at the status window. "Are you kidding me? A legendary Arahan mage without a single drop of mana? Did they just throw me this trash account and transfer my consciousness here?" The huge number 0 seemed to mock the game's strongest mage, a harsh and undeniable truth. Kim Jin-ho suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, making the blonde prisoner freeze, wondering what the hell this guy was doing. The atmosphere in the prison was stifling, gloomy, weighing heavily on the minds of every prisoner in their cells. Lying on the bed, Kim Jin-ho bitterly admitted that he had been given a useless character, an Arahan mercilessly abandoned by the Banpunira family. But then, his glowing red eyes shone with determination, and he told himself to calm down and reanalyze the situation from the beginning. He realized a silver lining. Despite the -50 penalty, his strength, agility, stamina, and perception stats had all reached the maximum of 100 points. Prisoner 172, sitting nearby, observed, noting that even with a hindering penalty, such an immature body couldn't fully utilize 100 stat points, but it could be overcome with physical training. However, she also pointed out a fatal problem. The diet here was terrible, consisting only of dry bread and a piece of meat of unknown origin, completely insufficient for development. Lying on the bed, Kim Jin-ho realized a shocking truth. His status window was filled with S-rank traits he had never seen before. Prisoner 172 secretly analyzed. Poison immunity, immortal fighter, noble soul of the champion, all incredible traits. If his mana wasn't 0, this guy would be an overpowered monster. Kim Jin-ho focused on the S-rank trait Archmage's Blessing, certain that this wasn't just for show. He sat up abruptly, his mind racing, confident that there had to be a way to fix this pathetic mana stat. Suddenly, a voice rang out, ordering the named prisoners to step forward, causing the blonde prisoner sitting nearby to sigh wearily. A series of numbers were called out, and prisoners numbered 114, 456, 891, and 2,918 silently stepped out of their cells. Groups of handcuffed prisoners, their faces expressionless, followed each other down the dark prison corridor. Prisoner 172 curiously asked who those people were, and Kim Jin-ho casually replied, "Death row inmates, on their way to their last meal," which slightly shocked the blonde prisoner beside him. Hearing about the last meal, Kim Jin-ho smirked cunningly, his glowing red eyes flashing. "That's it." Kim Jin-ho turned and directly asked prisoner 172, "By the way, what's your name?" which left her bewildered, as they had only ever called each other by their numbers. Prisoner 172 shrugged, stating that street folk had no family names and her name was Ryu. Kim Jin-ho smirked with glowing red eyes, declaring his true in-game identity. "I am Zed Arahan." Kim Jin-ho got straight to the point, asking Ryu, "Want to get out of here?" which left her dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Kim Jin-ho casually declared he had no intention of rotting away here, and Ryu sprawled out, her voice full of skepticism. "Oh really? So, have you figured out a way to escape yet? Ryu tilted her head back, staring at the ceiling, her mind racing. The only way out is the main gate, and the key is in the chief warden's hands. Kim Jin-ho casually asked if they needed to make mincemeat out of the chief warden to snatch the key, making Ryu jump up and curse under her breath. Are you crazy? He's a retired 5-ring knight. Chief Clark appeared with an overwhelming aura, a man known as the embodiment of knights who despise mages. Kim Jin-ho recalled the lore of the game Last Savior. Knights and mages in that world were sworn enemies. Kim Jin-ho thoughtfully calculated the odds of a solo fight against a 5-ring knight, then smirked. But there's still another way. I just need to steal it from him. Ryu burst out laughing, confidently boasting. Street rats learn to pickpocket before they learn manners, didn't you know? But then admitted it would be difficult because the chief warden was always heavily guarded. Kim Jin-ho stared intently at Ryu's hand, his mind starting to process, analyzing every detail. A confident and somewhat dangerous smile curled on Kim Jin-ho's lips. Kim Jin-ho's eyes glowed red, the plan taking shape. So that's it. I'm starting to visualize how to escape this hellhole. An announcement echoed throughout the prison. The day of forced labor had officially begun. A prison officer yelled loudly at the prisoners, announcing that by the chief warden's order, the workload would increase starting today, and no dawdling was allowed. The prisoners began to protest loudly, demanding a reduction in work, but the officer growled, "Are you rebelling against the chief warden's orders?" A bald prisoner still spoke defiantly, believing the guards just needed to shut up. Before the prisoner could finish his sentence, he froze, sweat pouring down as a sharp blade was pressed against his throat. The officer pressed the knife against the prisoner's neck, coldly declaring that he was only relaying orders, and if they had a problem, they should take it up with the chief warden, silencing the entire group of prisoners. The officer's eyes gleamed with cruelty, and he asked challengingly, "A reason?" The prison officer pointed his sword at the prisoners, his voice full of challenge. "You still don't know whose fault this is?" While Kim Jin-ho quietly observed from behind. Amidst the panicked prisoners, Kim Jin-ho stood tall, his eyes sharp as knives, exuding the aura of a true predator. The officer cleared his throat, his gloved hand clenching, signaling that a play was about to begin. "I need to go out for a smoke," the officer casually declared, then turned and walked away, leaving the stage for the prisoners to sort out the problem themselves. Ryu fearfully clutched Kim Jin-ho. "Zed, this atmosphere." But he coldly brushed her off. "Stay away from me." Kim Jin-ho smirked, his mind having processed the entire conspiracy. "That bastard Clark is openly inciting a riot, using prisoners to kill me. A renowned knight playing such a dirty trick." Seeing the tension, Ryu scrambled away from the area where a fight was about to break out. Ryu realized that this time, all the chief wardens were involved, and she resolved, "I can't let Zed die." A group of bald prisoners, faces full of murderous intent, approached, growling, "We have to kill that bastard, otherwise we'll be the ones to die." Kim Jin-ho faced the crowd, frighteningly calm. "I understand what you're thinking. It's just an unavoidable situation," which infuriated one prisoner. "Even now, you're still acting like an Arahan?" Blood rushed to their heads, and the prisoners roared, charging like a pack of hungry beasts. "Kill him, right now." Wham! A devastating punch kicked off the brawl, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Kim Jin-ho didn't passively defend. He spun around and unleashed a lightning-fast kick, sending a prisoner flying straight into the crowd. Surrounded, Kim Jin-ho stood atop the pile of defeated trash, smirking. "But I can't just die a meaningless death, can I?" The remaining prisoners froze, unable to believe their eyes. One of them roaring, "Is this madman out of his mind?" Kim Jin-ho simply replied calmly, "My hands were itching anyway, so this works out." Kim Jin-ho cracked his knuckles, a bloodthirsty smile clearly visible on his face, signaling that the torture was about to begin. His hair turned black, eyes glowing red. Kim Jin-ho took a defensive stance, growling challengingly, "Come at me." All at once, receiving the command, the swarm of prisoners rushed towards Kim Jin-ho from all directions like a disturbed beehive. A perfect hook punch landed squarely on a prisoner's jaw. Kim Jin-ho, reminiscing, "I used to dream of this scene in the octagon." Easily dodging a big guy's attack, Kim Jin-ho looked bored. "I wish they wouldn't come at me one by one. Just rush me all at once and get it over with." Kim Jin-ho landed a thunderous punch on a prisoner's face, the guy roaring with delight. Yes, this feeling. Stepping on a fallen unfortunate, Kim Jin-ho smirked, thinking to himself that these small fries should charge more frantically and aggressively. Kim Jin-ho's glowing red eyes flashed, his murderous aura surging, signaling a massacre. He easily dodged a bald prisoner's punch, moving so fast he left only after images. Wham! A perfect uppercut made the poor prisoner's jaw feel like it was shattering. Amidst the encirclement, Kim Jin-ho was like a monster, striking left and right, every blow sending a prisoner flying. Witnessing Kim Jin-ho single-handedly clear the entire yard, Ryu could only utter a surprised wow. She couldn't believe her eyes, wondering, what the hell is going on? Then turned to call someone. Ryu turned to the boss prisoner, prisoner 589, who was still frozen, and called, "Hey, come here for a moment." Without giving anyone time to react, Kim Jin-ho unleashed a devastating spinning kick, sending another prisoner's face straight to the scoreboard. The remaining prisoners, seeing their comrades getting beaten, grew furious, and a leader roared, "What the hell are you doing? Everyone, charge." In response to that roar was a devastating punch from Kim Jin-ho, landing squarely on a prisoner's face, deforming it. Kim Jin-ho narrowly dodged an attack, his mind filled only with the extreme exhilaration of evasion. Wham! He blocked a knife thrust, then countered with an incredibly powerful uppercut, feeling the satisfaction as the blow landed. With glowing red eyes and a crazed smile, Kim Jin-ho admitted he was addicted to this feeling, which was why he threw himself into martial arts. Without stopping, he continued to charge into the crowd, roaring for more, while unleashing a piercing punch. Another prisoner took Kim Jin-ho's punch full on, the knife in his hand flying uselessly away. Blood smeared on his face, Kim Jin-ho looked up with the eyes of a predator. He still hadn't had enough, and roared for more opponents. Thud. A figure in a black uniform landed on the ground, the sudden appearance signaling that a skilled individual had entered the fray. Chief Clark looked at the battlefield littered with prisoners and called out Kim Jin-ho's in-game identity directly. "Hey, Arahan." A new bald prisoner, prisoner 245, smirked sarcastically, lecturing about friendship while his subordinates restrained another person. "You should stop causing trouble and just die." The burly prisoner 589 grabbed the blonde prisoner's head tightly, making him utterly terrified and stammer out Zed. Kim Jin-ho's eyes were bloodshot, and he growled a question full of murderous intent. "You think so too?" The crazed smile vanished, replaced by a cold, deadly sneer. Kim Jin-ho hissed through gritted teeth. "You bastards." Kim Jin-ho roared, pointing directly at the kidnappers. "Hey, you pieces of trash." Kim Jin-ho's fist clenched, dark energy erupting as he declared, "Now you've made an irreversible mistake." Amidst the battlefield, littered with defeated foes, Kim Jin-ho looked at them as if they were trash, and reaffirmed that they had brought death upon themselves. The blonde prisoner could only struggle in vain while being restrained, as the burly prisoner 589 sneered, mocking him for being all talk. Prisoner 245 drew his knife, arrogantly claiming to be a two-ring knight, and that his intervention was a great honor for his opponent. Thump. The two-ring knight stomped his foot, roaring contemptuously, mocking Kim Jin-ho as just a useless Arahan without mana. The self-proclaimed second-ring knight roared, "You're only going to meet the king of hell," then lunged with his dagger, determined to fight to the death. But Kim Jin-ho merely tilted his body slightly, his glowing red eyes unblinking, effortlessly dodging the attack as if it were a joke. Thwack. The bald man's dagger plunged into the ground, leaving only a useless crack. Prisoner 245 froze, his prey suddenly vanishing right before his eyes, leaving him to wonder, where did he go? In that instant, the bald man realized something was wrong, his pupils constricting in terror. It turned out that in a flash, Kim Jin-ho had moved behind him, casually taking down the burly prisoner 589 and rescuing the blonde prisoner. The second-ring knight cried out in alarm, unable to believe his eyes. "What did you do? Are you using magic?" Kim Jin-ho smirked, his blood-red eyes filled with superiority. "Ha, this isn't magic. It's a skill." As soon as he finished speaking, his body became a blur, charging straight at his enemy with unbelievable speed. Wham! A devastating punch landed squarely on prisoner 245's stomach, the impact force so strong it knocked him out instantly. Thud! The self-proclaimed second-ring knight flew like a fly after Kim Jin-ho's punch, plowing his face into the ground without missing a beat. Just then, Chief Clark entered with his elite guards, causing a frightened prisoner to stammer. The chief warden coldly called out Kim Jin-ho's number 218. Standing amidst the battlefield of sprawling prisoners, Kim Jin-ho faced the chief warden, who was demanding an explanation. Suddenly, prisoner 172 spoke up in his defense. "Wait, number 218 is the victim." She cried out that those guys had taken a hostage to kill him, and it was all just legitimate self-defense. Chief Clark paid no mind to the explanation, his sharp eyes filled with disdain. He glanced at the unconscious prisoners, uttering a curse. "You fools." Ignoring everything else, The chief warden turned to Kim Jin-ho and asked one direct question. "Let me ask you one thing. Did you release mana?" With his glowing red eyes, Kim Jin-ho smirked and replied defiantly. "Who knows?" Chief Clark growled, releasing a thick, dark purple aura of killing intent, the pressure overwhelming. The terrifying pressure crushed the prisoners. One of them collapsed to the floor, convulsing and gasping. "It's so hard to breathe." The blonde prisoner was no exception, falling to the floor, his eyes wide from the pressure. In the eye of the storm, Kim Jin-ho still stood tall, enveloped in a blue aura, astonishing the chief warden. How is he unaffected by a 5-ring knight's aura? The system panel appeared, deciphering everything. The noble soul of the champion's trait was resisting the suppression effect, a resistance ability the chief warden had never seen before. Kim Jin-ho merely curled his lip into a sneer, while the chief warden guessed that this was a type of mental control immunity ability, an absurdly powerful ability. The chief warden was utterly shocked, while Kim Jin-ho laughed with even more delight, his eyes turning blood red. In Kim Jin-ho's mind, the affirmation of a ruler echoed. "After all, I'm the one who climbed to the top of my world," accompanied by the image of a shining championship belt. He directly faced the chief warden, challenging, "A half-baked 5-ring knight like you has no chance of crushing me." The old man had to admit, "You certainly know yourself." The chief warden was stunned, sweat pouring down as he realized his prey still stood firm as a rock, completely unharmed. Kim Jin-ho stood amidst his opponent's dense purple killing intent, smirking. "Even without unlocking mana, are you still just a useless idiot?" The chief warden gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, preparing to unleash his trump card. The old man roared, releasing his full killing intent, creating a storm of purple energy that swept across the entire yard. The prisoners were immediately crushed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. But in the eye of the storm, Kim Jin-ho still stood firm, enveloped in a blue aura. The system panel clearly displayed, "The noble soul of the champion's trait is resisting the suppression effect." He smirked, his glowing red eyes full of defiance. "It's S rank, you know. So what are you going to do now?" The chief warden was utterly shocked, unable to believe his eyes, stammering to ask what the hell just happened. The elite guards behind him also couldn't withstand the pressure, trembling and begging their boss to stop. The chief warden was forced to retract his killing intent. Only Kim Jin-ho remained standing opposite him in the yard, while everyone else lay sprawled. Kim Jin-ho smirked, his tone as if bestowing a favor. "It's a good thing things ended this way. I was almost about to lose my temper." The chief warden's face hardened, cold sweat pouring down as he realized this prisoner was no small fry. Chief Clark had just turned his back, ordering his guards to return to work, when Kim Jin-ho called him back. "Wait." Kim Jin-ho announced he had something to say, making the chief warden turn back with an annoyed expression. "What is it?" Kim Jin-ho began to complain that he was sick of building stone towers and constantly having to be wary of the other prisoners, while Ryu looked on, bewildered. Standing opposite the chief warden, Kim Jin-ho firmly declared that he would put an end to everything. Ryu was utterly shocked, unable to believe her ears, stammering to ask what the hell prisoner 218 was planning to do. With his glowing red eyes and a defiant smile, Kim Jin-ho concluded with a chilling statement. "I'm going to become a death row inmate." Chief Clark froze, growling a warning that if this was just a reckless joke, he would not forgive it. Kim Jin-ho smirked back, challenging him to record the agreement with a crystal orb to make it official, and the chief warden had to admit it would be undeniable proof. His competitive spirit ignited. Chief Clark loudly ordered his subordinates to bring the crystal orb immediately, his face filled with excitement. Kim Jin-ho continued to lay out his conditions, mentioning the death row inmate's last meal and declaring that he had already chosen the menu. Kim Jin-ho finalized his last meal order, truth beef, and it has to be an extra-large portion. The prison officers turned pale upon hearing this, crying out about the exorbitant price of such a luxurious meal for a death row inmate. Truth beef was introduced as a premium beef from the Southern Empire, a rare, free-range breed. In the game Last Savior, it was one of the most valuable dishes, capable of restoring stamina, turning the tide of battle, and even used to bribe NPCs in quests. Kim Jin-ho nonchalantly explained to the chief warden that a crucial battle was approaching, so he needed to power up with food, and also wanted to taste a delicious dish at least once. Kim Jin-ho turned to Ryu, who was eavesdropping, and nonchalantly announced that she also had a portion. He pointed directly at Ryu and demanded the chief warden prepare meals for two, leaving her wide-eyed and utterly panicked. "What? Me too?" Chief Clark smirked, ordering his guards to prepare everything exactly as prisoner 218 requested. Ryu still hadn't processed the situation, her face blank as she wondered how she ended up agreeing with this madman, while Kim Jin-ho turned to ask about his offer again. Since truth beef was a rare item, it would take a week to transport, and while waiting, Kim Jin-ho switched to a furious training regimen right in his cell, even being served hand and foot by the prison guards. Kim Jin-ho panted after his training session, wondering why he still had to grind his physique when he was about to die, while Ryu sat beside him, watching with a puzzled look as he began to ponder a special system in the game loss. Kim Jin-ho gasped, finally realizing an incredibly overpowered game mechanic. If one stat reached its maximum of 100, all experience points would be diverted to the remaining stats. The system panel appeared, confirming that all his combat stats had hit the cap of 100, despite being heavily debuffed, with only one stat remaining at a perfect 0. That was mana. He realized this was the only way to grind. All experience gained in this prison would only be used to buff mana. A prison officer stood before the cell door, coldly ordering, "Number 1, 172, number 218, step out." Kim Jin-ho smirked expectantly. "It's finally here, huh?" While Ryu in the corner of the room was pale, clutching her head in despair, thinking she was about to be executed. The last meal was served, not disgusting prison food, but a lavish feast of truth beef, shimmering like the real thing from the game. The premium beef sizzled on the plate, emitting a deadly aroma that challenged all willpower. Ryu's cheeks puffed out and her eyes widened. It was the first time in her life she had tasted something so delicious that her eyes sparkled, moved as if she had just been enlightened by the truth. While Ryu was still lost in the exquisite taste, Kim Jin-ho calmly reminded her, "Don't forget, it's all thanks to me." As soon as he took a bite, Kim Jin-ho immediately felt a massive stream of experience flowing into his body, and the system panel continuously chimed, "Ding! Some penalties have been reduced." While Ryu was still puffing out her cheeks, Kim Jin-ho had already calculated the next step. The first objective is complete. Now for the main event. In the luxurious office, an officer reported to Chief Clark. "Sir, the feast has begun, and we've been ordered not to let anyone approach." Chief Clark pondered, trying to understand the strange events of that day. He hadn't felt any sign of coercion from Kim Jin-ho. He recalled Kim Jin-ho's calm, even somewhat defiant expression, an attitude completely unaffected by his pressure. Kim Jin-ho's blazing red eyes flashed in Chief Clark's mind. An unwavering gaze. Chief Clark reassured himself that even though he was retired, he was still a genuine fifth-ring knight. There was no way an apprentice mage who hadn't even unlocked mana could withstand his killing intent. He slammed the table, concluding that something was terribly wrong, and this time he would have to personally verify everything. Clenching his glowing bracelet, Chief Clark gritted his teeth, vowing to return this humiliation many times over. Back at the dining table, all the plates had been wiped clean, not a crumb left, a proper meal, and nothing wasted. Ryu rubbed her full belly, declaring with satisfaction that she would have no regrets even if she died, but Kim Jin-ho merely smirked in response. Dying now is not an option. Kim Jin-ho clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within him after the meal, and declared it was time to test his goods. Creak! The heavy dining room door opened, signaling an uninvited guest. Kim Jin-ho smirked, his blazing red eyes looking towards the door as if he had anticipated it. "So you finally showed up, huh?" Chief Clark stood tall at the door, while Ryu just innocently asked what they should do now that all the food was gone. Chief Clark stepped forward, his voice full of sarcasm. "Number 218, Zed Arahan. What's wrong? Sulking because you didn't get a share?" The only response was Kim Jin-ho's challenging smirk, his red eyes completely unfazed. Chief Clark's face darkened at the insolent attitude, and he growled, "You arrogant bastard who only relies on your family background." The bracelet on Chief Clark's wrist suddenly flashed, and a surge of energy began to gather. Immediately, Chief Clark closed in and placed his hand on Kim Jin-ho's shoulder, preparing to unleash a suppressive blow. Chief Clark gritted his teeth, vowing to twist that arrogant face in pain. But facing him, Kim Jin-ho's red eyes only glowed with more amusement. Chief Clark began to lecture, acting as if he knew perfectly well that this kid was a privileged scion from the prestigious Arahan Mage family. He continued to ramble about how just a piece of information could earn him a fortune, clearly trying to pry something out of Kim Jin-ho. Words proving ineffective, Clark activated a magic tool on his uniform. Purple lightning crackled, and he began to use force to assert dominance. The purple energy stream struck Kim Jin-ho directly. He seemed surprised by this toy. It turned out to be a magic tool specifically used for suppression. The purple energy erupted violently, engulfing both of them. Clark smirked smugly, certain that no matter who it was, they would have to kneel before this item. But a plot twist slapped the warden right in the face. Kim Jin-ho was completely unharmed, even smirking mockingly. Ironically, the suppressive energy missed its main target and struck Ryu, who was eavesdropping behind them, causing her to cry out in pain. Ryu collapsed to the floor, utterly drained by the electric current, making Chief Clark furious as he roared, "You bastard!" Kim Jin-ho caught Ryu as she was fading, and she still managed to whisper Big Brother to him before losing consciousness. Chief Clark channeled the purple energy, growling a command for Kim Jin-ho to know his place. But the only response was Kim Jin-ho's contemptuous smile, making Clark boil with rage. "You insolent brat." The entire suppressive energy stream surged directly into Kim Jin-ho, an absolutely overwhelming attack. However, our protagonist merely let out a bored sigh, treating the attack as if it were a gentle breeze. In a flash, Kim Jin-ho seized Clark's wrist, choking off the flowing energy. He coldly lectured the warden. "Didn't I tell you to go easy? If you want to kill someone, do it properly, don't whine like a woman." Clark broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale, unable to believe his precious magic tool was useless. The warden muttered calculations, realizing his mana was completely nullified, proving that the opponent must be a 6th ring mage, an unimaginable rank. Clark was in utter panic. Then a crazy hypothesis flashed through his mind as he looked into Kim Jin-ho's eyes. Could this be the power of the Arahan bloodline? He bitterly thought about his entire life of cultivation to reach the 5th ring. But in front of this monster, that achievement was nothing but a joke. Chief Clark resentfully thought about his iron principle of never bowing to a mere mage, but now he had encountered a true monster. The light on the suppressive magic tool in the warden's hand flickered out, signaling a complete and humiliating defeat. Kim Jin-ho stood with his arms crossed, his voice full of sarcasm. "Are you done with your useless little dance?" Chief Clark was speechless, utterly at a loss for words before the opponent's incomprehensible level of power. He tried to regain his composure, coldly declaring, "The execution will take place tomorrow morning. Enjoy your last night." With a snap of his fingers, the candle in Chief Clark's office lit up, signaling his return. Clark, now having removed his hat and cloak, sat down at his desk, beginning to record the terrifying events that had just transpired. He muttered that even though he didn't fully understand everything, information about Kim Jin-ho could be extremely valuable hot property for active knights. Clark sighed, admitting he was exhausted after expending all his mana and using the magic tool, yet accomplishing nothing. His hand trembled uncontrollably, but he still gritted his teeth, determined to finish this damned report. The next morning in the cell, the air was still thick with the scent of violence from the night before. Prisoner 172 woke up, her face contorted from the aftershocks of Chief Clark's display of power. Kim Jin-ho stood there asking after her, and she staggered in response. I'm so nauseous, I'm about to throw up." She suddenly gave a sly smile, complimenting Kim Jin-ho's skill in handling the warden. She showed off a gleaming golden key she had just pilfered, asking smugly, "See? How's my skill?" Kim Jin-ho merely smirked in acknowledgement, secretly thinking that the warden was tougher than expected. An ordinary person hit by that blow would have been wiped out. He explained to her that the petty trick succeeded because the warden had focused all his attention on him, then asked if she was okay. Prisoner 172 was still dazed, feeling something strange, while Kim Jin-ho had already ordered her to continue lifting those stones. Kim Jin-ho's red eyes gleamed. He suddenly realized something more important. The system panel appeared, confirming the identity Zed Arahan, Mage class, along with a series of S-rank characteristics, and announcing that strength, agility, and stamina had just increased by 10 points. The system panel appeared. Strength, agility, and stamina were all at 100 points, but afflicted with a 40 debuff. Nevertheless, Kim Jin-ho was delighted because this result was as good and beneficial as expected. Kim Jin-ho stood tall, feeling his body brimming with power, a sensation completely different from mere ordinary grinding. He clenched his fist, secretly wishing he could remove all these penalties immediately. Kim Jin-ho turned to Ryu, declaring he would act tonight, but she was still dazed, worried the warden would find out. Kim Jin-ho smirked confidently, reassuring her that the warden must have passed out ages ago. Ryu's eyes widened, not understanding how he could be so sure. He explained about the bracelet the warden wore, an item so rare he couldn't even recall its exact name. Its effect was instant mana amplification, but the price was extreme exhaustion, which had now caused Chief Clark to collapse unconscious. Kim Jin-ho smiled smugly. Thanks to both the bunch of keys and this unexpected magic artifact, his plan had become much easier. Moonlight streamed through the prison window, and Kim Jin-ho decisively ordered, "Let's go." Ryu asked worriedly, but Kim Jin-ho nonchalantly replied, "If you're scared, then be scared. You're my teammate, just follow me." When Ryu wondered about the lack of keys, Kim Jin-ho simply gestured for her to follow without further explanation. True to his word, Kim Jin-ho didn't bother with the usual path but leaped directly from the upper floor to the ground, leaving Ryu gaping. As he landed, Kim Jin-ho's eyes glowed crimson, making Ryu ask in astonishment, "What kind of power is this? Are you really a mage?" The commotion attracted the guards, one of them yelling, "Prisoner 218. What are you doing there?" Kim Jin-ho glanced coldly and curtly replied, "What else?" While Ryu beside him turned pale as a ghost. The guards snapped to attention, shouting an escape alarm, and immediately, both of them started running for their lives. Ryu screamed a warning as she saw danger ahead. "Zed, look out!" The main gate had been lowered, and a squad of elite guards, weapons in hand, had already formed a line to block their path. The elite guard captain drew his sword, loudly ordering his guards to hold their ground here at all costs. Kim Jin-ho yelled, ordering Ryu to keep running and not to stop. Ryu's face was ashen with terror, but she still understood and managed a reply. Facing the human wall of elite guards, Kim Jin-ho didn't slow down, but charged straight in. The elite guard captain swung his sword, but Kim Jin-ho easily dodged with a slight shift of his body. Instantly, his eyes glowed a deadly red, and his hand shot out, grabbing the captain's face. Thwack! With a single blow, the captain's head was firmly in Kim Jin-ho's hand. Without another word, Kim Jin-ho used the captain himself as a weapon, throwing him straight into the formation. Crash! With a single impact, the entire squad of guards was swept away like bowling pins, lying scattered and unconscious. The prison officer watched the scene from a distance, his face changing color as he saw his entire force wiped out in the blink of an eye. He gnashed his teeth, his eyes burning with fury and disbelief at the power of prisoner 218. Whoosh! Kim Jin-ho's hand tore through the air, sharp as a blade, a direct thrust to the elite guard's throat. Without a single wasted movement, the guard only managed a desperate scream, his face contorted in extreme pain. Amidst the encirclement, Kim Jin-ho was like a whirlwind, sweeping away the guards charging from all sides. The remaining elite guards froze, sweating profusely as they faced the monster known as Prisoner 218. One guard's face contorted, terror clearly visible in every muscle. Kim Jin-ho continued his dance of death. Every kick, every punch sent another guard to their demise. Gathering all their courage, the guards roared, "Kill!" and charged recklessly, but it was futile. He deftly dodged a sword strike, grabbed his opponent's head with one hand, then mercilessly slammed him to the ground with a grappling technique. Kim Jin-ho moved like a ghost through the flurry of swords, narrowly dodging attacks before counterattacking with a devastating strike, ending another life. Kim Jin-ho delivered a crushing heel stomp, grinding a guard into the shattered arena floor. He stood firm amidst the downpour, radiating intense killing intent, ready for the next slaughter. His eyes glowing crimson, Kim Jin-ho coldly watched the guards desperately swinging their swords and charging like moths to a flame. A proud and amused smile appeared in his mind, accompanied by a simple thought. Damn it! Without a single wasted movement, he unleashed a sweeping roundhouse kick, instantly taking down two guards. Witnessing the one-sided massacre, Ryu could only freeze, muttering in horror. He's completely insane. Just then, a powerful figure emerged from the shadows, sharp eyes beneath the brim of his hat. Chief Clark had arrived. On the ground, the elite guards lay scattered like trash, weapons strewn about, no longer able to fight. The surviving ones knelt, trembling as they recognized the presence of their superior. Ah, Chief Warden. Chief Clark stood tall, silently looking down at his defeated subordinates and the devastated battlefield before the prison gate. Chief Clark's face was grim, his eyes blazing as he realized prisoner 218 had escaped. Amidst the rainy night, he roared from within the prison fortress, ordering the fugitive to be hunted down at all costs. The scene shifted to Motama Village, a dilapidated residential area located right next to the detention center. After escaping, a pair of vigilant eyes constantly scanned, checking if they were being followed. Ryu and Kim Jin-ho emerged from their hiding spot, a wooden barrel. She breathed a sigh of relief, believing they had completely lost their pursuers. Ryu asked blankly where they were, and Kim Jin-ho coldly replied that this was Mota Village, and asserted that the guards would come here first. Kim Jin-ho explained that this was their only option, and the safest way was to blend in with the locals, then began rummaging for items in a chest. He pulled out a tattered outfit, telling Ryu to put it on because disguising themselves as beggars was the safest option in this wretched place. After changing, Kim Jin-ho told Ryu to sit still like a mouse while he went to find supplies, making her wonder how he'd manage without money. Kim Jin-ho smirked and retorted with a cool question. "What do we need money for?" leaving Ryu stunned by his outrageous way of thinking. Kim Jin-ho told Ryu not to go anywhere, declaring her his assistant, which left Ryu speechless at the new title. About an hour or two later, Ryu returned and asked Kim Jin-ho what he had found. Kim Jin-ho showed off his spoils, a pair of contact lenses, changing his distinctive red eyes to blue to conceal his Arahan identity. Ryu explained that, in the south, the territory of the Bahal clan, blue eyes were fashionable among the nobility, then reminded him that Kim Jin-ho's main character in the game also belonged to the Bahal clan and had completed the game. In this world, two opposing factions were clearly defined: red-eyed Arahan mages and blue-eyed Bahal swordsmen. Kim Jin-ho cut short her history lesson, saying he had found a good place to rest and told Ryu to follow him. The two entered a dilapidated, rotting old warehouse deep within a forest. Inside, Kim Jin-ho and Ryu rested on a pile of straw, maintaining some distance but still quite close to each other. Kim Jin-ho lay awake, reflecting on the crazy chain of events, waking up in a game, becoming a prisoner, and now having to hide in a horse stable. Yet he found it somewhat interesting. He wondered why Ryu clung to him, knowing full well that Chief Clark was hunting him, and that being with him was extremely dangerous. Ryu lay awake, her mind still full of caution. I still don't know much about this guy. He's just a street urchin pickpocket. For now, I need his help, which is why I'm sticking with him. Looking at Kim Jin-ho, sleeping soundly, she wondered if she could truly trust someone like him. The next morning, bright sunlight streamed into the dilapidated warehouse, waking someone who was feeling annoyed. Kim Jin-ho woke up speechless, realizing he had just spent the night in a filthy, smelly hovel. Ryu woke up, stretched, and teased Kim Jin-ho. What's wrong? Doesn't a high-class noble like places like this? But he brushed it off, saying no one chose this place because they liked it. It was just out of necessity. Kim Jin-ho stood up, his eyes sharp, and declared decisively, "This can't go on forever. I need to start making money. A full stomach makes a strong spirit." Ryu wondered how he could make money when prison guards were hunting him everywhere, then suggested teaching him a few pickpocketing tricks. Kim Jin-ho dismissed the idea of petty theft, ordering Ryu to find a place he had mentioned. A place for truly formidable individuals, the arena. The scene shifted to a massive underground arena, the air reeking of violence and lit by blazing torches. In the middle of the ring, two muscular fighters were clashing, powerful punches echoing loudly amidst the cheers. In the ring, two fighters charged at each other with a fiery headbutt, neither willing to yield. Amidst the violent atmosphere, Kim Jin-ho appeared with a confident smirk, while Ryu hid behind him, her face pale with shock. Below, the arena spectators screamed wildly, hands raised high, cheering for the bloodshed. Ryu panicked, thinking Zed had come to the wrong place, but he merely smirked and replied concisely, "No, this is exactly the right place." A fighter was gripped tightly by the jaw by his opponent, the sound of teeth seeming to shatter under the terrifying squeeze. The red-haired fighter threw an extremely powerful hook, putting all his strength into his opponent's body. The dark-skinned fighter was no pushover. He braced himself against the blow and immediately counterattacked with a straight punch to the face. The retaliatory punch landed squarely in the opponent's stomach, the impact shaking the red-haired man's entire body. The spectators howled with bloodlust, one man shouting angrily, "Fight properly, you bastard, kill him," while another cheered for the fighter named Ikas. Kim Jin-ho watched with his arms crossed, silently noting that the match was more skilled than a street brawl, ignoring Ryu beside him, who was trembling and urging him to leave quickly. The red-haired fighter named Ikas leaped and delivered a devastating punch to his dark-skinned opponent, signaling the start of a brutal beating. Wham! The punch landed squarely on the dark-skinned man's face, the force strong enough to deform it. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose. The dark-skinned man took the full force of the punch, his eyes rolling back in pain. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, Ikas furiously unleashed a flurry of punches, blood splattering across the ring. Ryu's face turned pale with fear. She turned to warn Kim Jin-ho. "Zed, see? Killing is common here. That Ikas is much stronger than the carry-on prisoners." Turning back, Ryu couldn't find Kim Jin-ho anywhere. She frantically called his name amidst the noisy crowd. The screaming spectators suddenly fell silent, all staring wide-eyed and open-mouthed in astonishment towards the ring. Ikas's blood-soaked hand was stopped, and a cold voice rang out, "Hey!" Kim Jin-ho had appeared out of nowhere, one hand effortlessly blocking Ikas's devastating punch, and asked coldly, "Can't you see that guy's already knocked out?" Kim Jin-ho looked straight into Ikas's face, his sharp eyes commanding, "Calm down. Cut off." Ikas glared at Kim Jin-ho, his face contorted with anger at having his performance interrupted. From the stands below, Ryu's face was ashen as she screamed in panic, "You crazy fool, why did you get up there?" Kim Jin-ho turned to question the stunned referee. Hey, aren't you the referee? Or have you been bribed? The outcome is clear. Why are you letting the match continue? Kim Jin-ho released his hand, freeing Ika's fist, much to the latter's astonishment. Ikas irritably swatted his hand away, grumbling, "Damn it, if you're a noble, you're even more troublesome." Kim Jin-ho coldly retorted, "Me? Can't you tell?" The spectators below were still reeling in shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape, staring at the beggar boy who dared to interfere with the match. Kim Jin-ho smirked mockingly when Ikas contemptuously declared, "You clearly look like a street urchin." The spectators began to rage, shouting curses. "Bastard! How dare you ruin the fun? Give us our money back." Annoyed by the noise, Kim Jin-ho pointed directly at Ikas and declared, "It's too loud. I'll take responsibility. I'm the one who has to fight him, right?" Kim Jin-ho smirked confidently, promising the crowd, "Just you wait, I'll give you a real show." Prisoner. 172. Ryu. Her face drained of color, frantically screamed his in-game name, Zed. Ryu desperately tried to stop him, yelling that Ikas was a monster, his skill far beyond limits, and there was no way he could win. But Kim Jin-ho merely brushed her off nonchalantly, giving a firm command, "Shut up and just bet everything on me." He called Ryu by name, making her stunned in surprise. Kim Jin-ho casually uttered a phrase as if victory was already assured. After this match, well, feast on beef like there's no tomorrow. The match officially began, and the entire arena held its breath as Kim Jin-ho and Ikas faced each other in the ring. Ikas initially scoffed, thinking that even if this kid was crazy, he could still keep a cool head, but then he froze, realizing something was off about the kid in front of him. Ikas began to take him seriously. This brat, though only about 15 years old, had terrifyingly sharp eyes and stable breathing, the posture of a true predator. Ikas immediately realized Kim Jin-ho's stance was completely different, both lethally threatening and perfectly controlled. Realizing he was trembling, Ikas cursed silently in his head. "Damn it, how can I be afraid of a mere brat like this?" Enraged by his mental state, Ikas roared and charged straight at Kim Jin-ho, swinging a powerful hook to regain his dignity. Thwack! Ikas's punch seemed to have landed with extreme force. But no, Ikas was the one who took the hit. He stood stunned, blood streaming from his nose, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Kim Jin-ho nonchalantly lectured, "A punch should never allow the arm to swing back behind the shoulder. It must be thrown from a defensive stance, following the shortest, fastest, and most direct path to the opponent's face," he said, as he landed a straight punch on Ikas's face. Giving Ikas no time to breathe, Kim Jin-ho continued to deliver a series of lightning-fast blows. He pivoted, putting his entire body weight into the final strike. Boom! A powerful finishing punch sent Ikas flying backward, ending the match swiftly. Ikas looked up, bloody and disfigured from the blows, his eyes filled with unbelievable bewilderment. Ryu clasped her hands in prayer for Kim Jin-ho, but a blonde prisoner beside her yelled, "Unbelievable! Who is that guy that Ikas would go easy on him? If you have eyes, look closely." Ryu shot the blonde prisoner a sharp, contemptuous glare. The blonde prisoner only had time to realize the harsh truth and yell, "That bastard is overwhelming him," as Ikas was sent flying like a toy before Kim Jin-ho. Ryu gasped, stammering in utter shock. What is this? Is he really winning? Zed is beating Ikas to a pulp?" Being utterly thrashed, Ikas gnashed his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, refusing to accept the truth. Kim Jin-ho merely smirked, clearly disappointed by his opponent's weakness. "What the hell is this? You said he could beat me?" Ikas roared maniacally, unable to accept being humiliated by a mere kid. Rage surging through his mind, Ikas poured all his strength into a furious hook, hoping to turn the tide. But Kim Jin-ho effortlessly dodged the attack, as if it were a joke, while the blonde prisoner yelled bitterly, "Why couldn't he dodge those pathetic punches?" Smack! Ikas took a full punch to the jaw, teeth flying out as the blonde prisoner cried out in despair, "He's really gone mad! Hey Ikas, snap out of it!" Giving his opponent no time to breathe, Kim Jin-ho delivered a devastating spinning kick, sending Ikas flying like a broken puppet. Thud! Ikas lay sprawled on the floor, covered in blood, completely unconscious. The match ended astonishingly quickly. Kim Jin-ho turned to glare at the referee, his voice full of challenge. "Hey referee, what the hell are you doing? Or should I try playing without rules too?" Overwhelmed by Kim Jin-ho's aura, the bald referee could only sweat profusely, speechless. Too intimidated, the referee hastily raised Kim Jin-ho's hand, stammering, "Time's up. The challenger wins." Kim Jin-ho looked bored, thinking to himself, It's over before I even warmed up. Maybe I should have gone easier on him. In another hidden corner, an exasperated voice rang out. Huh. Are you kidding me? Kim Jin-ho held out the money bag in front of the bookie, questioning. You said the odds were 62-1, so why is there only this much? Do you think I'm young and trying to scam me? Can't you even do simple math? The bookie's face went pale, and he quickly waved his hands in denial, his voice trembling. No way. I calculated it precisely. Kim Jin-ho turned to Ryu, wondering why the prize money was so ridiculously meager. He pressed Ryu, his face full of suspicion. Ryu? How much did you bet? While she could only sweat profusely. Clack. Clack. The sound of high heels echoed, and a powerful female voice spoke from behind. I told you to bet everything. Ryu flinched, quickly explaining that she hated gambling and needed to save money for dinner. A seductive woman in a red, slit dress, flanked by 2 bodyguards, approached with a purposeful expression. She smirked meaningfully, her voice as sweet as honey. May I speak with you for a moment? Kim Jin-ho grew wary, connecting it to the referee's suspicious behavior, and asked directly, Who are you? She merely licked her lips, her smile growing more mysterious and confident. She introduced herself as Herna, the manager of this arena, and scoffed at them as clueless newcomers. When Herna repeated her invitation, Kim Jin-ho bluntly refused. No, thank you. Then he and Ryu turned their backs and walked away without hesitation. Ryu broke out in a sweat, the name Herna haunting her thoughts. As soon as they turned their backs, 2 bodyguards blocked Kim Jin-ho's path, their faces radiating killing intent. Kim Jin-ho shot them a warning glance. Do you want to end up like that guy, or should I put you to sleep for a few days? The 2 bodyguards fell silent, and Kim Jin-ho continued to taunt. Huh? You don't dare? Are you that loyal to that old hag? Herna interjected, her voice full of implication. That Ikas you just defeated is a champion I recruited from a big city. Do you understand what I mean? She sneered, feigning generosity. I'll let you off today. We'll meet again anyway, and next time we'll talk in a more comfortable setting. Kim Jin-ho remained silent, but in his mind he thought, I actually really like strong opponents. The 2 left, and the bell of a restaurant chimed. As soon as they entered the restaurant, Ryu slumped onto the table, complaining of hunger, then quickly warned, Zed, you can't be so arrogant in front of that woman. Ryu explained that Herna wasn't just a manager but the final boss of this entire city. But Kim Jin-ho merely scoffed, seeing her as a greedy old fox. Ryu insisted that they called Herna the old fox, but Kim Jin-ho just gazed into the distance, paying no mind. Kim Jin-ho was all too familiar with these tricks. He muttered that the woman was only approaching him to take advantage. He recalled the past, the time he first stepped into the martial arts world, a naive rookie, nothing more. As soon as he gained a little fame, all sorts of managers swarmed him like flies, all seeing him as nothing more than a money-making machine and scamming him countless times. Kim Jin-ho remembered that he was lucky to find his current manager, a genuine man who helped him become a champion. Thanks to that hard-earned experience, he was no longer an easily deceived kid, but had gone through everything to reach the pinnacle, a true champion. Returning to reality, Kim Jin-ho dismissed the old fox matter, believing that experience would speak for itself. Just as a plate of beef was brought out, making Ryu's eyes light up. Ryu was about to pick up a seemingly high-quality piece of beef when Kim Jin-ho suddenly spoke up, stopping her. Kim Jin-ho declared bluntly, That's fake. He pointed out that the color and marbling of the meat were completely bogus. Ryu looked bewildered, but Kim Jin-ho immediately analyzed. Even the chief guard takes weeks to get this kind of premium meat. A small restaurant like this couldn't possibly have it so easily. Kim Jin-ho analyzed like an expert. Verity beef is exclusive. This restaurant has no chance of getting it. This is just low-grade Wagyu beef. Though only 1 rank lower, the value difference is astronomical. Ryu asked again, bewildered. But her starving stomach didn't care, thinking that once it was in her belly, all meat was the same. But Kim Jin-ho wouldn't have it. Being poor and getting scammed was unacceptable. He decisively raised his hand to call the waiter, determined to get to the bottom of it. An arrogant waiter approached, grumbling that Kim Jin-ho was being troublesome and stating that they only ordered 1 dish yet were wasting the restaurant's time. Kim Jin-ho's face was stone cold as he pointed directly to the issue. This is fake. I ordered Verity beef. Bring out the real thing. He absolutely hated being scammed and then lectured. The waiter froze, thinking this was a cheap trick. But Kim Jin-ho didn't bother arguing, demanding to see the restaurant owner directly. Seeing the stubborn kid, the waiter sneered, deciding to grant his wish, then curtly ordered, Shut up, and follow me. The waiter led the way, reporting to the restaurant owner that he had brought the troublemaker, while Ryu followed with a visibly worried expression. As they entered, a group of burly restaurant thugs, armed with knives and cutting boards, surrounded them, and a man who looked like the restaurant owner spoke threateningly. "Are you low-class customers causing trouble?" Kim Jin-ho didn't flinch, retorting directly. "You're the scoundrels, selling fake goods." The restaurant owner burst out laughing, amused by the kid's audacity. The obese restaurant owner put on airs, lecturing Kim Jin-ho to understand the situation, while the surrounding restaurant thugs cracked their knuckles. Kim Jin-ho smirked, confidently challenging back. "If I charge in, which side do you think will be wiped out? Haha, arrogant, aren't we? Consider this a life lesson. Prepare to get thoroughly beaten." The restaurant thugs roared and simultaneously charged to attack. Without further ado, Kim Jin-ho plunged into the swarm of small fries, dodging, counterattacking, joint locking, and knocking them down in an instant, clearing out all the restaurant thugs in the blink of an eye. The restaurant owner froze, sweating profusely, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene that had just unfolded. What the hell is this?" the restaurant owner stammered as he saw Kim Jin-ho standing alone amidst the freshly cleared mess. Ryu's eyes shone brightly, and she cheered excitedly. "Amazing! Everyone looks so cool." He even defeated Ikas. Realizing he had encountered the real deal, the restaurant owner swallowed hard, his attitude doing a 180. "I even laughed when I heard Ikas lost. Is this for real? So, what do you want from me?" Kim Jin-ho's expression remained unchanged. "Now we're speaking the same language. I just want reasonable compensation. I'm a reasonable person, you know." He held up 2 fingers, laying down harsh conditions. 1. Return the money. 2. From now on, our meals here will be charged at the price of the finest Verity beef. Okay? The restaurant owner was utterly shocked by the demand for the highest quality Verity meat, yelling that Kim Jin-ho and his group were a bunch of thugs. Night fell, and the entire town was enveloped in silence. Meanwhile, Ryu lay on a soft, warm bed for the first time, blissfully enjoying an unprecedented feeling of comfort. She bounced excitedly on the luxurious bed, shouting that this was the best thing in her life, while Kim Jin-ho quietly sat on the opposite bed. Ryu turned to flatter Kim Jin-ho, praising him for being utterly dominant earlier, truly upholding consumer rights, and acting like a genuine noble. Kim Jin-ho reflected, realizing the restaurant owner was forced to back down, fearing that bad rumors would spread and ruin his business, affirming a truth. Without power, the negotiating table is hell. Ryu chuckled with delight, recalling the restaurant owner's beet-red face when he was cornered, an expression she had never seen before. Thanks to that intimidation, they both had a good night's sleep. Kim Jin-ho told himself, "Whatever, thanks to that, I'm living well now. Time to sleep." The night sky was silent, signaling that a tumultuous day had passed. Both Kim Jin-ho and Ryu had fallen into a deep sleep, temporarily setting everything aside. In the middle of the night, Ryu's eyes suddenly snapped open. She sat up in bed, unconsciously muttering the name Zed. While Kim Jin-ho was still in a deep sleep, Ryu continued to talk in her sleep, as if in some battle. "Zed, are you ready?" Ryu gently got out of bed, trying not to make any sound. After a final glance at Kim Jin-ho, she quietly opened the door and slipped out. As soon as the door closed, Kim Jin-ho's blue eyes immediately opened, alert and sharp. A few days later, Ryu stood outside the door, an impatient look on her face, calling loudly, "Zed!" Inside the room, Ryu sat on the bed, grumbling, "I told you I'm hungry. When are we going to eat?" While Kim Jin-ho continued doing push-ups like a machine, Ryu taunted, "Mages hate sweating more than death. You're training like an ox, so it must be because you have no mana, right?" Kim Jin-ho, panting, replied simply, "For the same reason." Ryu was dumbfounded, stammering speechless at Kim Jin-ho's answer. Kim Jin-ho irritably looked at his status window, steam practically rising from his head because his mana stat hadn't budged. The status window displayed a perfect 0. He told himself he might be under some curse and hoped the first point would appear soon. After finishing his morning workout, Kim Jin-ho turned to invite Ryu to eat, and she eagerly asked about the menu. Kim Jin-ho smirked, suggesting a change of dish. "No, today we're having beef." Ryu was ecstatic, her eyes shining brightly because she was finally getting a fancy meal. Both eagerly headed to the steakhouse. Even though they hadn't visited in 3 days, they still had plenty of money thanks to the 10 meals Kim Jin-ho had devoured last time. Kim Jin-ho asked Ryu about the remaining money, and she replied that there wasn't much left because the cost of living here was too expensive. Kim Jin-ho muttered, unable to believe spending 50 gold in just a few days, an amount that, in a game 10 years ago, would have been considered throwing money away. Ryu secretly thought Kim Jin-ho was truly a naive rich kid, but at the same time, She wondered what secret he was hiding, perhaps speed, gambling, or something else. A thug burst into the room, urgently reporting, "Boss, they're here." And the restaurant owner simply replied, "Really?" The restaurant owner gnashed his teeth, his face darkening with the humiliation of being put down by a mere kid, secretly thinking that his pride was indeed far greater than his actual strength. He smirked maliciously, turning to his henchman. "You've prepared everything as I instructed, right?" A lavish feast, all meat, was laid out in a private room, looking like a sweet trap waiting to be sprung. Ryu's eyes lit up like car headlights when she saw the mountain of meat, her mouth agape as she asked how much all of it was worth, while a thug, disguised as a waiter, beckoned them. Kim Jin-ho narrowed his eyes suspiciously at the sudden friendliness of these people, wondering why they were suddenly so kind. He began to analyze the situation, recalling that he had scouted the area last time and found no assassins, and the scene was exactly the same, making him even more confused by this charade. Ryu innocently rolled a huge piece of grilled meat in a lettuce leaf, offered it to Kim Jin-ho, and called him by his in-game name, Zed. "Aren't you hungry?" She handed the wrap to Kim Jin-ho, saying it was a special portion and he had to eat it all in one bite, making him reluctantly accept it and say thank you. Kim Jin-ho held the meat, deciding to temporarily bide his time, secretly thinking that if he observed carefully, their true intentions would eventually be revealed. Just as he put the meat into his mouth, Kim Jin-ho suddenly froze, his eyes flashing with alarm as he realized something was wrong. He yelled frantically, telling Ryu to spit out the meat immediately, but she remained bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Too late, Ryu had already swallowed the meat, even praising its deliciousness, while Kim Jin-ho could only watch in stunned silence. Immediately after, Ryu slumped onto the table, her face pale as she asked if she was going to die from poisoning, but Kim Jin-ho coldly replied that a small dose wasn't enough to kill her. Kim Jin-ho finally understood their scheme, and a system window appeared before his eyes. It turned out these small fry dared to play the poisoning game with the meat, but they were gravely mistaken as his absolute toxin immunity S trait had neutralized the frog poison, visibly saving his life. He recalled the arduous grind to obtain this overpowered trait, having to taste every type of poison in the Empire, and nearly dying several times before succeeding. Still dazed, Ryu wondered how he knew there was poison since it was completely odorless and tasteless. Kim Jin-ho simply replied, "Because I am an Arahan." Ryu muttered in admiration of the noble's class, then felt her body weaken, and suggested they both escape. But Kim Jin-ho merely smirked and asked back, "Why should we run?" With a challenging smile, Kim Jin-ho declared firmly that they wouldn't run. Instead, they would make them pay, and pay dearly. The restaurant owner appeared, annoyed, muttering that beggars should eat in silence, and who gave them the right to call him out here. Kim Jin-ho calmly replied that he just wanted to clear up a misunderstanding and had a few questions, but in his head, he scoffed. "Look at those beggars, stuffing themselves." The restaurant owner roared, "Misunderstanding my ass," secretly thinking that with the amount of frog poison they'd eaten, the drug would soon take effect. Then he yelled at them, accusing them of extortion. Kim Jin-ho sneered, signaled to Ryu, and then said to the owner, "See, you misunderstood. Let's just eat and talk peacefully." Ryu quickly offered the wrapped meat to the owner, cooing, "Aw," open wide, which made him freeze. The restaurant owner was stunned, asking why she was giving it to him. Kim Jin-ho immediately explained that it was a peace offering, and if he accepted, he would overlook the money issue. The owner stammered a refusal, so Kim Jin-ho pressed on. "Oh, so you want to keep giving me money, or is there some other reason you can't eat this dish?" With sharp eyes and a murderous half-smile, Kim Jin-ho delivered the final blow. "For example, because it's poisoned?" The restaurant owner's eyes widened, sweat pouring down him like rain, as he stammered frantically, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Kim Jin-ho stared coldly into his face, his voice full of sarcasm. "You seem to enjoy this game quite a lot, don't you?" Crash. Without another word, Kim Jin-ho flipped the entire dining table, sending dishes flying everywhere to everyone's astonishment. The restaurant owner flinched, his voice trembling as he yelled, You, what the hell are you doing?" The restaurant owner froze, seeing all the meat still intact on the floor, screaming in his head that there was no way the poisoning plot could have been discovered. Kim Jin-ho looked down at the restaurant owner and his thugs with contempt. "I intended to go easy, but you trash dared to put poison in the food?" Still trying to act tough, the restaurant owner strained his neck, denying the crime and challenging Kim Jin-ho to provide proof. Kim Jin-ho smirked dangerously, his eyes beginning to glow red. "Proof? Of course. This is all the proof I need." His blazing red eyes glowed like two embers, an unmistakable sign of the legendary Mage lineage. Arahan. Kim Jin-ho coldly declared. You dare to deceive an Arahan? You will pay with your life. This made the restaurant owner tremble uncontrollably and collapse to the floor. The restaurant owner's face paled in terror, with only one thought in his mind. I'm going to die. Under the terrifying pressure, the restaurant owner was so scared he wet himself on the spot. The restaurant owner crawled on the ground, crying and begging Kim Jin-ho for his life, for having blindly disrespected him. The restaurant owner was scared out of his wits, his mind blank, only able to stammer for mercy and promise to do anything. Kim Jin-ho, with his bloodshot eyes, realized the name Arahan carried more weight than he'd imagined, an extremely useful trump card for the future. He feigned magnanimity and spared the restaurant owner's life on one condition: keep silent about my identity. The owner immediately swore on his life not to utter a single word. The second condition was swiftly given: hand over half your assets. Though shocked, the restaurant owner nodded frantically, overjoyed to have kept his life. The restaurant owner told himself that money was just an external possession. Losing half his fortune was better than losing his life. He then hastily stood up, intending to retrieve the money. Suddenly, an authoritative voice echoed from the doorway. Where are you rushing off to? This was accompanied by the sight of a pair of bright red high heels. Kim Jin-ho blinked, and the blazing red eyes of the Arahan lineage vanished, returning to their usual blue. Ryu sighed in relief, praising Kim Jin-ho for handling it smoothly, and suggesting they both flee the city tonight after getting the money. Herna appeared at the threshold, offering a meaningful smile as she greeted them both, causing Kim Jin-ho and Ryu to freeze. Herna, the arena manager, appeared powerfully with two bald bodyguards, sarcastically remarking, "We meet again." Meanwhile, the restaurant owner fearfully peeked out. Herna smirked, complimenting Kim Jin-ho. "You're more impressive than I thought." This sent a chill down his spine, making him wonder, does she know I'm an Arahan? He immediately dismissed the possibility that the restaurant owner had betrayed him. The man was so scared he'd wet himself. There was no way he could have spoken so quickly. Kim Jin-ho deduced the information could only have come from somewhere else, and if Jean P knew he was just a fake Arahan, all the betting money would vanish. I have to get out of here. Herna suggested they talk privately, and Kim Jin-ho, not intimidated, nodded in immediate agreement. The three moved into a private room, the atmosphere tense as Herna, Kim Jin-ho, and Ryu sat around a table. Kim Jin-ho got straight to the point, asking Herna her purpose for being there, and if she needed anything from him. Herna scoffed, denying it. You're mistaken. I have no business with you. I'm just here to meet my client today. Kim Jin-ho and Ryu froze when they heard the word client. He turned to look at Ryu, full of suspicion, while she bowed her head, muttering apologies. Herna explained to Ryu that she had investigated the matter she was asked about, but needed more money for results, revealing the true nature of their relationship. Ryu slammed the table and shouted, questioning Herna about the deal and the money already paid. But Herna just scoffed, claiming the amount was only enough for her snacks and sarcastically remarking that finding a missing person wasn't that easy. Ryu was desperate, tears welling up in her eyes, stammering that this was her last hope. Kim Jin-ho stood beside her, expressionless, his mind already calculating, understanding the entire situation. Kim Jin-ho interrupted, proposing a new deal, combining Herna's business with his and Ria's problem into one, which made Herna smirk, showing interest. Herna crossed her arms, smiling confidently, and stated a very simple condition. I want you to have a rematch with Ika's, that's all. Ryu frantically tried to dissuade Jed, shouting that it was clearly a trap, but he didn't hesitate, immediately accepted the rematch, and directly asked Herna if she would keep her promise to help Ryu. Herna seductively licked her lips, firmly asserting, "Of course. I always keep my promises." Night fell, enveloping the quiet streets of the town. Jed and Ryu strode down the cobblestone road, Ryu clutching a small, intricately carved chest. Ryu looked down at the chest in her hands, her face filled with worry and sorrow. Jed wondered, why the long face? We earned a lot of money. But Ryu remained silent. Ryu mumbled an apology for hiding the fact that she sought Herna's help, but Kim Jin-ho casually replied, I know. I also know you skimmed some of the money. Ryu froze, utterly shocked to realize she'd been figured out long ago, stammering, asking why he hadn't said anything. Kim Jin-ho turned and walked away, coldly delivering a line worthy of a boss. Because I don't care. Ryu was stunned, unable to believe her help was worth that much in his eyes. But he added firmly, leaving no room for a second chance. From now on, don't hide anything from me. The thing I hate most in this world is betrayal of trust. Tears welling up, Ryu clutched the chest tightly and promised never to repeat her mistake. Ryu called his name anxiously. Jed. She advised him not to foolishly go for a rematch, telling him to just take the money and flee as per their original plan for safety. Kim Jin-ho retorted, asking about her brother's request and asserting that Herna was just setting another trap to deceive them. He explained that her brother, Ryo, wasn't foolish enough to trust Herna, but having reached a dead end, he had to grit his teeth and seek her out. Kim Jin-ho explained that Ryu's brother knew it was a rotten deal, but being backed into a corner, he had no other choice. As for Herna, she was precisely the type of cunning fox who specialized in deceiving desperate youngsters. Ryu panicked when she heard Kim Jin-ho admit he had changed his mind and decided to have the rematch, warning that Herna would definitely play dirty. Kim Jin-ho replied succinctly, "That's precisely why I want to do it." Then he declared coolly, "When I see trash, I like to clean it up." He added that the most wonderful feeling was defeating an opponent who had given their all, recalling Herna's and Ika's faces in his mind. Scene change. Night fell upon Carrion Prison, a suffocatingly fortified fortress. Inside, an officer rushed to report, passing by those sprawled on the floor. The officer saluted militarily, reporting to his superior that the troops had assembled and received orders for Team 1 to depart immediately. Chief Clark clenched his hand, which was emitting dark energy, and growled, "That damn rat is hiding right under my nose." His killing intent exploded as Chief Clark declared firmly, "This time, I will crush it completely." Chief Clark roared, blazing purple killing intent erupting around his face as he finally pinpointed his target. Jed Arahan. 3 days later, the underground arena was seething with the roar of the crowd, the atmosphere as hot as a frying pan. In the middle of the arena, Ikas flexed his muscles, but Kim Jin-ho still stood there with an expressionless face, making the spectators wonder. After everything he's been through, his face is still so calm. Something's not right. Ryu anxiously held him back, her voice hesitant. "Jed, if there's any danger, promise me you'll stop immediately, okay?" Kim Jin-ho only replied with a cold, The referee shouted loudly. The rematch between Ikas and the beggar officially begins. The spectators gasped in astonishment, realizing something unusual. Wait, Ikas is using that stance. Kim Jin-ho narrowed his eyes, expressionless, while Ryu behind him was utterly shocked. That bastard. Ikas took his stance, and it was precisely Kim Jin-ho's fighting stance. He was copying his opponent's every move. Ikas narrowed his eyes and thought. He was here because Herna had assured him this match was a guaranteed win, but an Arahan without mana was too illogical. Shaking off his complicated thoughts, Ikas decided to verify it himself. He launched a devastating punch straight towards Kim Jin-ho. "Let's see if you're real or fake." Faced with Ikas's punch, Kim Jin-ho coldly raised his hand to block it, a fundamental martial arts principle echoing in his mind. Keep the punch compact and launch it straight from the chest. Ikas smirked mockingly, growling. And the kick, too. Ikas unleashed a series of kicks identical to Kim Jin-ho's, attacking and boasting loudly. "Surprised? You think you're the only one who can do this? Turns out it's damn useful." Kim Jin-ho leaned back to dodge, a flicker of surprise in his heart, admitting that this copy wasn't half bad. But immediately, he noticed a fatal flaw in his opponent's stance, a detail only the original would know. Seizing the opportunity, Kim Jin-ho threw a punch straight at Ikas's face, a lightning-fast counterattack. Ikas stumbled back a few steps, but he merely exhaled a puff of smoke, seemingly unharmed. He touched his chin, a sneer clearly visible. "Are you kidding me? Seriously?" Ikas roared mockingly. "That punch isn't even enough to scratch an itch. Turns out you really are a useless guy with no mana." While Kim Jin-ho coldly thought to himself. Just as expected, the spectators below erupted. "Holy crap. Ikas is suddenly way tougher. He's truly our champion." Amidst the crowd's shouts of Ikas's name, Kim Jin-ho mumbled, confirming something in his mind. The hot item had been revealed. It was the demon belt Ikas was wearing, a fancy piece of gear. Kim Jin-ho realized this match was screwed. That belt reduces physical damage by 90%, an absolute bane for someone without mana like me. Standing outside, Ryu was on pins and needles, not understanding why Jed's attack was so useless. Ryu suspected foul play and worried the match was too dangerous. But Kim Jin-ho just turned his back, calling her name calmly. With a deadly confident smile, Kim Jin-ho reassured Ryu. "It's fine. Just sit back and enjoy the show." Ryu was dumbfounded, unable to believe her eyes at his attitude. "Wait, is he smiling?" Ikas arrogantly asked. "What's wrong? Giving up?" But Kim Jin-ho stood firm, replying curtly, "Never." Kim Jin-ho casually adjusted his collar, admitting coldly. It was a bit surprising, indeed, but actually, Kim Jin-ho's unfinished sentence left Ikas dumbfounded, not understanding what the hell was happening. Kim Jin-ho changed his stance, growling. This is the moment I've been waiting for. You think I'll back down? Ika's frowned, not understanding what this brat was up to. Crash! Kim Jin-ho closed in, unleashing a thunderous elbow strike to Ika's chest. Ika staggered back, his face pale with disbelief that he was being completely overwhelmed in strength. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, Kim Jin-ho followed up with a devastating roundhouse kick straight to Ika's face. Kim Jin-ho, the strongest man on the planet, smirked excitedly, feeling true exhilaration for the first time in his life. Recalling the past, no one had ever lasted more than a minute in the ring with him, leaving him no chance to unleash his full skills. But this guy was different. Ika still stood after taking the full combo, a punching bag tough enough for him to test his moves. For Jed, or rather Kim Jin-ho, this was the first time he had found a worthy opponent. Kim Jin-ho took his stance, eyes blazing, ready for an all-out battle. Ika's roared, launching a high kick aimed directly at his opponent's head. But Kim Jin-ho simply raised a hand to block the kick, then countered with an earth-shattering punch to Ika's stomach. Ika's flew like a bullet, unable to believe a mage possessed such terrifying physical strength, unable to even block a blow. With glowing red eyes and a savage smile, Kim Jin-ho growled, "Don't fall so fast. It doesn't hurt that much yet, does it?" Completely broken, Ika screamed in despair. "Please stop. I surrender." "Surrender?" Kim Jin-ho replied with a devastating kick straight to Ika's face, showing no mercy. Amidst the stunned spectators, Ryu could only gape in astonishment. Kim Jin-ho lunged, turning Ika's into a living punching bag, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Wham! Kim Jin-ho's thunderous punch not only hit its target but also shattered Ika's demon belt. Ika's gritted his teeth, his face contorted in extreme pain and horror as he bore the full brunt of the fury. Beaten to a pulp, Ika staggered, trying to get up, his entire body bruised. Kim Jin-ho stood there, asking a cold, sarcastic question. "What's wrong?" Kim Jin-ho's cruel gaze pierced his opponent. "Can't get up?" Making Ika so terrified he could only shriek in his mind. This crazy bastard. With no way out, Ika screamed in despair. "All right, I give up. The belt's gone too. Referee, please stop the match." Wham! The reply to his plea was another devastating punch from Kim Jin-ho, distorting Ika's face. Kim Jin-ho casually sat cross-legged on his fallen opponent, smirking. "No way. This isn't enough yet." The image of the victor reflected in Ika's horrified eyes as he heard the verdict. It'd be a waste to end it here. Kim Jin-ho's pupils flashed with a deadly red light, and mana began to pour out. With glowing red eyes and a cruel expression, Kim Jin-ho clearly wasn't ready to end this fun. Ika's was utterly horrified, his pupils contracting as he recognized the true nature of that power, stammering incoherently. A.R. Utterly horrified, Ika's could only utter the name Arahan as he recognized his opponent's monstrous bloodline. Completely shocked, Ika's frothed at the mouth and passed out on the spot, while Kim Jin-ho wondered, he fainted? Ignoring his defeated opponent, Kim Jin-ho began to activate his power, azure mana gathering in his chest while his eyes glowed crimson. He felt a strange yet incredibly powerful energy weaving and rising through every fiber of his being. Ping! A system window appeared right before him, confirming Kim Jin-ho's new status. His bloodshot eyes reflected the system interface, a combination of primal power and the laws of this world. The Manastat increased notification appeared, and Kim Jin-ho smirked with satisfaction. That's it, a mage with ridiculous starting stats. While enjoying the buff, he suddenly froze, realizing the surroundings had become eerily silent. The entire arena fell silent, the spectators frozen as they watched Kim Jin-ho stand alone on the ring amidst the defeated. The bookie rushed over, shouting frantically, "Jed, why did you take out your contact lenses?" But Kim Jin-ho replied blankly, "Huh? I didn't take them out?" Kim Jin-ho realized with a start that his true eyes were exposed, wondering if mana had dissolved his contact lenses, while Ryu beside him yelled, confirming it was all too obvious. Ryu remarked that after a long time of not seeing them, Kim Jin-ho's eyes were now even redder and glowed brilliantly, radiating a deadly power. The spectators froze in place, one man trembling and stammering as he recognized the truth behind the red eyes. Arahan. The word had barely left his lips when the entire arena erupted, the crowd screaming and trampling each other to flee due to the rumor that merely looking into an Arahan's eyes would result in death. Kim Jin-ho grabbed Ryu's hand, hastily pulling her to escape the chaotic arena, even as she screamed hysterically. As he ran, Kim Jin-ho looked back and shouted loudly to Herna that he would return later, demanding she ensure Ryu's brother was found, leaving the manager stunned in the empty arena. Herna gritted her teeth, bitterly blaming herself for not listening to Chief Clark from the beginning instead of getting involved in this damned mess. Her fury erupted. Herna roared a venomous oath, declaring she would tear Jed Arahan limb from limb. After her rage, Herna began calculating the damages, bitterly admitting that the A-rank fighter Ikas, for whom she had spent a fortune on a 3-year contract, was now utterly useless. Everything completely collapsed as she listed further losses. An ogre belt worth 200 gold, the banner, and the enormous debt still owed to Chief Clark. Herna was stunned when the final damage figure appeared, 2,000 white gold, all gone in one night. Her fury reached its peak, and Herna let out a shrill, resentful roar. She tore at her hair, screaming in regret for not listening to Chief Clark, only to lose such a massive sum. Gritting her teeth, Herna swore she would personally tear that brat to shreds. Meanwhile, Kim Jin-ho had managed to grab his contact lenses and money, pulling Ryu into a dark alley. Their escape plan hit a snag as the entire town was swarming with guards, forcing them to temporarily lie low. Night fell, and the alley was deserted. Not a soul in sight. The perfect time to act. After making sure the guards were far away, Kim Jin-ho and Ryu cautiously emerged from 2 wooden barrels, looking no different from 2 sewer rats. Without a moment's hesitation, Kim Jin-ho ordered Ryu to stay put while he went to find a carriage to escape. A strange young boy suddenly appeared, blocking their path and claiming to be Herna's messenger, saying she had information to exchange. Herna's messenger nonchalantly announced that they wouldn't find any carriages at this hour, but Kim Jin-ho's face remained impassive. The two sat in the carriage, Ryu trembling, whispering to Kim Jin-ho that this whole situation was too suspicious, definitely a trap. Kim Jin-ho admitted it was 100% a trap and that guards were ambushing them somewhere, but running wouldn't help now, so they had to face it. Making Ryu despair, thinking they were truly doomed this time, the carriage suddenly stopped, and outside, an entire squad of elite guards lay scattered on the ground, eliminated for unknown reasons. Chief Clark emerged from the shadows, sword in hand, looking surprised. You dodged it? Ryu turned pale with fear, stammering to ask Kim Jin-ho what to do, but the protagonist maintained a terrifyingly calm expression. Chief Clark stood with Herna, scoffing at Kim Jin-ho's act of stealing keys and escaping as a mere trick of mages, his face full of disdain. Herna also chimed in mockingly, regretting that if Kim Jin-ho had joined her side, things wouldn't have come to this. Kim Jin-ho glared back, calling Herna an old fox and declaring that even if he could turn back time, he would never choose that path, as he had no intention of dying silently. Chief Clark drew his sword, his murderous aura flaring as he roared, "Jed Arahan, you will be executed right here. No one is allowed to interfere." Kim Jin-ho's face was impassive as he ordered Ryu to step back, while she was pale with fear. Facing Chief Clark, Herna, and an entire squad of guards, the old warden sneered, "A mere mage, yet so bold, aren't you?" Kim Jin-ho looked up, declaring coolly, "There's still a 50% chance of winning." He explained his 50-50 philosophy. Don't be intimidated by a stronger opponent, and don't underestimate a weaker one. Meanwhile, Chief Clark had drawn his sword, purple energy enveloping the blade, but Kim Jin-ho remained confident. If it's 50-50, what is there to fear? Chief Clark growled, cursing Kim Jin-ho's arrogance, then decided to go all out from the start. With a whoosh, Chief Clark lunged like a purple lightning bolt, closing in on Kim Jin-ho in an instant. A single slash unleashed a massive, terrifying stream of purple sword energy. Chief Clark roared furiously amidst the bursting energy. "Die, Arahan!" The destructive sword energy surged forward, but Kim Jin-ho stood firm in a defensive stance, ready to face it head-on. Facing the destructive attack, Kim Jin-ho's eyes blazed, and he thought to himself, "Yes, this is exactly what I wanted." He craved the suffocating feeling of facing a strong opponent, the sensation of being a challenger once more. Ding! A system notification appeared. The Indomitable Challenger S trait has been activated. The effect was incredibly simple, yet overwhelmingly powerful. All stats temporarily increased by 10 points. Power surged, and Kim Jin-ho's pupils turned fiery red, reflecting complex system characters. Boom! Chief Clark's purple sword energy collided, creating a terrifying explosion that tore up the ground. At the epicenter, Kim Jin-ho not only defended himself but also created a blue energy shield, enveloping the terrified Ryu. Overwhelmed by the attack's power, Ryu could only shriek his name, "Jed." As the smoke and dust cleared, Kim Jin-ho stood tall amidst the rubble, his entire body without a scratch, having easily nullified all damage. Chief Clark was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes when he saw his target still intact after his ultimate attack. Chief Clark looked down at the chasm he had created, his face blank as he wondered. Did he evaporate? Suddenly, a prison guard frantically shouted, pointing skyward. Captain Clark, look up there! Chief Clark looked up, frozen in shock as he saw a dazzling golden light, his voice trembling. That light! No way! In the night sky, Kim Jin-ho hovered, his entire body erupting with golden lightning, and a system panel appeared, announcing a new state, transformation, thunder incarnation. His golden hair stood on end, his blood-red eyes sparking with fire. Kim Jin-ho, in his new form, looked down at his enemies with the gaze of a judging deity. Whoosh! Without another word, Kim Jin-ho plunged down like a lightning bolt, his speed tearing through the air. Chief Clark could only widen his eyes in horror, his body unable to react to his opponent's terrifying speed. Boom! A lightning explosion occurred as Kim Jin-ho directly collided with Chief Clark, pure power crushing everything. Chief Clark gritted his teeth, trying to raise his sword to block the blow, but his sword was effortlessly stopped by one of Kim Jin-ho's hands. Wham! Kim Jin-ho delivered a thunderous kick to his hip, directly sending Chief Clark flying like a ball. Kicked away like a toy, Chief Clark tumbled through the air, completely helpless against Kim Jin-ho's power. The old man landed, his face ashen, unable to believe his eyes. How is this possible? Is this real thunder energy? The system quickly explained. Thunder energy is the ultimate power, surpassing the four great elements of water, fire, wind, and earth, bypassing all laws of counteraction. A power that even the progenitor of the Arahan family had never possessed was now erupting from an unknown brat, which he could not accept. The elite guards, standing in the distance, all turned ashen, their limbs stiff with shock. Even the blue-haired woman accompanying them, who always maintained a cold expression, now gaped in astonishment. Hidden in the bushes, Ryu witnessed the entire scene, only able to utter a gasp of overwhelming admiration. She immediately recognized the identity of the one exuding such overwhelming presence, her eyes shining as she called out his name, Jed. Chief Clark gritted his teeth, clenching his fists until they bled, envious of the bloodline power that he could never attain in his lifetime. He struggled to his feet, his murderous aura flaring, roaring a resentful and hateful declaration. I hate guys like you the most. Roaring with hatred for those who only relied on their bloodline, Chief Clark charged like an arrow, swinging his sword to unleash a destructive stream of purple energy. He poured all his strength into a cross slash, determined to send the arrogant brat to his grave with a single blow. In stark contrast, Kim Jin-ho, in his thunder incarnation form, merely stood still, his fiery red eyes coldly watching the approaching attack, as if it were a joke. Chief Clark shouted, confident that this blow could not be dodged, the energy slash about to strike its target. Zap! Right in front of Kim Jin-ho, a shield of brilliant golden lightning suddenly formed from thin air, harder than even diamond. Chief Clark's full-force attack collided with the shield and was blocked without any difficulty, leaving him stunned. A shield? Kim Jin-ho didn't even bother to move, only raised one hand to control the shield, and the lightning began to spread back, freezing Chief Clark in place. Boom! A terrifying lightning explosion erupted from Kim Jin-ho's position, completely engulfing Chief Clark in a sea of dazzling golden lightning. Chief Clark's face contorted in extreme terror, his eyes wide as the destructive current tore through him. In the eye of the lightning storm, Kim Jin-ho merely glanced coldly, a gaze of absolute superiority, deciding the fate of a mere insect. Crash! Yellow lightning and purple dark energy collided, creating a terrifying energy explosion that engulfed the battlefield. At the eye of the storm, Kim Jin-ho, enveloped in lightning, directly confronted Chief Clark, who was swinging his sword. Instead of casting a spell, Kim Jin-ho charged straight in, ready to punch the lame knight in the face. Smack! He stepped directly onto Chief Clark's weapon, lightning sparks, neutralizing him completely. Whoosh! Kim Jin-ho grabbed Chief Clark with one hand, destructive electricity coursing through his body, making him convulse in pain. Chief Clark was utterly shocked, screaming in his mind, "What the hell is this guy? He's a mage, so why is he fighting like a brawler?" He recalled the immutable law of this world. Mages cast spells from a distance to restrain, while knights break through spells to close in. However, Kim Jin-ho, with his blazing red eyes and fiery blonde hair, was completely shattering that trashy rule. Boom! Kim Jin-ho's lightning fist directly clashed with Chief Clark's sword blade, absolute power crushing all resistance. Chief Clark gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down like rain, forced to accept a horrifying truth. He couldn't be regarded as an ordinary mage. Cornered, Chief Clark bitterly admitted that he was the one who had to retreat to gain enough space to swing his sword. Kim Jin-ho's lightning fist struck the sword directly, pure power halting the old knight's attack. Chief Clark's eyes widened, unable to believe a mage could directly confront his swordsmanship without flinching. He broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he couldn't find a single opening in Kim Jin-ho's furious close-quarters combat. Electricity coursing through his body made Chief Clark convulse. He could only curse in utter helplessness. Kim Jin-ho coldly broke through his defenses, preparing to deliver the final blow. Kim Jin-ho's lightning-clad fist slammed directly into Chief Clark's chest, absolute power crushing everything. A terrifying energy explosion erupted from the point of impact, tearing apart the surrounding ground. With a single blow, Chief Clark collapsed with a gaping hole in his chest, blood gushing out. The elite prison guards were stunned, but the dying Chief Clark still rasped a command. "Don't come any closer." Chief Clark fell, admitting the overwhelming power of the Arahan bloodline and accepting death. "I lost. Kill me." Kim Jin-ho coldly asked, "Do you want to know why you lost?" But Chief Clark just wanted to die quickly, snapping, "I don't care, just do it." Kim Jin-ho declared bluntly, his eyes sharp, "There's only one reason. I trained and worked harder." Upon hearing this, Chief Clark sneered, looking up at Kim Jin-ho, who was radiating lightning, and scoffed. "Hard work? Training?" Chief Clark roared bitterly, believing Kim Jin-ho won only because he was an Arahan family member, someone born at the finish line. The old man continued his lament, his hand trembling as he gripped his sword hilt, growling, "Your kind ruined my life." Kim Jin-ho remained silent for a moment, then delivered a fatal psychological blow. "Right now, I'm weaker than you, but if you fought better, I would still win." "Of course." Kim Jin-ho pointed directly at his weakness. "Your inferiority complex blinded you. That's what held you back." Kim Jin-ho concluded his lecture, his voice devoid of emotion. "Don't blame anything else. The cause of your failure lies within yourself." Chief Clark was stunned, realizing an ironic truth. He, a knight, was being lectured on the knight's spirit by a young mage. Chief Clark had completely given up, coldly telling Kim Jin-ho, "All right, finish it." Kim Jin-ho began to calculate. Killing an imperial grunt would make him a wanted man, but letting him live wasn't an option either. The system panel appeared, announcing that the Tenacious Challenger S trait and lightning form skill had been deactivated. The last sparks of lightning vanished from Kim Jin-ho's hands. He muttered, "This must be the only way." Suddenly, an angry female voice echoed from the forest. "What the hell are you doing?" Herna stood amidst the elite prison guards, her face filled with murderous intent as she screamed, "Hurry! Kill that Arahan guy for me. That's your mission." Kim Jin-ho turned around, now in his normal state, facing an entire army of guards with swords pointed at him, thinking to himself that this number was a bit troublesome. Despite being surrounded, Kim Jin-ho maintained a cold expression, his bloodshot eyes indifferently glancing over the small fry. Suddenly, an extremely powerful whirlwind erupted from nowhere, sweeping away everything around and startling the guards. Kim Jin-ho was swept away by the wind, realizing this was magic, and that another mage was hiding nearby. Swept away in the magical whirlwind, Kim Jin-ho grumbled, thinking, "This situation sucks. Where's the enemy? Gotta get out of here fast." The storm suddenly vanished. Kim Jin-ho landed safely, but still had no idea what had just happened. His blazing red eyes widened, utterly shocked by the scene before him. An entire army of elite prison guards had been wiped out, lying scattered at Kim Jin-ho's feet like a pile of trash. Even Herna was gone, dead before she could gasp, making Kim Jin-ho wonder if someone had just helped him. Seeing Chief Clark's corpse as well, Kim Jin-ho immediately dismissed that thought and realized he was about to become the scapegoat for this massacre. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the forest, calling out someone's name, making Kim Jin-ho jump and turn around. The voice continued to cry out desperately, searching for Ryu amidst the deadly scene. Ryu peeked out from behind a bush, sighing in relief when she saw Jed was still alive. Ryu ran out and asked if Kim Jin-ho had done all this, but he denied it, asserting that another powerful mage was nearby. Kim Jin-ho urged them both to quickly flee this graveyard, but Ryu suddenly stopped, sensing something was wrong. Ryu pointed to a pristine white card lying on the ground. She smelled a rat because it was spotless, as if someone had deliberately left it as bait. The two quickly left, unaware that a mysterious hooded mage was observing their every move from above. The hooded mage's sharp gaze never left his targets. Clearly, he was the one pulling the strings. Night fell, and Kim Jin-ho and Ryu found a safe spot to set up camp, building a fire to warm themselves in the gloomy forest. While Ryu slept soundly by the fire, Kim Jin-ho began to examine the suspicious card she had picked up. On the surface, it was just a plain white piece of paper, nothing more than a useless item. But Kim Jin-ho knew exactly what it was. He tried to infuse a bit of mana into it, and the card immediately glowed brightly. As expected, a black flame symbol with a red outline appeared, and Kim Jin-ho recognized it instantly. The mark of the Arahan family. The card revealed information about the Arahan family's Black Mirror Corps, the Empire's most elite and notorious secret organization, absolutely loyal individuals operating in the shadows. Kim Jin-ho mumbled as he looked at the Roman numeral 4 on the card. Number 4, huh? If I remember correctly, 1 is accept, 2 is reject, 3 is trade, so 4 means. He immediately realized. Observe or protect. Kim Jin-ho thought scornfully. The Arahan family once kicked him out for having no mana, and now they're secretly sending people to watch over and protect him. What a joke. Suddenly remembering something, Kim Jin-ho's eyes flashed with a brilliant red light as he focused on his mana stats. A virtual status panel appeared, announcing that his stats were suppressed, but after taking care of Clark, his mana had increased by 3 points, making him wonder if there was an experience system like in a game. He also had a locked skill called Lightning Body, a magic that both buffs physical strength and creates a shield. Truly formidable. Kim Jin-ho checked again. The skill was still deactivated, guessing it was because his stats were too weak, perhaps requiring at least 5 or 10 mana to activate. As he was deep in thought, Ryu suddenly called his name, Jed. Kim Jin-ho flinched, thinking she was asleep, but Ryu admitted she couldn't get a wink of sleep. Ryu anxiously asked about their upcoming plans, and Kim Jin-ho bluntly replied that they would go to Frilda, the last place she saw her brother. She analyzed the situation, stating that the news must have spread and the Empire surely had a bounty on their heads, making such a long journey to Frilda on foot impossible. Kim Jin-ho merely smirked confidently, declaring that he would change their route slightly. Their new destination would be Tamaya. The scene shifts to Tamaya Village, a fortified outpost on the southern front. A colossal blue magic circle suddenly erupted, its dazzling magical light signaling an arrival of significant stature. From within the pillar of light, a blonde knight in gleaming armor gradually emerged, his domineering aura filling the space. He rode proudly atop a magical warhorse, his eyes sharp as daggers, ready for the hunt. Standing before his troops, the knight declared concisely, "I will begin the search immediately." He introduced himself as Torres Bahal, vehemently swearing to hunt down the Arahan scum who had tarnished the family's honor, to deliver justice. In a magnificent hall, Torres Bahal, in golden armor, strode forward with a solemn presence. He knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully before an authoritative figure, and asked, "My lord, did you summon me?" Before him, on the throne, sat an old man with silver hair and beard, as majestic as a lion alpha, the lord of House Bahal. The lord spoke, his voice full of power. "Indeed, I have a mission for you." The lord of House Bahal informed Torres Bahal of the target, an Arahan bloodline member who had just escaped prison after dealing with the warden and a few civilians. As the successor, the lord granted him full authority. "I entrust everything to you. Judge and protect the honor of our house." Torres Bahal bowed, accepting the order, his sharp eyes swearing. "Yes, I, Torres Bahal, pledge my life to complete this command." The scene shifts. Ryu panted, grumbling at Kim Jin-ho. "Jed, this is insane. We've been talking about this for 5 days." She continued to complain as they both entered a gloomy forest filled with monster bones. "Only fools like us would venture into the front lines on our own." A map appeared, explaining the Empire's defense lines. Each house guarded a sector, and House Bahal controlled the entire south. Their destination was Tamaya, a village near the front lines, where monsters occasionally managed to break through. The only reason to venture into this godforsaken place was for a teleportation gate, a luxury even nobles hesitated to use, but of course, they had the money. Kim Jin-ho ignored Ryu's complaints, coldly replying that no matter how foolish, this was still the best option. Night fell, and they both stopped in the dense forest, embers from their campfire drifting into the silent air. Kim Jin-ho tossed Ryu a piece of jerky, issuing a chilling warning. "Eat while you can. You never know when you'll die." Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly. Kim Jin-ho froze, his red eyes glowing with extreme vigilance. Both felt the unusual tremor. Ryu startled, looking at him with a bewildered expression. Kim Jin-ho sprang up and extinguished the fire, his voice firm, "Trouble," making Ryu turn pale, as his words immediately came true. They both immediately hid in the shadows, straining their eyes to observe the situation. Ryu frantically asked if it was monsters, but Kim Jin-ho simply replied, "I'd rather it be monsters." He analyzed quickly like a machine, not 1 or 2, at least dozens of tremors. House Bahal couldn't possibly let a horde of monsters through the southern front line. That means, from deep within the forest, A troop of knights in gleaming armor on pure white warhorses advanced menacingly, led by Torres Bahal. Blue-eyed warhorses, sparkling armor, unmistakable. This was the Bahal Knights. Ryu hid behind Kim Jin-ho, having counted over 50 men. Her face pale as she silently prayed, "Please just pass by, don't stop." A vanguard knight of House Bahal on horseback discovered the traces of the recently extinguished campfire. Hidden in the bushes, Kim Jin-ho's eyes glowed red with vigilance, while Ryu panicked upon hearing a soldier report finding traces. Ryu analyzed the situation in despair. "They're all 5-ring knights, hiding is useless," then urged Kim Jin-ho to run alone, because his Arahan identity would surely lead to execution. Ryu tried to reassure herself with a forced smile, stammering, "They surely don't intend to kill us, do they?" Even though her whole body was trembling. Kim Jin-ho glanced over, his voice calm. "Someone shaking like a leaf shouldn't talk big," leaving Ryu speechless. He affirmed with an unwavering gaze, "Don't worry, abandoning comrades is not in my dictionary." The Bahal Knights had surrounded the campsite, swords and spears ready to search everywhere. From the shadows, an authoritative voice snapped impatiently, "Hey, why is it taking so long to find just 2 people?" accompanied by 2 bloodshot eyes filled with killing intent. Kim Jin-ho decided not to hide anymore. He stepped out to confront them, confidently declaring, "I am Jed Arahan. Sitting here waiting to die is worse than doing something." Just as he opened his mouth to reason with the commander, a sharp sword strike grazed his cheek, giving him no chance to negotiate. Whoosh! Torres Bahal charged with terrifying speed, but Kim Jin-ho was even faster, making the knight exclaim, "He's faster than I thought." Kim Jin-ho narrowly dodged the attack, intending to negotiate. "Wait, let's talk." But Torres Bahal gave no quarter, swinging his sword straight. Why talk when fists are bigger? Kim Jin-ho's eyes glowed with a deadly red, and his energy began to erupt. A colossal blue magic circle appeared beneath Kim Jin-ho's feet. This was the real deal, not some petty MMA. Clang! Torres Bahal's sword blade struck something invisible, sparking right in front of Kim Jin-ho. The knight stiffened, his sword completely blocked. He couldn't understand. Why did it stop? Looking closely, he realized it wasn't a parry, but a solid energy wall, an absolute barrier. A ghostly, oppressive voice echoed in Torres Bahal's mind, coldly commanding, "Go back." Immediately after, a gigantic magical blade of pure energy materialized from thin air, its aura overwhelming the entire forest. All the Bahal Knights, including their commander Torres Bahal, were terrified into kneeling, stammering in horror. Who are you?" Kim Jin-ho muttered. He knew someone was lurking nearby, but he didn't expect the observers to be such formidable figures. The Black Mirror Corps of House Arahan, appearing silently from the mist, so stealthy that even a perception stat of 100 couldn't detect them. A hooded mage stepped out, coldly ordering the kneeling Bahal Knights, "Go back." The mage continued to warn condescendingly, "Obey, and nothing will happen." Interrupted, Torres Bahal furiously stood up, the sword in his hand flaring with blue energy, roaring, "Who dares to block House Bahal's path?" A Bahal Knight frantically called out, "Sir Heir." The hooded mage looked directly at the knight, his tone unchanged. "You must be Torres Bahal's first successor." The name Torres Bahal struck Kim Jin-ho's memory, a presence so familiar it felt like a part of himself. It turned out this was the game character he had painstakingly played for so long, the one who had accompanied him to the very end. Though not real, it still excited him. Torres Bahal now recognized his opponent. He looked straight at Kim Jin-ho and growled, calling out the in-game name. "So you are Jed Arahan." Kim Jin-ho realized the Black Mirror Corps assassins were trying to protect him, while the hooded mage coldly ordered the enemy, "Leave now, and nothing will happen." Torres Bahal growled, recognizing his opponent as the Black Mirror Corps, the infamous secret force of House Arahan from rumors. Seeing the opponent array their formation without any regard, Torres Bahal roared, "Do you know who I am, yet you still dare to do this? You Arahan family have truly crossed the line." Blue energy exploded around the greatsword. Torres Bahal furiously roared, "Then I will take your lives to pay for daring to challenge the Bahal family." Just as the knight was about to charge, the hooded mage casually uttered, his voice full of condescension, "I'm afraid that won't do." Whoosh! A gigantic, blazing red magic circle suddenly appeared from beneath their feet, trapping Torres Bahal and the Bahal Knights in astonishment. Kim Jin-ho immediately analyzed the situation, realizing this was a magic trap set in advance by predicting the enemy's movements. This level isn't 6-ring, Kim Jin-ho realized with a shock. This guy is a 7-ring mage, while the hooded mage warned that the trap would explode if they so much as twitched. The hooded mage imperiously reiterated the demand, asserting that even the Bahal family head would want them to retreat if they knew what was good for them. Pinned down and humiliated, Torres Bahal trembled with resentment, gripping the hilt of his glowing sword, his eyes blazing with hatred. Trapped within the magic circle, Torres Bahal roared bitterly, vowing not to let anyone who dared to insult the Bahal family go unpunished. Kim Jin-ho frowned, realizing something was amiss. No, if this is the early stage of the game, Torres should only be 6 ring. Looking at the pinned Bahal knights, Kim Jin-ho calculated that if an all-out battle broke out, all of them would surely be wiped out. Without further ado, Torres Bahal unleashed his full power, performing the family's ultimate technique. A gigantic energy lion roared ferociously. Kim Jin-ho's face paled as he realized it was the lion's roar, a technique requiring at least 7 ring mastery, and he silently screamed in his head. Torres, snap out of it. You're really going to die. Kim Jin-ho immediately turned and ordered the hooded mage. Black Mirror Core. Disable the magic circle now, the hooded mage calmly replied, his voice icy. Impossible. We only take orders from the former family head. Kim Jin-ho furiously questioned. Your mission is to protect me, so why are you trying to kill the Bahal heir? The mage retorted sharply, claiming it was an overreach of authority and that Kim Jin-ho's level didn't require killing, then challenged. Disable the magic circle yourself, Kim Jin-ho shouted, demanding Torres stop. But the knight had completely lost his mind, roaring a challenge. Shut up, you Arahan! Torres Bahal, his entire body erupting with blue energy, growled, accusing Kim Jin-ho of killing guards and civilians, vowing that he would pay the price. Kim Jin-ho tried to explain it was a misunderstanding, but seeing the opponent had no intention of listening, he decisively said, Fine. The knight furiously roared. I'll make you kneel, then well talk, and unleashed a massive surge of energy. Torres Bahal provocatively repeated the challenge. All right, let's talk. But first, after I make you kneel. The gigantic energy lion charged straight towards Kim Jin-ho, his eyes turning red. Kim Jin-ho was stunned when the attack didn't explode. He thought to himself, it didn't explode. Could the Black Mirror Core have listened to me? A dazzling blue light erupted, but it wasn't a destructive explosion, rather an intervention. A member of the Black Mirror Core appeared amidst the formation, making hand seals, clearly neutralizing the magic. Amidst the storm of energy, Ryu frantically shouted Kim Jin-ho's real name, Jed. Torres Bahal's energy lion was stopped right in front of them, while Kim Jin-ho stood firm, shielding Ryu. Kim Jin-ho broke out in a cold sweat, admitting that if the Black Mirror Core hadn't intervened, he would have been wiped out by now. The knight's recent attack had shattered 4 layers of windshields from a 7-ring mage, an insane destructive power even though it was an incomplete technique. The price of going all out. Torres Bahal collapsed, fresh blood splattered on the ground. The knight knelt, coughing up blood, bitterly realizing this was the backlash from using an incomplete secret technique, but still felt honored to witness the real lion's roar. Kim Jin-ho casually walked over, his voice full of sarcasm. Feeling better now? With blazing red eyes, Kim Jin-ho questioned why he used a secret technique when he wasn't ready, leaving Torres Bahal utterly stunned. How do you know my family's secret technique? Unable to answer, Torres Bahal passed out as the magic power in his body ran wild. The Bahal family's subordinates finally broke free from the barrier, frantically shouting their captain's name and rushing forward. A knight checked and shouted that Torres Bahal was suffering from a magic reversal. The situation was extremely critical. Kim Jin-ho poured cold water on their attempts to save him. It's useless. Magic reversal cannot be cured if the caster is of a higher rank than you. Kim Jin-ho glanced, calmly declaring that the only one of a higher rank than Torres Bahal here was the mysterious mage standing behind him. The hooded mage revealed his face, confirming his identity as a member of the Black Mirror Core. Kim Jin-ho coldly gave an unbelievable order. You, heal him. The hooded mage was stunned, sharply asking why he should save a knight, but Kim Jin-ho simply replied, Torres is an old friend of mine. Deeming that friendship ridiculous, the mage was cornered by Kim Jin-ho with practical reasoning. If Torres died, the Arahan family would have to directly confront the Bahal family, gaining nothing. Kim Jin-ho delivered another critical blow, stating that Torres's death might even be good for the Arahan family, disregarding the knight writhing in agony from the magic backlash. Realizing time was running out, the hooded mage growled, placing all responsibility on Kim Jin-ho. You caused this, so now it's your mission too. True to his word, the hooded mage gripped his sword hilt, murderous intent exploding. He drew his sword, bluntly threatening that if Kim Jin-ho didn't heal Torres, his protection mission would end right here. Without hesitation, Kim Jin-ho took Torres' sword and pressed it against his own neck until blood welled up, his sharp eyes asserting, "I'm not joking, and you know that well." The hooded mage gritted his teeth, thinking that if the family head knew about this, he would go furious. Kim Jin-ho pressed the blade closer to his neck, his blazing red eyes unwavering, growling, "That's my business. Now heal him." Forced to use magic, the hooded mage had barely begun when the Bahal Knights rushed forward to stop him, one shouting, "Stop! How dare a mage lay hands on the heir?" Kim Jin-ho coldly ordered the knights, "Stand back. He is the only one who can save Torres right now." Seeing the knights still hesitant, Kim Jin-ho added a critical remark that silenced them. "Or do you want your heir to die?" Finally, the hooded mage was able to calmly cast his magic, a stream of green healing energy enveloping Torres Bahal's dying body. The Bahal Knights breathed a sigh of relief when they saw their captain out of danger, one joyfully exclaiming, "Torres, thank heavens, his mana pulse is stabilizing." Ryu realized the mage had vanished without a trace. She turned to ask Kim Jin-ho, but he simply replied that he was thinking. Kim Jin-ho's gaze suddenly stopped at a strange object on the ground, something the mage had left behind. The scene shifted to the outskirts of Tamaya village, a fortified area, signaling the group's next destination. In the dead of night at the knight's encampment, Kim Jin-ho and Ryu sat alone in a corner, the silence eerily profound. Kim Jin-ho flipped over the magic card number 9 that the mage had left, on which was clearly written the choice, abandon or survive. Ryu confirmed whether the group just now was truly the Black Mirror Corps. Kim Jin-ho affirmed they were the real deal, and now they were ordering him to rely on himself, as if losing his safety net. Ryu was surprised Kim Jin-ho knew about the Black Mirror Corps. He calmly replied that even children knew that name, even if they didn't understand what the group did. Ryu looked worriedly at the Bahal Knights brandishing their weapons, warning that they were on high alert, and one wrong move could mean both of them would be wiped out. Kim Jin-ho calmly explained that if he were a knight and she a mage, they would surely be dead, because knights value honor above all else, and would never harm their saviors. He clearly analyzed the nature of the two factions. Knights live and die for honor, while mages would even stab friends for profit. Both are extreme but extremely easy to control. Just throw honor to knights and profit to mages. A Bahal Knight stepped forward, briefly informing Kim Jin-ho, "The heir has summoned you, follow me." A hot cup of tea was placed on the table, signaling the start of a conversation. Torres Bahal, who had just narrowly escaped death, was now fully recovered and sat opposite them, politely inviting Kim Jin-ho and Ryu to enjoy the fine tea from his domain. Kim Jin-ho calmly took a sip of tea, while Ryu still looked at him with a hint of reservation. Ryu admitted the tea was very fragrant and that her condition had greatly improved, all thanks to him. Noticing the overly formal atmosphere, Kim Jin-ho suggested they both speak freely, without bothering with formalities. Hearing this, Ryu immediately relaxed, her face visibly brightening, and Kim Jin-ho added, "You're 17, right? Just be yourself." The conversation shifted to Torres Bahal, the knight who had remained silent until now. Kim Jin-ho teased him about their ages, claiming he was 15 and Torres 17, then asked if he should call him Big Brother, but Torres flatly refused to call a mage that. Ryu sat in a corner, her mind nearly short-circuiting as she witnessed the unbelievable sight. An Arahan and a Bahal chatting like close friends. Torres Bahal became serious again, starting by thanking Kim Jin-ho for saving his life. Kim Jin-ho thought to himself, "I didn't expect an arrogant Bahal to know how to thank a mage, but I know Torres' personality well, and quite like it." Putting aside the pleasantries, Torres went straight to the point, questioning Kim Jin-ho about his statement that Chief Clark's murder was just a misunderstanding. Facing Torres Bahal's question, Kim Jin-ho began to explain, his face reflected in the teacup, utterly nonchalant. "Just as I said, I will explain everything." He recounted the entire story from his time in prison until arriving here, naturally omitting the part about awakening his mana and absorbing overwhelming lightning power. Kim Jin-ho concluded, "The Arahan bloodline never backs down from a fight. They started it, so I just hit back." Torres Bahal looked skeptical, suggesting it could be considered self-defense if what he said was true. Kim Jin-ho smirked, his voice full of challenge. "If I didn't want to settle things peacefully, I would have left you to die there." Torres Bahal was speechless, forced to admit it was true. Completely convinced, Torres Bahal bowed his head and admitted, "I will believe you. It seems I misunderstood." As an apology, Torres Bahal offered a pouch of powdered minar leaves, but Kim Jin-ho seemed rather uninterested in this gift. Kim Jin-ho crossed his arms and flatly refused. "If you want to apologize, do something else for me." Torres Bahal was surprised but still willing to accept the request within his capabilities. Kim Jin-ho's request shocked the other two. Help find Ryu's missing sibling. Ryu couldn't believe her ears, blurting out his in-game name, Jed? Ignoring Torres Bahal's question about what a mage would gain, Kim Jin-ho concluded with determined, glowing red eyes. I promised I would help. That's all. The next morning, an army encampment had been set up, indicating that the agreement was finalized and a new journey was about to begin. Inside the tent, Kim Jin-ho was shirtless and drenched in sweat, performing extremely strenuous physical exercises while Ryu observed from a distance. Ryu was speechless, thinking to herself, I can't believe someone would use a favor from the Bahal family just to find a missing sibling for a street urchin. He really is a strange guy. Ryu called out loudly, inviting Kim Jin-ho to eat Verde Mountain beef, but he simply replied that they would all go once he finished this set. Torres Bahal stood outside observing, his mind full of questions. A mage sweating from training? I thought mages considered that barbarian work? The knight recalled the rumor that Jed Arahan had no mana, likening the situation to a knight going into battle without a sword. However, seeing Kim Jin-ho not giving up and diligently working out, Torres Bahal began to feel admiration, wondering if he himself possessed such an iron will as this mage. Torres Bahal clenched his armored fist, resolutely making a decision. I must befriend this mage who possesses more knightly spirit than any knight. With a resolute gaze and a confident smile, Torres Bahal concluded in his mind that no matter what, he would become Kim Jin-ho's comrade. True to his word, Kim Jin-ho, Ryu, and Torres Bahal sat together at a table, in front of a massive grilled Verde Mountain beef that made Ryu exclaim in awe. Torres Bahal smirked, declaring this was the minimum hospitality for a dinner with a member of the Arahan family, while Ryu's eyes lit up upon hearing that the dish was extremely rich in protein for muscle growth. Torres Bahal invited everyone to the lavish banquet table he had prepared, stating that there was no time to waste when delicious food was laid out before them. Torres Bahal explained the round table had no head seat, implying equality, which made Kim Jin-ho think, this knight is quite capable. Still suspicious, Ryu whispered to Kim Jin-ho if it was all right to eat the enemy's food, wondering what if it was poisoned. Kim Jin-ho nonchalantly brushed her off, telling Ryu to trust him and dig in, asserting that this dish was 1,000 times better than prison food. Taking his word, Ryu and Kim Jin-ho devoured the food, their eyes shining brightly because the meat was so excellent, making Kim Jin-ho envious of the knight's daily meals. As soon as they finished eating, Kim Jin-ho immediately changed his tune, his sharp gaze directly questioning that there was no such thing as a free meal in this world. And Torres Bahal surely had some ulterior motive. One Bahal knight couldn't stand it, abruptly standing up and asking Torres Bahal for permission to leave, stating he couldn't sit at the same table as an enemy. The rest of the Bahal knights also stood up in unison, flatly declaring that they had tolerated an Arahan being at the outpost long enough, but sitting at the same table was beyond their endurance. True to their word, the knights all left, leaving the banquet table empty with only 3 people sitting alone. Torres Bahal apologetically excused his disrespectful subordinates, but Kim Jin-ho merely waved his hand, casually telling him not to worry and not to be foolish enough to punish them for nothing. Kim Jin-ho sneered, asking Torres Bahal why he was defending his rude subordinates, then explained, they've been brainwashed since childhood that mages are enemies. What they need is understanding, not a scolding. Torres Bahal bowed his head in thought, completely convinced by Kim Jin-ho's reasoning. Understanding. I've learned a lesson. Kim Jin-ho laid his cards on the table, looking directly at his opponent. More importantly, didn't you have something you wanted to tell us all this time? Which made Torres Bahal admit he had been seen through. Torres Bahal went straight to the point, asking the group to postpone their plan to go to Frilda to find Ryu's brother for one day, which stunned her while Kim Jin-ho simply asked, why? The knight explained, I want my team to know you're a decent person. Just one day, while Kim Jin-ho silently considered. Kim Jin-ho turned to ask Ryu for her opinion, and she nonchalantly replied that she was fine, because if they left now, those knights would just be putting on an act anyway. Hearing this, Kim Jin-ho immediately agreed. The scene shifted to the southern front, a gloomy forest outside the walls of Tamaya. 2 monsters bared their fangs and claws, wildly tearing at each other, their killing intent filling the air. In the blink of an eye, one monster was sliced in half, blood splattering everywhere, and Torres Bahal stood tall at the scene. A young knight reported with a confident expression, just a low-level monster, Lord Torres, and received a concise compliment from his commander. Torres Bahal ordered, continue the sweep, move out. The knights promptly obeyed. Kim Jin-ho thought to himself, I don't understand why Torres Bahal dragged me all the way out here. I only intended to follow along for appearances. It turned out Torres had assembled 20 knights to form a reconnaissance team, advancing into the front lines where monsters swarmed like maggots. Kim Jin-ho began to speculate, wondering if the guy was preparing for a feast. He remembered that the Bahal family had a tradition of holding feasts after every successful mission, and guessed that Torres wanted him to participate in that well-done brothers moment. Torres Bahal turned, giving a sneer. A 17-year-old kid is quite sentimental, isn't he? Suddenly, a knight shouted, reporting that strange tracks had been found, and even Torres Bahal admitted he had never seen this kind before. Torres Bahal turned to ask his subordinates if anyone recognized the monster's footprints, but he was met only with silence. The brown-haired knight suggested they should report back to headquarters as per protocol, since this was a new type of monster, but Torres Bahal seemed unwilling to retreat so easily. Torres Bahal confidently declared that this was Zone 1, so even if it was a new monster, it would only be small fry, though a knight cautiously warned against being overconfident. Just as Torres Bahal was about to retreat, Kim Jin-ho unexpectedly spoke up, offering help, which surprised the blonde knight. "What? You know what this is?" Kim Jin-ho nonchalantly explained that it was a basilisk, a mid-level monster, and with 25 ring knights, this fight would be too easy. While Torres Bahal was still stunned, the brown-haired knight yelled out, questioning why their captain would trust a mage from the west about a southern monster they had never seen. Kim Jin-ho retorted, saying perhaps the Arahan family's monster library was better than the Bahal's, which infuriated the knights, who cursed him as an Arahan without mana daring to be insolent. Kim Jin-ho's eyes turned crimson, radiating killing intent as he growled, "Who is mocking whom? A mere knight dares to speak so casually to a descendant of Arahan." Seeing the tense situation, Torres Bahal quickly intervened, ordering his subordinates to shut up unless commanded. Torres Bahal turned, lowering his voice to apologize to Jed, Kim Jin-ho, for his men's behavior, acknowledging his good intentions, but admitting things weren't going as planned. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a gigantic basilisk emerged from beneath, its gaping maw full of sharp teeth ready to swallow the entire team. Without a second's hesitation, Torres Bahal drew his sword, his eyes sharp, roaring orders for the entire team to get into battle formation. Torres Bahal yelled, "Disperse!" his face devoid of fear, ready to confront the monster. Without another word, Torres Bahal charged forward, pushing Kim Jin-ho out of the monster's attack path. As soon as he landed, Torres Bahal took a stance, his sharp eyes unwavering. Torres Bahal quickly asked, "Jed, are you all right?" But Kim Jin-ho had already yelled a warning. "Torres, behind you, duck!" Right behind him, the basilisk's gaping maw was about to swallow Torres Bahal whole. This was top-tier reflex. Torres Bahal narrowly dodged the attack as the monster snapped its jaws, missing him and hitting the ground. The knight clicked his tongue, looking annoyed at being outsmarted by the monster. And here was the problem. Not just one, but two gigantic basilisks were eyeing the entire team. Unfazed, Torres Bahal channeled blue energy around his sword, roaring, "Concentrate fire on the one on the right." All the Bahal knights responded in unison, activating their powers simultaneously, ready to charge into battle at their captain's command. Attack! Torres Bahal charged, leading the entire team straight towards the two monsters. A Bahal knight channeled a greenish sword aura, striking directly at the basilisk's eye. The entire knight squad unleashed skills continuously, creating an earth-shattering energy explosion. But the monster still stood firm. Kim Jin-ho calmly remarked, his voice full of experience, "These knights are well trained, but a 5th or 6th ring sword aura won't penetrate this monster's hide." Meanwhile, the other basilisk roared, its entire body emitting a crimson energy, sharp spines sprouting all over its back, preparing for a sweeping attack. Kim Jin-ho immediately yelled a warning, "It's their turn. Everyone get down." Torres Bahal didn't hesitate for a second, roaring orders to the entire team. "Listen to Jed, get down now." The entire Bahal Knight squad obeyed instantly, simultaneously dropping to the ground in a flash. Kim Jin-ho had also gotten down, but one knight, looking unconvinced, secretly glanced back. The stubborn knight slowly got up, grumbling disdainfully. "Why should we listen to a mage?" Kim Jin-ho's eyes turned crimson with killing intent, and he growled his command. "I told you to get down, you fool." Immediately, the other basilisk tensed, firing a crimson-spiked club-like tail. It let out a roar, and its entire body unleashed a torrent of pitch-black, poisonous spines, sweeping away everything in its path. The volley of poisonous spines flew right over the heads of the Bahal Knights, lying flat on the ground, just as commanded. An entire area of trees behind them was shredded by the rain of spines, showing that standing up would have turned them into sieves. Torres Bahal lifted his head, breaking into a cold sweat as he realized the monster had just fired poisonous spines in all directions, yet none had hit the ground. Kim Jin-ho pressed the stubborn knight down firmly, his voice full of sarcasm. "It would hurt a lot if you got hit, you know? I just saved your life." He stood up, analyzing the situation extremely quickly for Torres Bahal. "The next attack will target low, almost impossible to dodge. We have to take it down before it strikes." Kim Jin-ho confidently proposed. "Torres, can you and the knights handle the one on the left?" Torres Bahal was heavily shocked. "What? You plan to take on one alone? Do you really know its weakness?" There was no time for explanations. Kim Jin-ho growled, his eyes glowing crimson. "No time. Tell me, can you do it or not?" Torres Bahal gritted his teeth, determined to bet on the mysterious mage. "All right, well, handle it quickly. Just don't you dare die." Kim Jin-ho smirked, his crimson eyes full of confidence, thinking that knight was pretty cool, then stated concisely, "Then I'll leave it to you." Immediately, Torres Bahal roared, leading the Bahal knights to charge towards the monster on the left, while Kim Jin-ho had vanished without a trace. A system panel appeared, activating the trait Tenacious Challenger S. Kim Jin-ho channeled his energy, determined not to sit idly by while his favorite character was giving his all. All stats temporarily surged, magic activated, lightning form. Kim Jin-ho's entire body erupted with brilliant golden lightning. As soon as he transformed, he stood before the basilisk, his voice full of challenge. "Where are you looking?" Not giving the monster time to react, Kim Jin-ho lunged like a lightning bolt, roaring, "Your opponent is me!" Crash! A lightning strike landed directly on the basilisk's jaw, causing its massive head to snap violently to one side. In the midst of battle, Kim Jin-ho maintained an arrogant smile, thinking, "My first hunt, and I run into a basilisk right away? Looks like we're lucky," he muttered as a sharp stream of energy from his hand cut deep into the monster's scales. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A series of lightning-infused energy blasts from his attack shot out, shredding the forest behind the monster. Kim Jin-ho, enveloped in lightning, directly confronted the roaring basilisk. He smirked, his mind racing. This guy only has one weakness. With the experience of a hardcore gamer, he immediately pinpointed the target. If it were human, it would be the top of the head. Without a second's hesitation, Kim Jin-ho plunged down from above like a lightning meteor, roaring, "Time to smash it." He unleashed a devastating punch, his entire body exploding with energy, his face radiating absolute confidence. The powerful punch caused the basilisk's head to explode, its gigantic body convulsing in pain. Kim Jin-ho landed lightly amidst the monster's rain of blood and flesh, his entire body still enveloped by brilliant golden lightning. After being defeated, the basilisk's corpse vanished, leaving behind a hovering crimson energy orb, signaling a valuable drop. A notification panel appeared, confirming the item was Demon's Breath, a core ingredient for crafting elixirs. Kim Jin-ho took the orb, laughing gleefully at the incredible deal. Elixirs usually boost random stats, but I only have magic stats, so this is 100% a magic buff potion. Having just farmed one, Kim Jin-ho didn't bother resting, declaring he would hunt the second one immediately. On the other side of the battlefield, Torres Bahal put all his strength into a powerful spinning slash. The sword clashed fiercely against the monster's scales, and a knight frantically yelled, "Young master!" The recoil was immense. His armored legs were pushed back, tearing up the ground. Powerless against the monster's tough defense, Torres Bahal gritted his teeth in frustration. "Damn it. I've been left too far behind by the other knights." There was no more time to waste, he screamed in despair as the basilisk's jaws were about to crush him. At that moment of life and death, a brilliant golden energy suddenly erupted from inside the monster's jaws. Torres Bahal was stunned, realizing a hand enveloped in lightning had stopped the monster's deadly bite. Kim Jin-ho had appeared, holding the monster's jaw with one hand, casually asking the bewildered knight, "Are you all right?" Standing atop the monster with overwhelming electrical energy, Kim Jin-ho made Torres Bahal shout his in-game name. "Jed?" Torres Bahal froze at the strange energy, while the Bahal knights rushed over, shouting for their young lord. The Bahal knights looked bewildered, not understanding where Kim Jin-ho had come from. Then one of them recognized the familiar light. Kim Jin-ho stood there, brilliant golden lightning coiling around him, his crimson eyes exuding the aura of the real deal. Torres Bahal stammered, asking if it was truly lightning energy, as he had heard Jed had no mana, but Kim Jin-ho calmly confirmed it. "Just unlocked it recently," Kim Jin-ho replied nonchalantly, shocking Torres Bahal to his core, unable to believe his ears. Theoretically, the mana circle around the heart should form before the age of 6, and Jed was already 15, meaning he was a born cripple with no chance. This was as illogical as a person who lost a finger suddenly growing a new one, an unprecedented event in the Empire's 1,000-year history. Torres Bahal could only conclude that Jed's will was so formidable it had moved even the heavens. Kim Jin-ho picked up the monster's magic core and asked Torres if he wanted to keep it, but then coolly stated that he only needed the core, and the knight could sell the hide for money to buy beef. While the knight was still dazed, Kim Jin-ho was immersed in the joy of a gamer who, after 10 years of grinding, had never dropped 2 items at once. The Bahal knights gathered, buzzing about the Arahan boy. He had single-handedly killed a strange monster and awakened lightning energy, a power thought to exist only in legends. The rumor was confirmed to be true, as Lord Torres himself had witnessed it. They began to see this Arahan as distinctly different from other mages, generous, and even exercising diligently like a true warrior. That night, a few knights on guard duty regretted not volunteering for patrol to witness the real deal's performance firsthand. In the middle of the tavern, the knight whose life Kim Jin-ho had saved approached, bowing repeatedly in gratitude, witnessed by the others. Kim Jin-ho asked casually, and the knight shamefully admitted he had hesitated on the battlefield, a great disgrace, and promised to seriously reflect. Kim Jin-ho wondered why everyone's attitude had done a complete 180 inches just one day, while Ryu happily believed they would now genuinely help her find her brother. An unfamiliar blonde knight suddenly appeared, calling Kim Jin-ho and Ryu outside to speak privately. Outside, the blonde knight raised his cup, praised Kim Jin-ho, and confirmed that the entire patrol team had changed their perspective and would help tomorrow. Kim Jin-ho thanked him, but the blonde knight asserted it was only right, because they owed Kim Jin-ho a life, and that was a knight's honor. The blonde knight revealed he had to return to the family tomorrow to report, because the lord was deeply shocked. Kim Jin-ho asked directly if he would get into trouble for being close to an Arahan, and the knight merely smiled, admitting, "I anticipated it." The blonde knight boldly declared to Ryu that after reporting to the lord, he would head straight to Frilda, promising to use all his strength to find her sister. Kim Jin-ho patted Ryu's shoulder, affirming this was a great opportunity since a Bahal noble was getting involved, which made the blonde knight chuckle with delight. Ryu, moved to tears, mumbled her thanks to both of them, receiving a concise, brotherly reply, "We're friends, it's nothing." The next morning, the group arrived at the southern commercial port city of Frilda, a bustling place with busy ships. Ryu began to provide information about her missing sister. Her name is Lisa. She's 13, with long golden hair down to her waist. Kim Jin-ho demanded more clues, but Ryu could only stammer, describing her height with her hand and concluding that her sister had a cute face, leaving our main character speechless. At a loss with the vague information, Kim Jin-ho turned and ordered the Bahal Knights to check the slave records of the smaller families in the city, and they immediately obeyed without question. Kim Jin-ho decided to start from where Ryu used to work, then suddenly asked for directions to a nearby clothing store. Ryu pointed towards the Hamel Trading Company, bitterly recounting that this was the place that had accused her of theft and thrown her out onto the streets. Kim Jin-ho donned a sleek, noble outfit, explaining that he needed a disguise to avoid trouble and would go alone, leaving Ryu astonished by his genuine noble aura, only to receive a cold reply. "I was a noble to begin with." Kim Jin-ho, in his gleaming noble attire, confidently strode into the lion's den, confronting a burly guard. The muscular slave trader bowed, warmly asking if the customer needed to find any special goods. Kim Jin-ho got straight to the point, confirming if this was the Hamel Trading Company, while Ryu peeked from a distance. The slave trader sneered, laying his cards on the table. "You're mistaken, young master. This is a slave trading post." The slave trader's smile vanished, his eyes turning sharp as he realized Kim Jin-ho's intent from the word goods. Losing all patience, the burly man leaned close to Kim Jin-ho's face, growling, "Hey kid, you're not a noble, are you? A punk like you trying to put on an act?" Kim Jin-ho didn't even blink, replying coldly, "Big mistake. What if I am a noble?" The slave trader confidently analyzed, asserting that nobles never traveled alone, and grabbed Kim Jin-ho's shoulder, suspecting him of being connected to someone named Dvito. Kim Jin-ho smirked, his eyes full of disdain. "Are you cunning or just plain stupid?" "Dvito?" Provoked, the slave trader roared, raising his hammer-like fist, determined to teach this brat a lesson with violence. After the warm-up, the slave trader's face was bruised purple, while Kim Jin-ho coldly laid down conditions. "If you don't want more beatings, answer clearly." As the slave trader mumbled, Kim Jin-ho delivered a thunderous slap to the back of his neck, growling, "I said, answer clearly." The man was scared out of his wits and quickly assented. Kim Jin-ho began to interrogate him about the building's history, and the kneeling slave trader trembled as he confessed that the previous owner had gone bankrupt, so they took over the place. When Kim Jin-ho asked about DeVito, the man immediately spilled everything. He was the biggest slave trader in the southern region. Hearing this, Kim Jin-ho concluded, "Then, he's the next destination." Kim Jin-ho asked where the others were, and the slave trader blurted out, calling them display goods. Hearing the word goods, Kim Jin-ho furiously kicked the man in the face, roaring, "Watch your mouth, you bastard." Taking the full force of the kick, the slave trader clutched his face and yelped, stammering to correct himself in a panic. Kim Jin-ho showed no mercy. Every time the man tried to say goods, he received a slap, forcing him to correct himself until he realized he was talking about slaves. Finally, the slave trader understood when Kim Jin-ho challenged, "Slaves are also human beings. Do you think it's okay to treat them like objects?" After his lesson, Kim Jin-ho gave a concise order, "Lead the way, now." The terrified slave trader immediately obeyed, not daring to utter another word. The slave trader, his face swollen, trembled like a leaf as he led Kim Jin-ho, stammering to call him young master. Kim Jin-ho looked through the bars, his eyes icy as he witnessed the scene before him. Inside, a crowd of people were caged like animals. The filthy sight made Kim Jin-ho's anger flare up again. He grabbed the slave trader by the collar, asking if there were any others, but received the reply that there were no young or blonde slaves here. Kim Jin-ho calculated that child slaves fetched high prices, so Lisa must have been sold to a larger place, and the next target was the boss DeVito. But first, Kim Jin-ho gave the slave trader one last chance to act like a human being, leaving the man bewildered. The command was concise: "Bring out all the money from the vault and the cell keys." Thud! The slave trader was mercilessly thrown straight into the cell. Locked behind bars, the slave trader could only silently listen to the verdict: "Stay in there for a while." Standing outside with the newly freed people, Kim Jin-ho looked directly at the man and stated firmly, "You need to experience it too." After clearing out the slave trading den, Kim Jin-ho arranged decent lodging for the slaves and declared they would be granted freedom. He distributed all the slave traders' assets to the victims, having the knights escort them to safety. An old man among the slaves couldn't believe this kindness, and Kim Jin-ho reassured him to just rest. During the meal, Kim Jin-ho listened to their stories, because the experiences of seasoned individuals often hold unexpected information. An old man spoke up, introducing himself as Gordon, a former assistant to the Sherville family who had ended up here after the family's downfall. Kim Jin-ho was startled to hear the name Sherville, a renowned family thought to have been completely wiped out, while Gordon merely attributed his survival to luck. The recollection began. If Arahan was a legend among mages, then Sherville was the pinnacle of blacksmithing, where people lined up just to acquire an artifact crafted by them. But then, the glory ended, and the entire family was branded as traitors by the Empire and mercilessly annihilated in the war. Now, the name Sherville was merely a faint line in history, a truth Kim Jin-ho had known all along, both from the game and in real life. Gordon spread his calloused hands, bitterly admitting that the glorious days were a thing of the past, with no heir left to pass on the legendary craft. Kim Jin-ho showed sympathy, considering it a great loss, but thought to himself, "For me, this is also an enormous loss." Gordon leaned close to Kim Jin-ho's ear, whispering that he had something important to say privately and requested secrecy. Kim Jin-ho immediately agreed. Gordon glanced around, ensuring no one could eavesdrop on their upcoming conversation. They both decided to move to a more secluded spot to conveniently exchange confidential information. In a hidden corner, Gordon dropped a bombshell. The true heir of Sherville, Lacto, is still alive. Kim Jin-ho was heavily shocked and yelled, "What?" But Gordon quickly gestured for silence, asking him to calm down before being pressed for the person's whereabouts. Gordon explained that Lacto's chief assistant had taken his place. They swapped clothes and burned the body so no one would recognize it. The old man further revealed that if the plan had gone smoothly, Lacto would now be hiding in Myers, making Kim Jin-ho realize this was nuclear bomb-level information. However, Kim Jin-ho also fully understood that finding a fugitive was almost impossible. Gordon expressed his trust, hoping Kim Jin-ho wouldn't harm the heir, and was reassured that he fully understood the situation. Feeling that staying outside too long would arouse suspicion, Kim Jin-ho suggested they both return inside. Sitting at the dining table, Ryu sighed deeply, so weary of life that she didn't even bother to touch her chopsticks. Seeing this, Kim Jin-ho asked, "Why aren't you eating? Lost your appetite?" Which startled Ryu, who called him Jed. Kim Jin-ho reassured her that today's slave trader was just small fry, and tomorrow at DeVito's place, they would find more clues. But Ryu only replied listlessly. Hearing the name DeVito, Gordon, who was sitting nearby, immediately sprang to his feet, frantically calling out to Kim Jin-ho. Gordon shouted a warning that DeVito was a shark of an entirely different caliber, and Kim Jin-ho had no idea who was backing him. Kim Jin-ho merely smirked confidently, declaring that no matter how powerful DeVito's backer was, he still had the Bahal Knights. But Gordon insisted that DeVito's network spanned the entire empire. Gordon played his trump card. There are even rumors that his biggest client is Arahan. This stunned Kim Jin-ho. The two words Arahan struck him like lightning, and the image of the mysterious hooded mage of the Black Mirror Corps immediately flashed in Kim Jin-ho's mind. Kim Jin-ho still didn't believe it, wondering why a great family like Arahan would venture all the way to the south. But Gordon asserted there was a very clear reason. Gordon explained the insidious strategy. The enemy's loss is our gain. Capturing all the slaves will cripple the economy of the southern nobles, including the Bahal family. Kim Jin-ho froze, his mind racing. If it's Arahan, everything makes sense. Wait, then. He immediately connected it to the hooded assassins and realized the problem had escalated. Could the Black Mirror Corps be protecting DeVito? This is no longer just about dealing with a slave trader. The lion symbol of the Bahal family and the dragon of the Arahan family clashed fiercely in his mind. This could ignite a covert war between the two great families. Ryu spoke up worriedly, seeing through his tension. Jed, if what the old man said is true then. She realized that Gordon wasn't just giving an empty warning, but was genuinely concerned for Kim Jin-ho's life, daring to poke this hornet's nest. Kim Jin-ho turned, offering a confident smile to reassure Ryu. Don't worry too much. This is for you. But it's also because it's the right thing to do. His eyes sharpened, asserting firmly with an unshakable demeanor. That's right. I'm just following my beliefs. No matter what, the goal remained unchanged. To deal with DeVito and free the miserable people imprisoned behind bars. The next day, in a bustling port city, the hunt officially began. Kim Jin-ho advanced alone straight to DeVito's slave market, a colossal and magnificent building, ready to flatten this den of scum. Kim Jin-ho entered the slave trader's lair alone, his aura radiant as if on a stroll, while a bald guard came to meet him with a murderous expression. Wham! Without much ado, Kim Jin-ho was already inside, startling two burly guards who didn't understand what had just happened. The long-haired guard furiously chased after him, roaring, "You brat, what the hell are you doing?" Ignoring the barking, Kim Jin-ho coldly cut straight to the chase. "Where is DeVito?" The guards began to lecture him condescendingly, scoffing at him as just a pampered young master, and threatening that even nobles got their skulls cracked here. Kim Jin-ho clicked his tongue in utter disdain, uttering a light remark. Tisk. Doing business with the Arahan family has truly ruined you all. Hearing the two words Arahan, the two guards froze, and when Kim Jin-ho's eyes turned crimson, they knew they had provoked something they shouldn't have. Immediately, the two intimidating enforcers who had been so arrogant just moments ago prostrated themselves, bowing repeatedly. "Forgive us. We didn't recognize the young master of the Arahan family." Standing in the hall with two thugs prostrate at his feet, Kim Jin-ho glanced at one and asked the cloaked boss standing at the door, "Is this DeVito?" The cloaked boss, DeVito himself, secretly thought this guy was just small fry, but the guard's reactions betrayed everything. Hes definitely from the Black Mirror Corps. I hoped it wasn't true, but it is. Looking down from above, DeVito clicked his tongue in annoyance, seeing Kim Jin-ho already in the main hall, while the two guards were bowing their heads to the ground. A true boss appeared, his face sinister, and he spoke mockingly. "What wind has brought such a distinguished guest to this filthy place?" The boss continued to taunt, directly asking about Kim Jin-ho destroying the slave market at the docks yesterday, making Kim Jin-ho realize that the Arahan label didn't intimidate this guy. Picking up a wine bottle, the boss remarked that Kim Jin-ho either had more guts than he thought, or was just an idiot who didn't know his place. Kim Jin-ho didn't bother to argue, his eyes glowing crimson as he flatly declared, "From today, Arahan cuts ties with you. I will take all the remaining slaves, so it's best to cooperate." Hearing the declaration of war, the boss's face twitched with anger, clearly having been hit where it hurt. But immediately after, the boss burst into laughter, acting as if he had just heard the funniest joke on earth. Two burly thugs appeared, and the boss continued in a condescending tone. "Don't you know manners? You dare look an Arahan in the eye and think you'll survive? So, when do you plan to kill me?" The boss raised his glass, adopting a superior air. "All right, no more chit-chat. Since you're a distinguished guest, I won't kill you." The thugs had drawn their weapons, axes and machetes, glinting as they surrounded Kim Jin-ho, and the boss concluded, Consider this a life lesson. Kim Jin-ho's eyes glowed red. He had decided to clear these guys out with violence. There's no other way. He targeted the hooded assassin, the only one who seemed like a tough opponent, and calculated, if he's only around 5th ring, I can still handle him. Kim Jin-ho clenched his fist, intending to launch a swift, decisive, preemptive strike, while the thugs surrounded him with their weapons. Suddenly, a powerful voice from outside roared, "Surround the building!" This made Kim Jin-ho halt in surprise. The voice continued with a decisive command, Teams 1 and 2, breach. It was clearly a large-scale raid. Immediately, a colossal blue energy surge erupted outside, sweeping away all the slave traders' henchmen in the blink of an eye. Torres Bahal appeared with the Bahal Knights, his aura soaring, roaring the command, "In the name of the Emperor's decree, kill them all." The slave market boss's face went pale, utterly terrified. What the hell is Lord Bahal doing here? A brilliant blue sword aura slashed straight into the room, destroying everything in its path. The boss collapsed to the floor, clutching his head in extreme fear, stammering in disbelief. What's going on? Amidst the chaos, Kim Jin-ho had seized the slave market boss, one hand tightly gripping his head. The boss was slammed face first onto the floor, his eyes wide with horror as he looked at the one who had just subdued him. Torres Bahal coldly pointed at a nearby corpse, confirming its identity, the slave trader Dvito. The boss yelled, demanding a reason, but Torres Bahal immediately condemned him for kidnapping and defiling the honor of the Bahal family. Torres Bahal, eyes blazing with sword energy, declared he would sever all of the boss's limbs as a warning, making him realize that both his sworn enemies now wanted his life. Overwhelmed with fear, the boss raised his hands, begging for his life as a deadly blue energy stream shot towards him. The boss was stunned. Fresh blood splattered on his face, yet he was unharmed. It turned out Torres Bahal had merely swept his sword past him to deal with someone else right beside him. Dvito's arm flew into the air. Torres Bahal had executed this man first to make a statement, causing the boss of the slave market to kneel in terror. Now it was the boss's turn. Both his arms were severed, blood gushing as he frantically begged for his life. Slash! Torres Bahal said no more, swinging his sword to send the boss of the slave market to his grave. Torres Bahal's gaze was icy, devoid of emotion after swiftly dealing with his target. After clearing the first floor, Torres Bahal declared coldly as the boss's head rolled at his feet. Kim Jin-ho appeared just in time, and Torres Bahal turned to directly ask about the so-called imperial decree. Torres Bahal smirked, announcing that the emperor had just ordered a complete purge of slave traders, sarcastically calling his majesty an enlightened ruler. Kim Jin-ho looked surprised, his eyes flashing red, and asked if all the other slave traders had also been dealt with. The knight explained that he had sent other teams to clean up, while he personally came here because this was the largest den, then turned to question Kim Jin-ho if he intended to take on Dvito alone. Kim Jin-ho casually confirmed, yes, causing Torres Bahal to warn him not to be reckless. But then he froze, utterly shocked as he realized this kid might be a 6-ring mage. Torres Bahal ordered the Bahal Knights to search for slaves, but in his mind, he knew that even under the emperor's name, the Arahan family would certainly not overlook this matter. Amidst the pool of blood and the final boss's corpse, Kim Jin-ho simply stood there with his arms crossed, his domineering aura not at all inferior to the royal knights. Torres Bahal looked down at the corpse of a henchman, thinking to himself that his resigned expression showed a foolish loyalty to the Arahan bloodline. A Bahal knight ran up to report to Torres Bahal, "Sir Torres, we've found slaves in the basement." Rows of ragged slaves shuffled out from the darkness, led by old man Gordon, their faces etched with weariness and despair. The dense crowd of slaves walked silently under the supervision of the Bahal Knights, the atmosphere as heavy as lead. Amidst the crowd, Ryu stood beside Kim Jin-ho and Torres Bahal, her eyes constantly scanning, searching for a familiar figure. A knight reported there were about 600 people, and Torres Bahal immediately ordered, "If there's any blonde girl, bring her to Ryu." Ryu whispered her sister's name in vain. Suddenly, Ryu spotted a familiar blonde back amidst the sea of people, hope flickering in her eyes. Ryu shouted Lisa, causing all eyes to turn towards her. Even Kim Jin-ho glanced over. But when the blonde woman turned around, Ryu froze, realizing her mistake, and stammered an apology in disappointment. Ryu collapsed against Kim Jin-ho, and he coldly thought to himself, "The harsh reality is that young girls are highly sought after and expensive. It's likely she's already been sold." Seeing Ryu distraught, Kim Jin-ho placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice firm, "Ryu, don't give up." And the girl could only mumble a hopeless reply. In another dungeon area, the Bahal Knights were patrolling, a gloomy atmosphere pervading. A brown-haired Bahal Knight approached Torres Bahal, his face full of concern. Sir Torres, unfortunately. The knight delivered the grim news. Those slaves were the last ones, causing Ryu's last glimmer of hope to completely vanish. Torres Bahal merely mumbled, "I understand." While Ryu stood frozen beside a terrifyingly silent Kim Jin-ho, the sky was turning to dusk, sunset enveloping the entire city, signaling the end of a long day. A pure white warhorse with majestic blue eyes appeared, ready for a new journey. The brown-haired Bahal knight reported again. "Sir Torres, as ordered, we will escort the rescued slaves back to the imperial palace." Torres Bahal turned to encourage them both. "You two have worked hard today. Tomorrow, we will continue to sweep through the slave traders. We'll find her sooner or later," and Kim Jin-ho simply replied, "Thank you for your help, sir." Suddenly, the warhorse let out a resounding neigh and reared up, startling Ryu. The warhorse unexpectedly reared up, making Ryu fall backward, and Torres Bahal could only sigh exasperatedly. "Don't scare people right next to you like that." Torres Bahal turned to ask Ryu if she was all right, but the girl was still dazed, not understanding what had just happened. Amidst the crowd, Torres Bahal suddenly noticed an unfamiliar blonde girl standing bewildered, and he idly asked, "A blonde girl?" Kim Jin-ho, with the keen eye of a top player, also noticed this new presence, and turned to ask Ryu, "Hey Ryu, was this girl here earlier?" The blonde girl suddenly turned her head, seemingly recognizing a familiar figure among the slaves. Her eyes fixed on a thin blonde boy, she called out with a trembling voice, "Big brother?" Only then did Ryu regain her composure. Looking in that direction and freezing, she stammered inaudibly. Lee, hope, thought to be extinguished, suddenly flared, and Ryu screamed, "Lisa!" then shot forward like an arrow. Lisa also recognized her sister, and at the same time, yelled "Big brother," then ran to embrace her long-lost brother. Surrounded by knights, the two siblings hugged, sobbing uncontrollably in a reunion that seemed impossible. Kim Jin-ho scoffed, commenting that Lisa wasn't noticed because of her hood, while Torres Bahal thought to himself that they almost missed the girl if not for the horse. Kim Jin-ho turned to tease Torres Bahal. "What's wrong crying?" The knight turned his face away, vehemently denying, "No, it's just dust in my eye." Amidst the night townscape, Kim Jin-ho continued to provoke. "Heartless man, aren't you moved by this scene? You're clearly crying." But Torres Bahal remained stubborn. "I told you I'm not." Kim Jin-ho raised a wooden beer mug, declaring loudly, "Tonight, it's on me. Let's party hard, everyone." The entire tavern erupted in cheers, as the knights and the newly rescued people raised their mugs in celebration. A glistening mountain of fragrant grilled meat was served, signaling a grand feast. Lisa looked up, her eyes wide with astonishment, and overwhelmed by the lavish sight. A blonde knight personally brought a heaping plate of meat to Lisa, gently telling the girl to eat freely, without hesitation. Lisa was touched, quickly bowing her head and mumbling thanks, her voice still trembling. The blonde knight smiled kindly. "Ryu is my friend, so are you. There's no need to be so formal." The blonde knight reassured Lisa, telling her to think of Torres Bahal as her own brother. "That guy might be cold-faced, but he's a good sort." Kim Jin-ho broke out in a cold sweat, finding his situation truly bizarre. A 40-year-old man hanging out with a 15-year-old boy and a 13-year-old girl. Ryu excitedly picked up more food for Lisa, boasting that her friends were super rich and could get anything they wanted. The party atmosphere was incredibly lively, and Ryu proudly declared herself the only one with friends from both rival families, Bahal and Arahan. Ryu and Kim Jin-ho, together, enjoyed a rare moment of peace since arriving in this world. The party was interrupted by a fully armored knight who burst in, making Torres Bahal turn around in surprise. Kim Jin-ho immediately recognized the newcomer, his eyes tensing. The stranger turned out to be the Bahal family's vice captain, Philip. Torres Bahal questioned why Philip was in such a hurry to get here, and the vice captain replied curtly that it was because of the Lord's declaration. The sword on the vice captain's hip flashed with a powerful blue light, signaling an undeniable command. With a sword pointed directly at his face, Kim Jin-ho, his eyes bloodshot, realized the party was officially over. Kim Jin-ho sighed in exasperation, only one thought in his mind, I just want one peaceful day." The vice captain coldly declared, "The Lord has ordered the Arahan to be brought to him immediately," clearly allowing no refusal. The convoy of carriages and knights escorting Kim Jin-ho sped through the dark night, passing through the gloomy forest. Inside the carriage, the vice captain began to lecture pompously. "Let me explain the rules first." He continued his sermon. "First, do not look directly into the Lord's eyes. Second, you must kneel when you meet him." Just as he was about to state the third rule, the vice captain suddenly stopped as Kim Jin-ho interrupted. "Wait. Kim Jin-ho crossed his arms, his gaze sharp, questioning him directly. Who do you think you are to order me around? Taken aback, the vice captain growled, his facial muscles twitching. Don't forget where you are. This is Bahal territory. Act wisely, or it'll take your head. Kim Jin-ho smirked, his eyes as cold as ice, replying, No, you're the one who needs to act wisely. Don't forget I come from Arahan. The Bahal family flag fluttered in the night, asserting absolute sovereignty. The game has begun. The vice captain rode escort, his face grim with displeasure, while Kim Jin-ho in the carriage began to calculate his next move to deal with Lord Fernando Bahal. Kim Jin-ho's red eyes flashed. He knew this was no ordinary meeting but a life-or-death gamble. His mind was torn. Bowing too low would invite contempt, but holding his head too high would provoke these wolves. A true tightrope walk. The convoy finally arrived, and a colossal, majestic Bahal manor appeared before their eyes. Inside the manor, the vice captain ordered Kim Jin-ho to wait, but our protagonist remained calm and observed. The door opened to an enormous reception hall, with a throne at the end of the room, exactly like in the game he had once grinded through. Kim Jin-ho frowned in analysis. Being summoned to the reception room instead of the study meant he was being treated as a guest. A fierce surge of blue magic power erupted. A figure appeared and declared, You are the first of the Arahan family to set foot in the Bahal Manor. Kim Jin-ho broke into a sweat, heavily shocked by this terrifying power, only managing to exclaim in his mind, What the hell is this? Kim Jin-ho felt a chill down his spine, sensing a deadly presence right behind him. Terrifying pressure crashed down, and Kim Jin-ho realized that the person standing before him was none other than the Lord of Bahal, a true boss. Trying to keep his composure, Kim Jin-ho quickly analyzed. This pressure wasn't an aura of power, otherwise his unique trait would have activated to resist it already. This wasn't a skill or a buff, but pure charisma. Kim Jin-ho was stunned, realizing this was the caliber of a swordmaster beyond the 10th ring. Without even a glance, Lord Fernando Bahal leisurely walked past Kim Jin-ho, as if he were mere air. With a thud, Lord Fernando Bahal settled onto the throne, his blue magic power erupting like a deity. The entire hall fell into a deadly silence, Kim Jin-ho alone facing the tyrant seated on the throne. Lord Fernando Bahal's eyes gleamed sharply, seeing through the opponent's heart, devoid of any emotion. From above, Lord Fernando Bahal looked down at Kim Jin-ho like an ant, holding absolute power over life and death. Pushed to his limit, Kim Jin-ho gritted his teeth, his eyes turning fiery red, determined not to yield to the opponent's pressure. Under Lord Fernando Bahal's gaze, Kim Jin-ho was merely prey being thoroughly scrutinized. Lord Fernando Bahal had to admit this kid was tough. I must commend your courage, descendant of Arahan. The old man added a warning, his aura overwhelming. But this is Bahal territory. Be mindful of your conduct. Terrifying pressure weighed on his shoulders, but Kim Jin-ho gritted his teeth, telling himself he couldn't cowardly kneel here. He understood clearly that kneeling before the strong was a humiliation. Once cowardly, one would never be respected. So instead of kneeling, he merely bowed his head. Thank you for inviting me. Lord Fernando Bahal frowned at the word invited, and Kim Jin-ho immediately laid his cards on the table, arguing that he was escorted here by carriage as an honored guest. Kim Jin-ho concluded the psychological chess match, declaring he came as an invited guest, but if kneeling was a custom of the Bahal family, he was willing to follow local customs. This masterful verbal sparring left Lord Fernando Bahal stunned, his gaze shifting from disdain to astonishment. Though sweat still poured, Kim Jin-ho's eyes did not waver, ready to face any judgment. Contrary to expectations, Lord Fernando Bahal burst into hearty laughter, completely won over by this kid's audacity. Ha ha ha, you truly are a bold one. The old man, Fernando Bahal, finally relented, inviting Kim Jin-ho to sit as an honored guest. Kim Jin-ho secretly sighed in relief at being treated as a guest, but knew full well this was only temporary. Lord Fernando Bahal casually stated that he had summoned him merely out of personal curiosity, so there was no need to be tense. Getting straight to the point, the old man questioned why Kim Jin-ho had dealt with the slave trader Dvito even before the emperor's order. Facing the trap question, Kim Jin-ho knew there were a dozen flattering answers that could satisfy the old man. But he chose to play his cards openly, declaring bluntly, "Slave trading is garbage. I acted according to my conscience." Kim Jin-ho told himself that lying in front of a swordmaster was useless. While Lord Fernando Bahal merely let out a meaningful hum, the old man continued to press, asking if he knew Dvito was a member of the Arahan family. And Kim Jin-ho admitted he did, but still acted because right and wrong were more important than family. Fernando Bahal warned that the Arahan family wouldn't let it go, but Kim Jin-ho replied coolly, "It's fine. I did what was right. No regrets. The old man was completely convinced. Having to admit this kid was incredibly impressive for daring to defy his own family, especially with Arahan blood. Lord Fernando Bahal secretly thought that his own curiosity had put this kid in a difficult position with his family. Kim Jin-ho also had to admit, Torres Bahal was not wrong. He truly was a mage who understood honor. After the mental battle, Lord Fernando Bahal unexpectedly invited Kim Jin-ho to stay overnight and have breakfast with him tomorrow. Kim Jin-ho stood up, politely thanking the powerful old man for his hospitality. Unexpectedly, he placed his hand on his chest, performing the proper salute of a true knight. Lord Fernando Bahal burst into delighted laughter, not expecting to receive a knight's salute from a mage, thinking today was full of interesting events. Night fell upon the colossal Bahal family manor, signaling a temporarily peaceful night. Kim Jin-ho was led to a luxurious, opulent guest room, befitting a top-tier noble. As soon as he leaned back in the chair, Kim Jin-ho let out a sigh of relief, admitting that the recent mental confrontation had completely drained him. He closed his eyes and thought, if Lord Fernando Bahal hadn't been exactly like in the game, his head would have been gone long ago. His gamble on honesty had paid off handsomely. Having just escaped death's door, Kim Jin-ho's stomach began to rumble, demanding food. Immediately, a lavish feast, fit for nobility, was laid out before him. A man disguised as a servant brought the food and invited him to help himself. But Kim Jin-ho felt something was amiss. As soon as he glimpsed what was on the plate, his face changed color, his eyes wide with shock. It wasn't food, but a strange white card resting prominently on his plate. He broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes as he recognized who it was. Immediately, Kim Jin-ho rushed out of the room like a gust of wind to chase after the man. But the man had vanished without a trace, making him wonder how a shadow guard could infiltrate this far. Bang! The room door slammed shut, leaving Kim Jin-ho alone. Returning to the dining table, Kim Jin-ho picked up the card, letting out a soft sigh of relief. Kim Jin-ho scrutinized the card, his red eyes glowing as energy emanated from it. The card flipped over, revealing a massive number 0, emitting a deadly red light. Magic card number 0. Words appeared in Kim Jin-ho's mind, presenting a life or death choice, return or cancel. The pressure weighed heavily on his mind. A colossal phantom, the embodiment of the Lord of Arahan, rose behind him, signaling his new destiny had been decided. Night fell upon the Bahal family's mansion, the atmosphere eerily silent. Kim Jin-ho sat on the floor, tearing at his hair, his mind reeling from the perilous situation. He couldn't believe the Black Mirror Corps could operate so brazenly within enemy territory, wondering how far the Arahan family's power truly extended. Knock knock. A sudden knock on the door, and a voice called his name. Jed, are you in there? Kim Jin-ho opened the door, face to face with a blonde knight, whose calm demeanor couldn't hide a dangerous aura. Torres Bahal smiled, his blue eyes piercing Kim Jin-ho, a tense confrontation about to erupt. Kim Jin-ho questioned Torres Bahal about Ryu and Lisa's whereabouts, but the knight casually replied that he had arranged everything and came because he was worried and couldn't sit still. As they walked, Torres Bahal patted Kim Jin-ho's shoulder, feigning joy that he was fine, and sarcastically mentioned being invited to breakfast, but Kim Jin-ho found nothing to be happy about. Torres Bahal smirked, revealing shocking news. Lord Fernando Bahal seemed to have taken a liking to Kim Jin-ho and would personally lift the bounty. Kim Jin-ho froze, unable to believe his ears, when he heard the words bounty, a development completely outside his expectations. Deep down, Kim Jin-ho thought about the Arahan family's magic card, realizing this game was too big, and if Arahan's influence had infiltrated everywhere, the only path left was to fight to the death. After breakfast at the mansion, Torres Bahal took Kim Jin-ho on a tour around the family's domain, as if showing off. The knight pointed towards the Night Order's barracks and training grounds, but in Kim Jin-ho's eyes, everything looked mundane, lacking the grand vibe of the game. Kim Jin-ho was bewildered, feeling that this real world didn't offer him the same excitement as when he was grinding in the game. Everything felt bland. Kim Jin-ho's gaze stopped at a separate wooden fenced area. He curiously asked what it was, and Torres Bahal replied cryptically that it was a special area. Torres Bahal explained it was where the Bahal family's legendary white warhorses were kept, formidable beasts that had yet to find worthy masters. Kim Jin-ho looked at the only white warhorse left in the stable, and wondered why there was only one. As he reached out his hand, the horse reacted violently, neighing loudly in alarm. The horse reared up, dodging Kim Jin-ho's hand as if shocked by electricity. Torres Bahal explained that this one was extremely picky, refusing to let anyone touch it for 2 years, whereas normally they choose a master within 3 months. Hearing that this horse dared to reject even the Lord, Kim Jin-ho began to get interested, as he had thought they only chose the strongest knights. Torres Bahal replied that each had its own standards, not necessarily the strongest, while the horse began to emit a faint aura. Seeing that Kim Jin-ho finally had something that caught his eye, Torres Bahal chuckled, while Kim Jin-ho frankly admitted that the Bahal family's white warhorses were always cool. Torres Bahal affirmed that white warhorses were not possessions but comrades, and the Bahal family always respected their choices. Contrary to its initial aggressive attitude, the white warhorse slowly approached Kim Jin-ho, both facing each other in silence. The divine beast's blue eyes glowed brightly, staring straight into Kim Jin-ho, as if seeing through his soul. Without many words, the white warhorse officially accepted its master, obediently nuzzling its head into Kim Jin-ho's hand. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out, directly mocking Kim Jin-ho as the heir of Arahan, causing his eyes to immediately turn red in vigilance. The one who spoke was Philip, the Bahal Knight Order's vice-captain, a burly man with a stern face. He feigned casualness, saying he just happened to be training nearby, and stopped by to greet Torres. Torres Bahal immediately stepped forward, warning Philip to know his place because Kim Jin-ho was a distinguished guest, personally invited by the Lord. Philip pretended to bow in obedience, but his half-smile betrayed his less than noble intentions. The vice-captain smirked, calling Kim Jin-ho by his in-game name, Jed. Philip put his arm around Kim Jin-ho's shoulder, directly challenging him to train together, his attitude extremely provocative. He continued to mock, taunting that there were no cozy meditation rooms for mages here, then bluntly proposed a one-on-one match to teach him a lesson. Torres Bahal snapped in annoyance, questioning what Philip was playing at, and reiterating Kim Jin-ho's status as a distinguished guest. Philip calmly replied to Torres, suggesting that a friendly match would be a good experience for both the new recruits and Jed. Torres Bahal tried to dissuade him, arguing that Kim Jin-ho was not yet ready for a match, and suggested postponing it. Vice-Captain Philip Bahal sneered, asking sarcastically if this was just a friendly match, then suggested that if there was a fear of skill disparity, his rookies could fight with half-strength. Provoked to the extreme, Kim Jin-ho coldly concluded, "Fine, whatever." Vice-Captain Philip Bahal pointed directly at Kim Jin-ho, smirking. "You brought this upon yourself." Kim Jin-ho didn't say much, his eyes glowing with deadly red, pointing back. "A solo it is." The white warhorse stood in a corner snorting, showing no interest in the human's challenge. The arena was ready. Vice-Captain Philip Bahal stood in the center with a wooden sword. The knights watched eagerly from outside, while Kim Jin-ho calmly walked in. Vice-Captain Philip Bahal puffed out his chest proudly, declaring that since it was a friendly match, he would only use a wooden sword. Kim Jin-ho warmed up while warning him directly. "You'll regret this. It's best to go all out." The vice-captain just sneered in reply, hoping his opponent wasn't all talk. Torres Bahal stood outside sweating profusely, thinking that Kim Jin-ho had only just awakened his lightning energy, and hadn't even reached one ring. So how could he possibly fight a true 5-ring knight? Vice-Captain Philip Bahal taunted. "I'm truly curious. Do you think you have a chance to win?" Kim Jin-ho calmly replied. "Probably 50-50. The vice-captain chuckled at the delusional answer, then flexed, a blue aura enveloping his body, looking quite impressive. On this side, Kim Jin-ho didn't bother with words either. Golden lightning energy erupted. His hair stood on end, eyes glowing crimson, thinking, "I hope he can last until I warm up. Otherwise, it'll be boring if it's too one-sided." The Bahal Knights watched eagerly from outside, one of them stunned, realizing, "That must be the lightning aura I've heard about." The knight nodded, acknowledging that lightning aura was a dream energy, extremely explosive, but then sneered in disdain because Kim Jin-ho's mana felt like it hadn't even reached 2-ring. The outcome was already clear. The match officially began. 2 streams of golden and blue energy clashed, both ready to charge into a deadly fight. Whoosh! The vice-captain swung his wooden sword with terrifying speed, creating a sharp gust of wind, but Kim Jin-ho was even faster, narrowly dodging the attack and lunging straight in to close the distance, giving his opponent no time to breathe. Vice-Captain Philip Bahal froze, his brain unable to process his opponent's speed, exclaiming, "What kind of monster is this?" He was completely bewildered, realizing that Kim Jin-ho didn't maintain distance or cast spells like a mage, but charged into close combat like a beast, so fast he couldn't even react. Kim Jin-ho gripped the wooden sword, secretly finding this match a bit boring, and deciding to go easy since his opponent was a guest after all. A loud sound echoed, making both Torres Bahal and Vice-Captain Philip Bahal freeze, their eyes wide with astonishment. From a distance, the Bahal family's white warhorse also opened its sapphire eyes wide, clearly extremely focused on the battle. Kim Jin-ho dragged the tip of his wooden sword on the ground, issuing a final warning, full of pressure. Blazing golden lightning energy erupted around him. Kim Jin-ho challenged the vice captain. Use all your strength. Realizing his opponent was no ordinary foe, Vice Captain Philip Bahal channeled all his magic power. His gaze sharpened as he prepared to strike. The vice captain charged forward, swinging his sword, but Kim Jin-ho was merely a flash of golden lightning, easily neutralizing the attack. Vice Captain Philip Bahal's wooden sword trembled violently, and he shouted in panic at the irresistible destructive power. What kind of monstrous destructive power is this? Two streams of energy, blue and gold, clashed, but the vice captain was clearly completely outmatched. Sweat pouring down as Kim Jin-ho remained terrifyingly calm. Crash! Kim Jin-ho delivered a kick that shattered the ground, the immense pressure making the vice captain only able to let out a cry of pain. Kim Jin-ho moved like a golden flash, easily dodging and counterattacking, completely outclassing Vice Captain Philip Bahal. With glowing red eyes, Kim Jin-ho gathered lightning energy in his hand, preparing to unleash an irresistible finishing blow. Boom! A terrifying lightning energy explosion occurred the moment Kim Jin-ho's fist collided with his opponent's weapon. Vice Captain Philip Bahal let out a miserable scream, his face drained of color as he was blown away by the destructive power. The vice captain's wooden sword shattered into pieces and flew away, while he was battered by Kim Jin-ho's lightning energy. Torres Bahal and Vice Captain Philip Bahal froze, mouths agape and eyes wide at the unbelievable display of power. Still enveloped in lightning, Kim Jin-ho glanced at the defeated opponents with sharp, emotionless eyes. Whoosh! He shot off at an incredible speed, heading straight for the stables where the white warhorse stood. The white warhorse's sapphire eyes shone with extreme surprise and interest as it witnessed the one who had just thrashed the knights. Meanwhile, a brown-haired knight was shaking the arrogant knight, who had fainted from the pressure. Hey, wake up! I think he fainted? Kim Jin-ho stood amidst the crackling electricity, coldly issuing an order to the defeated opponents. Tisk, call a healer. Though thrashed, Vice Captain Philip Bahal was still furious, roaring and pointing his broken sword piece at Kim Jin-ho. You bastard. This time I'll fight to the end. Come on, Arahan. Torres Bahal immediately intervened, stopping the vice captain and shouting, What are you doing? The match is over. Retreat immediately. The vice captain still refused to give up, shouting, demanding to fight the mage to the death, making Torres Bahal snap. Are you crazy? Do you want a sparring match or a war? While a knight was using healing magic on the vice captain, Kim Jin-ho secretly analyzed. These guys lost not because they were weak, but because their combat mindset was too rigid and outdated. The situation grew tenser as more Bahal knights arrived, brandishing their weapons, clearly not intending to let this go. Kim Jin-ho placed a hand on Torres Bahal's shoulder in a tone that was both admonishing and sarcastic. One match is enough, isn't it? I heard that accepting defeat is also part of a knight's spirit. Stung by the remark, the vice captain flew into a rage, veins bulging as he retorted, You dare speak of a knight's spirit? What does a mage know about honor? Kim Jin-ho retorted sharply, exposing a harsh truth. I fought by your rules, right here on your home ground. I wonder if a knight would dare to do the same in Arahan territory. Just then, a terrifying pressure enveloped the area. The spiritual image of Lord Fernando Bahal appeared behind Jin-ho, and a voice full of authority resonated. Impressive. One of the Bahal knights shrieked in alarm as the spiritual image of Lord Fernando Bahal, the head of the family, suddenly appeared with terrifying pressure. With eyes blazing with sapphire magic, Lord Fernando Bahal issued a concise but undeniable command. Sheath your swords. Hearing the Lord's command, the Bahal knights, who were still fired up, immediately backed down, hastily obeying in fear. Kim Jin-ho also broke out in a cold sweat, secretly admitting that the old man's skill was terrifying. Even with 100 perception, I didn't detect him. Truly, the level of a sword master, Lord Fernando Bahal declared that this match would go down in history, while Kim Jin-ho modestly tried to brush it off. But the old man asserted, the Arahan lineage never refuses a fight. Turning to his subordinates, Lord Fernando Bahal began a public lecture. Have you all seen clearly? This is why you must never neglect your training. The old man continued to lecture the knights, emphasizing that practical combat experience was more important than grinding levels, making them all bow their heads in assent. Lord Fernando Bahal turned to thank Kim Jin-ho for teaching his people a lesson, but he fully understood that there was a hidden grudge in those words. The old man's eyes sharpened, his voice full of implied threat. I will remember today's events well. This is just a warning. Under the immense pressure, Kim Jin-ho could only reluctantly bow and reply yes, feeling as if he was sitting on pins and needles as the Lord's spiritual image vanished. Crack! A training dummy unexpectedly shattered, breaking the deadly silence. While the nights were still frozen, a loud sound made Kim Jin-ho startled and turn around. Huh? Right behind Kim Jin-ho, the Bahal family's pure white warhorse had majestically appeared without him noticing, its sapphire eyes fixed on him. Leaving the other horses behind, the warhorse shot off like lightning, making the Bahal knights only able to stare in astonishment, their voices trembling. No, no way. How can this be? Torres Bahal was so shocked he stammered, turning to question Kim Jin-ho. No way. What the hell is going on? Why is it acting like this? A more experienced knight explained. That's a kind of ritual. Like a white horse choosing its master, it's displaying its power to be chosen by a master. Vice Captain Philip Bahal turned pale, shouting the truth that no one dared to believe. That means the master of the white warhorse is here. Philip Bahal's face was drained of all color, muttering in extreme shock. No, no way. The white warhorse let out a resounding neigh, rearing up proudly amidst a dazzling aura, officially acknowledging its new master right before the entire Bahal family. The pure white warhorse pressed close to Kim Jin-ho, its sapphire eyes locked onto him as if it had found its destiny. Torres Bahal froze, stammering in disbelief. No way! The white warhorse chose you as its master, Zed? Lord Fernando Bahal also had to admit, this was an event that would shake even their ancestors. Kim Jin-ho broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes red with shock. My master? Torres Bahal stood beside him, sneering, looking provocative. Lord Fernando Bahal muttered, his face thoughtful. I'm glad it found a master, but why does it have to be a brat from the Arahan family? Kim Jin-ho stroked the warhorse, wondering if this was a sign of camaraderie or an unprecedented precedent. But deep down, he already had the answer. Lord Fernando Bahal got straight to the point. Zed Arahan, do you accept Jinju as your companion and pledge your lifelong bond to it? Kim Jin-ho was dumbfounded. Huh? Jinju? And it was confirmed that was the horse's name. Kim Jin-ho was speechless, awkwardly pushing the horse away. No, why suddenly talk about a lifelong bond? It's not a wedding. In response to his confusion, the warhorse neighed softly and affectionately nuzzled its head against Kim Jin-ho's neck, clearly indicating its decision was final. In the warhorse's sapphire eyes, Kim Jin-ho's image was clearly reflected. An undeniable bond had been established. Kim Jin-ho was still processing, wondering if the warhorse was asking him to choose it, while the horse neighed, confirming the deal. Lord Fernando Bahal loomed up right behind him, the pressure of a leader making Kim Jin-ho break out in a cold sweat. After a moment of deliberation, Kim Jin-ho placed his hand on his chest, seriously sealing the deal. All right, I will. Making the warhorse neigh with joy. Torres Bahal couldn't maintain his composure, rushing out and shouting his protest to the Lord, arguing that such a humiliating precedent could not be accepted when the sole heir of Bahal had not yet ridden the warhorse. Lord Fernando Bahal coldly retorted, admitting that the warhorse had always only chosen people from their clan, but that was because it had never had another choice. Another Bahal knight also strained his neck, recalling the old feud when the Arahan family once slaughtered their warhorse like roasted pig. The Lord calmly replied, that's why we're making Zed Arahan promise, while Kim Jin-ho and the warhorse stood side by side, a complete contrast to the seething crowd. The knight, still unconvinced, roared that mages were liars, and their promises weren't worth a dime. Lord Fernando Bahal unleashed his overwhelming blue magic power, declaring a final statement. If Kim Jin-ho doesn't treat the white warhorse as a comrade, he will personally send him on his way. The Lord's vow stunned Torres Bahal, his face blank as if he couldn't believe his ears, while Kim Jin-ho and the white warhorse silently observed. Lord Fernando Bahal turned to Vice Captain Philip Bahal, his voice full of authority. Philip Robert, I have never doubted your loyalty, but I will not listen to any more advice on this matter. Crushed by the Lord's pressure, Vice Captain Philip Bahal could only bow his head in obedience, sweat pouring down him. As night fell, a white shadow darted away swiftly, tearing through the night's silence. Kim Jin-ho galloped on the white warhorse, feeling utterly exhilarated. I thought staying would be dangerous, so I fled, but who knew it would be this fun? I really like you. You've far exceeded my expectations. Both man and horse sped through the forest like a whirlwind. Kim Jin-ho shouted, keep running, straight to Frilda. Lisa and Ryu's brother stood frozen, mouths agape at the unbelievable sight before them. Kim Jin-ho returned majestically on the white warhorse, making Ryu's brother secretly admire him. Not only did he survive leaving Bahal territory, but he also brought back the white warhorse. Truly, there's nothing he can't do. With his glowing red eyes and confident smile, Kim Jin-ho declared, let's go inside and talk. There are many things we need to discuss. Kim Jin-ho sat down and recounted everything to Ryu and her brother. He laid out all his cards, from the Black Mirror Core's magic card incident, the demonic essence, to the secret of Lacto Sherville. With his glowing red eyes, Kim Jin-ho concluded, "Now I will go to Arahan, there's no turning back, and no other choice." Ryu didn't hesitate for a second, declaring firmly, "If you go to Arahan, I will follow you." She reminded him of his own promise, calling him by his game name, Zed. "You yourself said last time that you would never abandon your comrades." While Kim Jin-ho was still hesitating, Ryu added a final blow. "I will be your servant." Ryu analyzed the situation sharply. He was exiled, had no subordinates, and the Arahan family was a nest of vipers. He needed trustworthy people. Ryu continued to make her pitch, saying that Lisa was excellent at housework, and that both sisters would certainly be useful if hired as servants. Kim Jin-ho fell silent, his mind torn. His initial plan was to separate from Ryu to keep her safe, but now, Ryu's brother crossed his arms, acting like a senior, while Lisa knelt beside him, her eyes full of determination, ready for any task. Kim Jin-ho, with his blood-red eyes, quickly sealed the deal. "Thank you, let's go to Arahan together." But in his mind, he had calculated carefully. If he was going, he couldn't go foolishly. He knew well that to make a big move, he needed a stepping stone, and the only possibility right now was to find Lacto Sherville, the last member of the legendary blacksmith family that had been annihilated. The plan was clear. Use holy water to refine the demonic essence taken from the basilisk into a spiritual elixir. And to solve both these problems, the only destination was Myers, though he didn't know how long the Arahan family would patiently wait. The next morning, everything was ready. Kim Jin-ho decisively ordered them to depart, riding on the pure white warhorse, leading Ryu and her brother and sister to begin their new journey. Ryu's jaw dropped, unable to believe Kim Jin-ho intended to take all the gold bars. She nearly fainted when she learned the total value was 500 gold coins, but Kim Jin-ho calmly replied that it might not even be enough. His plan was revealed. Pour holy water into demon essence to create an elixir, a gamble whose success rate depended entirely on the quality of the holy water. Kim Jin-ho calculated that, at the usual price of holy water, this amount would only buy about 50 bottles, a very tense gamble. He admitted that if he spent all the money and failed, he'd just cry. But that was why he came to Myers, where there was a priest he completely trusted. Ryu pleaded to keep 1 gold bar for emergencies, but Kim Jin-ho, already at the door with his suitcase, brushed her off, saying a few silver coins were enough. Before leaving, he turned back and assigned a task to Ryu, who was sulking on the chair, telling her to find someone for him. He described the target as an old man named Lacto, one-eyed, with white hair, leaving Ryu speechless because there were certainly tons of people who looked like that here. Kim Jin-ho came up with an eccentric trick. Just scatter money, promise to pay all the one-eyed, white-haired old men, and gather them in one place for easy identification. The key to the plan was that since Lacto was on the run, he wouldn't dare show his face for a few silver coins, so the only one who didn't appear would be the target. Kim Jin-ho gave Ryu one last instruction. He won't use his real name, so don't call him Lacto. Ryu nodded, accepting the order, promising to do her best to find the target. Carrying the suitcase of money, Kim Jin-ho calculated in his head that this money was originally intended to buy magic tools. But after hearing about Lacto, the plan changed. Use the money to create the elixir, then recruit the old blacksmith to his side, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. While engrossed in calculations, he suddenly stopped due to loud shouts ahead. Someone was yelling, telling everyone to line up. In front was a large church, and a crowd of people were pushing and shoving, a priest helplessly shouting for order. Lost in the sea of people, Kim Jin-ho was bewildered, not understanding what the hell was happening in front of the church. He secretly wondered if Johan's divine power's reputation had spread so quickly, then turned to ask a nearby town resident what was going on. The town resident calmly replied, "They're selling holy water at half price, so everyone's rushing here." Kim Jin-ho froze, eyes wide and mouth agape. The town resident even taunted him, saying that a pampered young master like him should yield the opportunity to commoners. But Kim Jin-ho no longer heard him, his mind racing. "This is my chance. I can create elixirs from both demon essences." Kim Jin-ho's eyes sharpened. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world, but there's definitely a trap. Kim Jin-ho calculated that holy water was created from divine power, with only 1 bottle produced per day, so even if Johan was kind enough to sell it at half price, something was off. He muttered to himself as he entered the church. How the hell do they have so much holy water, when only 1 bottle can be made a day? Something smells fishy. A voice echoed from inside the church, calling the next person in. Inside, a blonde priest with a sly smile warmly welcomed Kim Jin-ho. Kim Jin-ho, who only remembered this man's face from game graphics, decided to test him. "Hello, Father Joe, Han, Tae, Ray, Sa." The other man calmly asked how many bottles he wanted to buy. Kim Jin-ho's eyes were sharp as he retorted directly. "You must be busy acting all day, huh?" The fake priest maintained his artificial smile, asking innocently, "Excuse me? What on earth are you talking about?" Crash. Without another word, Kim Jin-ho acted, pressing his hand firmly against the door right next to the priest. Kim Jin-ho grabbed the priest's collar, growling, "Myers Church only has one father. Johann Chris. You damn fake, where's the real Father Johann?" Caught red-handed, the fake priest still grinned, denying everything. "Haha, I don't understand what you're saying. I am Johann." The fake priest began to lose patience, waving his hand to signal Kim Jin-ho to leave because many people were still waiting. The crowd outside began to boo, urging the priest to hurry because they urgently needed holy water for healing. Threatened with being reported to the garrison, Kim Jin-ho calmly challenged, "Go ahead. If I'm wrong, I'll accept the punishment." Seeing that his threat was ineffective, the fake priest leaned in close, warning in a low voice, "If you don't want to die, get out. Don't get in the way of busy people." Kim Jin-ho only responded with a silent, knife-sharp gaze, showing no signs of wavering. Night fell, enveloping the town. In a room, Kim Jin-ho pondered, realizing the swindler wasn't afraid of the army, likely because the local garrison was corrupt. He understood that soldiers in these backwater places were often rotten, and this matter wasn't simple, so he decided to investigate himself. True to his word, Kim Jin-ho immediately left the room, leaving behind a letter and a recently extinguished candle. Under the cover of night, Kim Jin-ho headed straight for the fortress of the Myers Town garrison. Kim Jin-ho rode his white warhorse to the garrison, identifying it as his target for infiltration. The garrison soldiers recognized the famous white warhorse of the Bahal family from afar, one of them wondering, "It looks like it." A garrison soldier stepped forward, saluted militarily, and got straight to the point. "What brings you here, sir?" Kim Jin-ho's expression remained unchanged as he declared directly, "I have something to report. Is the general inside?" Immediately cut off, the garrison soldiers made excuses. "Do you have an appointment?" And when Kim Jin-ho replied, "No," they flatly refused him. Kim Jin-ho frowned, asking if the general was very busy, but the garrison soldier calmly replied that it was policy. No appointment, no meeting. Kim Jin-ho began to argue, suggesting that the garrison's job was to manage the area, and important reports should be reviewed immediately, but the soldier only bowed his head. "Sorry, we're just following orders." Kim Jin-ho thought to himself that arguing with these petty soldiers wouldn't get him anywhere, but simply leaving wasn't an option either. Just as Kim Jin-ho turned his horse to leave, the garrison soldier suddenly called out, "Sir." Kim Jin-ho's eyes flashed. He had spotted an important figure and wondered, "Is that the general?" A pot-bellied general rode out, leading the garrison soldiers, looking at Kim Jin-ho with contempt, criticizing him for not looking like a knight at all. The fat general pulled on his reins, jutting out his chin and asking directly, "Who are you?" Kim Jin-ho remained calm on his white warhorse, but General Pullman immediately questioned him, claiming he wasn't from Bahal and accusing him of stealing the divine horse. Kim Jin-ho curtly replied that the horse was a gift, thinking to himself that these guys clearly only cared about Jinju and not his report. The white warhorse snorted in disdain as General Pullman continued to press, disbelieving that anyone would give away a divine horse, while Kim Jin-ho only claimed to be a mage from a minor family. General Pullman burst into laughter, his voice full of sarcasm upon hearing that a mere mage had received the Bahal white warhorse. He introduced himself as General Pullman, commander of the Myers garrison. As soon as he finished speaking, General Pullman glared, threatening Kim Jin-ho in a low voice for daring to lie in front of him. Kim Jin-ho ignored the accusation, getting straight to the main point. "That is indeed strange, but aren't you going to hear my report first? There's a fake priest selling counterfeit holy water at Myers Church." Before Kim Jin-ho could finish, General Pullman roared an order, "Arrest him immediately," which stunned the protagonist as he had just started speaking. Clang! The garrison soldiers immediately obeyed, drawing their swords and pointing them at Kim Jin-ho, forming a tight encirclement. General Pullman roared his final command, "Throw him in prison and confiscate the white warhorse." The garrison soldiers immediately rushed forward, surrounding Kim Jin-ho. Still calmly on horseback, Kim Jin-ho muttered with a look of understanding, "So, they're all in on it. My intuition wasn't wrong." General Pullman sneered contemptuously, his eyes full of superiority. "Kid. You'll regret that insolent attitude." The fat general continued to yell from afar. "What are you waiting for? Arrest him!" And a soldier quickly responded. The garrison soldiers closed in, tying Kim Jin-ho's hands behind his back, but he merely gave them a cold glance, thinking to himself, "The ones who will regret this are you." As he was being escorted away, Kim Jin-ho saw General Pullman gleefully leading the horse away, uttering a threat. "Let's see if you can still talk tough after being tortured until your bones break." Kim Jin-ho's pupils suddenly flashed with blue light, and a complex magic circle became visible in his eyes, signaling an impending reversal. The scene shifted to the Bahal family's mansion, a magnificent and splendid building under the night sky. Inside, Torres Bahal was kneeling before Lord Fernando Bahal, who sat on his throne, reporting that the emperor was about to bestow great rewards and inquiring about his family's achievements. Lord Fernando Bahal confirmed, holding a scroll that clearly stated, the Bahal family had rescued 3,720 citizens, while their rival Arahan had only saved 2,580. Torres Bahal analyzed the situation. The emperor, that old man who always liked to balance power between knights and mages, was now publicly ranking achievements, clearly wanting to stir up trouble. The old man, Fernando Bahal, nodded, deeming the Bahal family's securing the top spot an important signal, then ordered Torres to prepare to receive the imperial reward. While listening to the order, Torres Bahal suddenly paused, a puzzled expression appearing on his face as something unexpected occurred. Lord Fernando Bahal also turned around, as a knock at the door suddenly interrupted their conversation. A knight rushed in, reporting that a young boy was demanding to see the Lord, claiming to be a friend of Torres and Zed Arahan. Vice Captain Philip Bahal confirmed the boy's name was Liu, making Torres even more bewildered, wondering if this person truly knew him. Torres Bahal broke out in a cold sweat, not understanding where this Liu guy came from and what he was doing all the way here. Lord Fernando Bahal narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp, clearly calculating something extremely profound. Torres was about to step forward to handle it, but Lord Fernando Bahal growled, his overwhelming blue magic power flaring. "No, bring him in." The old man stated with certainty. He must have been sent by Zed Arahan, causing Torres Bahal to freeze once more. Lord Fernando Bahal recalled the emperor's decree, which praised Zed Arahan for helping the people of the empire regardless of their status. Ryu bowed deeply, trembling, knowing her status was too lowly to be granted an audience with the great lord of the Bahal family. Sitting on his throne, Lord Fernando Bahal, radiating an overwhelming aura, directly asked Ryu why she wished to see him, while Torres Bahal stood by, observing. Ryu hesitantly explained that Zed Arahan had left a letter, instructing that if he didn't return by nightfall, she was to deliver it to the Bahal family. Torres Bahal received the letter and presented it to the Lord, who muttered, "Bahal won a battle, but lost the entire war." Lord Fernando Bahal decided to read the letter from Zed Arahan himself, the one praised by the emperor himself, believing that even if it was a small matter, it was worth looking into. After reading just a few lines, Lord Fernando Bahal immediately froze, his expression shifting from dignified to utterly astonished. The letter contained a detailed report, exposing all the priests at Myers Cathedral for selling fake holy water, defrauding believers, and colluding in corruption with the local garrison. Lord Fernando Bahal looked back at the note on the envelope. Now he understood why Zed Arahan had orchestrated this brilliant move. Ryu was still bowing her head, hastily explaining that it was out of extreme worry for Zed that she dared to intrude here. Lord Fernando Bahal, sitting on his throne, praised Ryu for her brave actions for her friend, leaving her dumbfounded and confused. The patriarch of the Bahal family ordered a servant to bring food, while he himself went to write a letter, telling Ryu to eat as much as she liked. Ryu profusely thanked him as Lord Fernando Bahal turned and walked away. The aura emanating from the old man was truly formidable. Ryu was still in shock, her mind replaying the fact that a powerful figure like the Lord had just called a commoner like her respectable. Looking at the Lord's dignified back, Ryu secretly admired him, admitting that these knights were truly formidable. A maid brought out a simple sandwich and politely invited Ryu to eat. Ryu devoured the sandwich. Tears began to stream down her face, overwhelmed with emotion and perhaps from extreme hunger. Sitting alone at the luxurious banquet table, Ryu felt this sandwich tasted even better than premium beef. The scene abruptly shifted to a dark, filthy dungeon, with chains hanging, dangling, and a deathly atmosphere pervading. On the damp floor, cockroaches and rats scurried around strange puddles, and someone's heavy breathing echoed. In the dungeon, Kim Jin-ho was bound by his feet and hung upside down from a beam, blood seeping from his ankles, tightly constricted by ropes. What was thought to be torture turned out to be a gym for him. He was doing inverted crunches while hanging, sweat pouring off him like a shower. A garrison soldier sat guarding outside the cell, muttering a curse. This lunatic has been doing that for over 2 hours. The guard continued to complain, feeling like he was the one about to go crazy. He's supposed to be tortured, but what the hell is he doing? General Pullman walked in, and the guard immediately stood up and complained that the smell in here was disgusting. The obese General Pullman covered his nose with a handkerchief, frowning as he asked why the prisoner was behaving so strangely. The guard reported that he had been like that the entire time, this information having been passed down through several shifts, proving Kim Jin-ho had been training non-stop for hours. General Pullman looked at Kim Jin-ho, still hanging upside down, and nodded uncomfortably. What a stubborn fellow. The cell door opened, revealing a new torture chamber. Kim Jin-ho was forced to his knees by 2 garrison soldiers, and General Pullman's threatening voice echoed, "From now on, depending on your answers, I can let you go, or make you taste worse torture." General Pullman questioned Kim Jin-ho about the white warhorse, accusing him of enchanting it, but Kim Jin-ho retorted sharply, "Nonsense. A warhorse only obeys the master it has chosen." General Pullman snorted, unable to believe that a knight's warhorse would choose a mere mage. Kim Jin-ho smirked confidently, uttering a subtle challenge. "You'll find out soon enough." Provoked by the brat's attitude, General Pullman roared in anger, "You bastard." Deciding to go all out, General Pullman rolled up his sleeves, declaring that the previous torture was just a warm-up. "From now on, I'll personally deal with you." The obese general boasted that no one had lasted 30 minutes under his hands, then froze when he saw Kim Jin-ho smirking. General Pullman drew a sharp dagger, threatening to use it to stab Kim Jin-ho's knees and scrape down to the bone, to see how long he could remain arrogant. The gleaming blade glinted with a deadly light, ready for the most brutal torture. The general knelt down, held the knife to Kim Jin-ho's leg, and gave his final condition. "If you want to talk, this is your only chance." In response to the threat, Kim Jin-ho merely glanced at him with contempt, and uttered a concise word, "Get lost." Enraged by the "get lost," General Pullman's neck veins bulged, his face flushed crimson with anger. The furious general roared a curse, then swung his hand, intending to teach Kim Jin-ho a lesson he'd never forget. Before the torture could even reach its target, a panicked voice echoed from outside, reporting an urgent letter from the Bahal family. Interrupted, General Pullman furiously threw the dagger at the cell bars, the clanging metal echoing piercingly. A guard frantically ran in, stammering that it was a letter sent by Lord Bahal himself, despite being yelled at by the general. He snatched the scroll, gritting his teeth and threatening, "If this isn't important, you're dead." General Pullman opened the letter, skimming the first line about the arrested person being the master of the White Warhorse and a friend of the Bahal family, and his face began to change color. The letter's content was too shocking. Kim Jin-ho was not only a Bahal associate but also an Arahan heir, and Pullman was suspended for a corruption investigation. Reading the last line, "If you do not comply, you will face the judgment of Bahal." General Pullman's face turned ashen, sweat pouring off him like a shower. The obese general crumpled the letter, yelling in panic and anger. "Investigation? Judgment? How dare they threaten a general appointed by the emperor?" Kim Jin-ho looked directly at General Pullman, taunting, "This was all you're doing, wasn't it? You've been smirking this whole time, probably waiting for this moment." The obese general gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face. "You're mistaken, boy. Even Lord Bahal doesn't have the right to arbitrarily deal with an imperial general." Kim Jin-ho smirked confidently. "Wrong. There's a perfectly valid reason, isn't there?" "What kind of reason?" General Pullman roared, deciding to take a risk and grabbing Kim Jin-ho by the collar. "Killing you and that fake priest will get rid of all the evidence. Trash like you only learn when you're taught a lesson," Kim Jin-ho said coldly. And immediately, brilliant golden lightning erupted, shattering the chains. General Pullman and the garrison soldiers gaped in horror at the unbelievable sight. The general stammering, "Lightning aura?" An invisible shockwave swept through, throwing General Pullman backward, making him shriek, "What in the world is this?" Amidst the dazzling electricity, Kim Jin-ho had completely transformed, his hair standing on end and his eyes sharp like a different person, entering battle mode. "How dare you?" General Pullman hadn't even finished speaking when he was engulfed by a massive surge of energy, letting out a desperate scream. While the general was still being battered by the energy, Kim Jin-ho just stood there with a cold expression, completely dominant. Amidst the lightning, Kim Jin-ho suddenly recognized the familiar silhouette of a hooded mage, a member of the Black Mirror Corps. He was stunned to realize that even among the garrison soldiers, there were members of the Black Mirror Corps infiltrated, wondering how far this organization's network had spread. While Kim Jin-ho was still in battle mode, a voice called out to him, addressing him as young master. 3 members of the Black Mirror Corps suddenly appeared from thin air, relaying an order. The Lord of Arahan commands you to return immediately. We will escort you. He questioned the reason, but the assassin coldly replied that they only followed the Lord of Arahan's orders and didn't need to know why. He tried to negotiate, saying that he still needed to find the elixir and lacto Sherville, asking for a few more days before he would return on his own. The hooded assassin flatly refused. That's impossible. We simply follow the Lord of Arahan's orders. Realizing that persuasion wouldn't work, Kim Jin-ho switched to using his wits, taunting, "You're the Black Mirror Corps, yet you know nothing about the Arahan family? Returning empty-handed like this is a death sentence. Surely the Lord of Arahan knows that?" He set a condition, asking them to relay a message to the Lord of Arahan, requesting some time to prepare so he could survive within the family. If still refused, he would obediently follow. The hooded assassin was silent for a moment, then agreed. "Understood. Please wait a moment," after which a dark magical aura emanated, seemingly contacting headquarters. While waiting, Kim Jin-ho bitterly realized that the Arahan family head had been monitoring his every move through the Black Mirror Corps, and he knew he needed to prepare for the difficult questions ahead. The Black Mirror Corps assassin ended the communication, the dark magical aura dissipating as he turned back to report to Kim Jin-ho. "Young master, the deal was successful." The assassin relayed the message. "The Lord of Arahan says he will grant you time, but it was an ultimatum. Return to the family within 14 days. No extensions." The 14-day countdown had begun. The shadow of the Arahan family head and the family weighing heavily on Kim Jin-ho like an invisible pressure. Kim Jin-ho secretly calculated. Even with only 14 days, it was still fortunate. Now was the time to act with maximum speed. The assassin reported further, saying the Lord of Arahan had given him full authority to handle the case of General Pullman and the Myers Cathedral, while also warning that an Imperial investigator Cox would soon arrive. Kim Jin-ho couldn't help but admire the efficiency of the Black Mirror Corps, but the assassin wasn't finished yet. "There's one more thing." The assassin conveyed the Lord of Arahan's final request. "The Lord of Arahan hopes you will not conceal your Arahan bloodline." Kim Jin-ho was dumbfounded, pointing at his eyes and realizing the Lord of Arahan's intention. "Don't tell me he's telling me not to wear contact lenses anymore?" Kim Jin-ho angrily questioned, not understanding why the family that had thrown him in prison now cared. The Black Mirror Corps assassin coldly confirmed. "Precisely. The Lord of Arahan's entire message had been delivered," the assassin declared, signaling for the entire Black Mirror Corps to prepare to withdraw. The assassins dissolved into black smoke and vanished in an instant, leaving Kim Jin-ho muttering, "These guys always disappear as soon as they're done." 2 hours later, an imposing old man appeared, introducing himself as Imperial Investigator Cox, and began questioning the young man who had caused such a stir by exposing the corruption in the army. Imperial Investigator Cox announced excellent news. "The Emperor will reward you for your achievements." Recalling the order not to conceal his identity, Kim Jin-ho decided to go all out, removing his contact lenses and revealing the distinctive crimson eyes of the Arahan family. Seeing the sudden change, Imperial Investigator Cox was startled, asking him to state his identity. Without beating around the bush, Kim Jin-ho held his head high and declared bluntly, "I am the 7th heir of the Arahan family. My name is Zed Arahan." Imperial Investigator Cox froze, his voice full of astonishment. "Zed? Are you truly Zed Arahan?" and received a firm answer. The old man burst out laughing, his face full of interest. "Ha ha, what a coincidence. So you're the Arahan family member mentioned in the official document." Kim Jin-ho wondered about the so-called official document, but Imperial Investigator Cox only smiled mysteriously, acting as if he was a country bumpkin new to the city. The old man held out a scroll, making a bold declaration. "Your name is in a document written by the Emperor himself." Imperial Investigator Cox pointed to the last line, where Zed Arahan was personally praised by the Emperor for helping the common people, leaving Kim Jin-ho completely stunned. The old man was delighted to finally meet the main character, but Kim Jin-ho coldly wondered why the Emperor would know of an unknown person like himself. Imperial Investigator Cox explained that the Emperor often conversed with the common folk, and a few repatriated individuals had spoken of his deeds, making Kim Jin-ho immediately think of Gordon. Recalling Gordon's smile, Imperial Investigator Cox nodded, saying that the Emperor would be very pleased and this was good news for his entire family. Hearing the words family, Kim Jin-ho immediately seized the opportunity, offering to personally resolve the matter at Myers Cathedral. Imperial Investigator Cox nodded instantly, understanding that this young man wanted to finish what he started, and gave the green light without hesitation. Kim Jin-ho bowed in thanks, secretly admiring the generosity of a high-ranking investigator who dared to yield credit to others without a second thought. The old man burst into hearty laughter, muttering that it was truly strange to be thanked by an Arahan family member, wondering if he had lived a little too long. Imperial Investigator Cox clapped Kim Jin-ho on the shoulder, switching to a playful mode. Just take the Central Army soldiers. Anyone who resists, deal with them on the spot. I'll take full responsibility. The old man clapped Kim Jin-ho on the shoulder repeatedly, chuckling with delight at seeing an Arahan young man being so polite for the first time, praising him profusely. Kim Jin-ho froze, his eyes turning red, with only one question in his mind. Is the Arahan family full of scoundrels, or something? The imperial flag fluttered, signaling that a purge was about to begin. Kim Jin-ho led an elite squad of Central Army soldiers, their morale soaring as they marched straight to the entrance of Myers Cathedral. The town crowd gathered, buzzing with chatter, as news of General Pullman's arrest and the fake priest had spread everywhere. Kim Jin-ho stepped forward, a decisive stride asserting absolute authority. He cleared his throat, the badge on his chest gleaming. Listen up, you fraudsters. Standing before the entire army, Kim Jin-ho issued a harsh ultimatum. I'll count to 3. If you don't crawl out here, prepare to be wiped out. The entire cathedral fell silent. Kim Jin-ho and his army waited in silence, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Kim Jin-ho suggested dragging them out, but a Central Army soldier intervened, reminding him that using weapons and magic inside a cathedral was against the law and very dangerous. The soldier suggested waiting for royal permission, but Kim Jin-ho had run out of patience. No need, I'll handle it, Kim Jin-ho declared coolly, then turned and walked away, leaving the soldiers bewildered. His eyes gleaming crimson, he declared that there wasn't much time and he would take care of it himself, telling the entire squad to wait there. Ignoring the soldiers' worried pleas, Kim Jin-ho simply replied, "It's fine," and walked straight into the lion's den alone. The Central Army soldiers watched him go, wondering what a young man forbidden from using magic could possibly do to be so confident. Just then, Imperial Investigator Cox appeared, holding the permit the soldiers had been waiting for. With the permit in hand, the Central Army soldiers immediately rallied, roaring, ready to storm in and apprehend the criminals. Wait, Imperial Investigator Cox interrupted, declaring that he had granted full command to Kim Jin-ho to personally conclude this matter. The old man affirmed that it was Kim Jin-ho's own request, accompanied by the image of a gleaming golden commander's badge. Ignoring the Central Army soldiers behind him, who were still babbling about weapons and responsibility, Kim Jin-ho stood firm before the church door, not bothering to reply. Crash! He kicked the wooden door straight open and declared coldly as he stepped inside. It seems none of you know anything about Arahan. Kim Jin-ho turned back, questioning the soldiers if they knew why the Arahan family was at the top, why people feared them. He answered himself. The Arahans always keep their word. In his mind, an image of the family's Arahan enforcers appeared, ready to draw their blades and do anything, regardless of the means. Standing outside, Imperial Investigator Cox and the Central Army soldiers began to grasp the cruelty and terror of this family. Kim Jin-ho's eyes glowed with a deadly red hue. He growled, thinking of the enemies inside. You said I wouldn't be safe, didn't you? You damn fake priests. With that, he advanced alone into the deep darkness of the church and declared, Then watch closely. Today's main character is Arahan. Immediately, desperate screams and the sounds of battle echoed from within the church, then quickly died down. The Central Army soldiers outside were restless, extremely worried because everything had suddenly fallen silent, fearing that the confident young man had been utterly defeated. Creak! The heavy door opened, and a figure stepped out, startling the entire army, who shouted, Someone's coming out. Prepare for battle. The Central Army soldiers gaped, unable to believe their eyes as they saw a figure emerge from the church. It was Kim Jin-ho, strolling out as if taking a leisurely walk, followed by a line of prisoners, including the priests and their tightly bound captured priest leader. Kim Jin-ho wore a challenging smirk, his glowing red eyes exuding absolute dominance. Imperial Investigator Cox and the crowd could only gasp in astonishment, completely captivated by the young man's performance. When asked how he defeated them all without mana, Kim Jin-ho merely cracked his knuckles and casually replied, It wasn't too difficult. Imperial Investigator Cox was thoroughly convinced, bowing his head in admission. Truly, an Arahan. I am compelled to show my respect once more. It's astonishing. Kim Jin-ho pointed at the prisoners, reporting concisely. Sir Cox, these people were selling fake holy water. There are certainly many victims. Please deal with them. Imperial Investigator Cox immediately accepted responsibility, promising that as an investigator he would thoroughly resolve the matter. After the agreement was made, Kim Jin-ho suddenly called out loudly, startling Imperial Investigator Cox. "Father, you can come out now." From the darkness of the church, the fake priest Johann Chris emerged, causing the crowd outside to murmur. "Oh, who's that?" The townsfolk erupted when they saw Father Johann Chris appear, cheering as if they had found a savior, while the captured fake priest could only kneel, his face pale. Johann Chris placed his hand on the captured priest leader's head, and a green holy light flared up, enveloping him, leaving the man bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The holy light grew stronger. The fake priest trembled, calling out Father, completely overwhelmed by the divine power flowing forth. Johann Chris smiled benevolently, his divine power radiating such warmth that even the onlookers felt at ease. The captured priest leader's eyes widened, unable to believe the miracle unfolding before his eyes. His accomplices shared the same expression, gaping in astonishment, their minds completely unable to process the situation. Johann Chris preached, calling upon the fake priests to repent, and under the effect of the holy light, they all wept desperately, promising not to go against God's will again. Cheers of Father Johann Chris has returned, echoed everywhere, perfectly re-establishing his position in the hearts of the townsfolk. After the spectacle, he turned and formally introduced himself. "I am Johann Chris, the 49th royal priest," then offered his thanks to Kim Jin-ho. Johann Chris politely invited Kim Jin-ho for tea to discuss matters, and our protagonist, of course, immediately agreed. After the spectacle, Imperial Investigator Cox called Kim Jin-ho by name and asked him to approach, which surprised Kim Jin-ho. The old investigator made a grand gesture, extending his hand and declaring a gift for Kim Jin-ho, leaving our protagonist frozen for a few seconds. A formidable item appeared. The investigator's badge gleamed in his palm, an Empire-grade item that allowed the deployment of even the army. Kim Jin-ho wondered why he was given such power, but Imperial Investigator Cox merely clasped his hand and affirmed, "At least you won't tarnish my reputation." The old man laid down the sole condition. This badge must only be used for the benefit of the Empire. If used for personal gain, it would be considered an act of enmity. Kim Jin-ho gripped the badge, his sharp eyes making a firm promise that such a thing would never happen, which made the old investigator chuckle with delight, as he was completely different from the Arahans of the past. With everything concluded, Imperial Investigator Cox waved goodbye, announcing the withdrawal of his troops and hoping for a future reunion. Kim Jin-ho bowed in farewell as the formidable Central Army soldiers began to march out of town. Once their figures were out of sight, Kim Jin-ho looked up with a meaningful smile, clearly having a new plan in mind. The scene shifted inside the Grand Church, where a private conversation between Kim Jin-ho and Johann Chris was about to begin. The fake priest, Johann Chris, began, thanking Kim Jin-ho for cleaning up the mess and praising him for doing a great deed by ensuring all victims were compensated. Kim Jin-ho wasn't one for small talk. He replied with a polite formality, then got straight to the point. "What do you want from me?" Without beating around the bush, Kim Jin-ho laid his cards on the table, asserting that the priest was smart enough to know his actions weren't solely for faith, then concluded, "I need your holy water, Father." Johann Chris paused slightly, explaining that holy water was originally used for healing and exorcism, then directly asked Kim Jin-ho's purpose. Kim Jin-ho's answer was concise, to craft magic items. He also stated frankly that he didn't know if it was for vanquishing evil, but it was certainly for saving lives. Kim Jin-ho began to explain, claiming to be a useless Arahan discarded by the family because he couldn't control mana, but now he had received a summons to return home. Johann Chris understood immediately, as the bloody fratricidal war within the Arahan family was common knowledge. The priest expressed doubt, thinking that a few minor magic items couldn't help him survive, but Kim Jin-ho merely shrugged, saying he was preparing everything he could, and revealed his plan to create an elixir to buff his magic stats by 2 points. Kim Jin-ho analyzed the power equation. His current magic stat was 3, while the lightning transformation skill required 5 points. The 2 additional points from the elixir would be a leap, transforming a skill that required charging into one that could be activated and deactivated at will. Johann Chris looked at his teacup, finally revealing his trump card. "Actually, I've heard rumors about you, Kim Jin-ho. You dealt with the notorious slave trader backed by the Arahan family." Johann Chris concluded, stating that an Arahan coming to clean up Myers and his assistance to Kim Jin-ho were both acts of providence. With that, the priest placed a sleek, pitch-black box onto the table, getting down to business. Johann Chris explained that holy water also came in real and fake varieties, and this was the select kind he had kept for someone worthy. He opened the box, and a shimmering aura emanated, boasting that this was the result of him concentrating all his power for a long time. Inside were 3 vials of holy water, emitting a dense, dark green light, 100% genuine, and Johann Chris hoped it would be useful to Kim Jin-ho. Kim Jin-ho looked at the precious gift, unable to hide his astonishment, and quickly thanked him profusely. Johann Chris smiled meaningfully, saying this was a personal gift, and blessed Kim Jin-ho. The transaction concluded, Kim Jin-ho returned to his room. He sat on the bed, the box of holy water beside him, and in his hands were the 2 items he had just received. Lost in thought, Kim Jin-ho's eyes glowed red, as he realized the glowing item in his hand was the very item he had yearned for, with all his heart, when he used to grind in the game. Kim Jin-ho thoughtfully gazed at the priest's seal in his hand, realizing this was not just an item, but a genuine protective pass. In the game world, the church's power was absolute, backed by a mighty empire. This seal was essentially the emperor's guarantee, a true golden immunity token. He realized that with this item, no one could arbitrarily arrest or lay a hand on him anymore, a high-quality insurance for internal power struggles. Kim Jin-ho thought to himself that Johann Chris must have planned everything before giving him this gift. A true old fox. Holding both the Imperial Investigator's badge and the priest's seal, he knew this was the best possible starting equipment before returning to his family. Now, anyone who wanted to take his life would have to consider the price of confronting the 2 greatest powers. Not only that, with the Imperial Investigator's badge, he could summon the Empire's forces anywhere. Kim Jin-ho's crimson eyes gleamed with confidence. Just looking at these 2 items was enough to put him at ease. After his moment of self-satisfaction, he turned to the glowing box of holy water. It was time to deal with the next item. Kim Jin-ho calculated that in the game, Johann's holy water only had a 20% success rate, but this real-life version surely had to be different. Holding 3 vials of holy water and 2 demon essences, he muttered, hoping for a clean success on the first try. No sooner said than done, he uncapped a vial, confidently declaring that if he ran out, he'd just ask for more. No worries. The stream of green holy water poured directly into the crimson essence, and the 2 opposing energy flows immediately clashed, bubbling furiously. The green energy enveloped the red core. The purification process began, looking intense. The reaction finished, and the essence was encased in a transparent shell, looking much more stable. Suddenly, the energy sphere transformed. A dazzling blue light erupted and reshaped itself into an exquisitely crafted crystal vial. Kim Jin-ho gaped at the finished product floating before him, an item that looked far more impressive than he had expected. He couldn't believe he had succeeded on the very first attempt. His luck was truly shining. Without a moment's hesitation, Kim Jin-ho poured the potion directly into his mouth and gulped it down. Ping! A system notification appeared. Magic power increased by 1. Kim Jin-ho was delighted. His stat had increased to 4, exactly as he had calculated. There were still 2 vials of pure holy water left in the box, ready for the next batch. He clenched his fist, full of ambition. If he succeeded again, his magic power would reach 5. Kim Jin-ho calculated the remaining ingredients, determined to go big and make another dose. The second purification process began, and the chaotic energy of the demon essence was once again released. As expected, an even more exquisite crystal potion was created than the last time, making him exclaim at his good fortune. He sat on the bed, pondering the nearly absolute success rate, and realizing this item was as precious as a revival life. But an opportunity to grow stronger couldn't be missed, so he didn't hesitate and immediately gulped down the second potion. Ping! The familiar notification rang out again. His magic power officially reached 5 points, a respectable number. As soon as his magic power hit 5 points, Kim Jin-ho's eyes flashed, and a new stream of data was uploaded into his brain. Ting! The system announced. Supplemental magic is ready. The hot item is now in hand. A new skill unlocked. Lightning Transformation. A trump card that both enhances physical strength and creates a shield based on magic power. Kim Jin-ho tensed, feeling the new power surging through his body, a confident smile spreading across his lips. He was so excited he staggered, letting out a satisfied wow as his body was upgraded. Flopping onto the bed, he let out a sigh of relief, admitting he had been sweating bullets, fearing this skill would require 10 magic points. Lying on the bed, he couldn't help but burst into joyful laughter. This feeling was too good. He burst out laughing, realizing that this real-life game was 1,000,000 times more captivating than grinding in a virtual one. The scene shifted to a bustling town. The next morning, a new mission had begun. Ryu appeared, reporting the situation. "I've found the white-haired, one-eyed people you requested. There are about 40 inches total." Ryu quickly reported to Kim Jin-ho. "Using money as bait, 34 out of 40 guys have shown themselves. Your target is among the remaining 6. Kim Jin-ho asked if she had their locations, and Ryu confidently affirmed that she had the exact addresses for all 6, promising to catch them by tomorrow. Kim Jin-ho took the list, laughing with delight as everything became easier, while Ryu puffed out her chest proudly, deeming it a trivial matter. Ryu continued to show off her abilities, asking Kim Jin-ho if she was skilled enough for a harder mission, but he remained silent. Kim Jin-ho frankly told Ryu she didn't need to strain herself to prove anything, as he already knew she was smart, leaving Ryu stunned. He promised to take responsibility for Ryu and Lisa until the end, admitting she was the first teammate he had ever had. Ryu and Lisa teared up with emotion, but Kim Jin-ho retorted bluntly, "Don't get sentimental over the obvious. Sentimentality is a kind of illness." A female townsfolk suddenly blocked their path, asking Kim Jin-ho directly if he was Sir Zed Arahan, which caught him off guard. The girl, in full fangirl mode, shouted that the whole city was buzzing about the young Arahan hero who had punished the fraudsters and protected the church. Kim Jin-ho realized the crowd was whispering about him, and he clicked his tongue. "Ah, so I'm famous now. I thought they were looking at me because of my eye color." The people began to recognize the real deal. One guy asked, "Is that Zed Arahan?" Another immediately corrected him, "Watch your words, you must call him sir." The crowd murmured about the Arahan family, known for their cruelty, but now they saw Kim Jin-ho, who didn't resemble the rumors at all. Kim Jin-ho, Ryu, and her brother were all bewildered by the sudden attention, and the young brother fearfully exclaimed, "Brother, I'm scared." All the townsfolk cheered in unison, thanking Kim Jin-ho for protecting the church, promising to remember Sir Zed's merits forever. Kim Jin-ho, accustomed to such scenes, still felt embarrassed, turning to Ryu and telling her to quickly get out of there to avoid further awkwardness. Suddenly, Kim Jin-ho's senses flared. A strange energy current swept past, making him freeze. He scanned the crowd, his expression tense, a premonition striking him. Something's not right. His gaze locked onto an old man with white hair and one eye, a character who couldn't be mistaken for anyone else. A name exploded in Kim Jin-ho's mind. Sherville, the crucial target he had been searching for, had appeared right before him. Without a second's hesitation, Kim Jin-ho yelled, trying to block the old man's path. "Wait, stop right there." Kim Jin-ho didn't say much, pushing aside the gathering crowd and shouting, "Get out of the way, let me through." He activated his speed boost, darting like an arrow through the path the crowd had just cleared. Damn it, just one step too slow. The target had vanished among the crowd, leaving the street empty. Ryu and her siblings ran over, asking what was wrong, and Kim Jin-ho firmly stated, "It was him, he was just here, but he's gone." No time for explanations, he turned to Ryu urgently. "Of the 6 locations you mentioned, which one is the closest? We need to hurry." The whole team began the chase. Ryu's brother worried that if the old man wanted to escape it would be impossible, but Ryu had already pinpointed the location. "End of this street, turn left." They all ran headlong according to the directions like track athletes, their speed no joke. Ryu shouted the exact address from a distance. "That building, room 203. Kim Jin-ho rushed to the room door, without a moment's hesitation, preparing to kick it open. Bang! The door burst open, but inside was a completely different old man, panting. Kim Jin-ho froze. Wrong target. VAR check failed. The old man decoy was still babbling, begging for a debt extension, when he took a devastating punch from Kim Jin-ho, gone in a flash. After dealing with him, Kim Jin-ho didn't bother with the main door, instead leaping straight through the window, shouting for Ryu to lead the way to the next location, while she stood on the ground, gaping and cursing. At another location, Kim Jin-ho burst in, flipping the blanket off the bed. But what awaited him was just another old man. Another decoy. The next room was empty, covered in dust and cobwebs, clearly abandoned long ago. Ryu pointed from afar. "Next one's over there. Basement 1, left room." As Kim Jin-ho touched a surface, a surge of dark red energy suddenly flared, signaling that something was amiss. Ryu anxiously called out, "Zed," but Kim Jin-ho, with his glowing red eyes, coldly ordered her to go upstairs. He would handle things here himself. Despite his haste, Kim Jin-ho still felt a lethal aura, an extremely unsettling sensation enveloping him. He muttered, realizing his opponent was the greatest blacksmith, a man on the run. If this was truly where Sherville was, it was definitely a trap. Confirming it was a deadly trap, Kim Jin-ho didn't hesitate to activate lightning transformation, his entire body crackling with brilliant yellow electricity. His hand, charged with electrical energy, touched the doorknob, and a blinding flash of light immediately erupted from inside the room. The trap had been activated. Boom! The entire room exploded in a terrifying sea of blue flames, blasting everything into smithereens. System notification. The Immortal Challenger S trait activated. Amidst the firestorm, Kim Jin-ho immediately recognized this deadly power. This is Azure Flame. Ryu frantically screamed from a distance. What just happened? Zed, are you okay? While Kim Jin-ho merely muttered a curse, standing amidst the rubble. Kim Jin-ho analyzed in his head. Azure Flame is the ultimate fire attribute. Even magical artifacts struggle to create this level of destructive power. Yet that old man used it for such a petty trap? He coldly looked around, clicking his tongue when he saw that everything had been utterly destroyed. If not for Immortal Challenger, I would have been vaporized instantly, he thought to himself, recalling the overpowered skill that had saved his life in the game. The system clearly explained. With this trait, no one can one-shot him. Kim Jin-ho admitted he had underestimated the trap. The feeling of dying once was far from pleasant, as he recalled the townspeople outside. But instead of fear, his resolve flared even stronger. I must capture him. I must make him my ally, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, Ryu was hiding elsewhere, her face filled with indignation. This is ridiculous. Why are we the suspects? Ryu angrily yelled that they were victims too, but she admitted the situation was too disadvantageous. If they couldn't prove the explosion was a trap, they would surely become scapegoats, especially since the Arahan family specialized in fire magic. Kim Jin-ho had tried to search for evidence at the scene, but it was useless. Everything had been cleansed by the flames, leaving no trace behind. Ryu's brother frantically suggested they flee before the army arrived, even naively proposing they seek help from the Bahal family, because Lord Bahal seemed like a good person. Kim Jin-ho immediately dismissed that idea. Getting involved with the Bahal family right now would be suicide, especially after the Black Mirror Corps' extremely sensitive reaction last time. Just then, the flag of the Myers garrison fluttered, signaling that trouble had arrived at their doorstep. The Myers garrison, led by a general named Madden, had formed ranks outside, loudly calling for Zed Arahan to present himself. They're here! Ryu and her siblings panicked, but Kim Jin-ho calmly stood up, his composure unshaken. Kim Jin-ho reassured the group, declaring that he alone going out would be enough, making Ryu gasp and shout, "Alone? Wait, Zed." Without a moment's hesitation, Kim Jin-ho stepped out alone, directly facing the entire army, with their weapons at the ready. General Madden, commander of the Myers garrison, pointed at Kim Jin-ho and gave a decisive order. Arrest him immediately. The garrison soldiers hadn't even made a move before they froze, eyes wide and mouths agape, at the sight of what was on Kim Jin-ho's chest. The priest's badge gleamed, and General Madden hastily shouted, "Hold on, everyone, halt." Madden stepped forward and asked directly, "Sir Zed, is that truly a priest's badge?" And Kim Jin-ho calmly confirmed it was genuine, issued by Father Johann of Myers Cathedral. General Madden immediately backed down, quickly apologizing for not recognizing it, but Kim Jin-ho nonchalantly replied that any misunderstanding could be resolved. He introduced himself as Madden, General Pullman's replacement, then got straight to the point. "There was a large explosion in town earlier, and your name was mentioned in witness testimonies." Madden probed whether Kim Jin-ho was at the scene, and he, without hesitation, admitted, "Yes, I was directly caught in that explosion." The general was astonished, confirming, "So you mean you are a victim, not a suspect?" Kim Jin-ho nodded sharply. "Exactly." Madden continued to interrogate Kim Jin-ho about his presence there, but also politely added that it was merely a procedural question, and he wasn't obligated to answer. Kim Jin-ho smirked, coolly fabricating a story. "There's no reason not to tell you. I was looking for someone when I accidentally stumbled into a preset trap. I was quite shocked myself." General Madden was speechless, thinking to himself that because of that damn priest's badge, no matter how suspicious he was, he couldn't arbitrarily treat this man like a criminal. Kim Jin-ho's mind raced, realizing this was a golden opportunity to use the army to hunt down Lacto, so he turned to General Madden for help. General Madden flatly refused, citing that the army was not a personal tool, but Kim Jin-ho merely smirked, clearly having a plan. A twist. Kim Jin-ho pulled out another badge, an authentic Imperial Investigator's badge, utterly shocking General Madden. The general stammered, asking where the badge came from, and Kim Jin-ho nonchalantly replied that Investigator Cox had issued it, then lightly asked, "Is this enough authority to request assistance?" Madden, sweating profusely, confirmed that by law, he had to obey, his mind screaming, "What kind of monster is this Arahan kid to possess so many powerful items?" Kim Jin-ho concluded, stating directly that this was not a personal matter, but the pursuit of the explosion's perpetrator. which was precisely the garrison's expertise. General Madden and all the soldiers immediately saluted stiffly, pledging their full support, while Kim Jin-ho quietly mused. The priest's badge is just an exemption pass, but the investigator's badge is a command token for troops. Getting straight to business, Kim Jin-ho requested someone to sketch the perpetrator's portrait, and General Madden obediently complied, immediately going to find a person. Suddenly, Kim Jin-ho looked up sharply as if sensing something, his gaze locking onto a blond man secretly watching from a high window. The fake priest, Johann Chris, trembled like a leaf when discovered, realizing he had just encountered a truly formidable and terrifying individual. The next morning, the entire city was plastered with wanted posters featuring the portrait of a strange man with curly black hair. The content was severe. Reward of 50,000 gold for any information leading to the elm tree outside the south gate. If the culprit is not found after 3 days, the entire city will be sealed off for a thorough search. Signed, Zed Arahan. The townspeople gathered to look, their eyes gleaming at the enormous reward money, whispering about what kind of monster yesterday's bomber was to be worth so much. Hidden in the crowd, a man in a green hooded cloak silently observed, his mind racing. Did he mistake me for someone else? No, that can't be. Old man Lacto Sherville, in disguise, immediately realized. That kid knows my real face. This drawing is intentionally different. He's playing a psychological game. He looked at the posters plastered everywhere, muttering, "He's that determined. Perhaps he wants to meet me?" Lacto clicked his tongue, knowing that if things went south, there would be a bloodbath, but he still decisively pulled up his hood. "I'll know what he's up to once I meet him." He strode forward, fed up with having to flee from city to city. Lacto Sherville had made up his mind, thinking to himself that he had lived long enough and it was time to end this. With no regrets, he decisively moved forward, ready for the fated encounter with his pursuer. Lacto Sherville was mingling in the crowd to scout when he was startled as Kim Jin-ho suddenly appeared right behind him, complimenting his professional-grade disguise. Kim Jin-ho whispered, warning Lacto Sherville to act naturally, or the guards would swarm them immediately if he showed any weakness. Lacto Sherville growled, asking the stranger's identity, and Kim Jin-ho coldly replied, "I am Zed Arahan. I've finally met you." The old blacksmith questioned his reason for seeking him out, but Kim Jin-ho simply stated, "Let's change locations first. Follow me." Arriving at a secluded spot, Kim Jin-ho removed his hood, officially revealing his face and declaring, "This is our first meeting. I am the 7th heir of the Arahan family, Zed Arahan." Lacto Sherville was struck dumb, an image of his disguise mask flashing in his mind, while Kim Jin-ho said directly to him, "I know your name now, don't I?" No longer hiding, Lacto Sherville looked straight at the boy in front of him and asked bluntly, "Boy, if you already know who I am, why have you come?" Kim Jin-ho smirked meaningfully, replying with a rhetorical question. "The reason to seek out a legendary blacksmith is never simple, is it?" Lacto Sherville froze when Kim Jin-ho declared his ultimate purpose, an unbelievable offer. "I've come here because I want to hire you as the exclusive blacksmith for the Arahan family." Everything stemmed from the core difference between the game and real life, specifically regarding equipment, something Kim Jin-ho was lacking in this real-life version of the Last Savior world. Kim Jin-ho thought to himself, in the game, you just double-click to equip items, but in real life, you have to put on each piece yourself. On top of that, you have to consider all sorts of things, from stats to comfort and weight. Not just assume that expensive gear is automatically good. Most magic tools on the market were made for adults, so with his teenage physique, even gear with great stats would be useless if it didn't fit. That was precisely why he had to hunt down Lacto Sherville, a blacksmith who could create custom-made equipment. This old man could not only forge items that fit perfectly, but also upgrade them whenever his stats increased, ensuring the gear was always top-notch. He looked straight at the old blacksmith, his voice full of pressure. "Warhorses are born to run, swords are made to be used. As the last bloodline of the Sherville family, what do you live for?" Lacto Sherville fell silent, his sharp gaze fixed on the boy in front of him, clearly struck by the question. Kim Jin-ho continued his impassioned speech, painting a magnificent future. The greatest blacksmith forging magic tools for the greatest family, so that Sherville's techniques will be etched into history. That is your true mission. The old blacksmith wavered, admitting it was a dream scenario, but then hesitated, thinking of his family's stain. Kim Jin-ho delivered the finishing blow, uttering a shocking statement that stunned Lacto Sherville. "I know it was a false accusation. I, an Arahan, will clear the Sherville family's name of all wrongful charges." Lacto Sherville questioned Kim Jin-ho, his voice full of sarcasm. "You know nothing about the Sherville massacre, yet you claim you'll help?" What makes you so sure it was a false accusation? Kim Jin-ho remained silent, his crimson eyes unblinking, his brain processing data. He recalled that in the game, the Sherville incident was a mystery, only recorded as a rebellion plot that was wiped out by the Imperial Army. But Kim Jin-ho smirked confidently, stating firmly, "I don't need to know the specifics. I know exactly who the Sherville family is." He asserted that a family solely dedicated to forging top-tier magic tools, living and dying for their craft, would have no reason to rebel. Kim Jin-ho began to analyze the power game, his voice chilling. "And the Emperor has reached the pinnacle of both Swordmaster and Grand Archmage. An absolute power, one who stands at the apex, with the invincible Central Army soldiers under his command. Even Arahan and Bahal combined would be no match." He emphasized that the Emperor was an immortal being, the absolute ruler of this world. Rebelling would be nothing short of suicide. Finishing his words, Kim Jin-ho turned, his eyes sharp. Therefore the Sherville family had even less reason to rebel. "Now, tell me the whole story, sir." Sherville was speechless, finally letting out a sigh, his defenses completely broken by this boy. Sherville began his story, asking Kim Jin-ho directly if he knew of the Martin family. Kim Jin-ho knew well that they were a second-rate mage family, and Sherville confirmed they were once their main partners, a bunch who always dreamed of surpassing Arahan. The protagonist dismissed it, deeming it impossible, and Sherville revealed the trouble began when the Billy family got involved. Kim Jin-ho murmured the name Billy, recalling that in the game, they were just a bunch of minor mages, but by the end, they had risen meteorically, strong enough to compete even with Martin. His eyes flashed crimson, and he asked directly, "What happened?" Old man Sherville's face hardened, bitterly admitting there was no time or opportunity to explain back then. Just hearing that, Kim Jin-ho nodded in understanding, his brain automatically piecing together the fragments. But a doubt suddenly flashed in his mind. Could Arahan truly be innocent in this matter? He reasoned that, since they didn't deal with Sherville, Arahan had reason to see them as a thorn in their side, and if the Black Mirror Corps got involved, this would be a perfect, traceless case. The more he thought about the overwhelming power of the Black Mirror Corps, the more Kim Jin-ho felt that this entire incident reeked of a strong conspiracy. Kim Jin-ho reassured himself, thinking he shouldn't jump to conclusions. If mages were involved, the Arahan family would surely be able to clean it up. Sherville retorted, "Can you bear the responsibility for your words?" And Kim Jin-ho firmly replied that he would keep his promise. His crimson eyes gleaming, Kim Jin-ho extended his hand with a confident smile. "Then please, come with me." His gaze flashed with a deadly light, filled with unshakable determination. The old blacksmith froze, silently staring at the hand extended before him. Looking down at his calloused hands, Sherville sighed, deciding to take one last gamble. "As long as the Sherville family's techniques and history are continued, I'm willing to follow you," the old man said, then firmly grasped Kim Jin-ho's hand, sealing the deal. Kim Jin-ho, pleased, turned and walked ahead, urging, "Excellent, let's depart immediately," leaving Sherville bewildered behind him. Kim Jin-ho mentally tallied the spoils he had gathered from the south: companions, the divine steed Jinju, and most importantly, the allegiance of the legendary blacksmith. He clenched his fist, his eyes sharp, his mind beginning to calculate. "I wonder how much this haul will be worth in the eyes of the Arahan family." Kim Jin-ho smirked confidently. A new plan had already formed in this big-brained guy's mind. The entire team had arrived. The golden city of Nekka in the western region, one of the most magnificent and wealthiest metropolises. Clean streets, towers sparkling under the sun, truly a high-class playground for a grand plan. Ryu, seeing this sight for the first time, her eyes wide, let out an astonished, "Wow," just like a country bumpkin visiting the city. Kim Jin-ho, riding the white warhorse, led the entire group, followed by Ryu and Sherville, as they entered Nekka's main street. Ryu still couldn't believe her eyes. She murmured, "It's so dazzling. I never thought a place like this existed." Kim Jin-ho turned to ask Ryu, and she admitted that Nekka was a distant dream for small-time merchants because it was monopolized by large trading companies. Lisa, however, was much more excited. She tugged on her brother's arm, pointing everywhere. "Brother, that building over there is all gold. And that place too." Sherville also had to exclaim that it had been a long time since he'd been to Nekka, and the city's development speed was truly astonishing. When Kim Jin-ho asked, Sherville explained that he had visited here less than 10 years ago, but now it had changed so much he barely recognized it. Kim Jin-ho observed thoughtfully, his big brain beginning to analyze the situation and plan his next move in this luxurious city. He remarked that while Nekka seemed different, Its vibe was exactly like Gangnam, a bustling, wealthy district full of opportunities. As soon as they entered the city, they were scrutinized. The crowd whispered as they recognized the white warhorse of the Bahal family, a presence too conspicuous in the heart of the Arahan family's city. After assessing the situation, Kim Jin-ho decided the first order of business was to find a place to set up base. The whole team quickly found a decent-looking inn to use as a temporary base. Ryu wondered why they weren't going straight to Arahan, but Kim Jin-ho casually replied that they still had a whole week and couldn't afford to waste time. Hearing that Kim Jin-ho was preparing to go off alone, Ryu flinched and asked again with an incredulous expression. He instructed both Ryu and Sherville that this trip might take a few days, and they should stay put and not worry. Ryu was utterly shocked to hear that the task might not even be finished in a week, while Kim Jin-ho calmly told her to take care of their food and the warhorse. Before leaving, Kim Jin-ho warned Ryu not to wander off and get lost. She mumbled in agreement, admitting that even though she wasn't a child, it was indeed easy to get lost here. Ryu's brother excitedly told Kim Jin-ho to be careful, while Ryu and Sherville stood behind with worried expressions. Kim Jin-ho merely glanced back, gave a confident smirk, and then strode forward, truly embodying the protagonist heading off on a mission. He entered the city center of Nekka, a bustling and magnificent place under the sunset, looking no different from a main server full of opportunities. Kim Jin-ho glanced around. Only one thought in his mind. Everywhere reeked of money, but he knew well that the more glamorous a place, the dirtier its hidden corners, where those who dreamed of changing their lives ultimately became failures. He muttered, wondering if the target he was looking for was hiding in the dark alleys, where the failed gathered. Kim Jin-ho stopped in front of a shop with an eye symbol, already hearing the optician shopkeeper's voice echoing in his head. Good heavens! Why would an heir of the Arahan family come to our shop? As soon as he entered, he didn't beat around the bush and ordered the optician shopkeeper directly. It's an honor for you anyway. Get me a pair of black contact lenses. The old optician shopkeeper froze, stammering as he asked why a noble would choose the cheapest and most common type, the kind only commoners used. The old optician shopkeeper was about to greet a customer when he turned and saw Kim Jin-ho, his face changing color in surprise at the presence of such an important figure. Kim Jin-ho pointed directly at a tattered outfit, ignoring the branded clothes hanging on the racks. The tailor panicked, stammering that it was work clothes, not for sale. Without further ado, Kim Jin-ho personally stripped off his knight's attire, put on the old clothes, and declared he would pay for them, leaving the tailor stunned. After being kicked out of a shoe store for daring to ask to buy shoes in a beggar's appearance, Kim Jin-ho finally found a pair of worn-out shoes. Standing in the middle of the street, Kim Jin-ho donned the guise of a true wanderer. A torn cloak, worn-out clothes, perfect for blending into the shadows. He looked at his reflection in the glass, nodding in satisfaction with his beggar-like appearance, and prepared to set off to meet his target. The target was clear, the king of the dark alley, an underground force that Kim Jin-ho was about to confront. Night fell, enveloping a dilapidated slum, a promised den for the lowest of the low. In a dirty, dark corner, a sewer rat sniffed around, signaling a decaying environment, perfect for night hunts. Amidst the deadly silence of the alley, Kim Jin-ho sat with his arms crossed, waiting patiently like a predator stalking its prey. Sensing the time was right, Kim Jin-ho raised his head, his eyes sharp, deciding it was time to act. Kim Jin-ho silently advanced deeper into the dark alley, his footsteps echoing steadily in the deadly space. He immediately sensed someone tailing him, a thug lurking in the shadows. The small fry began to show themselves, two muscular thugs blocking both sides of the corridor, ready for trouble. Ahead, a whole pack of scum had gathered. Kim Jin-ho counted, exactly 7 thugs surrounding him. Visibility was only a few meters, but he calmly continued forward, thinking to himself that it was time to clean up. His stomach suddenly rumbled. Indeed, wearing beggar's clothes made one hungry. He clicked his tongue, wishing he had brought some dried meat. Just then, a burly man who seemed to be the thug leader stepped out to block his path, signaling him to stop. Finally, the entire gang of thugs revealed themselves, completely blocking the path and surrounding Kim Jin-ho. The thug leader spoke with an arrogant tone, growling, "Where did you crawl out from, punk? Newcomers need to know their place, or you won't survive here." In response to the threat, Kim Jin-ho merely smirked and asked directly, "Got anything to eat? I'm starving to death here." The thugs froze, stunned by his audacity. A thug let out a disgusting laugh, boasting, "Don't worry, we'll kill you before you starve to death." As soon as he finished speaking, a bald thug lunged forward with a wild punch, but Kim Jin-ho glided past like a ghost. The thug froze, unable to believe his eyes as the punch completely missed. Huh? This bastard is so fast. Seeing their comrade outmaneuvered, the entire pack of small fry roared, "This damn rat," then simultaneously charged in to gang up on him. The bald thug raised both hands to the sky again, intending to use all his might to deliver a finishing blow. But Kim Jin-ho merely glanced at him with a look of boredom. Giving his opponent no chance to attack, Kim Jin-ho struck first, a swift elbow thrust directly into the bald thug's stomach. Thwack! The hit landed, causing the thug's body to fold like a shrimp, his attack vanishing in an instant. Without stopping, Kim Jin-ho spun around, swinging a handblade strike directly at the neck of another charging thug, making him scream miserably. The strike was too fast and dangerous. The second thug only felt a sharp pain before being completely incapacitated. Witnessing two of their comrades taken out in less than a heartbeat, the rest of the gang froze, mouths agape and eyes wide. Kim Jin-ho charged straight into the midst of the thugs like a whirlwind, without a hint of hesitation. He smirked, his eyes regarding the crowd before him as nothing more than small fry. Wham! Crash! In a flash, screams and the sound of breaking bones echoed throughout the dark alley. All the thugs lay scattered on the ground. Only the thug leader remained standing, stunned, muttering, "This bastard." Kim Jin-ho casually dusted off his hands, asking a cowering thug, "With a strength stat of 70, I only punched lightly. Does it hurt that much?" Making the other man utterly terrified. "Damn it, what kind of psycho are you?" He sighed, feigning disappointment. "All it would have taken was a piece of bread. Now I'm even hungrier." The thug leader puffed himself up, raising his voice. "A rookie dares to be so arrogant. You won't survive here. Our organization will kill you silently." Kim Jin-ho replied curtly, "Really? Then I'll just take over your organization." A response that left them all stunned. Suddenly, a sharp metallic object, emitting a stream of green energy, formed in his hand. The new weapon was ready. A blade of azure energy appeared, signaling the final cleanup was about to begin. The thug leader gaped in astonishment, unable to believe that someone had dodged Kim Jin-ho's recent weapon swing. A new boss appeared, with a mohawk, painted face, clutching a dagger, called Squad Leader by his subordinates. He smirked, assessing, "This guy is no ordinary opponent." The remaining small fry turned pale with fear, retreating simultaneously, not daring to approach Kim Jin-ho. Kim Jin-ho sneered, considering the squad leader's appearance a windfall. "A squad leader, huh? Caught a big fish on the very first day. My plan can be shortened now." A subordinate began to flatter his new boss. "Do you know who this is?" then shouted his identity. It turned out this was the legendary assassin Kinzera, a rather impressive name. He arrogantly ordered Kim Jin-ho, "If you want to live, kneel down and beg right now." Kim Jin-ho looked bored, taunting him directly. A legendary assassin? Why would someone like that be a squad leader for a bunch of beggars? His pride wounded, Kinzera roared, "Arrogant bastard," then lunged like a whirlwind, swinging a deadly, sickly green energy blade. Kinzera was stunned when his second attack was also neatly dodged. He admitted Kim Jin-ho was talented, but still declared as if it were fact, "Too bad you're about to die." Kinzera growled, "This strike will be different," but as soon as he finished, he realized Kim Jin-ho had vanished right before his eyes, leaving only a green streak of light from the energy weapon preparing to counterattack. Kim Jin-ho immediately recognized the sickly green energy surrounding Kinzera as mana. The real deal. Kim Jin-ho calculated that this guy was at least a fourth ring mage, a level that was far from ordinary. He silently admitted that the title of legendary assassin was not garbage, because for an assassin without family backing to reach the fourth ring, was indeed impressive. Kinzera laughed morbidly, delighted to see his opponent seem surprised. He boasted, "This is the price for not knowing your place," then lunged to attack like a sickly green phantom. Whoosh! Whoosh! Kinzera moved with insane speed, creating countless illusions to attack Kim Jin-ho from all sides. But Kim Jin-ho stood still as a statue, his stance firm, making Kinzera wonder, "Oh, not scared at all?" The arrogant assassin assumed Kim Jin-ho was frozen with fear, unable to move. To verify, Kinzera decided to unleash a finishing blow from a blind spot, diving straight down from above. Kim Jin-ho looked up, realizing the danger from above, and only managed to utter a silent no in his head, seemingly a beat too late. Kim Jin-ho looked up, realizing it wasn't one, but three assassin shadows hurtling down at terrifying speed. He raised his hand to block the attack, the assassin's green energy enveloping the space, determined to finish off their target in one blow. Clang! A deafening collision rang out as the pincer attack was blocked just in the nick of time. Kim Jin-ho had retreated, leaving the trio of assassins stunned. "Huh? You dodged our combined attack? 3 identical assassins, the Kinzera triplets, revealed themselves and questioned Kim Jin-ho's identity, unsure if he was a knight or a mage. Kim Jin-ho silently analyzed, realizing they used mana to conceal themselves, which was why he hadn't detected them, and cursed himself for his pathetic magic power stat. Facing the trio of assassins, Kim Jin-ho decided to stop playing cat and mouse. Now, I'll have to go all out. The Kinzera triplets sneered, believing he was just talking big and wouldn't get a second lucky chance to dodge. Whoosh! Kim Jin-ho channeled his energy. Brilliant golden lightning violently erupted around him. His hair changed color, and his eyes became deadly. The system announced the activation of the lightning transformation magic. Kim Jin-ho's eyes glowed red like a predator's. The moment they saw his glowing red eyes, the Kinzera triplets' faces went pale, and they stammered, "Red eyes? Damn it! Why is there an Arahan here?" Kinzera, the leader, realized this was a terrible situation and quickly yelled an order to retreat. "This is a trap! Everyone, run!" But it was too late as Kim Jin-ho's lightning erupted. The system activated carry mode. The Immortal Challenger's trait was activated, temporarily boosting all stats by 10 points. Kim Jin-ho's pathetic magic power stat was patched up, and 2 brand new skills, Lightning Transformation and Lightning Strike, were unlocked. Enveloped in brilliant golden lightning, Kim Jin-ho's red eyes coldly locked onto his targets, exuding the aura of a true predator. Kinzera shrieked, ordering his comrades to scatter if they didn't want to be wiped out collectively, while Kim Jin-ho calmly gathered a sphere of lightning in his palm. Kim Jin-ho aimed the destructive lightning sphere directly at the fleeing assassins, preparing to end the hunt. Whoosh! The lightning sphere was fired at terrifying speed, creating an electrical explosion that swept away everything in its path. One of the 3 assassins ran for his life, but his speed was nothing compared to the lightning bolt pursuing him. Kinzera looked back, his face pale as he witnessed the terrifying power rushing towards him, realizing death was right behind him. Boom! A horrifying electrical explosion swept through the alley, the ground cracking under the destructive power of the attack. 2 of the Kinzera triplets lay collapsed on the spot, their bodies charred and twitching amidst the lingering electrical sparks. Kim Jin-ho stood frozen, lightning still enveloping him, unable to hide the astonishment on his face. He questioned himself, unable to believe his eyes. A Tier 2 spell? Is this powerful? My magic power is only 15. Is this the power of lightning energy? Kim Jin-ho realized that simply mimicking the in-game motions was enough to activate magic, a huge advantage, as it eliminated the need for cumbersome incantations. Suddenly, shouts of, "Over here! Everyone! Come this way!" rang out, startling Kim Jin-ho as he realized the garrison soldiers were approaching. Without a second's hesitation, Kim Jin-ho immediately turned and fled the scene at maximum speed before he could be caught. As he ran, he carried the body of a Kinzera assassin, realizing the explosion was too loud, and he needed to hide immediately. Kim Jin-ho quickly dragged the body into a hidden corner, hiding behind the ruined walls as the garrison soldiers passed by. Immediately after the soldiers left, a white orb of light unexpectedly appeared, hovering in midair, a trophy from the recent battle. Hiding in the shadows, Kim Jin-ho was surprised to see an Arahan patrol discover the bloodstains he had left behind. One of the patrol members carefully examined the pool of blood at his feet, confirming it was the trace of a battle. Kim Jin-ho realized with annoyance that he had been too hasty and forgotten to dispose of the assassin's body, leaving clear evidence. Guided by the orb of light, the entire Arahan patrol quickened their pace, advancing deeper into the alley, following the blood trail. Kim Jin-ho cursed silently, looking at the body behind him, knowing that his plan to hide in silence had failed. Kim Jin-ho's red eyes gleamed with determination, and he told himself, "I originally intended to handle this quietly." His face was cold, accepting the truth that there was no more hiding. It was time to show himself. Kim Jin-ho stepped directly out of his hiding spot, blocking the patrol's path and startling them. "Who's there?" He crossed his arms, looking directly at the soldiers with a superior attitude, and growled, "Aren't you going to clean this up?" Recognizing his identity as an Arahan heir, the entire patrol immediately knelt, hastily explaining that they were only investigating the explosion. The patrol soldier looked bewildered, realizing Kim Jin-ho was not the young Master Tunda they knew. Kim Jin-ho held his head high, his red eyes blazing, and declared his identity. "Tunda is the 6th heir. I am Zed Arahan, the 7th heir." He admitted they didn't know him because he had been imprisoned for so long. The patrol soldiers turned pale with fear and quickly apologized. Kim Jin-ho waved his hand, vaguely pointing in a direction. "If you're looking for the culprits of the explosion, I saw them run that way. Go quickly." The entire Arahan patrol believed him completely, thanked him profusely, and then ran headlong in the direction he pointed. Kim Jin-ho watched, arms crossed, a smirk on his face. Just a few words had resolved the situation. He realized the Arahan lineage's prestige in this city was truly absolute power. After the small fry disappeared, Kim Jin-ho turned back to look at the body of the assassin he had killed. He approached the second assassin, who lay motionless, and reached out to check his pulse on his neck. Kim Jin-ho breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that this one was still alive, and muttered that the lightning strike had been stronger than expected. Without hesitation, Kim Jin-ho hoisted the still-breathing assassin onto his shoulder and strode deeper into the dark alley. He silently disappeared into the night, leaving only the starry sky above the rooftops. Carrying the unconscious assassin on his shoulder, Kim Jin-ho trudged through the dark alley, fully aware of his new identity, the Arahan heir. Sensing someone approaching, he stopped, his sharp gaze commanding, "Finally, show yourself." From the end of the alley, two figures identical to the assassin on his shoulder rushed forward at astonishing speed. But instead of attacking, both assassins immediately prostrated themselves, trembling and begging for forgiveness, for daring to harbor killing intent towards the Arahan family's heir. Clatter! They threw their daggers straight to the ground, an act of unconditional surrender. Kim Jin-ho was momentarily surprised by the professional assassin's sudden change of allegiance. The two assassins repeatedly bowed their heads, tears streaming down their faces as they begged him to spare their brothers. Kim Jin-ho smirked, his voice full of sarcasm. "Assassins crying? How ridiculous. You go around killing others, only to beg for your brothers' lives?" They hastily explained, weeping that they only killed the beasts who oppressed commoners for survival, and swore they had never harmed innocents. Kim Jin-ho coldly cut short their tearful drama with a harsh truth. "But you tried to kill me." Cornered, the two assassins began their plea, claiming they were only protecting their home, the slum, and had lost many comrades to those who wanted to seize their territory. Kim Jin-ho knew well that Nekka's underworld was complex and full of people vying for power, so he wasn't easily convinced by their words. He directly questioned whether they had ever killed innocents, and the assassins quickly swore on their brothers' lives that they never had. Kim Jin-ho looked impressed, as contracts for intervening in injustices didn't pay much, but they insisted that ensuring their family's safety was enough. They all recalled the teachings of their master, an old man with a ponytail who had trained them since childhood. Their master once said, "Killing is a sin, but for the common folk trampled by nobles, the Kinzera triplets must be their only hope." Kim Jin-ho coldly laid out his terms. Kim Jin-ho offered an incredibly tempting deal. "Lead me to your boss, and in return, I will heal your dying comrade." This completely shocked the two assassins. He thought they'd take it, but they flat out refused, stating defiantly that they couldn't betray a comrade to beg for their lives. Kim Jin-ho explained that he only wanted to buy information and had no ill intentions, but they still didn't believe him, insisting that their boss had never sold information to anyone. Faced with their stubbornness, Kim Jin-ho simply uttered a light remark, "I know." This froze the two assassins, who couldn't understand how he knew that. To seal the deal, Kim Jin-ho declared firmly, "Even if the agreement fails, I will not harm your comrade. I swear on the honor of the Arahan family." The assassins still hesitated, stammering that commoners like them found it hard to trust the words of nobles, even if it wasn't a knight's oath. Kim Jin-ho thought to himself, that's even better. If they had agreed immediately, he would have had to doubt their loyalty. Seeing them still hesitant, Kim Jin-ho extended his hands and gave a concise order. "Tie me up." He raised both hands, laying his cards on the table. "Go ahead, and put a knife to my throat, or blindfold me. This is the only way for you to trust me." Seeing them still waver, Kim Jin-ho played a psychological card, turning his back and threatening, "If you still don't trust me even after this, then I won't hand him over." He turned back, his eyes sharp. "I've trusted your words, so you should show some trust too." Cornered, the two assassins broke out in a cold sweat, silenced by the immense pressure. Finally, they relented. "Understood. We will lead you to the boss." The agreement was made, and an assassin immediately blindfolded Kim Jin-ho, as per the deal. With his hands bound and head covered, Kim Jin-ho accepted becoming a temporary captive to approach his target. His eyes glowed red beneath the covering cloth, and he thought to himself, now is the time to meet the king of the alleys. 2 hours passed, and the group was still trudging through the city's dark alleys. One of the Kinzera triplets began to feel that something was wrong, sensing they were just going in circles. Kim Jin-ho suddenly spoke directly. "Just out of curiosity, are you looking for the Black Mirror Corps?" This made all the assassins jump in surprise. He snapped, telling them not to waste any more energy and to lead the way properly, while also taunting that even the Black Mirror Corps didn't know where their boss was. Kim Jin-ho continued his psychological warfare, asserting that these assassins were too naive, because the Black Mirror Corps he knew not only knew their boss's location, but also their limits. Sweating from fear, an assassin stammered, asking if the Black Mirror Corps was nearby. But Kim Jin-ho simply replied concisely that no matter how cunning they weren't worth a single toe of the Corps. He concluded, "I'm not looking down on you, it's just that the Black Mirror Corps is on a completely different level." The leader of the assassins finally gave in, nodding in acceptance and beginning to lead the way seriously. In a dark tunnel, heavy footsteps echoed. The Kinzera assassins silently led Kim Jin-ho into their secret hideout. Finally, the group reached their final destination. Kim Jin-ho, with a poker face, announced concisely, "We're here." Upon entering, Kinzera bowed and reported, "Boss." Around them, several other thugs sat on the ground. Another voice echoed from the corner of the room. A scholarly man wearing glasses, flipping through a book, asked, "What's wrong with him?" He, Eddie, the king of the alleys, coldly questioned, "Have you forgotten the rules here?" Kim Jin-ho glanced towards the true leader, while Kinzera quickly explained, "Apologies." He said he wanted to meet the boss directly. Eddie slammed his book shut, showing clear disdain. "Stop talking nonsense, get him out of here immediately." Kinzera broke out in a cold sweat at his boss's attitude, while a subordinate standing nearby silently held a glowing green vial. The blue-cloaked subordinate stopped Kinzera, offering a glowing green vial. "Wait. Give him this." Kinzera hesitantly handed the vial to Kim Jin-ho, explaining that it was holy water, and since he had kept his promise, their side would keep theirs too. One of the Kinzera brothers hurriedly brought the holy water to their dying comrade, thanking profusely, while Kim Jin-ho thought to himself, "This is the only immediate cure, even if it's a bit wasteful." Kim Jin-ho walked straight up to Eddie, getting straight to the point, "I want a deal." But the king of the alleys merely flipped a page, coldly retorting, "Don't bother me, get out." Without another word, Kim Jin-ho snatched the book from Eddie's hand. To his astonishment, Eddie was furious, roaring, "Damn it, who dares?" Kim Jin-ho opened the book and read the name Arahan aloud, which stunned Eddie. The king of the alleys was completely shocked, not understanding why the name Arahan would appear here. Eddie turned to question the Kinzera triplets, thinking he had been betrayed, but Kinzera quickly denied it, stammering that this person had no intention of harming anyone. Kim Jin-ho placed a hand on Eddie's shoulder, casually snatched the book back, and sneered, "Haha, how many times have I heard this nonsense? Nobles are all scoundrels." Kim Jin-ho had a clear grasp of his opponent's information. Eddie, the king of the alleys. Eddie began to show his hand, realizing Kim Jin-ho wasn't tuned to Arahan, and was also a complete stranger, but still maintained a condescending attitude. The slum boss concluded, "So, you're the abandoned youngest child of the Arahan family?" While Kim Jin-ho simply admitted it casually, feigning surprise that his information had been revealed. Eddie sneered, acting superior. "You want a deal? But I don't need anything from you," Kim Jin-ho retorted, but Eddie cut him off, confidently guessing that nobles' tricks only revolved around gold or erasing commoner status. Hit where it hurt, Kim Jin-ho remained silent, without a single rebuttal. Seeing his opponent silenced, Eddie triumphantly snorted, believing he had completely gained the upper hand. But the truth was, Kim Jin-ho already knew Eddie's past inside out. A genius who failed the civil service exam due to his humble origins, which twisted his personality, making him despise nobles and look down on everyone. Kim Jin-ho smirked, thinking to himself, "Everything is exactly as I saw it in the game." Ending the psychological game, Kim Jin-ho declared that the price for this deal was neither money nor status. Eddie, still reading his book, replied to Kim Jin-ho with a superior air, all right, I'm not going anywhere." Kim Jin-ho countered with an unbelievable offer, his voice firm, "What I will pay you with is information." After speaking, Kim Jin-ho calmly sat down in the opposite chair, his glowing red eyes exuding an utterly overwhelming aura. He bluntly stated his wager. "I will use information to buy your information." Eddie smirked, having never seen anyone so peculiar. Using information to buy information? Interesting. But when Kim Jin-ho asserted that was the only thing he wanted, Eddie froze. "How do you know?" Kim Jin-ho sneered, his mind perfectly clear. "How could I not know about you? You're an extremely important hidden piece in the mid-game after all." Eddie broke into a sweat, trying to find a logical explanation for his opponent's unreasonable knowledge. Could it be that you have the ability to remember everything after seeing it once? The slum boss tried to regain his confidence, forcing a laugh. "I'm quite intelligent, but don't just guess." Kim Jin-ho stood up, his gaze sweeping over Eddie's desk, where there was only the single book he was holding. He continued to expose his opponent's habits. You like to read, but you discard books after reading them. This proves you only value the immediate worth of information. Nothing more, nothing less. Exposed, Eddie laughed, showing interest. Sharp eyes. What else have you dug up? Kim Jin-ho smirked, launching a direct psychological attack. That you want a deal. Eddie stiffened as Kim Jin-ho read him down to his body language. I know from your posture. You turned towards me. With no room to deny, Eddie conceded, feigning generosity. All right, I'll listen to what you have to say. That much investment of time seems reasonable. Kim Jin-ho sat down, the Arahan family's aura exploding with countless shadows behind him. He made his demand. What I want is everything about Arahan. Specifically, information about my siblings. Eddie immediately got to the point. Because of the Civil War? Then feigned worldly wisdom. Information can be money, a weapon, and sometimes, a shield. Eddie laid his cards on the table, demanding a price. But you're missing the most important part. What will you pay with? Kim Jin-ho coolly retorted. With information you don't know. Eddie looked smug, believing himself to be the information king. Well, I'll have to hear it to know. You know, I know almost everything. Kim Jin-ho played hardball. I won't tell you either. Eddie flew into a rage, jumping up and yelling, Huh? What kind of deal is that? Your information could be completely worthless. Kim Jin-ho concluded, his voice full of sarcasm. Same for me. Speaking of Arahan, don't I know more than you? Ridiculous, you only came to me because you're scared. Kim Jin-ho tapped his hand on the table, ending the psychological game. I came here thinking you might know something I don't, but if you won't accept this exchange, then forget it. He calculated, completely in control. The principle of a transaction is knowing what the other party wants. I know you well, but you're clueless about me. Just an information fanatic, I can probably push him a little more. With that, Kim Jin-ho stood up and walked straight away, throwing a cold remark back at a stunned Eddie. Looks like you're not interested in a deal. You'll be leaving then. Eddie could only watch silently as Kim Jin-ho left. The king of the dark alley's dominance completely vanished before a mere kid. Kim Jin-ho's retreating figure gradually disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind a suffocating silence. He was in no hurry at all, having already planned every step. No need to close the deal right away. Thanks to the Kinzera assassins, I met him early, so stalling for time is easy. A confident smile appeared on Kim Jin-ho's face. He was sure of the outcome. That guy will definitely come to me eventually. No need to worry. Suddenly a voice rang out, blocking his path. Excuse me, young master. It turned out to be the Kinzera assassins. They bowed in gratitude. Our youngest recovered instantly, thanks to the holy water you provided. Thank you for keeping your promise. We are truly ashamed for doubting a noble. Kim Jin-ho turned back, his red eyes glowing with absolute credibility. Even among nobles, there are occasionally decent ones. I'm not the type to go back on my word. The Kinzera leader carried his youngest brother, utterly amazed by Kim Jin-ho's caliber, admitting that other nobles were all trash, and asking for the young master's identity. Kim Jin-ho coldly uttered the name Zed Arahan, causing the Kinzera assassins to prostrate themselves, profusely thanking him and swearing to engrave young Master Zed's benevolence into their bones. Kim Jin-ho realized he also had silly prejudices about assassins. Seeing them quietly follow behind, he realized this group was more loyal and honorable than many others, not the trash he once thought. Noticing the assassin still trailing behind, Kim Jin-ho spun around. He stared at the three assassin brothers who were still keeping their distance. Kim Jin-ho confirmed the Kinzera brothers' identities, and they could only nod frantically. His mind raced. Kim Jin-ho realized this was a bargain. A fourth-ring assassin is already good, but there are 3 of them here, perfect for recruiting. Then he ordered, You guys follow me, leaving the whole group bewildered. With that, Kim Jin-ho turned on his heel and walked straight back. Eddie, who was still sitting cross-legged, looked visibly surprised to see Kim Jin-ho return. You're back? Eddie taunted Kim Jin-ho, suggesting that information about the assassin brothers was his weakness, and sarcastically asking why he returned after so coldly walking away. Without bothering to argue, Kim Jin-ho got straight to the point. I want to buy the Kinzera brothers. Eddie froze when Kim Jin-ho declared he would pay with information. Eddie broke out in a cold sweat, hastily waving his hand to tell Kim Jin-ho to wait. Kim Jin-ho pointed directly at the assassins, asserting that he came back for them, not for any trivial information, and that he was the one taking a loss in this deal. Eddie frowned, confused by the word loss, his brain starting to run at full speed to analyze the situation. After some calculation, Eddie sighed, agreeing to hear the deal. All right. Eddie started to act superior, emphasizing that the Kinzeras were top-tier, captains in his organization, and he was the ultimate boss. Kim Jin-ho affirmed he was willing to pay any reasonable price, but Eddie sneered, warning that the reasonable price would be far more expensive than he could imagine. Kim Jin-ho revealed his hand, asking for Eddie's price, then stating his own terms. All information about how Eddie escaped from prison and what he did afterward. Eddie sneered, declaring that money wasn't important. What he wanted was information to satisfy his curiosity, specifically the story of the abandoned Arahan young master's return. Kim Jin-ho, with bloodshot eyes and an emotionless face, coolly stated, "Your vision is narrower than I thought." Struck a nerve, Eddie flinched, straining his neck and yelling, "What? You're saying I have narrow vision?" Kim Jin-ho remained seated, continuing to provoke, saying he had thought the king of the dark alley would demand something more formidable. But oh well, everyone has their limits. Losing patience, Eddie lunged forward, grabbing Kim Jin-ho's collar, grinding his teeth. "You dog, I've had enough of you." Eddie yelled directly into Kim Jin-ho's face, scolding him as nothing but a pampered young master with no real power. Everything he had was merely thanks to his noble bloodline. Grabbed by the collar and insulted, Kim Jin-ho maintained an ice-cold expression, not bothering to retort a single word. Kim Jin-ho's red eyes began to glow. He issued a gentle but murderous warning. "If you keep babbling with that big mouth of yours." Kim Jin-ho's gaze erupted with a terrifying surge of energy, his red pupils adorned with complex patterns, signaling an immeasurable power. Eddie immediately choked, his limbs trembling, stammering in utter terror. What is this gaze?" Seeing their boss about to be annihilated, one of the Kinzura triplets quickly shouted to intervene. "Boss, stop! He is the Arahan heir," causing Eddie to freeze instantly. Eddie flinched, hastily releasing Kim Jin-ho's collar, awkwardly covering up with a series of coughs. My apologies. I got a little carried away. Just moments ago, he was acting like a fierce beast, but now the king of the dark alley was sweating profusely, his voice trembling as he asked, "So, what conditions do you wish to set, sir?" Kim Jin-ho began his intimidation, pointedly asking, "Who is the person before you?" And when Eddie stammered, "He is the Arahan heir," he cut him off. "No, you just apologized to me, sir," Kim Jin-ho coldly corrected, leaving Eddie speechless, realizing he was completely outmatched. "I was wrong, wasn't I?" Kim Jin-ho leaned back in his chair, his sharp gaze fixed on Eddie, uttering a loaded statement. "That's right, Arahan. If I were you, I'd think carefully before using nobles. Now is the time." Eddie couldn't process his opponent's move at all, asking in bewilderment, "Use? What do you mean? You're telling me to use you?" Kim Jin-ho exposed Eddie's weakness, telling him directly that despite his obsession with information, what he dug up from the shadows was merely scraps, leaving Eddie silently acknowledging it. Seeing Eddie still confused, Kim Jin-ho shook his head in exasperation. "You still don't understand," causing Eddie to quickly retort in extreme confusion. "No, you haven't told me anything." Kim Jin-ho concluded with an irresistible offer, his red eyes glowing with power. "Stop hiding in the shadows. Step into the light. I will help you." Eddie broke into a sweat, stammering in protest. "Impossible. You don't know what you're saying." Kim Jin-ho made an incredibly tempting offer. "I will grant you a building and a prime location to open a detective agency. If you want good information, you have to deal with nobles, right?" Eddie hastily waved his hand, straining his neck to argue. "No, don't think I haven't risen because of a lack of money. Commoners aren't allowed to buy or sell property." Kim Jin-ho calmly retorted. "I will be the owner, not you. You'll merely be a tenant running your business there," leaving Eddie stunned. Kim Jin-ho sneered, delivering a fatal blow. "And I will deploy Arahan's Mage Corps to protect it. Are these conditions good enough?" Eddie finally understood, realizing this was an offer of cooperation, and Kim Jin-ho concluded, "I help you do what you want in the light, and in return, you provide me with information. It's mutually beneficial. Isn't this a sweet deal?" Eddie's head spun. He realized he could both extract the information he wanted and gain the protection of an entire magic legion. Still unable to believe his ears, Eddie tremblingly asked again, "Really? You'll truly provide a building and even members of the Magic Legion?" Kim Jin-ho smirked, confirming firmly, "Truly, I never go back on my word." And immediately, 4 members of the Magic Legion materialized behind him as if to prove it. Eddie realized this was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity, for all major incidents revolved around the nobility, while information from beggars was mere trifles. Realizing this was a golden opportunity not to be missed, Eddie quickly sealed the deal, shaking Kim Jin-ho's hand firmly. Okay, it'll work with you. Your brain's working fast too, Kim Jin-ho smirked. But every deal requires an advance payment, understand? Kim Jin-ho stated his price bluntly. Information about my brothers and the Kinzera assassin triplets. That's the price you have to pay up front, Kim Jin-ho sneered, his red eyes glowing with power. Scene change. Kim Jin-ho, with his characteristic black hair and red eyes, rode atop Jinju, leading the procession with an overwhelming aura. Finally, the group arrived, standing still before the colossal and magnificent Arahan mansion gate. Ryu asked worriedly. Zed, couldn't you sleep last night either? Are you all right? Kim Jin-ho glanced at Ryu, retorting teasingly. You tell me, Ryu. Perhaps you're just too excited. Kim Jin-ho thought to himself. He had spent the entire night poring over the information Eddie had leaked. A terrifying trove of data ranging from the allied forces of his brothers, expenditure reports, to the personal details of every servant. He couldn't understand how Eddie managed to dig up such sensitive information, and he admitted that if he gave that genius wings, he would become even more formidable. Standing before the massive Arahan mansion, Kim Jin-ho set his goal. Now all that's left is to buy time to grow stronger in this territory and survive this fratricidal struggle. He narrowed his eyes, his aura cold. Today is extremely important. How I handle things today will completely change my standing. Jinju took a decisive step forward, and Kim Jin-ho ordered, Let's go in. A colossal golden spire, carved with ancient runes, stood majestically, piercing the sky and radiating dazzling light. The main gate of the Arahan mansion appeared, splendid and imposing, guarded by 2 fully armored soldiers. Asgard raised his spear, his voice authoritative. Halt. Dismount and state your identity. As Kim Jin-ho dismounted, the guard immediately recognized him. It's young master, Zed. We've received notification. Kim Jin-ho replied concisely, asserting his authority. I return by the family head's command. Lead the way. But the guard immediately stopped him, declaring that the people following him were not permitted entry. He stated firmly, They are my companions. I vouch for them. But the guard remained rigid, citing that outsiders could not enter without the family head's permission. Kim Jin-ho frowned, a clear look of annoyance on his face. Damn it. Trouble already, and it's just the first step. Gordon shook his head, dissuading Kim Jin-ho, believing that breaking the rules in Arahan territory was a bad choice. Kim Jin-ho patted Gordon's shoulder, reassuring him. Just wait a moment. They'll be right back. Don't worry about us. Worry about yourselves. Gordon muttered that an old man's intuition told him something bad was coming, but he still told Kim Jin-ho not to worry, that nothing would happen. Kim Jin-ho turned to the muscular assassin, his eyes sharp, entrusting him. Kinzera, I'm counting on you. An Arahan attendant appeared, respectfully inviting. Please, young master. The family head is waiting for you. Kim Jin-ho turned back to look at the people following him, boldly declaring he would take responsibility for everything, then ordered the attendant. Lead the way. He told himself to keep a cool head, not to allow himself to tremble, for he had prepared as thoroughly as possible for this confrontation. In Kim Jin-ho's mind, the pressure from the family manifested like a mage controlling destiny, reminding him of his new role, to act as the heart of the family. The colossal, magnificent doors of the grand hall slowly opened, revealing the powerful space within. Upon the throne, the Arahan family head, a figure exuding terrifying pressure, called out, Enter, youngest son. As soon as he entered the grand hall, Kim Jin-ho bowed in proper etiquette. I greet the family head. Though appearing calm, he still had to brace himself, silently ordering his trembling body under the pressure. Don't tremble, my body. Seated on the throne, the Arahan family head rested his chin on his hand, looking down with a condescending voice. Yes, returning to the family after so long, how does it feel? Kim Jin-ho stood alone on the vast red carpet, replying concisely. Just as before, sir. The family head immediately retorted. Just as before, how so? Kim Jin-ho sharply raised his head, his gaze unwavering. The family head's mighty pressure is still the same, and so is this bone-chilling cold. Hearing the insolent reply, the Arahan family head burst into a wild fit of laughter, the sound echoing throughout the grand hall. The power in his laughter was so terrifying that it violently shook the entire space. Kim Jin-ho was immediately affected. He clutched his head, enduring the onslaught as the shockwave hit, muttering, It's just laughter, but my ears are ringing, and my vision is blurring. The family head's glowing red eyes flashed with amusement, and he uttered a sarcastic remark. It seems you've sensed your father's aura, haven't you? Kim Jin-ho gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, trying to stand firm against the terrifying pressure from the family's head. Kim Jin-ho looked up at the old man on the throne, admitting a harsh truth in his mind. How can I possibly gauge the realm of a grand mage? Even as sweat streamed down, Kim Jin-ho's red eyes remained unwavering, despite the person before him being one of only 2 grand mages in the entire empire. This final boss is named Zenedin Arahan, a monster who slaughtered all his siblings to seize the Arahan family throne. Zenedin Arahan sneered, his voice full of sarcasm. You've changed a lot. In my memory, you were just a weakling. Even while bracing himself, Kim Jin-ho retorted in a strained voice, the word weak doesn't suit an Arahan. Zenedin Arahan burst into insane laughter, the pressure from his laugh once again making Kim Jin-ho stagger. Ha ha ha, that's right, my son couldn't possibly be a good-for-nothing who can't sense mana. The family head suddenly threw out a fatal question. I heard you awakened lightning energy. Kim Jin-ho was instantly shaken. Zenedin Arahan tilted his head with a sinister smile, pressing, What do you know about that power? Kim Jin-ho gritted his teeth, trying to stay lucid as he replied, I know it surpasses the 4 existing basic attributes. Zenedin Arahan's expression became unpredictable. He declared that there had never been a precedent in the family's history for possessing power other than fire, and concluded with a sharp question. How did you acquire lightning energy? Kim Jin-ho thought to himself. He hadn't expected the family head to be interested in lightning energy, but then reassured himself that the Arahan bloodline inherently possessed infinite potential. The Arahan family head asked directly, Aren't you surprised to have acquired lightning energy? Kim Jin-ho replied, his voice calm. I heard it's a once-in-a-century power. With an unwavering gaze, Kim Jin-ho declared firmly, Such a blessed power, of course, must belong to the Arahan family. The Arahan family head burst into insane laughter, his laughter shaking the entire grand hall. He showed extreme delight at the satisfactory answer. You only say things that please me. Each burst of the old man's laughter was like a gut-wrenching punch. Kim Jin-ho braced himself, silently screaming in his head, Please shut up. The family head finally got straight to the point. I called you here because of the lightning energy. Research and develop it. If it reaches a significant level, its value will surpass all records. Kim Jin-ho immediately understood the old man's intention. He wanted to turn this rare power into his own achievement. But Kim Jin-ho also realized this was an opportunity for survival, and he bowed in obedience. But just as he accepted, the Arahan family head's demeanor changed, his voice icy. But before that, I must address your misconduct. The family head questioned from above. I ask you, did you not know that the slave trader Devito was connected to our family? Kim Jin-ho raised his head, replying with a single word without hesitation. I did. The Arahan family head roared, clenching his fist as he questioned. And yet you still executed the slave trader? And you even used those Bahal vermin to do it. Kim Jin-ho's face was impassive, his eyes sharp, as he thought. This madman has finally shown his true colors. The real game begins now. Facing the immense pressure, Kim Jin-ho still retorted firmly, stating that he had done nothing to harm the family because the slave traders went against the emperor's goals and would eventually become a source of trouble. The Arahan family head declared from above, dismissing his reasoning. Contradiction. The slave traders bring enormous profits. Otherwise, they would have already drained the South's resources. Kim Jin-ho had anticipated this move. He knelt on one knee and began to reveal his hand. Esteemed family head, I believe there are both clean and dirty profits. The family head scoffed at his logic, his voice full of sarcasm. You're saying profits from human trafficking are dirty? Ridiculous. Profit is still profit. Kim Jin-ho laid his cards on the table, feigning youthful impulsiveness due to being only 15, then retorted sharply. Why should the empire's foremost family accept dirty money? The Arahan family should only possess the purest gold. The Arahan family head was silent for a moment, his gaze scrutinizing, then uttered a single, concise word, ending the debate. Sophistry. He immediately changed the subject, aiming for a fatal blow. Fine. Then why did you accept help from the Bahal family? No matter how naive and foolish you are, you must know they are our family's enemies. Kim Jin-ho calmly explained. The Bahal family came here on the emperor's orders. We simply went our separate ways. I received no help whatsoever. The Arahan family head roared, his eyes blazing. You brat. Do you dare to lie to me? You accepted the Bahal family's invitation and were even given a white warhorse, yet you claim you received no help? Kim Jin-ho clenched his fists, his voice still icy. Esteemed family head, you misunderstand. I was kidnapped, not invited. and I displayed the Arahan family's pride right in front of Old Man Bahal. What I brought back was spoils of war seized from the enemy, not a gift. So why are you scolding me instead of praising me? Kim Jin-ho's eyes flashed sharply, and the image of the proud white warhorse appeared. They lost the horse they considered their exclusive property to me. He looked up directly at the distant throne. Furthermore, isn't an Arahan riding on the back of the Bahal family's white warhorse elevating our family's reputation? Kim Jin-ho's crimson eyes shone with absolute sincerity. Believe me, Zed, a 15-year-old kid, genuinely believes this incident deserves praise. From the throne, the Arahan family head lowered his head, shadows obscuring most of his face, his voice dropping to a single word. The youngest. Terrifying pressure erupted as the Arahan family head snarled, veins bulging on his face. Don't use that glib tongue to deceive me. Kim Jin-ho broke out in a cold sweat, cursing inwardly. Damn it! The Arahan family head roared, his overwhelming pressure crushing everything. Don't try to deceive me with that glib tongue. Kim Jin-ho broke out in a cold sweat, realizing his trickery had been seen through. Crushed by the pressure, Kim Jin-ho knelt on one knee, stunned as the Arahan family head warned, if you lie one more time, you will pay the price for those words. Unexpectedly, the Arahan family head smirked, his tone doing a complete 180. But you're not entirely wrong. You make a good point about deserving praise instead of reprimand. Kim Jin-ho was utterly bewildered, sweat pouring down his face. He knows I'm deceiving him, yet he's letting it slide. Why? The Arahan family head waved his hand, cutting off the boy's thoughts. All right, let's end this conversation here. Now, tell me what you want. Kim Jin-ho remained silent for a moment, his brain rapidly processing to seize the golden opportunity he'd just been given. From his throne, the Arahan family head looked down with authority, commanding, Speak. State your desires. Kim Jin-ho bowed his head, beginning to lay out his first demand. I want to receive all the operational funds that should have been transferred to my small manor until now. He continued to state his conditions, allowing the people he brought with him into the manor, and finally, granting him Mahodan members like his other siblings. Kim Jin-ho accepted the terms, calculating inwardly. The Mahodan members will initially be neutral, but as soon as they're assigned to me, those older siblings will surely start interfering. Kim Jin-ho inwardly realized his responsibility was not only to protect, but also to manage his followers, even if there were traitors among them. The Arahan family head disdainfully asked about the people Kim Jin-ho brought, directly calling them the old man, 3 filthy assassins, and the pair of beggar siblings. Kim Jin-ho confirmed it was indeed the old man, Sherville, then declared he would use the siblings as stewards and the assassins as errand runners. The Arahan family head flatly refused, declaring Sherville a traitor who would be arrested and handed over to the imperial palace immediately. Kim Jin-ho instantly realized this was just a feint, a test from the old man to see how much he truly knew about the incident. Without flinching, Kim Jin-ho raised his head and asked for permission to pose a question to the Arahan family head. Kim Jin-ho got straight to the point, directly questioning, did the Arahan family have a hand in the Sherville family's rebellion? The Arahan family head didn't answer but countered with a question about his reasoning, forcing Kim Jin-ho to argue that Sherville only dealt exclusively with the Martin family. The family head burst into arrogant laughter, disdaining the Martin family as mere trashy bugs unworthy of Arahan's concern. Despite being overwhelmed by the authority, Kim Jin-ho pressed his advantage, asking definitively, so that means Arahan is completely unrelated, right? Kim Jin-ho, with a calm expression, suggested that the Arahan family head take in Sherville, confident that he hadn't led the blacksmith into a tiger's den. The Arahan family head leaned back on his throne, coldly refusing outright. Refused. A traitor to the empire is not permitted to set foot on family land. Without wavering, Kim Jin-ho confronted him directly, asserting that the Sherville family was framed and demanding their honor be restored. But the family head merely threw back a curt reply, give me a reason. Kim Jin-ho laid his cards on the table, emphasizing that Sherville was the greatest magic blacksmith, a commodity the Arahan family absolutely needed to strengthen its power. The family head conceded halfway, setting a condition. Very well, I will take him in, but I will not clear his name. If you bring him back, you deal with it yourself. Kim Jin-ho bowed in obedience, but his mind was already calculating. He realized this was another clever move, with Zenodin not directly interfering. He was secretly pleased, for now Lacto was entirely his, and more importantly, he had a perfect excuse to leave the family territory. The Arahan family head waved his hand, ordering him to leave, and Kim Jin-ho silently turned his back and exited the grand hall. his silhouette solitary but full of schemes. Once Kim Jin-ho was out of sight, the Arahan family head's crimson eyes gleamed with unfathomable depth, watching the retreating figure of the new heir. Suddenly, a shadow coalesced into the form of an old man in a red cloak, appearing right beside the Arahan family head's throne. An old man with a stern expression, Mahodan Captain Kalis Rual, bowed respectfully before the family head. The Arahan family head directly asked Kalis Rual what he thought of the boy who had just left, and the captain immediately replied, "Extremely suspicious." Kalis Rual analyzed, stating that outwardly he was a mere boy, but his inner confidence surpassed even that of the Grand Prince. The Arahan family head sneered, delighted that he had seen through Kim Jin-ho's act. "Did you see how cleverly he tried to trick me? A brazen boy." Kalis Rual wondered why, if he had seen through it so clearly, he let him go, as the captain had expected the family head to punish him. Zenedin Arahan laughed heartily, explaining that he saw absolute recklessness in the boy's eyes, someone who would do anything to achieve his goals. The family head asserted that to lead Arahan, genius alone was not enough. One must be beyond genius, and he decided to place Kim Jin-ho on the same chessboard as his other children. Zenedin Arahan commanded, "Send the youngest son to Yongmyo. Choose an appropriate day." The scene shifted to an ancient, gloomy, dilapidated manor, with crows circling over barren branches, signaling an ominous place. Kim Jin-ho led the entire team, including Gordon, Ryu, the children, and his warhorse Jinju, straight towards that eerie manor. Kim Jin-ho patted his warhorse Jinju, sighing wearily as he looked at the ruined manor. Cleaning up this mess is going to be exhausting. The muscular former slaves immediately volunteered, boldly declaring they would take care of everything so their master could rest, leaving Kim Jin-ho speechless as he was still unaccustomed to being called Lord. Inside, Lisa and Ryu's brother also rolled up their sleeves, one wiping the floor, the other dusting, cleaning with extreme professionalism. As for the three loyal subordinates, there was no need to mention them. They were scrubbing the floor on their hands and knees, as if polishing S-rank equipment. A young soldier suddenly appeared, waving cheerfully at Kim Jin-ho. "Good morning, young master." Kim Jin-ho turned around, realizing it was a team of 20 Mahodan members already waiting, looking quite impressive. The spokesperson soldier reported that all of them were brand new recruits, having joined the Mahodan within the last 3 months. Kim Jin-ho's glance immediately assessed the man's level. "So you must be a 5th ring mage?" the soldier promptly confirmed. Kim Jin-ho was secretly disappointed to only receive a bunch of new recruits, but he understood that all the good ones had been snatched up by his other siblings. He knew full well the soldiers were thinking, "We got stuck with a rotten deal." Trying to be friendly, Kim Jin-ho extended his hand to shake, but the spokesperson soldier looked bewildered and asked, "What are you doing, sir?" Kim Jin-ho calmly replied, "Cleaning. What else? This manor is like a dump." The spokesperson soldier was dumbfounded, not understanding why a young master would have to do this himself. Challenged, Kim Jin-ho retorted sharply, "I'm cleaning my house, or do you think I should just sit around and do nothing?" The spokesperson soldier still tried to argue that this was a servant's job, but Kim Jin-ho sneered. "Well said. Perfect timing." Then casually grabbed a pickaxe. Kim Jin-ho pointed directly at the entire Mahodan team, ordering, "You all come help too." The whole group froze, but he sealed it. "Of course, don't you belong to this manor now?" He smirked defiantly, his voice low and firm. "I'm sick of this meaningless noble commoner charade." Terrified by Kim Jin-ho's aura, the spokesperson soldier stammered his agreement, while Kim Jin-ho thought inwardly, "Of course you have to do it, you bastards." Kim Jin-ho began assigning tasks like a true commander, asking who were water mages, and when 2 raised their hands, he immediately gave them a mission. "Good. You 2 clean the floors with water." Next, he called for a wind mage. One soldier timidly spoke up and was immediately given a prime task. "You go outside and blow the dust off the roof, but control your strength so you don't collapse the house." A water mage summoned a massive orb of water, inwardly screaming in dissatisfaction, "I didn't study magic to be a cleaner." Kim Jin-ho crossed his arms, shouting without mercy, "Shut up. Aren't you going to hurry up and do it?" The 2 water mages were scared stiff, hastily obeying. After the rapid general cleaning, the manor's interior gleamed spotless, sparkling like new. The entire manor now looked magnificent, standing majestically amidst the desolate land, ready for its new owner. Kim Jin-ho began assigning rooms, designating one for Liu and Lisa, and one for Gordon. While Gordon humbly suggested the room was too good for an old man, Ryu quickly cut to the chase. "Hey, Zed, is there anything to eat?" Kim Jin-ho froze, realizing he had been so engrossed in making the soldiers clean that he had completely forgotten about food. Ryu reported the dire situation. She had scoured the entire kitchen and only found a few dry breadcrumbs, not enough to fill a tooth gap. The group huddled around the few loaves of bread. Ryu suggested going into the city, but Lisa thought it was too late. Kim Jin-ho was speechless, never expecting to worry about hunger even in a noble's house. Kim Jin-ho crossed his arms, his face cold, admitting that this was a serious problem because everyone was hungry. He suddenly asked, "The closest place from here is Tunda's manor, right?" The Mahodan spokesperson and the two sisters, Ryu and Lisa, were dumbfounded. The Mahodan spokesperson quickly tried to dissuade him, asking if he really intended to go to young Master Tunda's place. But Kim Jin-ho only replied with a challenging question. "Is there any reason I shouldn't go?" The Mahodan spokesperson's face turned pale as he warned that a brother showing up uninvited at another's manor was tantamount to declaring war. Kim Jin-ho smirked, his eyes glowing red. "Really? Even better. I was planning to beat him up anyway." Scene change. At a luxurious manor, dishes crashed and shattered. Some brat was throwing a tantrum. "Don't you know I hate the smell of onions?" The plate of food was flung to the floor, shattering in the young master's rage. He screamed, threatening to kill the trembling servants who were cleaning up the shards on the floor for daring not to answer him. A pink-haired housekeeper, her face expressionless, brought food. Screen text. Grace Monet, Tunda Arahan's housekeeper. She reminded the young master to treat the servants kindly. Revealed, Tunda Arahan, a pampered young noble, argued, his neck veins bulging. "It's because you're too lenient that they're so insolent. Teach them a lesson." Grace Monet calmly retorted, advising the young master not to be picky. But Tunda still wailed like a child, threatening to kill anyone who brought him onions. Grace Monet turned away, muttering about needing stronger magic to deal with this brat. Just then, a servant rushed in, reporting big news. The servant stammered out shocking news. "Young Master Zed is outside." Both Tunda Arahan and Grace Monet froze. Grace Monet slammed the table, deeming the uninvited stranger's late-night arrival a declaration of war, and sternly ordered all forces to assemble. But the answer silenced everyone. Outside, only Kim Jin-ho stood tall on the back of the white warhorse, his eyes glowing blood red. The female servant stammered, reconfirming the shocking information that young Master Zed had indeed come alone. Grace Monet couldn't believe her ears, her face filled with extreme bewilderment. "Alone? Are you sure?" Before she could compose herself, Kim Jin-ho suddenly appeared right behind the female servant, making her stiffen in shock. The female servant let out a piercing scream, while at the dining table, both Grace Monet and Tunda Arahan were stunned to see the uninvited guest already inside the house. Kim Jin-ho smirked, his bloodshot eyes sweeping over the banquet table with an arrogant air. "Oh, are you having a meal?" He casually strode past the ranks of Mahodan soldiers, the entire crowd parting like straw, not a single one daring to utter a sound. Stopping amidst the soldiers, Kim Jin-ho uttered a sarcastic remark. "Look at these small fry. None of you are going to greet me?" A Mahodan soldier broke out in a cold sweat, hastily bowing in a trembling manner, before stammering to ask Kim Jin-ho what business he had here. Kim Jin-ho looked directly at Grace Monet, confirming arrogantly, "So Grace, you're the housekeeper." Kim Jin-ho's glowing red eyes flashed with menace, and he growled, "Aren't you going to greet me?" Grace Monet narrowed her eyes, trying to analyze the person before her, unable to believe this sudden change. The housekeeper thought to herself, where did this brat get such confidence? Before, he was just a useless nobody, not worth a second glance. But the overwhelming aura emanating from Kim Jin-ho made Grace Monet's blood run cold. The housekeeper was stunned, her face paling as she realized a terrifying possibility. Could he have awakened his mana? Kim Jin-ho continued his prelude, his tone full of challenge. "So," he stood there, looking down at the housekeeper, mockingly asking, "Are you going to refuse to greet me until the very last moment?" Cornered, Grace Monet gritted her teeth and bowed, introducing herself, but inwardly, she was cursing for having to humble herself before an imbecile. Kim Jin-ho sneered, exposing her. "Acting like the owner of this house has made you quite bold, hasn't it? Daring to exude such foolish arrogance." Grace Monet flinched, unable to believe her eyes at Kim Jin-ho's completely different aura. The housekeeper broke out in a cold sweat, her mind struggling to process. "This isn't the brat I knew. What the hell happened?" Kim Jin-ho smirked challengingly, making Grace Monet wonder what this guy was relying on to dare come here alone with such an insolent attitude. The housekeeper's gaze suddenly landed on a glittering emblem on Kim Jin-ho's coat, and she froze. "The mark of a priest?" Tunda Arahan slammed the table and shot up, his neck veins bulging as he cursed. "Look at this dog. You see your elder brother, and you don't greet him?" The hot-headed young master continued to yell, his face flushed red. Are you out of your mind? Do you even know where you've just barged into? Kim Jin-ho completely ignored him, his disdainful gaze fixed on Tunda Arahan. I have nothing to say to you. You're just a puppet, aren't you? Tunda Arahan was deeply shocked, stammering incoherently. What? A puppet? Did you just speak informally to me? Kim Jin-ho calmly asked back. What bothered? Of course you are, because I'm your elder brother. Tunda Arahan exploded, magical flames blazing in his hands. Forget it. Coming here means you want to fight, right? Tunda Arahan boasted loudly, summoning a blazing fireball, threatening to teach Kim Jin-ho a lesson about how to speak. Grace Monet immediately intervened, but Tunda Arahan snapped, telling her to get out of the way so he could discipline his insolent younger brother. The housekeeper firmly grabbed Tunda Arahan's wrist, determined to make him stop. Tunda Arahan furiously yelled, questioning why she was stopping him when he himself had been insulted and called a puppet. Grace Monet still held his hand tightly, her sharp eyes ordering the young master to calm down and promising to explain later. Knowing she couldn't let the hot-headed young master cause a scene, Grace Monet turned and bowed to apologize to Kim Jin-ho, who merely smirked at her quick thinking. Kim Jin-ho explained the rules of the game. The priest's emblem is the emperor's free pass. If anything happens, an imperial investigator will be dispatched directly to the Arahan household. Grace Monet's face paled as she realized the political game. If an imperial investigator sets foot here, the Arahan family head's mana flow will be sealed for disrespecting the emperor. Understanding that she couldn't play tough, the housekeeper changed her demeanor faster than flipping a pancake, smiling sweetly as she asked young Master Zed what business brought him here. Kim Jin-ho openly showed his disdain, reminding the housekeeper not to overstep her authority, then coldly ordered, "State your purpose." Kim Jin-ho smirked, calmly declaring that his manor had no food left, and demanded that the other side share some. Grace Monet was speechless at his shamelessness, and helplessly ordered the servants to bring out all the remaining meat and bread. After successfully extorting food, Kim Jin-ho mounted the white warhorse, preparing to leave, confirming with Grace Monet that that's all for today. He turned back, waving with a provocative smile, promising that they would be seeing a lot more of each other starting tomorrow, which stunned Grace Monet. As Kim Jin-ho disappeared from sight, Grace Monet gritted her teeth, her eyes spitting fire as she cursed inwardly. Just you wait, Zed Arahan. The spoils of war were a lavish feast of meat, bread, and cheese, laid out right there. Kim Jin-ho began to command his troops, ordering the Mahodan soldiers, earth mages, dig a pit, fire mages, start a fire, prepare for a barbecue. The Mahodan soldiers rejoiced as if they had struck gold, cheering excitedly because this was the first time they had a barbecue since joining the Arahan family. A soldier explained that barbecuing meat was for knights, and in their mage family, such an act was strictly forbidden. The soldier realized he had spoken out of turn as soon as he finished, quickly apologizing, while Kim Jin-ho turned back with a puzzled expression, never expecting this family to have such a strange rule. The fifth ring mage was lecturing that only knights ate meat to increase their physical strength. Kim Jin-ho found it absurd, as he had never played a mage class in the game, so how would he know? The mage continued to act superior, disparaging knights as barbarians while mages were noble, but Kim Jin-ho cut him off bluntly. So, are we eating or not? The sizzling grilled meat, dripping with fragrant fat, choked the mage, who quickly denied it. No, that's not what I meant. Kim Jin-ho squatted down and casually told the bewildered soldiers. Why live so miserably? If you like it, just eat. Why question it so much? He stood up and declared bluntly. From now on, there are no ridiculous rules in this manner. Just do your job well. As for what you want to eat or do, I don't care. The Mahodan members gaped, their eyes wide with disbelief, unable to trust their ears. Kim Jin-ho announced the meat was cooked, and all the soldiers cheered in unison, preparing for a grand feast. The next morning, in another building, an old man in noble attire was wailing miserably, claiming it was the only property his father had left him. Kim Jin-ho appeared on his white warhorse, coldly exposing him. The deed is in your name, but the real owner is Tunda Arahan. The old man was stunned, his face drained of color. Kim Jin-ho thought to himself. He knew the Arahan family's trick, always using others' names to hide assets from their siblings, and he would exploit this very fatal weakness. The proxy owner broke out in a cold sweat, muttering that if the young master had to wait any longer, he would be dead, and this was not a simple transaction. Kim Jin-ho coldly confirmed, correct. This isn't a transaction. This is the opening signal for a power struggle. Cornered, the owner stammered that young Master Tunda was holding the documents, but Kim Jin-ho calmly replied, I already knew that. so I came prepared. Kim Jin-ho threw the contract onto the table, making a harsh offer. Sign here. Double the price, and I will guarantee your life. Kim Jin-ho's crimson eyes flashed with a deadly glint as he finalized his threat. If you don't sign, you will die right here. The owner tremblingly asked again about his life, and Kim Jin-ho swore a solemn oath. I always keep my word. I swear on the honor of the Arahan family. Completely subdued, the proxy owner tremblingly put pen to paper and signed the contract, sweating profusely. Kim Jin-ho smirked contentedly, holding the contract firmly in his hand, and declared, Good. From today, I am the new owner of this building. The scene shifted to Neka Mayor's office, a seemingly formal place filled with bookshelves and a globe. An official at the mayor's office reviewed the sales contract and confirmed the building's new owner was a person named Warren Beatty. Kim Jin-ho calmly asked about the notarization process, which was confirmed to be legal as long as there was enough money. He smirked. This system is good. Douglas Hooper, the mayor of Neka, pompously explained that this dual management system was to ensure fairness, so no one would be unfairly treated. Kim Jin-ho took a sip of tea, thinking, Unfairly treated, huh? Someone's about to be squeezed dry by me. Douglas Hooper began to find it strange, remarking that young Master Zed was somehow unusual. Douglas Hooper wondered, pressing why Kim Jin-ho was using his real name, as the Arahan family always used proxies for transactions. Kim Jin-ho's eyes turned crimson, and he calmly replied, I know, but I don't have time for detours. Just then, shouts demanding entry rang out from outside the door. Get out of the way. Do you know who I am? Kim Jin-ho sneered, just as he calculated. The protagonist who's about to be unfairly treated has arrived. Crash! The door was about to shatter. The door shattered. Grace Monet strode in, radiating killing intent, purple mana erupting around her, followed by an attendant whose face was as pale as if he were about to faint. The old mayor broke out in a cold sweat, shouting, Grace! No mana allowed here. But Grace was even fiercer, pointing directly at him. Ridiculous! You're the one who broke the rules first. Grace Monet showed no respect, yelling that the building belonged to young Master Tunda and asking if they were supposed to just accept being tricked like this. Kim Jin-ho merely glanced, then casually stated, I don't understand what you're talking about. The building's owner is listed as Warren Beatty. Grace Monet growled, purple mana flaring intensely, threatening Kim Jin-ho that he was making a huge mistake and would face the consequences. Kim Jin-ho calmly retorted, his eyes bloodshot. You're the one making a mistake. Can't your brain process the situation, or are you just causing trouble? Grace Monet turned and left, not forgetting to throw back a final warning, invoking young Master Tunda's name and the Monet family to threaten that he would surely pay the price. Kim Jin-ho merely sneered at the childish threat, infuriating Grace Monet, who roared, Then I'll warn you too. Crimson killing intent erupted, and Kim Jin-ho growled, repeating the Arahan family's motto, Any grievance will be repaid tenfold. You're the one who should know your place, because by daring to challenge me, you will lose everything. Leaving the mayor's office, Kim Jin-ho, along with Eddie and his former slave subordinates, headed towards the newly acquired building, officially beginning his new plan. Eddie pushed up his glasses, marveling, Wow, so this is really yours now? Kim Jin-ho confirmed this was the place he would manage from now on. Eddie chuckled, admitting he had once doubted but never expected Kim Jin-ho to handle everything so swiftly, praising him for being even more decisive than he thought. Eddie handed Kim Jin-ho a handwritten list, gesturing for him to take it. Kim Jin-ho wondered what it was, and Eddie revealed, This is a list of mages hiding in Neka. Kim Jin-ho questioned why mages were suddenly being brought up, and Eddie asked directly, Don't you want some subordinates under your command? Eddie added a psychological jab, reminding him that an Arahan's lifelong goal was to become stronger, and asked if he was wrong. Kim Jin-ho admitted he had also thought about finding subordinates, as the mages on this list were all free agents, without masters. Kim Jin-ho lightly waved the paper, thanking Eddie for his concern, but Eddie merely shrugged. The stronger you are, the more I benefit. We're partners now. Scanning the list, Kim Jin-ho frowned at all the unfamiliar names, then asked directly, So, among these, who do you recommend the most? Without a second's hesitation, Eddie pointed directly to the first name on the list and declared it the number one choice, making Kim Jin-ho read the unfamiliar name aloud, Kranggutra. Eddie confidently asserted that Kim Jin-ho didn't even need to look at the other names and asked if he had ever heard of the Gutra family, but the answer was no. Eddie began to explain. The Gutra family was once a notoriously famous mercenary group in the West, a formidable force in the past. Kim Jin-ho was surprised to learn that those mercenaries were mages, and Eddie revealed that for a small family, It was the best way to earn money, even if their reputation was terribly rotten. Hearing this, Kim Jin-ho suddenly remembered a rumor that a member of the Gutra family was stronger than an entire army, and Eddie confirmed that precisely because of their overwhelming skill, their hiring fees were exorbitant. Only the wealthiest nobles dared to pay. Kim Jin-ho pondered deeply, muttering about the idea of a mage working as a mercenary. Eddie tapped lightly on the list, asking Kim Jin-ho directly if he wanted to know more about the Gutra family, as he heard Kim Jin-ho wasn't an ordinary mage. Eddie shrugged, recounting that the beggars had gossiped about Kim Jin-ho's overwhelming martial arts skill. Kim Jin-ho chuckled, realizing that a mercenary would surely possess extensive combat experience, reconnaissance, assassination, and survival skills. Eddie stated with certainty, "This guy is tailor-made for you. Compared to Krang Gutra, the others aren't even worth looking at." Kim Jin-ho held up the paper, questioning why Eddie had written such a long list, which made Eddie stammer in embarrassment. Scene change. Tunda Arahan slammed the table with a thud, veins bulging as he roared, "Which dog dares to touch my building? I'll kill him." Tunda Arahan turned and pointed directly at Grace Monet, yelling, "Grace, what the hell have you been doing for things to turn out like this?" Grace Monet covered her head, enduring the onslaught, while Tunda Arahan continued to yell about the enormous sum the building brought in, and his plans for expanding his influence. Tunda Arahan lost control, grabbing Grace Monet's collar, and shouting in her face, "Didn't you say so yourself, Grace?" Losing patience with the brat, Grace Monet unleashed her dark purple magic, her voice as cold as ice. "Young Master Tunda, look me in the eyes." Her eyes flashed with an eerie light. Dark energy enveloped the space, aimed directly at Tunda Arahan. Hypnotic magic emanated from Grace Monet's hand, completely suppressing the young master's mind. Tunda Arahan clutched his head, veins bulging, trying to resist the psychic power invading his brain. In an instant, Tunda Arahan's frantic gaze became vacant, completely subdued. Grace Monet contemptuously ordered, "Calm down a bit. You're being too noisy, you brat." From a roaring lion, Tunda Arahan was now as docile as a puppy, meekly mumbling an apology. After disciplining her master, Grace Monet let out a sigh of relief, beginning to calculate her next move. Grace Monet leaned back in her chair, her eyes sharp, muttering, "How can we kill Zed?" Grace Monet turned to Tunda Arahan with a calculating smile, declaring she would use his assets. "You'll need to use some of your things, young master. You'll lend them to me, won't you?" Tunda Arahan lowered his head, his voice obedient. "Yes, anything Grace wants." Grace Monet outlined her plan, stating she would use Tunda Arahan's money to hire some expensive assets, then use magic to silence them, to prevent exposure. Like a mistress doting on her pet, Grace Monet patted Tunda Arahan's head and chuckled with delight. "My cute Tunda." Grace Monet's eyes gleamed maliciously, and she smirked as the hypnotic magic still took effect. "You look much cuter when you're obedient, don't you?" The scene shifted to the Rivera Hotel, the most luxurious in the capital, where a polite hotel manager bowed to welcome a distinguished guest. Kim Jin-ho, clad in a mysterious cloak, announced he was here to find someone, while Eddie behind him gaped in awe at the opulence of the place. The hotel manager unexpectedly raised a hand to block Eddie as he tried to follow Kim Jin-ho. The hotel manager flatly declared, "I apologize, but our hotel only permits nobles to enter." Eddie froze. Despite Eddie's astonishment, the hotel manager maintained his professional demeanor, asserting it was policy. Kim Jin-ho could only sigh in exasperation. Kim Jin-ho had no choice but to tell Eddie to wait outside, which infuriated the king of the dark alley at the rotten society that only considered nobles as people, and Kim Jin-ho completely agreed. Inside the Rivera Hotel, luxury and splendor were truly top tier, with brilliant golden lights illuminating the gold-plated main lobby. Kim Jin-ho stepped inside, his crimson eyes sweeping the area, and he had to admit, wow, these guys really spare no expense. He headed straight to the reception desk, requesting to see the guest list. The hotel receptionist politely but flatly refused. "I can provide the list of standard rooms, but according to policy, special rooms cannot be disclosed." Kim Jin-ho was starting to get annoyed by the word policy. The receptionist maintained her professional demeanor, saying she would bring out the standard room list immediately, ignoring Kim Jin-ho's expression. Kim Jin-ho was irritated, thinking to himself that he must have gotten used to using the Arahan name to get things done everywhere, so now even a small obstacle felt annoying. He immediately analyzed the situation. For a place to dare disregard even the Arahan family, the true owner of this hotel must surely be one of the family head's siblings. Kim Jin-ho looked around, assessing the scale of the place. He calculated that with such immense wealth, the owner could only be the eldest or second child, meaning he couldn't just throw around the Arahan name to get his way. Just then, the receptionist handed him the list of standard room guests, interrupting his thoughts. Kim Jin-ho scanned the list, annoyed that his target wasn't in the standard rooms, and muttered that this mercenary must be quite wealthy. He realized the information from Eddie was limited. He only knew Krang Gutra was at this hotel, and now he was stuck, unsure how to find him. Just as he was at a dead end, a piercing scream echoed from the upper floor, making Kim Jin-ho bewildered. "I've never seen such an inconsiderate hotel." A muscular bald old man was yelling at the manager, cursing him for daring to serve him garbage beef instead of genuine Burdasan beef. The manager tried in vain to explain that the hotel only served Burdasan beef, but the bald old man brushed him off, roaring, "Shut up! Do you think this is my first time eating it?" Kim Jin-ho watched the scene from a distance, speechless at the old man's behavior and abuse of power. But then he paused, a flash of realization sparking in his mind as he recalled a description. Wait. A skinny physique and a bald head? He remembered the instructions about an eccentric man with a strange personality, and that he needed a backup plan if direct recruitment wasn't possible. Kim Jin-ho realized that while the bald man wasn't skinny, his behavior was indeed eccentrically arrogant, and he decided to act, descending the stairs. He walked straight to the table where the bald old man was causing a ruckus, and spoke. "Excuse me, sir." The muscular old man looked up, his face annoyed. The muscular old man, Krang Gutra, turned with sharp eyes. "I thought it was some chaotic energy, but it's just you, huh?" Kim Jin-ho froze, his face blank, not understanding what was happening. "What?" Krang Gutra muttered as he walked past Kim Jin-ho, clearly showing disdain. "Damn it. Having to see an Arahan's face first thing in the morning. Guess my whole day is ruined." From the stairs, Kim Jin-ho watched the old man's retreating back, thinking, "What the hell is this old man talking about? Even a lunatic wouldn't speak so rudely to a member of the Arahan family." Kim Jin-ho smirked, a thought flashing in his mind. Could it be that this old man utterly despises the Arahan family? Eddie rushed over, his voice panicked. "Zed, did you just see that? That old man is Krang Gutra." Kim Jin-ho replied curtly, "I know." Eddie sighed in relief, feigning understanding. "Huh. So you've met him? I told you, he has a very eccentric personality." Kim Jin-ho snapped back. "This isn't eccentric, this is just plain stubbornness." Eddie quickly corrected himself, getting straight to the point. "Aren't all reclusive mercenaries a bit odd? So what's your plan? Is it a no-go? If you don't like him, we can consider other candidates." Eddie continued to persuade him, seeing Kim Jin-ho's headache. "But you know, those other candidates are just retired 5-ring or 6-ring mages, all standard fare." Kim Jin-ho closed his eyes, gritting his teeth in frustration. "I've been training and dieting in every way, but my magic stats are still stuck at level 5. I have to do something. But I'm not the type who can increase mana quality and quantity just by meditating." Kim Jin-ho was utterly annoyed, frantically running to chase after the old man, roaring, "Which way did he go? I'm about to lose my mind. By the way, does that old man have a grudge against the Arahan family?" Eddie wondered, and Kim Jin-ho immediately confirmed they were talking about Krang. Eddie, still panting, explained that Krang was a mysterious figure. If it weren't for the tattoo, he would never have known the old man belonged to the Gutra family. Kim Jin-ho asked again. "The tattoo on his forehead?" Eddie, out of breath, confirmed that claws and fangs were indeed the symbols of the Gutra family, then suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, there he is!" Eddie pointed towards Krang Gutra, who was now devouring meat, his voice full of sarcasm. Just a moment ago he was complaining about Burdasan beef, and now he's happily eating it. Kim Jin-ho suddenly remembered that Torres Bahal had once promised him premium Burdasan beef, an exclusive product of the Bahal family. A plan formed. Let's use this to break the ice. He told himself he wasn't the type of mage who could grind by meditating, so the teacher he needed to find had to be an eccentric one. Even knowing he'd be cursed out, he decided to try approaching Krang one more time. Kim Jin-ho resolutely walked towards the grumpy old man's table. Just as Kim Jin-ho began, "Excuse me, sir," Krang Gutra slammed his hand on the table, roaring furiously. "Damn it, you're ruining my meal." The old man whirled around, his face filled with murderous intent. "Why are you showing your face here again? Did someone tell you to come demand the room fee or something?" Kim Jin-ho muttered a curse, annoyed that the old man's behavior was truly trashy. "Breaking the ice, my ass." Frustrated, he was about to give up. "All right, master or whatever, forget it all." But then he suddenly whirled around, his eyes flashing with determination. Suddenly, Kim Jin-ho hurled 2 daggers towards Krang Gutra with terrifying speed, creating a white streak of light. Kim Jin-ho's and Krang Gutra's eyes met, sparks flying, both intensely focused on the life or death moment. Whoosh! Krang reacted like lightning, extending his hand to block the two incoming daggers, creating a small energy shockwave. Clang! The two daggers fell to the floor. The throw had been completely blocked barehanded. Krang stared at his hand, asking in surprise, "What are these things?" Kim Jin-ho froze, looking at the old man, while Krang was still muttering, analyzing the block. Krang asked directly, "Did you block them by gathering mana in your fingers?" Then realized Kim Jin-ho also had a keen eye when he pointed out that the old man could have dodged them. Kim Jin-ho replied, "Yes, but you acted first." He emphasized that what was truly impressive was that the old man had landed without even looking at the daggers. It all happened in a fleeting moment. Krang acted superior, stating he only blocked the attack because he didn't want Kim Jin-ho to die next to him and cause trouble. The old man immediately switched to serious mode, his sharp eyes realizing the situation was not for casual chatter. Kim Jin-ho's crimson eyes also flashed. He sensed the murderous aura had become incredibly thick. Civilians screamed in panic, fleeing for their lives as a group of cloaked assassins began to flood the plaza. Kim Jin-ho and Krang were surrounded by assassins. Kim Jin-ho muttered, "It seems Grace has made her move." Krang smirked, "See? I told you you were the target." But Kim Jin-ho calmly replied, "I already knew." Kim Jin-ho cracked his thumb joints, mockingly asked the old man if he needed help, then declared that this group was just a bunch of small fry. Krang was amused by the youngster's confidence, but still put on a superior air. "It would be quite troublesome if an Arahan died right before my eyes." The old man decided to step back and watch, declaring that he would only observe the show and intervene if the situation became dangerous. A foolish assassin threatened Krang to leave, but the old man merely smirked in response. "Don't mind me. How could I miss such a good show?" Seeing Krang nonchalance, the foolish assassin boasted loudly, thinking the old man was senile and didn't understand what he was saying. Another assassin suddenly noticed the distinctive tattoo on the old man's temple, his voice trembling as he uttered the name, "The Gutra family." All the assassins turned pale, finally realizing they had stumbled upon someone formidable. "This old man is the legendary mercenary, Krang Gutra." Immediately, they all prostrated themselves, begging for their lives for being so blind, but Krang merely sneered, coldly stating that he had never had such trashy juniors. The assassins hastily introduced themselves as the Atma Mercenary Company and flattered Krang while Kim Jin-ho, standing behind, was speechless at this comedic display. Hearing the words mercenaries, Krang expression immediately changed, radiating intense killing intent. The old man growled, questioning when mercenaries started taking assassination contracts, and directly cursed them, saying they weren't mercenaries but just scum who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. The leader trembled, excusing themselves by saying business had been tough lately, and a lucrative opportunity had come their way, so they had to take dirty jobs to make a living. Krang flatly rejected this, teaching them a lesson about honor. True mercenaries must have ideals and righteousness. Those who do everything for money are just cheap errand boys. The mercenaries bowed again in gratitude, promising to engrave the elders' teachings into their hearts. While Kim Jin-ho could only sigh in exasperation at this absurd situation, Krang cleared his throat, adopting a superior air. "At least you know your place. Anyway, once you've taken a job, you have to finish it, right?" Kim Jin-ho looked bewildered, not understanding what trick the old man was playing. Still on his moral high horse, Krang emphasized that a mercenary's attitude must be to see things through, making the assassin leader hastily promise never to take assassination contracts again after this mission. Krang waved his hand, indicating non-intervention and stepping back to observe. The assassins immediately turned to Kim Jin-ho with murderous intent. Surrounded by a bunch of small fry, Kim Jin-ho found the situation utterly ridiculous. His anger flared when Kim Jin-ho realized that the old man, Krang didn't even consider him a threat, merely seeing him as practice for the assassins. Without further ado, Kim Jin-ho activated his lightning transformation magic, his entire body erupting in fierce golden electricity. The assassins turned pale with fear, and Krang was also surprised. Not fire energy, but lightning energy? Does the Arahan family have someone who can awaken this? Krang eyes gleamed with interest. The old man realized this was an extremely unusual energy flow. A desperate cry of "Sir!" rang out as the assassins were about to get thoroughly beaten. In the nick of time, 3 of Kim Jin-ho's loyal subordinates unexpectedly descended like divine soldiers, breaking through the assassins' encirclement. One of them hastily asked about the situation. Kim Jin-ho wondered how they knew to come here. It turned out the assassination request was sent to them through the beggar network. The masterminds were so foolish they didn't know these were Kim Jin-ho's people. Kim Jin-ho smirked, knowing full well that his opponents were desperate enough to spend so much money, then turned to ask his subordinates if they knew who was behind it. Kim Jin-ho's crimson eyes swept over the trembling assassins, and he growled, "Tell me who it is." The assassin leader still tried to act professional, citing the rule of not revealing clients, but Kim Jin-ho merely sneered, declaring he would beat them until they confessed. "Make those pieces of trash kneel before me." Hearing the command, the three subordinates immediately erupted with green energy, charging straight into the enemy formation. In a flash, the professional assassins were utterly decimated by the three former slaves. The skill gap was immense. Watching from the sidelines, Krangutra chuckled, "Hey, these juniors are really screwed. With such weak skills, they don't stand a chance. They should retreat." Seeing the old man's chatter, Kim Jin-ho immediately grabbed him by the collar. Planning to interfere? But Krangutra just sneered contemptuously, challenging that no matter how much he tortured them, he wouldn't get a word out of those assassins. Kim Jin-ho, with golden lightning crackling around him, realized the assassins had been hit by a mouth-sealing spell and declared he would handle it himself. Krangutra sneered, mocking Kim Jin-ho for being too green to recognize such a pathetic spell earlier. Ignoring the taunt, Kim Jin-ho asserted that dispelling the magic was a trivial matter and turned to propose a deal to the old man. "How about we make a deal?" Kim Jin-ho narrowed his eyes, repeating the question with a loaded meaning. "A deal?" Krangutra didn't hide it, admitting he was extremely curious about Kim Jin-ho's lightning energy and true strength. Kim Jin-ho's gaze sharpened, and he laid out his condition bluntly. "If you fight me and win, I will give you what you desire." Krangutra burst out laughing, coldly stating that defeating him was impossible. The arrogant old man spread his arms, proposing a counter deal. "You don't need to win, just graze me, and it counts as your victory." Quite reasonable, wouldn't you say? Kim Jin-ho confirmed one last time. "If I win, will you fulfill my request?" And Krangutra nodded, sealing the deal. Kim Jin-ho smirked confidently, a spark of lightning flashing at the corner of his mouth. "Of course. Let's do it now." Kim Jin-ho, with lightning energy exploding around him, declared bluntly, "I also need to confirm something." His eyes sharpened, his true purpose revealed, to see if the old man, Krang, was skilled enough to be his teacher. Krangutra stepped forward, looking delighted by the youngster's arrogance. "Refreshing, I like it." The old man looked around and taunted. "Don't you think this place is a bit too cramped for an arena?" Suddenly, a blue magical energy flashed right next to Kim Jin-ho, startling him. An energy blast swept through, blowing away the nearby Mahodan soldiers like fallen leaves, while a panicked voice screamed, "Sir!" Kim Jin-ho was caught in the teleportation light, unable to react. Both appeared in a vast open field. Krangutra casually asked, "First time teleporting?" The old man explained that this was an area outside the city, a place he often visited to relieve boredom. Energy flared in Krangutra's eyes, and he smirked, declaring, "Then, let's begin." Fierce golden lightning erupted around Kim Jin-ho, his crimson eyes ready for a battle to the death. The atmosphere suddenly became taut as a bowstring. Both stood facing each other in an open field, one a muscular old man, the other a young mage preparing for battle. Krangutra recognized the instant teleportation technique, directly asking Kim Jin-ho if he was a seventh ring mage, a level far from ordinary. The old man sneered, taunting the knights and mages' obsession with ranks, deeming it a useless standard. Kim Jin-ho wondered about the old man's statement, but also agreed that some things were more important than rank. Krangutra asserted that in a real battle, victory or defeat isn't determined by rank, but by countless other factors. He emphasized that experience from life or death battles, the feelings etched deep into one's flesh, were what truly decided the outcome. Kim Jin-ho stood amidst the lightning, silently admitting in his mind, he's right. He recalled Chief Clark and the high-ranking Bahal Knight, realizing that rank was merely a way to categorize strength, not an absolute measure. Kim Jin-ho smirked with keen interest. He had finally found the first person in this world who understood that true power wasn't about numbers. Seeing Kim Jin-ho staring, Krangutra growled, annoyed. "What are you looking at?" The old man continued to provoke. "What's wrong? You don't agree with what I said?" Kim Jin-ho unexpectedly agreed, his eyes sharp. "No, I agree. Because that's what I felt when facing countless opponents." Krangutra laughed, thinking the kid was just bluffing. "Countless opponents? Huh, what nonsense is this brat spouting?" Kim Jin-ho clenched his fist, lightning crackling around him, declaring firmly, "Let me show you. I'm not lying." Immediately, A terrifying surge of lightning energy erupted from Kim Jin-ho's body, shaking the surrounding space. Kranggutra looked impressed, admitting this energy was no joke. Truly an impressive source of energy, worthy of being a dream attribute. The old man took his stance, challenging Kim Jin-ho to give his all so he wouldn't regret it, a plan already forming in his mind, targeting his opponent's preconceptions. Kranggutra was confident that no matter how strong a 7th ring mage was, a sudden close-range attack could smash their face in, likening himself to a beast toying with a rabbit. With that, Kim Jin-ho lunged forward like a flash of lightning, the ground beneath his feet cracking, initiating the battle with a full-force attack. Opening the combat, Kim Jin-ho, enveloped in lightning, shot straight at Kranggutra like a rocket, the ground beneath his feet cracking from the pressure. Kranggutra smirked, triumphant that his prey was within reach, still contemptuous of the preconceptions about mages. Done. He's within range. To his surprise, Kim Jin-ho didn't dodge, but caught the old man's punch with one hand, lightning erupting violently at the point of impact. Kim Jin-ho's crimson eyes glowed, showing that he was absolutely not some pushover to be bullied. Immediately after, he recoiled, and a series of lightning pillars shot up from the ground to where Kranggutra had just been standing. Kranggutra managed to dodge the attack by a hair's breadth, but was clearly startled by the kid's counter-attack speed. The old man had to admit, truly keen senses. If you had hesitated for another second, your body would have been pierced through. Kim Jin-ho also thought to himself, admitting that he would have been wiped out if he was a millisecond slower. While analyzing, this old man talks about beasts. It seems he's really going all out. Kranggutra broke into a sweat, realizing a deadly detail that made him reevaluate the entire situation. Wait, why didn't I see him cast a spell? Kim Jin-ho stood from a distance, calmly explaining his philosophy of power. When you're accustomed to something, using it becomes instinct, capable of being activated at any moment. Kranggutra admitted Kim Jin-ho was smarter than he looked, having read his energy to exploit his speed, while the kid was still surging with lightning. The old man leaned in close, realizing the kid didn't look surprised at all, making him mutter, "Damn it." Kim Jin-ho calmly retorted, "Why wouldn't a mage be surprised when fighting hand-to-hand? I just anticipated it," leaving Kranggutra speechless. Kranggutra pointed directly at him, asserting that he was talking about Kim Jin-ho's initial stance. The old man declared firmly that it was a close combat martial stance he had never seen before, then pressed, "Am I right? Hit where it hurt." Kim Jin-ho was slightly surprised, asking back, "Are you sure you've never seen this stance before?" Kranggutra merely smirked meaningfully, as if to say, "You're still too green, kid." The old man began to analyze like a true martial arts expert. This stance protects all weak points from the chin, solar plexus, to the ribs. Kranggutra concluded that this defensive stance also allowed for kicks at any moment, clearly not something a typical mage would use. Kim Jin-ho broke into a sweat, secretly acknowledging the old man's terrifying ability to read him. Just a glance at the stance, and he grasped so much. "Your observation skills are truly remarkable." Kranggutra openly showed his disappointment, uttering a contemptuous remark. "If that's all you've got, then I'm truly disappointed." The old man casually sat down on the ground, challenging Kim Jin-ho to reveal all his trump cards. Openly disrespected, Kim Jin-ho was furious, his entire body erupting with brilliant golden lightning. With crimson eyes, he shot forward, secretly calculating that he needed to approach very carefully because this old man's ability to read him was no joke. Kim Jin-ho moved at dizzying speed, creating countless afterimages, but Kranggutra merely smirked. "How amusing. Are you trying to make this old man dizzy?" Kim Jin-ho focused all his concentration, realizing this could be a finishing blow, so he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. In the midst of the extremely tense atmosphere, Kranggutra suddenly opened his mouth wide. The old man let out a huge yawn and stretched, completely dismissing Kim Jin-ho's display of speed as a joke. Kim Jin-ho was seething with rage, gritting his teeth as he realized this was blatant provocation, and he had almost foolishly charged in. Kranggutra stood up and flexed, sneering sarcastically. "Oh, you can still hold back. What a coward." Insulted to his face, Kim Jin-ho roared, cursing the crazy old man while brilliant golden lightning erupted around him. The system panel appeared, the Immortal Challenger trait activated, Kim Jin-ho's crimson eyes gleaming with determination. This time it's definitely going to hit. All his lightning energy was concentrated into his charging hand, a finishing blow carrying his wrath. A notification appeared, stating all stats temporarily increased by 10 points, and Kim Jin-ho, enveloped in dazzling golden lightning, closed in on Kranggutra. With a triumphant smile and fiery eyes, Kim Jin-ho was certain his punch had hit its mark. but his hands only grasped empty air. Kim Jin-ho stunned to realize he had just punched a clone. Krang Gutra's laughter echoed from behind. Kukuku, you foolish kid, so focused on attacking that you didn't even pay attention to what your opponent was doing. Kim Jin-ho spun around, his face astonished as he realized he had been painfully tricked. He suddenly froze when he saw a gigantic magic circle glowing beneath his feet, realizing the old man's provocative stretch earlier was precisely to set a trap. Countless magical chains emerged from the ground, tightly coiling around Kim Jin-ho, completely incapacitating him while the old man calmly commented, "The hunter always draws back before pouncing on its prey." Bound tightly by the magical chains, Kim Jin-ho roared in helplessness as lightning energy still surged around him. Krang Gutra stood with his arms crossed, observing his achievement, sneering as Kim Jin-ho was encased in a massive block of chains. "Hehehe, you fell perfectly into the trap." The old man laid out his terms, demanding Kim Jin-ho admit defeat for his life to be spared, while the kid was suffocating, bitterly realizing the skill gap between them. Krang Gutra warned, telling Kim Jin-ho not to be stubborn anymore if he didn't want to lose his life. His consciousness fading, Kim Jin-ho muttered in despair as the system announced that the Immortal Challenger trait had been deactivated. A flood of memories of the life he had always yearned for flashed by, making Kim Jin-ho question why he was so pathetic. Recalling Krang Gutra's words, Kim Jin-ho realized his fatal mistake. He had considered himself prey from the very beginning, forgetting the stance of a hunter. His eyes blazed with determination, casting aside all weakness. "Until I die, I must be the hunter." The system announced, "The Immortal Challenger trait has been reactivated. All stats temporarily increased by 10, and a brand new magic has been added. Lightning Strike." Krang Gutra was stunned as dazzling golden lightning bolts began to shatter the block of chains. He couldn't believe the kid still had such power. Zap! Brilliant golden electricity erupted from Kim Jin-ho's body. The trait activated, and the chains began to groan under the pressure. Kim Jin-ho let out an earth-shattering roar, unleashing all the thunderous energy suppressed within his veins. Boom! A terrifying explosion of lightning engulfed everything, and even the toughest magical chains began to shatter. Crack! Kim Jin-ho's fist clenched, directly crushing the thick chain with pure strength and destructive electricity. The system confirmed. Lightning strike used. Krang Gutra stood frozen in the distance, unable to believe the sight before his eyes. Krang Gutra yelled in anger and bewilderment. "You crazy bastard! Are you trying to kill yourself?" Lightning strike was spammed continuously, the ground cracking beneath Kim Jin-ho's feet, making Krang Gutra yell, "You lunatic! Stop right now!" Clang! The last chains shattered, turning to ash under the overwhelming power of the lightning. Amidst the smoke and lingering electrical sparks, Kim Jin-ho stood tall, admitting coldly, "I admit you're very strong, and have much to teach." Krang Gutra was stunned, muttering that he'd never seen anyone so stubborn. But Kim Jin-ho cut him off with a firm declaration of war. "But the victor will surely be me." Lightning erupted. Kim Jin-ho strained to shatter the last chains, his aura soaring to the heavens. With a confident smile and blazing red eyes, Kim Jin-ho declared firmly, "I will win, and I will definitely make you my teacher." Krang Gutra scoffed openly, growling, "Teacher? Teach an Arahan brat? I'd rather die in my old age." Unfazed, Kim Jin-ho faced him directly, asserting, "I will definitely win. I have no intention of giving up, never." Krang Gutra clicked his tongue, muttering in self-satisfaction that no matter how much this lunatic struggles, he won't even touch his collar. The mercenary raised his hand, signaling an end to the cat-and-mouse game. "Let's end this game here." Krang Gutra's eyes sharpened, and he snarled, "Now that I know your intentions, I'll have to crush you more thoroughly." Kim Jin-ho made his wager. "If I win, you'll have to do it, even if you don't want to." Krang Gutra sneered, "Do you really think you can win?" Kim Jin-ho replied concisely, while lightning continued to dance around his body. 50%. Krang Gutra was shocked by such arrogance, but Kim Jin-ho merely explained coldly, "I'm simply going all out." Krang Gutra gathered an energy sphere, growling a warning. "Charge again and I'll really kill you. I don't care if you're an Arahan or whatever." Kim Jin-ho smirked, lightning flickering around his face as he challenged back. "Then please, you must kill me." The mercenary was stunned, muttering that this kid was truly beyond saving. Without another word, Krang Gutra unleashed his power, a massive surge of energy swirling around him, shaking the entire area. In the sky, a gigantic magic circle appeared, condensing into the form of an enormous spear of light, ready to destroy everything below. But facing this monstrous ultimate move, Kim Jin-ho merely looked up, recognizing it instantly. This is 8-ring magic. The Spear of Light was named. An ultimate boss-level skill. Judgment Spear. Kim Jin-ho muttered like a seasoned gamer. I know this move. Judgment Spear. The skill that lured so many mages. You hit it well. An 8-ring skill at that. Krang-gutra froze, his pupils contracting in shock. He stammered in panic. What? How do you know? The mercenary gritted his teeth, holding the gigantic energy spear steady. Admitting the situation had become troublesome. It seems you truly wish to die here. Cornered, Kim Jin-ho merely smirked, blazing golden lightning enveloping his body as he growled. Now I can't give up even more. Take my ultimate move. He calculated to himself, sweat beading on his forehead. Will I survive after taking the full force of this judgment spear? The answer appeared instantly in his mind, cold and decisive. No, the probability is around 0, but this harsh reality is my chance. So, die. The gigantic spear of light tore through the sky, plummeting down with destructive power enough to flatten an entire city, while Kim Jin-ho was just a tiny dot exploding with lightning below. Krang-gutra clicked his tongue, looking at the stubborn kid below with disdain. Fool. Sometimes you have to know when to give up. In Kim Jin-ho's blazing red eyes, the image of the destructive spear grew larger at a terrifying speed, but he remained unfazed. At the moment of impact, Kim Jin-ho raised his hand, not to defend, but to confront the massive energy surge directly. A cold blue system notification popped up right in the middle of the battle. The Immortal Challenger, S trait, is activated. A blinding white-blue energy explosion erupted from Kim Jin-ho's position, creating a gigantic pillar of light that pushed back the destructive attack. Krang-gutra froze, his eyes wide in disbelief at the sight before him. He could only manage to utter, "Huh?" Boom. Krang-gutra, the 8-ring mage, was sent flying like a ragged puppet, unable to react to Kim Jin-ho's sudden reversal. The old man's eyes widened in horror, his voice trembling. What in the world is this? As Kim Jin-ho grabbed him tightly with a challenging smile. Without another word, Kim Jin-ho, with blazing red eyes, slammed Krang-gutra into the ground, creating a destructive streak of light that tore through the earth. Lying flattened at the bottom of a deep crater, Krang-gutra looked up at the night sky in silence, his entire body aching and his mind blank. Kim Jin-ho stood tall beside him, while the mercenary could only mutter in despair. How could this have happened? Krang-gutra admitted bitterly. Indeed. Live long enough and you'll see all sorts of bizarre things. Defeated by a mere brat. Despite his scratched face and heavy breathing, Kim Jin-ho stood firm, ignoring the old man's lament about his humiliating disgrace in old age. He laughed at himself. He. Do you think you're any different? How do you plan to defeat such a stubborn bastard? Krang-gutra pushed Kim Jin-ho's hand away, grumbling about his torn clothes and thinking about his 7 years of dull mercenary retirement, as if he had run out of goals. Finally, he realized the true nature of his opponent's power, a mysterious ability that could completely nullify magic. Krang-gutra recalled Kim Jin-ho's fiery gaze, realizing that this kid's true weapon was his stubbornly tenacious will to win. The mercenary looked at Kim Jin-ho, lying motionless in the crater, cursing Zenodin under his breath for being a senile old man to throw a monster like this into a prison camp. Krang-gutra muttered, hearing that this kid had only recently awakened his mana. But this rate of growth was truly terrifying. The old man calculated that in just a few more years, this kid could dominate the entire empire, even become a new absolute overlord. And if such a person appeared, the empire would surely be shaken to its core. A spark flashed in Krang-gutra's eyes. He realized that if this kid was properly honed, anything was possible. Time for contemplation over. Krang-gutra kicked Kim Jin-ho. Don't just lie there, get up. Every minute, every second is precious. Kim Jin-ho was sent flying a short distance, Krang-gutra muttering that he didn't know how much strength the kid had to exert to end up like this. Worried the kid might have harmed himself, Krang-gutra placed his hand on Kim Jin-ho's chest to check if his mana circuit was in disarray. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened in severe shock. Huh? He felt the mana within Kim Jin-ho and couldn't believe it. What? This kid hasn't even reached first ring? Krang-gutra still couldn't believe the test results. The mana quality is truly that of a genius, but the mana circuit is that of an idiot. While muttering, Krang-gutra suddenly flinched, sensing someone approaching. The old man was wary. This was a secret location only he knew. How could anyone have found it? Krang-gutra clicked his tongue, realizing that the kid's lightning strike and his own judgment spear had caused too much commotion, attracting attention. From a distance, a group of people rushed over, one of them screaming in alarm upon seeing Kim Jin-ho lying motionless. My lord? The former slaves, now loyal subordinates, rushed to Kim Jin-ho's side. One of the subordinates growled at Krang Gutra. "You damned old man, what have you done to our lord?" But the old man merely warned coldly, "Shut up, if you don't want to die, get lost." The subordinates were furious at the old man's attitude, but one of them suddenly froze, sensing another aura. A shadowy figure cloaked in black appeared from thin air, radiating dark magic, and Krang Gutra immediately recognized them. "Those bastards from the Black Mirror Corps are everywhere." The cloaked mage muttered something with clear annoyance, obviously not taking the people before him seriously. The hooded mage called Krang Gutra by name, making the old man smirk, thinking this person must not be a small fry either. The mage took a step forward, his aura directly confronting the legendary mercenary. He pulled down his hood, introduced himself as Robin, commander of the Black Mirror Corps, and unexpectedly bowed to Krang Gutra as a hero of the Great Magic War. Krang Gutra merely narrowed his eyes, clearly uninterested in the empty flattery. Robin and his Black Mirror Corps subordinates declared they had orders to monitor young Master Zed and requested to check the boy's condition. Krang Gutra let out a savage scoff, white magic power erupting around him, challenging them directly. "Go on, try to take him." The overwhelming pressure of an 8-ring mage fiercely emanated, shaking the very space, a warning that couldn't be clearer. But Robin was no pushover, purple magic enveloping him as he played his trump card. "He is an Arahan heir." "Old man, do you intend to defy the entire Arahan family?" Krang Gutra ignored the threat, declaring bluntly, "I would never kill my own disciple. He's just unconscious. Now get out of my sight." Robin froze at the two words disciple, while Krang Gutra didn't bother to explain, growling again before turning his back and walking away with domineering flair. Robin broke out in a cold sweat, admitting in his mind that this old man's skill far surpassed the Black Mirror Corps. At least someone like Mage Commander Callus would stand a chance. Even knowing his opponent was formidable, Robin couldn't just retreat empty-handed. His eyes flashed with determination. Robin tried to negotiate, suggesting they would just check the boy's condition and leave immediately. But Krang Gutra replied with a single, icy word. No. The commander began to threaten, warning that no matter how powerful Krang Gutra was, he wouldn't survive if he made an enemy of the entire Arahan family. Questioning why the old man was interfering, Robin continued to apply pressure, reminding him that this old man had chosen a reclusive life, caring nothing for worldly affairs. Krang Gutra scoffed, bluntly declaring that in his old age, he had found a new purpose, and it was these pieces of trash who were getting in his way. Two terrifying streams of magic power, one white, one purple, violently clashed, the air growing thick with pressure. One of the Black Mirror Corps subordinates nervously called out to his commander, the situation clearly spiraling out of control. Robin was silent for a moment, then delivered a shocking piece of news to his team. "The family head has just ordered us to retreat." Krang Gutra chuckled with delight, taunting that of course they had to retreat, unless that Arahan family head dared to show his face here. Even though he had to retreat, Robin still tried to save face, threatening that the old man's actions today would surely have consequences later. Krang Gutra didn't care in the slightest, growling, a direct warning. "Shut your mouth and get lost. Keep babbling and it'll tear you apart." The commander remained stubborn, declaring that the Arahan family always kept its word, and promising a rematch before the entire Black Mirror Corps vanished into a red mist. As soon as he finished speaking, the assassins dissolved into shadows, disappearing without a trace, leaving Krang Gutra alone. The old man clicked his tongue, muttering curses about the troublesome Arahan bunch, always spouting Arahan this, Arahan that. Krang Gutra mused to himself that a single moment of impulsiveness would come at a steep price. His old age should have been peaceful. He turned to look at the former slaves supporting Kim Jin-ho, admitting he knew full well this kid was no ordinary mage, and that was why the Arahans spared his life. His gaze lingered on the unconscious Kim Jin-ho, lamenting the boy's fate for being born into such a wretched family. Otherwise, his life would have been much happier. He clicked his tongue, despising the sick family that encouraged siblings to fight and kill each other for power. But then Krang Gutra became confident, asserting that it was all for the best, because he would personally teach Kim Jin-ho so he wouldn't become a monster like them. While Kim Jin-ho was still unconscious, the weight of responsibility pressed heavily on him. The scene shifted to a dark, damp place, Eddie's base. Suddenly, Kim Jin-ho's crimson eyes snapped open, sharp in the darkness. He immediately recognized where he was. This is Eddie's base. Kim Jin-ho sat up, still dazed, when a voice asked if he was fully awake. Gutra's former subordinates gathered around anxiously. "Master, are you all right?" Krang Gutra sat nearby, arms crossed, taunting. "So young, yet you sleep so much." Surrounded by his loyal disciples, Kim Jin-ho sat on the bed, his mind still hazy, asking what had happened. Krang Gutra spoke up, hinting meaningfully. Don't you remember anything? I heard this old man is your master. Memories of the battle and his final victory flooded back. Kim Jin Ho mumbled in confirmation. Master, that's right. I won. A full view of the base. Krang Gutra sat comfortably on a table. Kim Jin Ho on the bed, while all the Gutra mercenaries knelt on the ground, showing absolute loyalty. Kim Jin Ho wondered why these mercenaries were there. Krang Gutra casually explained that he had broken the illusion and was preparing to interrogate them to find out who was behind it. Kim Jin Ho retorted, Didn't you say you wouldn't interfere? Krang Gutra casually backtracked. Huh? Did I say that? Must be old age making me senile. Crack. The wooden floor cracked, signaling tension. Kim Jin Ho stated bluntly that he didn't need to interrogate them to know the mastermind was Grace, young Master Tundus Butler, making the assassin leader flinch, speechless with shock. Such an obvious reaction. Can't you even act properly? Kim Jin Ho stared intently at the leader, but then dropped a surprising statement. However, I will not punish you. The leader was overjoyed, his voice trembling with hope. Really? You intend to let us go? But there's a condition, Kim Jin Ho said. Report back to Grace that the situation is unfavorable and the mission has failed. This made the assassin panic and think to himself, does he want us to be double agents? Smart, Kim Jin Ho smirked. And when that woman gives her next order, report it to me immediately. Kim Jin Ho's eyes were icy cold. He ordered decisively, you must continue to accept contracts from Grace until the very end. Understood? The leader broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to utter another word, only hastily obeying. Yes. Of course. Kim Jin Ho smirked, revealing his grand plan. It wasn't time to deal with Grace Monet yet. He was waiting for the right moment to take down both her and Tundus' entire forces, and ordered the assassins. Now get out, and play your roles well. One of the loyal former slaves expressed concern, believing the recently released assassins might betray them, but he quickly dismissed it, confident that those small fry knew which side to choose between the legendary mercenary Krang Gutra and young Master Tundus Butler. Clearly, Kim Jin Ho's side was formidable, leaving no room for betrayal. Just then, one of the former slaves approached to report. My lord, Liu has a message for you. Kim Jin Ho showed some interest, asking, Liu is my butler now, so is this family news? Speak. The subordinate reported that early next month there would be a ceremony at the mausoleum, and the butler's meeting requested thorough preparations, making the old man Krang Gutra flinch. The former slave further explained that it was some kind of certification ritual, and there would be a meeting with the family head before departure. Kim Jin Ho mumbled, immediately understanding the situation. A mausoleum to certify pure bloodline and a ritual to claim heir status? He wondered why it was so soon when he wasn't even 20 yet, then immediately guessed the targets were him and Tunda. The subordinate confirmed that was exactly what they said, leaving Kim Jin Ho deep in thought about the Arahan family's new move. Kim Jin Ho began to analyze the Arahan family head's move, realizing that becoming an heir had both advantages and disadvantages. He considered the advantage. Becoming an heir meant being allowed to leave the territory for missions, just as the Arahan family head operated. But the disadvantage was that the game would begin. His siblings would jump in to obstruct him. The internal power struggle would officially commence. Failing to complete a mission would brand him as incompetent, and these useless individuals would be immediately cast aside by the family head and elders. He calculated the time. Early next month was less than 10 days away. He had a lot to prepare. Kim Jin Ho informed Krang Gutra that training would have to be put on hold after the mausoleum visit, and he would likely be extremely busy for a while. The old man chuckled, agreeing to teach as promised. But of course, there were conditions. Krang Gutra stated his price bluntly. Cough up 100 gold every month, then I'll allow you to call me master. I hear you're quite rich, aren't you? 2 days later, at Eddie's hideout, a Kinzura assassin was writhing as he reported. That crazy woman killed 5 of his brothers just because the mission failed. The assassin further explained that they had to retreat because the young master's guards were too numerous, even though they had asked for more time. While Kim Jin Ho and Eddie listened in silence, the surviving Kinzura assassin knelt, trembling as he apologized to Eddie for the failed mission, but Kim Jin Ho stepped forward to speak on his behalf. The assassin cried out bitterly, yelling that Grace Monet had disrespected them and begged his master for a chance at revenge. Kim Jin Ho gently patted the assassin's shoulder, a surprisingly comforting and powerful gesture. He sat down facing the assassin, promising firmly, Grace will die by your hand. I swear on the honor of Arahan and my own. Hearing the promise, the assassin couldn't control his emotions, sobbing uncontrollably at being understood and given hope. The assassin bowed his head to the ground, profusely thanking Kim Jin-ho for giving him a purpose to live and exact revenge. Scene change. Kim Jin-ho turned to directly ask Eddie about that brat Tunda's remaining strength. Eddie reported the situation. Tunda now only has 2 buildings in the suburbs and a petty intelligence organization. The king of the dark alley further explained that the organization operates under the guise of a trading company to freely gather information throughout the city. Kim Jin-ho smirked, declaring that he would soon need Eddie and Kinzera, and both immediately agreed without hesitation. Kim Jin-ho patted the assassin leader's shoulder, ordering the Zatma mercenaries to temporarily stay at Eddie's place, and declared, "Money is not an issue." The assassin leader's eyes welled up with tears, so grateful he didn't know how to repay this kindness. He suddenly remembered something important, his expression becoming extremely serious. The assassin leader hastily warned Kim Jin-ho, "Young Master Zed, be careful of that woman. Her eyes are not human." An image of Grace Monet appeared, with glowing purple eyes full of demonic charm and surging killing intent, ready to cause a major incident at any moment. Kim Jin-ho listened in silence, his gaze sharp, clearly having taken note of this critical warning. Scene change. Kim Jin-ho stood with Krangutra, looking down at the city from above, confirming that the memorial ceremony would take place tomorrow. Kim Jin-ho thought to himself, "Time truly flies. It feels like just yesterday he was preparing everything for this grand game." He calculated in his head. The item ordered from Lacto was complete, Grace's movements were being closely monitored, and that woman would surely cause trouble during tomorrow's ceremony. Krangutra excitedly showed his master the new base. "What do you think, sir? From here you can oversee all of NECA in an instant." Kim Jin-ho got straight to the point. "You didn't call me out here just to admire the night view, did you?" "I'm busy." Krangutra clicked his tongue, complaining that this kid had a head full of rocks and no aesthetic sense. The old man had already prepared a proper training ground. Eye-shaped targets, ropes, swords, and several mana stones neatly arranged on the table. Kim Jin-ho admitted that the old man was well prepared this time, and Krangutra smugly said that once he started something, he saw it through to the end, warning the kid to brace himself. Kim Jin-ho smirked confidently. "That's exactly what I'm looking forward to." Old man Krangutra just thought this kid was all talk. Getting down to business, Krangutra pointed at a yellow mana stone. "Try breaking this one." Kim Jin-ho began gathering lightning, asking if the old man wanted him to use lightning strike, as that would reveal their position. Krangutra waved him off, ordering, "No lightning strike, no chaotic magic, just smash it with your fist." Kim Jin-ho clicked his tongue in annoyance, while Krangutra gleefully thought to himself, "This brat dares to show attitude to his master?" The system panel appeared, confirming that Kim Jin-ho was activating lightning transformation magic. The reflection in the mana stone showed Kim Jin-ho transformed, his hair standing on end, his entire body enveloped in lightning energy. In his lightning transformation state, Kim Jin-ho analyzed the mana stone, realizing it required the power of at least a first-ring mage to break, and told himself it might still be too much for him. Krangutra urged Kim Jin-ho to hurry, while the kid, still channeling lightning energy, reluctantly replied. Without another word, Kim Jin-ho, with glowing red eyes, lunged forward, unleashing a lightning-clad punch directly at the yellow mana stone. The moment of impact, Kim Jin-ho froze, his eyes clearly showing surprise at his own destructive power. Crack! The first ring mana stone shattered into 100 pieces, unable to withstand the kid's bare-handed strike. Krangutra nodded with satisfaction, just as he had predicted, then pointed at a larger purple mana stone. "Good. Try this one too." Kim Jin-ho took his stance again, the lightning energy around him gathering even more fiercely, preparing to smash the second mana stone. Whoosh! The second punch was unleashed, its speed and power even more terrifying than the last, striking directly at the new target. The purple mana stone cracked but didn't shatter, indicating its hardness was on a completely different level. Kim Jin-ho was utterly shocked, unable to believe his eyes. "No way. This is a mana stone for a second ring, isn't it?" Krangutra began lecturing, explaining that a mage's power is measured by the number of rings in their heart. 1 ring is first ring, 2 rings are second ring. Krangutra spoke directly to Kim Jin-ho, who was still enveloped in lightning energy. "You know that, but you haven't even completed 1 ring. You're only halfway there." Kim Jin-ho mumbled calculations. Based on the old game system, with his current mana stats, he had indeed only reached half a ring. Krangutra concluded with a contemptuous remark. "In other words, you're a 0.5 ring punk, not even qualified to be called a first ring." The old man continued his lecture, asking Kim Jin-ho if he understood what that meant. Because normally, when mana is awakened, a ring forms immediately. Kranggutra didn't wait for an answer and cursed directly. Idiot. That means you're truly a weirdo. The ring everyone else has is flawed in you. The old man narrowed his eyes, his voice full of sarcasm. But there's something funny about this, you know? The shattered second ring mana stone appeared. As Kranggutra growled. A weirdo with 0.5 rings smashed a second ring-level stone. Kranggutra grabbed Kim Jin-ho by the collar and yelled, trying to shake the kid out of his daze. So what? You still don't get it? The old man shook Kim Jin-ho violently, shouting at him. Think, you fool. Imagine what it would be like if you reached the 10th ring. Kranggutra explained that the human limit is 10 rings. But if he reached that same realm, Kim Jin-ho's power would be on an entirely different level, far surpassing everyone else. Kranggutra concluded with a chilling statement, his eyes sharp. So you're a genius who can surpass even Temud. The old man began to explain the legendary name Temud Arahan, the starting character of the game Last Savior, whose death formed the entire world's backdrop. Temud Arahan, a mere mortal, yet his skill level was comparable to the Emperor, and he was considered the strongest in the game's worldview. The mysterious death of this legend was the red thread, the main plot twist throughout the entire game from beginning to end. Kim Jin-ho was stunned when he heard the name Temud, the image of the legendary game character with the skull mask appearing in his mind. Kranggutra sneered, asserting that Temud was a unique existence in the Empire's history, and believed that Kim Jin-ho could absolutely reach that level. Kim Jin-ho was still bewildered, unable to believe that a living legend held him in such high regard. He mumbled, wondering if it was due to some special trait, because smashing a second ring mana stone with pathetic mana stats was truly illogical. The status window appeared, revealing a formidable S-rank trait, Blessing of the Grand Archmage. Kim Jin-ho finally understood. This trait was a continuous passive ability, not an activated one, explaining why a 0.5 ring punk had the destructive power of a top-tier mage. Kim Jin-ho began to connect the dots, realizing that traits like immunity to all toxins or immortal challenger were inherited from the game he had grinded to death. As for noble soul of the champion and immortal challenger, those were clearly real, stemming from his undefeated MMA career in his old world. But this mage trait was incredibly illogical, as he had never once played a mage class. It wasn't just a simple monostat buff. While engrossed in his analysis, Kim Jin-ho was abruptly interrupted by Kranggutra's scolding. Hey kid, are you daring to zone out when your master is talking? After addressing down, Kim Jin-ho quickly apologized, but Kranggutra irritably waved his hand. Alright, get lost. Good luck on your journey tomorrow. Kim Jin-ho bowed in gratitude, while the old man muttered that this wasn't a lesson, and both of them had to prepare themselves for the coming storm. Just as he turned to leave, Kim Jin-ho suddenly stopped and called out, Master, making Kranggutra turn back in surprise. Kranggutra growled. What? Clearly still annoyed. Under the night sky, Kim Jin-ho cautiously asked, Are you free tomorrow? The next morning, the gilded gates of the Arahan mansion stood majestically, signaling a confrontation of an entirely different caliber. In the majestic Great Hall, Kim Jin-ho and Tunda Arahan knelt before the throne, where the Arahan family head reigned like a true monster. Kim Jin-ho thought to himself that his concealing magic had been dispelled, but he absolutely couldn't reveal his true self before this old boss. The Arahan family head propped his chin, his crimson eyes full of contempt as he asked, Do you know what the tomb ritual is? Tunda Arahan quickly answered that it was a ritual to confirm the family's pure bloodline, while Kim Jin-ho remained silent, sweating profusely. The Arahan family head growled, insulting his meddling son. You pathetic idiot. Tunda, don't answer. I wasn't asking you. Stunned by the rebuke, Tunda Arahan turned pale with fear, while Kim Jin-ho realized he had to end this interrogation quickly. The old family head turned to Kim Jin-ho, calling him Zed, and asked what he would receive after the ritual. Kim Jin-ho calmly replied, The right to be an heir and to wear the Arahan cloak. The Arahan cloak appeared like an overpowered divine artifact. Fire-resistant, arrow-blocking, sword-deflecting, an item even more valuable than the title of heir. The Arahan family head confirmed that the cloak was the legacy of the founding family head, Temud Arahan, and wearing it meant becoming a true member of the family. He laid out his final conditions. He was not to bring any escorts. He had to prove himself worthy on his own, and from then on, he would be treated and purged like his other brothers. Kim Jin-ho bowed in acceptance, understanding the implicit warning that there would be no room for childish mistakes from now on. The Arahan family head waved his hand, commanding, Today will be a tough day. Now get out. leaving Kim Jin-ho and Tunda Arahan to drag themselves out of the Great Hall. As he stood up, Kim Jin-ho glanced at his younger brother, Tunda Arahan, who was still prostrate on the floor, trembling like a leaf. Kim Jin-ho could only think with contempt as he looked at Tunda Arahan. Truly pathetic. On the throne, the Arahan family head narrowed his eyes, watching. He had noticed Kim Jin-ho's completely different demeanor. The old family head smirked to himself, showing extreme interest. How interesting. This boy doesn't even consider Tunda a rival. Callus Rual suddenly appeared from the shadows beside the throne, bowing and reporting to the Arahan family head. Callus Rual reported that Grace Monet's movements had been detected and requested orders, but the Arahan family head dismissed him. There's no need to deploy the Black Mirror Corps. I want to see how the youngest will manage. Callus Rual frantically objected, arguing that without assistance, the youngest would surely not survive. The Arahan family head burst into delighted laughter at his subordinate's worry, clearly viewing this as an entertaining spectacle. Callus Rual was forced to obey the Arahan family head, who nonchalantly declared, "If he can't make it through today, then that's the extent of his abilities." Outside the mansion, Kim Jin-ho advanced alone towards the large escort troop, who were lined up neatly, waiting. The escort captain stepped forward and formally introduced himself. "I am Michael Keaton, captain of this escort team. It is an honor to serve you, young master." Kim Jin-ho glanced, assessing them, thinking to himself that these guards were all mana-incapable types, their skill level only enough to deal with third-rate mercenary groups. Kim Jin-ho replied curtly, "Hello, I am Zed Arahan. This journey will be tough, so let's hurry," making Michael Keaton promptly obey. Meanwhile, Tunda Arahan was sobbing in Grace Monet's arms, looking utterly pathetic. "Grace, I'm so scared." Kim Jin-ho looked at the tearful scene with a contemptuous gaze, speechless. Losing patience, Kim Jin-ho called out loudly, "Hey, aren't you coming? Can't you see everyone's waiting?" One of Tunda Arahan's bodyguards immediately rushed forward, grabbing Kim Jin-ho's arm and snapping, "What the hell are you doing?" Grace Monet turned to glare at Kim Jin-ho, her voice full of irritation. "Can't you see everyone is waiting because of you two? Aren't you ashamed of causing trouble?" Grace Monet quickly held Tunda's bodyguard back, growling, "Do you think I don't know? But making a scene in front of the servants is very embarrassing." Kim Jin-ho retorted with a contemptuous look. "Servants? They are officially hired Arahan staff. Who would look at you and think you're an heir?" Struck where it hurt, both Grace Monet and the bodyguard were stunned, while Kim Jin-ho turned his back and ordered, "Enough. If you understand, get up and go now." Grace Monet gritted her teeth, her eyes spitting fire as she watched his retreating back. "That bastard." She cursed silently to herself, determined to get revenge. "Let's see how long you can boast. It'll make you kneel and beg before you die a painful death." The entire group began their journey to Mount Triman, a rugged, treacherous mountain path strewn with rocks. The desolate landscape, full of sharp rocks and sparse, gnarled trees, signaled a far from easy journey. Kim Jin-ho still walked steadily on the difficult terrain, without a hint of hesitation or fatigue. In stark contrast, the Arahan escorts were gasping for breath, dragging themselves up the steep slope like a flock of factory-farmed chickens. One escort soldier looked up at Kim Jin-ho and Grace Monet, who were already far ahead, his face pale from physical shock. How the hell can anyone climb this slope? After only a short climb, Tunda Arahan began to cry like a spoiled brat, wailing at Grace. "Grace, we should have brought a carriage." Kim Jin-ho glanced at the escorts, panting like dogs behind them, while the young Tunda continued to whine. "Is it reasonable to make me climb this thing? Tisk, is this really so difficult?" Kim Jin-ho clicked his tongue, his eyes clearly showing contempt for the amateurs. Seeing the escorts gasping for breath, he put on a magnanimous air. "Everyone seems tired anyway. We should rest for a bit." He announced a break for the entire group. The escorts were overjoyed to hear it, as if they'd struck gold, letting out a weak cheer. As soon as the order was given, the entire escort team collapsed to the ground, their legs giving out, completely exhausted. Michael Keaton approached Kim Jin-ho, who stood perfectly straight without a single drop of sweat, and asked, "Young master, are you all right?" Receiving a domineering reply, "Don't worry, this is nothing to me." The captain was utterly astonished, unable to believe a mage could have such incredible stamina, muttering that he himself was almost out of breath, and even young Master Rondo couldn't do this. The familiar name Rondo reached Kim Jin-ho's ears, making him pause to think. In his memory, the image of Rondo Arahan appeared, the eldest son of the family, and a mage character in the game he had thoroughly played. Kim Jin-ho smirked, seeing Rondo Arahan as a future rival, and calculated that he must be around 25 years old now. Not allowing the amateurs to rest for long, Kim Jin-ho urged Michael Keaton to move on, because too much rest would make the body lazy, making the captain promptly obey. Meanwhile, Grace Monet was fuming as she saw Tunda Arahan throwing a tantrum on the ground. She yelled at the soldiers, "Our young master isn't ready." Tunda still whined for more rest, so Michael Keaton had no choice but to concede, telling Kim Jin-ho that he would appease the brat, and invited Kim Jin-ho to lead the way. Kim Jin-ho strode forward alone, leaving the struggling escort soldiers behind, and silently cursed that one spoiled brat was making everyone suffer. The entire group continued to trudge along the perilous, rugged mountain path, with only the sound of heavy breathing and heavy footsteps. Unlike the rest, Kim Jin-ho felt refreshed, thinking to himself that it had been a while since he'd done cardio, so his body was full of energy. After a while, one escort soldier suddenly found it strange. Why is it so quiet? While Kim Jin-ho still walked calmly ahead. Suddenly, Kim Jin-ho's eyes flashed with vigilance. He had sensed that something was wrong. Behind them, the escorts were still oblivious. One of them was still silently cursing Tunda as an inconsiderate brat, completely unaware that death was approaching. Kim Jin-ho suddenly stopped, stomping his foot decisively on the ground. Meanwhile, Captain Michael Keaton was carrying young Master Tunda Arahan on his back, running headlong up the mountain. Suddenly, Kim Jin-ho appeared like a ghost, with one hand stopping Michael Keaton, and the other grabbing Tunda Arahan and pulling him down. Kim Jin-ho threw Tunda Arahan to the ground, then growled at Michael Keaton. "If you can't help, then don't get in the way, you bastard." Kim Jin-ho's crimson eyes flashed with a deadly glint, and he asked coldly, "Is it that difficult?" Tunda Arahan yelled in protest, claiming Michael Keaton carried him willingly, but Kim Jin-ho slapped him squarely. "It's only because you were whining like a child. You have to walk to the tomb yourself. Didn't you know?" Tunda Arahan angrily grabbed Kim Jin-ho's arm, arguing with a strained voice. "Whether I get carried or not, what does it have to do with you? Mind your own business." Kim Jin-ho let out a sneer, then declared to all the Arahan escort guards, "From now on, anyone who helps Tunda will be held accountable by me," he stated firmly, his gaze sweeping over the stunned soldiers. "Climbing to the tomb yourself is part of the certification ritual. Anyone who interferes will not be safe." Tunda Arahan was speechless, his face blank with no words, while Grace Monet, from a distance, also widened her eyes in astonishment at Kim Jin-ho's overwhelming dominance. Michael Keaton shouted military discipline at the Arahan escort guards. "From now on, everyone will follow the pace of the leader. Anyone who falls behind will be left behind. Understood?" Finally, the entire group managed to crawl up to the peak of Mount Triman under the sunset. The Arahan escort guards immediately collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, complaining as if they had died from exhaustion along the way. While the soldiers lay sprawled like dead fish, a group of mysterious gray-cloaked women appeared in the distance, silently observing. Kim Jin-ho stood with his arms crossed, looking composed, completely contrasting with Liu, who was sitting on the ground, panting heavily. A brown-cloaked woman spoke up anxiously, wondering why young Master Tunda, Grace, and the captain were nowhere to be seen. It was getting dark, and she believed the group couldn't keep waiting indefinitely in vain. Kim Jin-ho, his face expressionless, declared decisively, "No need to wait, begin the ritual with me first." The brown-cloaked woman quickly objected, reminding him that Tunda was the sixth heir, but Kim Jin-ho brushed her off. "Is there any law that mandates a specific order? First come, first served. Don't waste time." Stunned into silence by his sharp reasoning, the brown-cloaked woman could only silently admit, "That is true." Kim Jin-ho immediately shut down the brown-cloaked woman's attempt to argue, stating firmly, "What law dictates that Tunda must go first?" The brown-cloaked woman, having no more arguments, bowed her head in compliance. "Understood. Please follow me." She led the way to the Arahan tomb, a pitch-black hole in the middle of the dark forest. Before the entrance, the brown-cloaked woman explained the rules of the dungeon. Inside, there will be a large altar. It is absolutely forbidden to use mana, and you must not touch anything other than the altar. Although he appeared tough on the outside, Kim Jin-ho still told himself in his head that he was a bit nervous as he prepared to enter. He didn't hesitate, decisively taking his first step into the darkness of the tomb. His hand reached straight into the dark mist, shrouding the entrance. His two hands passed through an invisible energy barrier, creating two pitch-black vortices. Contrary to its dark appearance, the energy flow brought an unusually warm sensation, which surprised Kim Jin-ho. He calmly walked through the energy gate, completely unhindered. Kim Jin-ho's red eyes gleamed with astonishment, as if he had realized the true nature of this place. The Arahan tomb appeared, not a normal crypt, but an entire space suspended in the air, looking like a super-level dungeon. Kim Jin-ho stood before the entrance, realizing this place was incredibly vast, surely connected to another dimension. The brown-cloaked woman appeared from an energy vortex, warning that only those with Arahan blood or the chosen ones could enter, and among the servants, only she was qualified. She pointed forward. See that altar? Go there and receive the pure bloodline certification. Kim Jin-ho approached the altar, preparing to place his hand on it, while the brown-cloaked woman stood behind, observing with an inscrutable expression. Just as his hand was about to touch the altar's surface, Kim Jin-ho froze. Cold sweat broke out on him. A deadly thought flashed through his mind. Wait, what if it discovers I'm not Zed Arahan? He knew well that this was Temud Arahan's tomb, a legend, so being exposed was entirely possible. The phantom of his original soul from another world appeared, and fear surged. If it sees through the soul of this body, that it comes from another world. His red eyes constricted in horror, the final question echoed in his mind. Then what the hell will happen to me? Kim Jin-ho began to panic, realizing that if his identity as a soul from another world was exposed, no one knew what his fate would be. He looked down at his hands, trying to reassure himself that at least this body was genuine, a true Arahan descendant. The brown-cloaked woman opened a box containing a ceremonial dagger, giving instructions. Cut your palm, place it on the altar, and when it's done, you will be given the cloak and family crest. Seeing Kim Jin-ho hesitate, the brown-cloaked woman looked puzzled and called out to check. Young Master Zed? Kim Jin-ho, startled, quickly denied it, trying to act normal. Ah, no. Is there a problem? The brown-cloaked woman, thinking he was afraid of pain, reassured him that the wound would heal immediately. But Kim Jin-ho brushed her off. His problem was not such a trivial matter. Kim Jin-ho began to probe, asking a highly suspicious question. Has there ever been a case of failed certification? Seeing the brown-cloaked woman look bewildered, he quickly covered it up, saying he was just curious, and received a perfunctory answer. If it succeeds, the altar will glow. It's simple. Kim Jin-ho chuckled faintly in his mind. Simple, huh? For me right now, this is anything but simple. The worst-case scenario appeared. If this pure bloodline test fails, what awaits him is the judgment of the Arahan family head. Kim Jin-ho closed his eyes in acceptance, thinking to himself that once the spear is thrown, one must follow it. There was no turning back now. With no other choice, he snatched the ceremonial dagger, deciding to go all in. Screw it. Whatever happens, happens. Slice. A decisive cut sliced across his palm. Fresh blood gushed out. He was betting his entire life on this gamble. Kim Jin-ho looked in surprise at his bleeding hand. His eyes already turned crimson, realizing something strange. He glanced at the brown-cloaked woman who stood still as a statue, with only one thought in his head. Holy crap, it doesn't hurt at all. Kim Jin-ho let out a sigh of relief, having temporarily overcome the psychological hurdle. But the main event was still ahead. He decisively pressed his bleeding hand onto the altar, and fresh blood began to seep into the ancient patterns. Boom! The altar suddenly erupted in a brilliant red light, and violent energy surged, causing Kim Jin-ho to completely lose control. From deep within the altar's darkness, an ancient, powerful voice echoed, "You have finally arrived." The one who answered the summons. A terrifying surge of power from the altar knocked Kim Jin-ho backward. He was completely stunned by the unexpectedly overwhelming reaction. The brown-cloaked woman reminded Kim Jin-ho to keep his hand on the altar, but he asked back blankly, "Wait, didn't you hear that voice?" She calmly repeated the command, completely unaware of what was happening, making Kim Jin-ho realize that only he could hear the mysterious voice. Being urged, Kim Jin-ho began to sweat, feeling that the situation was spiraling out of control, and he was about to go crazy. He still held his hand firmly on the altar, determined to see the ritual through, even though his mind was in chaos. Amidst a chaotic, crimson space, the ancient voice echoed again, asserting powerfully, "I have waited for you for a very long time." Kim Jin-ho decided to try communicating telepathically, cautiously asking, "Who are you?" The voice replied grandly, "I am the one who invited you here, and the origin of this world," which stunned Kim Jin-ho as he hadn't expected to actually be able to speak. He immediately analyzed the information he had just received, his mind reeling with the keywords invited and origin of the world. A crazy hypothesis flashed through his mind. Kim Jin-ho lowered his head, looking at the glowing altar, his voice trembling. "Don't tell me you are Temud Arahan?" Pulled into a pitch-black consciousness space, Kim Jin-ho received an affirmative answer. He questioned why he was chosen, and Temud Arahan replied that it was because he was one who craved power but was not corrupted. Kim Jin-ho directly questioned the purpose of the summoning, but Temud Arahan only replied vaguely, There is no time, just grow stronger and you will understand. Seeing the other party about to disappear, Kim Jin-ho snapped, demanding an answer. But timid Arahan only left a final message. Remember, I will always be with you. Returning to reality, Kim Jin-ho's hand was still on the altar, and a brilliant golden energy began to gather, signaling an extraordinary debut. Boom! A dazzling golden pillar of light exploded from the altar, pure power spreading everywhere, completely different from the usual scenario. The brown-cloaked woman froze, her eyes wide with disbelief at the sight before her. Golden light? The altar now transformed into a brilliant golden beacon. Kim Jin-ho and the brown-cloaked woman stood stunned within the overwhelming aura. The brown-cloaked woman stammered, asking why it was golden instead of red, but Kim Jin-ho casually brushed her off, only wanting to know if the ritual was complete. Kim Jin-ho started fabricating a story, asking in return if his other brothers had fire energy, then concluded, I have lightning power, so it's only natural for it to be golden. He pointed at the altar, looking impatient. Anyway, the light has appeared, so the ritual can be concluded now, right? Cornered, the brown-cloaked woman reluctantly accepted, while Kim Jin-ho secretly resolved to bury the secret of this golden light deep. Kim Jin-ho mused, if the secret of Temud's soul within him were revealed, the entire world would tear him apart. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. The brown-cloaked woman cleared her throat and solemnly announced that the pure bloodline certification ritual for young Master Zed was complete, and prepared to bestow the cloak and emblem. The powerful red cloak of the Arahan family and an exquisite emblem were handed over, marking his official status. The moment he donned the red cloak, Kim Jin-ho was officially recognized as the 7th heir of the Arahan family, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty, imposing glint. The system status window appeared. Zed Arahan, Mage class, a series of S-rank traits such as immunity to all toxins, Immortal Challenger, Archmage's Blessing, but his stats were heavily suppressed. Kim Jin-ho meditated, rechecking his status window and telling himself that despite being hailed as formidable, his stats and skills remained the same, with no changes. It was past midnight. Kim Jin-ho thought to himself about that brat Tunda, who still hadn't shown his face, and cursed under his breath. That pathetic bastard. 2 Arahan escort guards standing nearby began to whisper about Kim Jin-ho, who was sitting alone. Just then, Tunda Arahan appeared with his butler Grace Monet and his attendants. He yelled at a guard, "Get your filthy hands off me!" Kim Jin-ho stood up, coldly walked over to block Tunda's path, and ordered him to shut up and quickly complete his own certification ritual. Tunda Arahan froze when he saw Kim Jin-ho already wearing the red cloak. He coldly declared, "I finished ages ago." The young master was furious, yelling about being outmaneuvered, but Kim Jin-ho calmly retorted, "Of course. Did you think I'd sit around waiting for you?" Tunda Arahan pulled out his 6th heir status to demand priority, but Kim Jin-ho poured cold water on him. "If you want to go first, climb the mountain faster." Kim Jin-ho issued a final warning, threatening to abandon Tunda if he kept stalling, leaving the young master to grit his teeth in hatred. Losing all patience, Tunda Arahan grabbed the brown-cloaked woman by the collar, demanding why she dared to let the youngest brother perform the ritual first. The brown-cloaked woman didn't flinch, calmly confirming that she herself had conducted the ritual as the head steward. She delivered the finishing blow, declaring that she would report the entire incident to the family head, causing Tunda Arahan to turn pale, his voice stammering. The family head? Tunda Arahan immediately did a 180-degree turn, hastily letting go, apologizing, and begging her not to report it. But the brown-cloaked woman coldly dismissed him, telling him to go perform the ritual quickly. An Arahan escort guard watched from a distance as Kim Jin-ho and the brown-cloaked woman led a crestfallen Tunda Arahan, with his tail between his legs, inside. Michael Keaton, the escort captain, pulled Kim Jin-ho aside to report an urgent matter. He reported that he had sensed a strange energy on Mount Triman, a place that was originally uninhabited. What was suspicious was that Grace Monet, a genuine 6-ring mage, showed no reaction at all, which was completely illogical. Michael Keaton asserted that this butler was definitely feigning ignorance and had her own agenda. Kim Jin-ho replied nonchalantly, indicating that he didn't need to bother with these petty tricks. The captain was dumbfounded, as Kim Jin-ho pressed him about the animosity between him and the 6th young master. Michael Keaton broke into a sweat, realizing he was a step behind and that Kim Jin-ho had already known everything beforehand. Kim Jin-ho calmly confirmed, saying that he was just about to inform the entire team. It turned out Grace Monet had already set up an ambush on the way down the mountain, purple magical energy radiating with murderous intent. but Kim Jin-ho was also ready to confront it. In the dark forest, Kim Jin-ho coldly ordered, "Take this." Michael Keaton received a bundle of dark metal stakes from Kim Jin-ho, asking in surprise what they were. Kim Jin-ho explained that these were barrier-erecting devices, 4 in total, and would activate once all were planted in the ground. He revealed that these were custom-made shadowless barriers from old Lacto Sherville, a type of barrier that completely suppressed mana, a poison to mages but a playground for their side. Kim Jin-ho instructed Michael Keaton to plant them over a wide area as soon as the battle began, and the captain immediately obeyed. Suddenly, both sensed movement. Kim Jin-ho smirked, knowing the ceremony was over and their prey was about to fall into the trap. In another corner, Ryu shivered from the cold, exhaling uncomfortably. Ryu immediately felt the thick killing intent emanating from Grace Monet, thinking to herself that this woman dared to harbor intentions of killing Zed. Discovered, Grace Monet spun around, her sharp eyes questioning why Ryu kept staring at her, making Ryu flinch and vehemently deny it. Grace Monet merely let out an annoyed sigh, while Ryu, standing behind her, broke out in a cold sweat, her face pale from the pressure. Ryu was restless, secretly praying that Zed was ready for all contingencies. Suddenly, she flinched, sensing something amiss in the air. Looking back, the gray-cloaked women had vanished without a trace, leaving the Arahan escort guards bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Ryu's face paled, realizing instantly, "The ambush has begun. I have to warn Zed immediately." Before she could act, an arrow from the shadows tore through the air, embedding itself directly into the chest of an Arahan escort guard. The play was over. The ambush had officially begun. Michael Keaton immediately roared, ordering the entire team, "Everyone scatter. Prepare for battle." Amidst the chaos, Ryu ran headlong, desperately trying to find an escape route. She frantically screamed Zed's name amidst the hail of arrows and projectiles. In despair, Ryu could only call out his name in vain. "Zed, where are you?" Amidst the chaos, Ryu stumbled, and a flash of light from the enemy's side froze her in place. Ryu's face was drained of color, despairingly thinking she was about to die. Wham! A figure lunged forward, taking the fatal arrow meant for Ryu. The arrow embedded itself directly into Kim Jin-ho's shoulder, stopping the attack in an instant. Kim Jin-ho grabbed Ryu, snapping, "I told you to stay behind. Why did you come out here?" Ryu whimpered Zed's name, but he coldly ordered her to snap out of it and hide immediately. As Ryu ran off, she looked back to tell him to be careful, but Kim Jin-ho, with his glowing red eyes, only grumbled for her to hurry and leave. A new group of enhanced mercenaries appeared, their bodies radiating green supportive magic, brimming with killing intent. Kim Jin-ho narrowed his eyes, realizing instantly, these aren't petty bandits. They're buffed by mages from afar. Deal with them in groups of 3. Immediately after, another squad of mercenaries, faces filled with killing intent, charged from a different direction. The power-buffed mercenaries, glowing green, swept through the escort team, weapons clashing and sparking, completely overwhelming them. From above, the Arahan escort team was torn apart and mercilessly slaughtered, while Kim Jin-ho stood alone, surrounded. Hiding behind a rock, Ryu and 2 gray-cloaked women paled, realizing this supportive magic had to be of 6th ring level or higher. Kim Jin-ho narrowed his eyes, confirming firmly in his mind. Just as Zed said, another noble family is definitely involved in this. The 2 most muscular mercenaries, one swinging a sword, the other a spiked flail, charged straight at Kim Jin-ho like 2 mad bulls. Kim Jin-ho deftly dodged the sword by a hair's breadth, making Ryu, who was watching, exclaim, "That's right, dodge first." Without a wasted movement, he swung a steel fist directly into the swordsman's face, a devastating punch that left the opponent stunned. The other one gave him no rest, swinging his chained, spiked flail, which whistled through the air, aiming straight for Kim Jin-ho's head. Kim Jin-ho's red eyes flashed, calmly analyzing the trajectory of the flail hurtling towards him at terrifying speed. Thump! Kim Jin-ho raised his hand, effortlessly catching the flying spiked flail barehanded, leaving the mercenaries utterly astonished. The mercenaries' eyes widened in horror as the entire buffed squad charged forward like a storm, their momentum overwhelming. Kim Jin-ho merely sneered, his glowing red eyes reflecting absolute confidence, treating the small fry before him as a joke. 3 enhanced mercenaries simultaneously swung their weapons, attacking from 3 directions, determined to devour Kim Jin-ho alive. Whoosh! Kim Jin-ho moved like a ghost, dodging and counterattacking in a flash, turning the battlefield into his personal stage. His red eyes swept across the battlefield, missing no movement, completely dominating the fight. Hiding from afar, Ryu gasped in admiration. When did young Master Zed get so strong? while the gray-cloaked woman beside her was also stunned. Grace Monet coldly corrected, "Young master, he is now the 7th heir of Arahan. Use the correct title," which made the other girl quickly apologize. The battle ended swiftly, with all the mercenaries lying unconscious on the rocky ground, not a single one left standing. The Arahan escort team advanced, one of them gratefully saying, "Thank you, heir. Thanks to you, we survived the ambush without any casualties." Captain Michael Keaton couldn't hide his admiration. "You are truly astonishing. When did you learn this martial art?" But Kim Jin-ho merely gestured for silence, not bothering to explain. Amidst the ravaged battlefield, Kim Jin-ho coldly declared, "The real threat is coming. Everyone, retreat quickly." He pointed towards the hillside, ordering the bewildered escort team. "The mages are about to act. Everyone, go to that hillside." Michael Keaton growled, determined not to abandon the heir. "We cannot leave him alone. We will fight to the end." Kim Jin-ho decisively cut him off. "No, go check on the others. From now on, it'll be going all out. I won't have time to protect everyone." Michael Keaton raised a hand to stop his soldiers, confirming this was a pre-arranged plan with the heir, and ordered, "We will go protect the others." Facing his subordinates' hesitation, Michael Keaton concluded, "We won the last battle without any casualties thanks to the 7th heir's orders." His face hardened, getting straight to the point. "If we're not careful, we'll become a burden to him. Am I wrong?" Michael Keaton decisively ordered the entire team to obey without question. Because Kim Jin-ho was not someone they were capable of protecting, the Arahan escort team immediately obeyed, retreating up the hillside, leaving Kim Jin-ho alone to face the impending danger. Kim Jin-ho's red eyes flashed. He sensed a threat approaching, even though he detected no mage presence. Something is coming. Facing the hidden enemy, Kim Jin-ho merely sneered, a challenging ha. Without further ado, he activated lightning transformation, and brilliant golden lightning immediately enveloped his body. Suddenly, the night sky began to rain. But this was no ordinary rainwater. Countless streams of water magic descended from above like a deadly rain of arrows. An invisible voice echoed, announcing the destructive technique. 6th ring water magic, tsunami warhorse. The opponent went all out from the start, unleashing an extremely powerful wide-area water attack to sweep everything away. Kim Jin-ho calmly analyzed the situation, knowing how to counter this move, but it seemed he would have to use something high-grade. He muttered, "It's a bit wasteful, but there's no other choice." Realizing the danger, Michael Keaton roared, ordering his team, "This is the captain. Immediately set up the barrier I gave you." The Arahan escort guards didn't hesitate for a second, immediately throwing the magic devices onto the ground to activate the defensive barrier. Almost immediately, a colossal mana tsunami crashed down, engulfing the entire forest in a sea of water and destructive energy. After the mana tsunami, the entire forest was devastated, the ground submerged in the remaining magical currents. The desolate scene showed the terrifying destructive power of 6-ring magic. Trees and rocks were all pulverized. Hovering in midair, Kim Jin-ho, enveloped in lightning, thought scornfully, "Daring to destroy Triman Mountain like this? Do these guys have 2 lives or something?" Fortunately, the Arahan escort guards had managed to erect the barrier in time, and were completely safe inside the green energy sphere. Kim Jin-ho muttered, realizing the enemy's madness in daring to attack right at the Arahan family's mausoleum. They were determined to kill him at all costs. Suddenly, he spotted someone not part of the escort team, slowly crawling out of the rubble. Grace Monet furiously stood up, yelling at the invisible attacker that this was far from their agreement, and questioning if they intended to kill her as well. Kim Jin-ho merely sneered, having understood everything. "Ah, so that's it. I thought they had brains, but they're disgustingly stupid." He looked directly at Grace Monet, his voice full of sarcasm. "If you're still alive, the witness is still here, so why would they let you live? How pathetic." Grace Monet shrieked in a rage but was cut off by Kim Jin-ho. "Shut up. They even dared to kill an Arahan heir. What's one more like you?" A stranger and a group of cloaked thugs appeared, their tone full of challenge. "Oh, you blocked my magic?" He looked down, feigning surprise. "It seems you've been training, haven't you?" Grace Monet was furious, pointing at the newcomer, and growling, "You bastard! You dared to betray me!" The man sneered as his identity was revealed. Luker Monet, vice captain of the Billy family, was her younger brother. Luker Monet coldly declared that their sibling bond had ended the moment Grace Monet joined the Arahan family, ignoring Kim Jin-ho, who was watching the show. Grace Monet shrieked back that she had joined Arahan precisely to destroy that family from within. Luker Monet gave a faint smile, cutting her off. "Enough talk. Once you're dead, the rest are just small fry." He gathered a sharp, icy mass of energy in his hand, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Don't resent me too much. Suddenly, a brilliant golden lightning bolt struck down from the sky, hitting Lucre Monet and his thugs directly. Kim Jin-ho stood at the epicenter of the lightning, his eyes sharp, easily neutralizing this entire cheap internal purge. Trapped within the defensive sphere, Lucre Monet sneered dismissively. Lightning energy, huh? Weak. What a waste of energy. Kim Jin-ho stood in front of Grace Monet, enveloped in brilliant golden lightning, declaring bluntly, "Sorry, but this woman can't die here. I already promised." Lucre Monet sneered, openly contemptuous. A dying man still struggling. What can a mere kid do? Kim Jin-ho gave a sinister smile, retorting, "Your magic just now was quite noisy. Just enough to call someone." No sooner had he spoken than a group of gray-cloaked thugs appeared behind them, startling Lucre Monet. What? Could it be the Black Mirror Corps? Kim Jin-ho continued his bold bluff. The Black Mirror Corps is everywhere, but the one I called is a far greater existence. The entire area fell silent. Kim Jin-ho stood alone in the clearing, facing Lucre Monet's group on the cliff, but no one appeared. A cloaked thug whispered to his comrades, his eyes full of doubt. No one came. Is he lying? Kim Jin-ho broke out in a cold sweat, his face darkening as he realized Headbin stood up. Damn it. That old man clearly said, "Head come as soon as there was a lightning signal." Damn it, I'm such an idiot for trusting that old bastard. Seeing the comedic scene before him, Lucre Monet burst into delighted laughter. Hey, interesting. Truly the low-class bloodline of the Arahan family, always acting so dirty. Having been stood up, Kim Jin-ho furiously yelled, cursing directly at the Gutra mercenaries. What kind of work is this? Your disciple is about to die, and where are you all sleeping? Lucre Monet sneered, openly contemptuous. Enough with the charade. He then began to gather icy magic in his hand, intending to finish him off. Just as he unleashed his move, Lucre Monet suddenly froze, his face changing as he sensed someone had blocked his attack. Crack! Lucre Monet's icy magic shattered before it could even reach its target. From the darkness, 3 muscular former slaves with mohawks and tattooed faces burst out, radiating intense killing intent as they stood in front of Kim Jin-ho, shouting, "Master, are you all right?" The former slaves declared they would protect their master at all costs, making Kim Jin-ho sigh in relief as he muttered, "All right, at least you guys showed up." Seeing his plan disrupted by a few small fry, Lucre Monet clicked his tongue loudly, his expression extremely annoyed. Seizing the golden opportunity, Grace Monet said nothing, turned around, and fled for her life. Lucre Monet growled, ordering the cloaked thugs, "You guys deal with those small fry. I'll go get Grace back." With that, Lucre Monet erupted with mana, shooting off like an icy bullet, determined not to let his prey escape. Kim Jin-ho sneered, seeing Lucre Monet's departure as a blessing in disguise. He ordered his disciples to break up the enemy mage formation so he could close in. "Understood, master," the 3 former slaves roared, charging straight into the enemy formation like 3 wild beasts to break their ranks. Kim Jin-ho's eyes flashed with brilliant red lightning, and lightning energy began to gather around him, ready for a sweeping attack. Boom! He punched straight down at the ground, and a lightning strike erupted, the earth cracking under the terrifying power. Brilliant golden lightning bolts spread out like a deadly spider web, sweeping away everything in their range, tossing the cloaked thugs into the air. The entire enemy formation was torn apart by the lightning-fast attack. Kim Jin-ho and his disciples swept through like a storm. The remaining cloaked thugs froze, their mouths agape in astonishment at the destructive power they had just witnessed. The lightning bolts continued to spread at an incredible speed, the ground shaking under their power. A cloaked thug barely registered the terrifying speed of the attack before a lightning bolt struck him. Giving his opponents no time to breathe, Kim Jin-ho closed in and unleashed a lightning-clad punch, sending the mere grunt straight to his demise. The cloaked figures screamed in panic, trying to maintain distance from the approaching enemy. Kim Jin-ho's eyes glowed crimson, and brilliant golden lightning energy erupted around him, signaling an impending massacre. The former slave disciples said nothing more, enhancing their bodies with green energy, and charged straight into the enemy formation like wild beasts. The opening attack swept away the front line of the small fry, sending several of them flying into the air. Thought it would be easy? The cloaked figures roared, refusing to give up, and began to simultaneously draw magic circles. Countless magic circles of various attributes lit up, an energy barrage preparing to rain down. One of the 3 former slaves froze, stunned by the opponent's powerful counterattack. His expression shifted from astonishment to disbelief, realizing he had underestimated these petty mages. The former slave's attack was pierced by countless magic currents, and all three were knocked back. Just then, Kim Jin-ho intervened, and a terrifying lightning explosion erupted from him, sweeping away everything around in an instant. Kim Jin-ho sneered confidently, clenching his fist as brilliant golden lightning began to surge and roar around him. Here is the real deal. Kim Jin-ho's entire body erupted in a lightning storm, mana surging as if to tear space apart. Kim Jin-ho's red eyes flashed, lightning danced in his pupils, officially activating destruction mode. A rain of lightning strikes descended from the sky, giving the cloaked mages no chance to even lift their heads. Each dazzling golden lightning bolt pierced through the enemy formation. The minions were wiped out before they could even gasp, their bodies disintegrating into pieces. The entire battlefield turned into an oven. Kim Jin-ho coldly crushed all resistance with pure lightning. Kim Jin-ho's face was devoid of emotion. He was simply clearing away the trash in his way. One of the three former slave disciples gaped, stammering in horror. "Master, they're completely overwhelmed." The other one laughed gleefully, admiring his master's perfect plan. "The strategy is working perfectly, just as Master predicted. Absolutely brilliant." Mid-air, Kim Jin-ho floated like a god of thunder and lightning, beneath him an entire army being electrocuted into oblivion. While equipping his gear, Kim Jin-ho suddenly paused, his red eyes gleaming with surprise. "Huh?" A gigantic, complex, multi-layered blue magic circle suddenly appeared, engulfing the entire battlefield. Kim Jin-ho was stunned. "Don't tell me this is chain magic?" He immediately analyzed the situation, realizing this was a technique used by a group of weak mages, linking together to unleash high-level magic, potentially reaching 9th ring. Whoosh! Countless magic circles activated simultaneously, blue energy erupting violently, ready for a destructive blow. Meanwhile, two cloaked minions were helplessly pounding on a magic barrier, one of them yelling in despair, "Damn it! Sir, the barrier won't break." From the magic circle in the air, numerous blue energy spears formed and began to rain down like a deadly shower. Kim Jin-ho's eyes widened in astonishment. He realized the target of this area of effect attack wasn't him, but the minions below. He immediately roared, warning his own enemies, "Everyone, get out of the way. Run as far as you can." The cloaked figures looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Seeing them hesitate, Kim Jin-ho shouted, his voice urgent as the magic spears were about to hit the ground. "Just dodge. Hurry." Boom! An earth-shattering explosion engulfed the entire area. The energy spears turned the ground into a sea of magic flames, sweeping everything away. Amidst the layers of magic circles, the cloaked mages chuckled sinisterly, one of them declaring, "It's too late." Lucre Monet roared from afar, calling the just-launched technique a secret art to counter the Arahan family, and arrogantly declared that Kim Jin-ho couldn't dodge it. A colossal blue magical energy began to condense, forming a solid body with shimmering scales. The summoned creature gradually revealed the form of a gigantic monster, its power shaking the very space. Kim Jin-ho, his entire body enveloped in lightning, his red eyes wide as he recognized the nature of the attack. From within the vortex of magic power, a colossal water dragon head emerged, its green eyes glowing with deadly intent. Kim Jin-ho was stunned, exclaiming in utter astonishment as the monster fully materialized, "That's a water dragon." Close-up, the water dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, streams of magical water swirling around its body. The mages chuckled gleefully at Kim Jin-ho's expression, one of them gloating, "Kekeke, your terrified face looks absolutely splendid." Without a second's hesitation, the colossal water dragon lunged straight at Kim Jin-ho, opening its massive watery jaws, ready to swallow everything. Kim Jin-ho erupted with lightning, ordering the guards. "Everyone, fall back," Michael Keaton asked in a panic, his voice trembling. "Sir, what do you mean?" Kim Jin-ho's red eyes gleamed with determination. "Their target is me. Don't stand here and die in vain. Get as far away as possible." A surge of immense magic power from the water dragon swept through, blowing away the guards amidst Michael Keaton's desperate shouts. Kim Jin-ho calmly analyzed, "The Immortal Challenger trait can only block one attack, but this summoned dragon will attack relentlessly until the mages run out of mana." He calculated, Immortal Challenger has a 5-second cooldown. If I'm attacked during that time, I'm definitely dead. Breaking the summoning formation is the best way, but the water dragon is guarding too tightly. Facing the colossal water dragon, Kim Jin-ho remained unfazed, continuing to search for its weakness. He realized the key. Those mages are just weak 4th ring practitioners, yet they dared to summon a 9th ring dragon. Their mana must be rapidly depleting. The plan was clear, stall for time. If I can tank one hit every 5 seconds, I have a chance to win. Activating lightning transformation, Kim Jin-ho decided he would endure to the very end. The system announced the activation of the Immortal Challenger trait. He channeled lightning into his fist, preparing to unleash a lightning strike. Take this, Kim Jin-ho roared, unleashing a destructive lightning strike that shot straight into the water dragon in an earth-shattering explosion. Kim Jin-ho's lightning strike exploded, the dazzling golden lightning bolts shocking the water dragon numb. Taking a direct lightning blow to the face, the water dragon let out a pained roar but still didn't fall. The dragon counterattacked immediately, its speed unbelievably fast as it swung its colossal watery tail straight at Kim Jin-ho. Kim Jin-ho's red eyes widened. He realized he couldn't dodge this lightning-fast attack in time. The water dragon opened its massive mouth, preparing to swallow Kim Jin-ho, who was enveloped in lightning. Thwack! Kim Jin-ho took the full bite, blood splattering, but the system immediately announced that the Immortal Challenger trait had been activated. The cloaked mages were shocked. What? How is he still fine? That was clearly a direct hit. One of them ordered, "Attack again. Everyone, focus." Receiving the order, the water dragon roared once more, preparing to unleash its next attack. The system announced that Kim Jin-ho was using lightning transformation. His body turned into a golden lightning bolt, shooting through the dragon's jaws. Kim Jin-ho confidently declared, "I won't fall for the same trick twice." Kim Jin-ho, enveloped in lightning, charged straight into the water dragon, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The direct collision caused both to take a hit, water and lightning energy scattering everywhere. Amidst the dust and smoke, Kim Jin-ho cautiously scanned his surroundings, wondering where the monster had gone. The water dragon suddenly appeared right behind him, but the Immortal Challenger trait activated just in time before the attack landed. Although he had anticipated it, Kim Jin-ho still couldn't dodge in time and took a full hit. But lightning transformation was released to minimize damage. Kim Jin-ho continued to use lightning transformation, turning his body into a lightning bolt to withstand the water dragon's devastating bite. After the attack, Kim Jin-ho stood firm amidst the swirling dust, still maintaining the lightning state around his body. The water dragon attacked again, blood splattering, but the Immortal Challenger trait was activated once more, saving his life. Kim Jin-ho clicked his tongue, realizing it was fortunate that the dragon's attack had a rather long casting time. Kim Jin-ho's red eyes flashed with a glint of light. He had figured out a way to turn the tables. If it's like this, then it's possible. The water dragon attacked again, but it was useless. The system announced that the Immortal Challenger trait had been activated. Kim Jin-ho still stood firm like a god. The cloaked mages began to panic. Damn it! What's wrong with that bastard? How is he still fine? Seeing their tricks were ineffective, they decided to go all in. A colossal magic circle, so complex it made one dizzy, appeared in the sky, signaling that a terrifying technique was about to be unleashed. Energy from the magic circle poured into the water dragon. It let out a roar, preparing for a finishing blow aimed directly at Kim Jin-ho. The water dragon opened its mouth. A colossal sphere of water energy began to accumulate, a terrifying pressure compressing the entire space. Fully charged, the water dragon's maw glowed brightly, preparing to unleash a destructive breath. From the Grim Reaper's perspective, Kim Jin-ho was just a tiny speck, a perfect target for the upcoming water cannon. Whoosh! The destructive breath shot out like a laser cannon, sweeping away everything in its path. Kim Jin-ho looked up, his face paling. Damn it! Kim Jin-ho gritted his teeth. His body flashed with lightning as he tried to move at maximum speed to escape the zone of destruction. But it was too late. The colossal breath attack swallowed him. Kim Jin-ho only had time to realize, "Don't tell me that's a breath attack?" The water dragon's breath swept through everything. Kim Jin-ho was engulfed in a sea of energy, secretly cursing how ridiculously strong these bastards had trained. Amidst the raging torrent, Kim Jin-ho's red eyes flashed. Golden lightning still erupted around him, refusing to give up. The water dragon's emerald eyes gleamed with malevolence. This was the blade the Billy family had sharpened to stab directly into the heart of the Arahan family. The water dragon roared, declaring that Kim Jin-ho's cat-and-mouse game was over. The cloaked mages boasted loudly, "This isn't the kind of magic you can dodge," while Kim Jin-ho knew full well that one hit would wipe him out. Kim Jin-ho was just a tiny shadow, completely swallowed by the water dragon's destructive energy. Inside the breath attack, Kim Jin-ho, enveloped in lightning, charged like a madman. He knew that the Immortal Challenger skill could only block instant damage, and couldn't tank this continuous damage over time. Pushed back by the terrifying pressure, Kim Jin-ho gritted his teeth. A fleeting moment of despair crossed his mind. Is this truly the end? The water dragon continued its relentless barrage, determined to crush its target completely. Kim Jin-ho clenched his teeth. The lightning around him grew fiercer, refusing to fall so easily. Kim Jin-ho roared in despair, channeling all his remaining lightning energy into his hands, determined not to die in vain. He frantically spammed Lightning Strike. A barrage of dazzling golden lightning bolts fiercely bombarded the water dragon's breath. After his final counterattack, Kim Jin-ho landed on the ground, completely exhausted after draining every last drop of mana. He knelt down, the last sparks of lightning fading as he muttered, "Damn it. All my mana is gone. I can't do anything more." Even on the verge of death, Kim Jin-ho's mind was still active, realizing he had grasped the feeling of the twin spell, but bitterly thinking it was useless now that he was about to die. Completely engulfed by the blue energy, Kim Jin-ho unconsciously wondered, "If I die here, will I be able to return to my old world?" His consciousness began to unravel, images fading as the final question echoed, "Or will I simply vanish completely?" A terrifying energy explosion erupted, wiping out everything at Kim Jin-ho's location, leaving no trace. Blown far away, Ryu was utterly terrified, screaming Zed's name in despair as she witnessed the destructive scene. With tears in her eyes, Ryu pleaded in vain, believing that Zed had truly perished in the attack. While the escort guards were still stunned, Michael Keaton caught Ryu, stuttering in disbelief. "The heir is still alive." Tears still streaming down her face, Ryu stared up in shock, where Kim Jin-ho stood tall on a rock outcrop, his entire body erupting with a deadly crimson aura. A dense, blood-red storm of energy surged, condensing around Kim Jin-ho, signaling a terrifying transformation of power. At the heart of the crimson lightning storm, Kim Jin-ho stood upright, with black hair and red eyes, his aura completely transformed, like a newly awakened demon lord. Kim Jin-ho's blazing red eyes coldly swept across the battlefield, his gaze as sharp as a dagger, filled with killing intent and absolute power. The water dragon let out a defiant roar, but facing it, Kim Jin-ho's crimson energy also erupted fiercely, not at all inferior. The colossal summoned beast paused, seemingly sensing a true threat from the newly awakened power. Kim Jin-ho's crimson power began to overwhelm, pushing back the water dragon's magical current, making it roar in helplessness. The cloaked mages began to panic as their magic circle flickered. One of them screamed, "What the hell is this? Why aren't they moving?" The small fry desperately tried to pump more mana into the magic formation, but all they received was Kim Jin-ho's icy gaze, who was completely dominating the game. Two colossal streams of magic growled. One side, the emerald water dragon, the other Kim Jin-ho's blood-red energy, preparing for a fiery collision. At the heart of the energy storm, Kim Jin-ho's bloodshot eyes coldly uttered a short, authoritative command. "Return." The water dragon, a summoned magical entity, for the first time revealed terror in its eyes before the inexplicable power. The cloaked mage was stunned, not understanding what was happening as their trump card, the water dragon, began to be pushed back. Not only was it pushed back, the water dragon was also forced back into the very magic circle that summoned it, roaring in helplessness. One of the cloaked figures screamed in panic as he realized the magic was self-dispelling, the water dragon vanishing right before their eyes. With a gentle gesture, Kim Jin-ho completely nullified the enemy's magic, making one mage scream in challenge. "What did you do? How did you break our chain magic?" Kim Jin-ho looked down at his hands, admiring his new physique after awakening. Truly impressive physical capabilities. The remaining small fry frantically unleashed skills, casting all sorts of fire, ice, and lightning magic, but all were easily blocked by Kim Jin-ho's crimson aura. He just stood still, his back to the enemies, letting the harmless attacks explode around him, with the demeanor of an absolute superior. Kim Jin-ho hovered in the heart of the blazing crimson energy storm, making the small fry gape in astonishment. "What?" One of the cloaked figures realized this was magic nullification, a skill only effective when there's an overwhelming difference in power. He screamed in panic. "Impossible! Has just a kid who just awakened his mana." Despite the harsh reality, the henchman still frantically unleashed skills, casting all sorts of magic at Kim Jin-ho's energy shield. Kim Jin-ho's blazing red eyes gleamed with absolute contempt. He uttered a single, dismissive word. "Insects." Their magic was completely useless, vanishing before reaching its target. The cloaked figures could only watch in despair. How can this be? What the hell is going on? Sweat poured down like rain. One mage stammered, realizing the truth. Is this the power of the Arahan bloodline? He realized a terrifying truth. If this was the true power of the Arahan bloodline, then their family's objective was nothing but a joke. Even if their entire family attacked, they couldn't defeat this kid. The leader remained stubborn, insisting there must be some trick, and screamed orders for his subordinates to channel all their mana into one attack. Hearing the command, all the cloaked mages gritted their teeth and concentrated their energy. Complex magic circles, glowing brightly for their final, all-out strike. A colossal blue magical energy beam was fired straight at Kim Jin-ho, but he stood there, unmoving amidst the sea of crimson lightning, awaiting the fated collision. Amidst the blazing crimson lightning, Kim Jin-ho calmly watched the enemy's colossal magic surge towards him, a smirk on his face. Are these insects at their wits' end? The colossal blue energy collided directly with Kim Jin-ho's crimson aura, creating a fierce magical shockwave. Kim Jin-ho's red eyes didn't waver. He simply watched the small fry's final struggles in silence. Boom! The cloaked figure's all-out attack was completely swallowed and nullified by Kim Jin-ho's crimson aura on the spot. The blue magic shattered into pieces. The henchmen were dumbfounded, not understanding what had just happened to their all-out strike. One of the cloaked figures realized the truth in shock, his voice trembling. Damn it, this is mana intervention. It's not a trick at all. His skill is on a completely different level. We have no chance of winning. Realizing the vast disparity in power, all the cloaked mages turned in terror, screaming in despair. Run, retreat from here immediately. Kim Jin-ho uttered a single icy word, sealing their fate. Pathetic. As soon as the command was given, his crimson aura exploded, sweeping away everything. The cloaked figures could only run for their lives. One cloaked mage stumbled in panic, helplessly watching death approach from behind. One of the cloaked figures began to convulse, screaming in panic as he realized his mana was going wild, completely out of control. The same situation spread through the group. The small fry mages began to fall into disarray, not understanding why their mana operating system had suddenly crashed. Amidst the deadly silence, slow footsteps echoed, instilling terror in the eyes of an unfortunate one. All the cloaked figures trembled as they looked up, completely enveloped in the blazing crimson killing intent of Kim Jin-ho, who was approaching. Kim Jin-ho slowly advanced, each step drawing a storm of crimson mana, making the enemies realize the terrifying truth. Is this the power of the Arahan family? One of them collapsed, trembling uncontrollably as he realized his fatal mistake. We dared to target such a monstrous family? Facing death, his survival instinct surged, and he began to pathetically beg for mercy. All of them pleaded in unison, swearing they would never dare to oppose Arahan again, only hoping to keep their mana circuits, something more precious than a mage's life. Kim Jin-ho's icy gaze was his only reply, as he curtly declared, extinguishing all hope. The Arahan family knows no mercy. As he finished speaking, a destructive magic circle formed, converging red and purple energy, ready to crush the scum into dust. A rain of blood poured down, and the cloaked thugs could only scream in agony as the destructive magic swept through their bodies. One of them, in despair, reached out, trying to cling to the most precious thing that was fading away. My mana, my mana. He clutched his face, screaming in utter panic as he realized the horrifying truth. My mana. I can't feel it anymore. Wails of despair and agony echoed throughout the deadly forest, marking the end of a bunch of pathetic mages. This was mana intervention, a supreme technique that directly infiltrates and destroys the opponent's mana circuits, turning them into permanent cripples. For a mage, losing mana was more painful than death, and now all the cloaked thugs lay sprawled on the ground like soulless corpses. Amidst the desolate scene, a pair of boots stepped into a puddle of blood, and a voice rang out, full of confusion. What is this? Lucre Monet appeared, staring in shock at the battlefield, unable to understand what the hell had happened in his absence. He looked up at the remnants of the crimson mana still hovering in the air, completely shocked. A wide-area illusion? How could this be? Before he could collect himself, a deadly white flash grazed Lucre Monet's temple, signaling that the enemy was still here. Looking at Kim Jin-ho's back, surging with crimson mana, Lucre Monet wondered, did that guy do this? Without another word, Lucre Monet channeled ice magic into his hands, confident that dealing with the person in front of him would resolve everything. He unleashed a wide-area ice attack, a barrage of ice spears shooting straight towards Kim Jin-ho with terrifying speed. But Kim Jin-ho's crimson mana was even more dominant. It not only blocked but completely devoured Lucre Monet's attack. Just as he was sneering, Lucre Monet froze, his face paling as he felt a chilling sensation coming from his own body. He stared in horror at his chest, where icy crystals were piercing through his flesh. Unable to believe his own magic was attacking him, the pain hit him, and Lucre Monet screamed miserably as the ice magic began to ravage his body from within. Crack! His body exploded like a shattered block of ice, blood and ice fragments splattering everywhere. A severed hand fell into the puddle of blood, marking the ignominious end of the traitor. Kim Jin-ho coldly turned and walked away, leaving behind Lucre Monet's dismembered corpse, the deep crimson mana still surging like a god of death. A voice echoed from within the deep crimson mana, enveloping Kim Jin-ho, the one who answered the summons. His crimson eyes flashed as the warning continued. You will pay the price for this power. Whoosh! The entire dominant energy suddenly vanished into thin air. The night returned to silence. Only the cold, starry sky remained. Kim Jin-ho lay sprawled on the damp ground, seemingly drained of all strength. He opened his eyes wide, with a sharp gaze, completely lucid after a terrifying entity had borrowed his body. Kim Jin-ho muttered, confirming that he wasn't the one who had acted. So Temud possessed me. He recalled the strange sensation. His mind was clear, but his body fought automatically, an out-of-body experience. It was an absolutely overwhelming power, feeling like his entire body was about to ignite. Kim Jin-ho pushed himself up to a sitting position, regaining control of his body after his ancestor was done. Ding! A system notification window unexpectedly appeared before Kim Jin-ho, his crimson eyes gleaming with focus. The status window showed the price to pay. Strength, agility, and stamina each dropped by 10 points. A painful debuff due to extreme muscle strain. The system continued to announce. Resonance with the unknown entity increased by 1 level. And, more importantly, the mana stats surged from 5 to 15. This is a bargain. 2 brand new skills unlocked. Lightning Transformation and Lightning Strike. Kim Jin-ho was stunned, unable to believe what the system had just announced, his face blank for a moment. He muttered, wondering why his mana stat, which had been stuck for so long, had suddenly increased by 10 points, then concluded, Ancestor Temud is truly the real deal. Kim Jin-ho sat down on the ground, recalculating the trade-off. 3 main physical stats decreased by 10, mana increased by 10. He recalled that after the life-or-death battle with Chief Clark, his stats had dropped to 70 and were stuck there. So after all, this was still a profitable upgrade. A crazy idea flashed in his mind, and Kim Jin-ho's eyes lit up. So if I just keep repeating this. He stared at the status window, his brain beginning to calculate how to exploit the system's loophole to frantically farm mana stats. Kim Jin-ho dismissed the idea of farming stats, fearing that abusing his ancestor's power would result in a permanent debuff, like severe soul damage and mana plummeting uncontrollably, which would be disastrous. Nevertheless, he remained confident, having powerful backing with 2 dazzling S-rank traits, though he still didn't know how to activate Temud at will. As he was contemplating, a cry of, "My lord!" interrupted his thoughts, and Kim Jin-ho snapped his head up, his crimson eyes blazing. The Arahan escort guards and the gray-cloaked women were rushing towards him, shouting in panic and joy. "My lord! The successor!" Upon arrival, the entire group immediately knelt down, profusely apologizing for their uselessness and relieved that he was safe. But Kim Jin-ho coldly stated, "Silence, I'm fine." He felt unusually refreshed, concluding that his body felt invigorated due to the mana surge. Truly, for mages, mana is the ultimate truth. Meanwhile, Ryu had appeared in the distance. Ryu cried out, "Jed!" then rushed towards him like a whirlwind. Seeing Ryu charging, Kim Jin-ho quickly raised his hand to stop her, his voice faltering. "No, wait, Ryu. Don't. It's not like that." But it was too late. Ryu flew straight into Kim Jin-ho's arms, hugged him tightly, and continued to cry out, "Jeed!" Surrounded by his stunned subordinates, Ryu clung to Kim Jin-ho, sobbing like a child. In a flashback, Kim Jin-ho was being healed by a dominant green healing magic. Kim Jin-ho secretly acknowledged that this old master's healing skills were top-notch. He was a professional mercenary, after all. He recalled that after the battle ended, the master only leisurely arrived, scratching his head and saying he was late because he was busy bathing. Kim Jin-ho's face darkened, veins throbbing at the ridiculous excuse, while his disciple almost died. The old master quickly tried to smooth things over, constantly apologizing. "It's my fault, really, just a misunderstanding." The old man continued to make excuses with the age-old line. "You know, old people tend to forget things." Kim Jin-ho remained silent, his gaze sharp, a flash of lightning showing his extreme annoyance. Seeing the tense situation, the old master quickly tried to appease him. "All right, consider this an apology. I'll waive your tuition fee this month." Kim Jin-ho snapped, questioning the old man. 100 gold coins? Is my life only worth that much? Making the old master flinch, and inwardly curse the difficult kid. Kim Jin-ho coldly raised 3 fingers, directly naming his price, triple it, leaving the old master stunned, with the question, "What?" Kim Jin-ho coldly finalized the deal. "I won't be paying tuition for the next 3 months. This made Krang Gutra curse under his breath in annoyance. Damn it. He's a real bandit. Kranggutra narrowed his eyes, deciding to change the subject. By the way, turning back, Kranggutra froze at the sight of the devastated battlefield and demanded, "What the hell happened here?" But Kim Jin-ho simply replied, "I'll explain once we're back." Kranggutra approached a corpse, the unfortunate man's hand still clenched on the blood-soaked ground. Kranggutra immediately recognized the corpse. "This is Lucre Monet. Why is the vice-captain of the Billy family lying dead here?" Kim Jin-ho asked back in surprise, and Kranggutra confirmed that the man who had just perished was a mage on the verge of breaking through to the seventh ring, a formidable individual. Kim Jin-ho fell silent. In his mind, he began calculating his next moves after the battle. He thought to himself that as long as he kept the matter of Temud Arahan's spirit helping him a secret, everything else could be resolved, even if Grace Monet tattled to the Arahan family head. Suddenly, the water's surface bubbled, and Grace Monet emerged, her mouth agape in astonishment. Grace Monet staggered to her feet, her face filled with extreme bewilderment upon seeing Kim Jin-ho and an entire army waiting. Grace Monet scrambled to get up, her hateful gaze fixed on Kim Jin-ho, screaming that it was all his fault. Kranggutra let out a sneer, confirming with Kim Jin-ho. "Kakeki, that's the woman, isn't it?" Kranggutra commented. "Look at those venomous eyes. She's a true demoness," while Grace Monet hissed in fury at being disdained. Suddenly, Grace Monet's eyes widened in terror as an invisible pressure descended. Crash! Her entire body was slammed straight into the ground by an unimaginable force before she could react. Pinned down, Grace Monet realized she was being controlled by domination magic. Gravity field. Kim Jin-ho froze, realizing Kranggutra was casting space domination magic, but concentrating its full power solely on Grace Monet. He secretly admired. His master's skill was truly formidable. To be able to control even space magic with such precision. Kranggutra smirked with complete satisfaction, completely in control of the situation. Kranggutra judged the prey crushed beneath his feet. "Bottomless greed has led you to this miserable end. Your sins are not light." Kranggutra teased Kim Jin-ho, urging him to hurry back to his father, who was waiting impatiently, while Kim Jin-ho wondered why they couldn't just teleport directly to save time. It turned out this was the reason. His master had demanded a fee of 100 gold for its use, making Kim Jin-ho's face turn furious as he bitterly declared, "Fine, I'll just walk, it's healthier." The next morning, the inner fortress of the Arahan family appeared, a colossal, majestic, and deadly architectural marvel. On the throne, the Arahan family head sat slumped, dark red magic power surging out like a true monster. His crimson eyes swept across the room, a terrifying pressure weighing heavily on the space, a single glance enough to make the faint-hearted perish on the spot. Kim Jin-ho knelt on one knee, bowing his head and reporting, "I have returned, family head." His demeanor utterly respectful before the head of the family. The Arahan family head declared from above, his voice even but full of authority. "I hear many things have happened," and Kim Jin-ho could only confirm. Unexpectedly, the Arahan family head uttered a brief compliment, "Well done," making Kim Jin-ho look up, unable to hide his astonishment. The family head continued, affirming that Kim Jin-ho had proven his worth for the cloak, silencing all the whispers of the garrulous elders. Kim Jin-ho froze. In his mind, he couldn't believe it. "Are you kidding? This old man actually knows how to praise others?" The Arahan family head declared curtly, "Let them in," making Kim Jin-ho, who was still kneeling, flinch. The sound of footsteps echoed on the tiled floor, signaling someone was entering the great hall. Tunda Arahan, Grace Monet, and 2 guards entered, and Kim Jin-ho sighed in relief. "Good, they're still alive." From the throne, the Arahan family head questioned Kim Jin-ho about why he requested a temporary postponement of their punishment. Kim Jin-ho bowed his head deeply in supplication, bringing up the potential of the Arahan bloodline to protect the young Tunda Arahan. The Arahan family head scoffed contemptuously, retorting bluntly, "What value does a puppet have, being pulled by the housekeeper's strings?" Kim Jin-ho's expression unchanged, recalled an event from the past, implying that abandoning the base wasn't simply due to running out of mana. The Arahan family head paused for a beat, then unexpectedly called out Kim Jin-ho's name from his previous life. "Jed." Kim Jin-ho continued to prevaricate, arguing that Tunda Arahan was still young and inexperienced, with much potential, while the young man behind him still looked bewildered. Kim Jin-ho played the emotional card, emphasizing that Tunda was the family head's flesh and blood, and that family members slaughtering each other went against common sense. The Arahan family head sneered, suggesting Kim Jin-ho still harbored weak sentiments, but he retorted fiercely, "I've already discarded it. No, I was never weak to begin with. Kim Jin-ho's crimson eyes flashed. He declared bluntly, I don't pity him. Kim Jin-ho knelt, yet his aura was no less imposing, dropping a bombshell. I will make Tunda Arahan a part of my faction. This audacious declaration shocked Callus Rual, Grace Monet, and Tunda Arahan to their cores, their eyes wide and mouths agape. The young Tunda Arahan was still bewildered, repeating Kim Jin-ho's words like a parrot, not understanding what was happening. Kim Jin-ho maintained a cold expression, reaffirming his goal firmly, without a hint of hesitation. The Arahan family head looked down from above, questioning Kim Jin-ho's insane plan. You intend to turn your siblings into subordinates? Do you think that's reasonable? The family head sneered, issuing a blood-soaked warning based on his own experience. Blood relatives are the most dangerous, those who can take your life at any moment. Kim Jin-ho raised his head high, his gaze unwavering, declaring boldly, I will become so strong that such a threat will be nothing. In the vast great hall, Kim Jin-ho alone faced the family head's overwhelming pressure, determined to become an unrivaled, unoverthrowable family head. In the silent great hall, a deep coo sound echoed from the throne. The family head burst into maniacal laughter, his crimson aura exploding, delighted by the young man's ambition. Kovana Bahahat. Ambition and confidence on a completely different level. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a razor, uttering a single word, interesting. The family head issued his judgment. Very well, Tunda Arahan will be confined to the dungeon for 1 year. In return, I will ensure he has the necessary conditions to continue his training. He smirked, looking directly at Kim Jin-ho with a challenging expression. Is that enough for you? Kim Jin-ho, still kneeling, bowed his head and swiftly accepted the agreement. Thank you, sir. The young man threw out a second demand, his gaze flicking towards the stunned housekeeper. And I want to personally deal with housekeeper Grace Monet. The family head burst into laughter, waving his hand in immediate agreement, as if watching a good play. That too, do as you wish. But then he paused, his tone changing. However, a bare hand radiated an oppressive surge of dark red magic power, aimed directly at Kim Jin-ho, Tunda Arahan, and Grace Monet, signaling a price to be paid. The Arahan family head glared, his crimson eyes blazing with killing intent, declaring that a mere insect like Grace Monet could not be allowed to walk free. Crack! He clenched his fist from a distance. The dark red magic power tightened, aiming directly at the target. Grace Monet screamed tragically as the magic in her hands was crushed into pieces, her blue energy dissipating in extreme agony. The family head declared coldly, Mana is a special kind of power, too good for an insect. Having lost all her power, Grace Monet convulsed, trembling and collapsing onto the floor, blood gushing from her crippled hand. Sitting on the throne, the family head ordered curtly, drag her away. The Mahodan soldiers immediately obeyed, escorting the helpless Tunda Arahan and Grace Monet away to face punishment, leaving Kim Jin-ho kneeling alone. Kim Jin-ho raised his head, thinking that at first, even looking the family head in the eye had been a daunting challenge. But now, thanks to the soul of Temud Arahan, the family head's pressure was no longer an issue. He calmly faced the question, do you have anything else to say? Kim Jin-ho replied firmly, without hesitation, yes. I have something to say to you about the Billy family. In the vast hall, Kim Jin-ho began his speech, asserting that the Arahan family head was extremely resentful of the Billy family. He got straight to the point, guessing that the only reason the family head remained inactive was out of caution towards the emperor. The Arahan family head frowned slightly, his sharp gaze seemingly piercing through the audacious young man before him. What did you just say? Kim Jin-ho didn't flinch, continuing to list the Billy family's crimes, desecrating Arahan ancestors' graves, and even daring to lay hands on a descendant of the family. Hearing this, the Arahan family head waved his hand, looking annoyed, and ordered him away. Enough. Withdraw. The Billy family is not your concern. But Kim Jin-ho stubbornly remained kneeling, beginning to analyze the political game. The Arahan family is one of the leading powers that has not sworn loyalty to the emperor. He exposed the family's ambition, outwardly subservient, but in reality, they always view the emperor as a target to surpass. Though currently, they lack the power. Kim Jin-ho concluded, pointing out a fatal weakness. If you crush the Billy family, the imperial army will have an excuse to march in here. He struck directly at the leader's pride. For the Arahan family head, allowing them to set foot on his territory would be nothing short of an insult. The Arahan family head could no longer maintain his composure, his gaze fixed on Kim Jin-ho, his voice full of intimidation. Why are you still here and not withdrawing? Kim Jin-ho remained kneeling, but his voice held no fear, only determination. my family head. Kim Jin-ho's crimson eyes gleamed with a deadly light, and he declared sharply, Arahan knows no mercy. He recalled every life or death moment, when he entered the catacombs, when he placed his hand on the altar, and even when he was attacked by the Billy family's trash. In those moments, he seemed to hear the echoes of his ancestors, a cruel voice repeating the family's truth. Arahan knows no mercy. The Arahan family head, from his throne, pronounced condescendingly, one day, when you understand politics and how this world operates, you will understand me today. Kim Jin-ho wondered, was this the influence of Temud, watching over his distant descendants? For the first time, Kim Jin-ho noticed a hint of loneliness and weariness on family head Zenodin's face, which stirred something within him. Seizing the opportunity, Kim Jin-ho asked directly, do you intend to use the Black Mirror Core? The Arahan family head growled, crimson magic power flaring around him, his pressure skyrocketing. I told you to withdraw, didn't I? He explained that the Black Mirror Core was indeed the trump card to handle everything without giving the Emperor an excuse. But that method wasn't enough to appease his wrath. Kim Jin-ho clenched his fists, knelt, and called out, my lord. He looked up, his sharp eyes declaring, I will ensure that the Imperial Army never sets foot on Arahan territory. The Arahan family head was stunned, his pupils contracting in shock at the young man's audacious declaration. Kim Jin-ho continued, his voice echoing through the grand hall. I want you to show the entire empire the existence of Arahan. He asserted that the Billy family, who had framed the Sherville family and tried to kill him, must see the price of crossing the line. The Arahan family head growled, his pressure shaking the very space. You are speaking as an heir, and I have made it clear that you will be judged by that standard. From his throne, he questioned bluntly, can you take responsibility for your words? Without a moment's hesitation, Kim Jin-ho wagered everything. Yes, if even a single Imperial soldier sets foot on our land, I will willingly accept any punishment. Kim Jin-ho bowed, once again calling out, my lord, demonstrating his unwavering resolve. His crimson eyes flashed with a deadly light, and he reiterated the family's truth. Arahan knows no mercy. After sealing the deal with the family head, Kim Jin-ho calmly walked out of the grand hall. Waiting for him outside was Tunda Arahan, his face still showing confusion. The young master froze, not understanding what the hell had just happened. Tunda Arahan stammered his thanks to Kim Jin-ho, confessing that he had been scared out of his wits since last night. Kim Jin-ho smirked, ordering Tunda to train properly during his year of confinement, and not to waste his time foolishly. He even promised to find Tunda a good butler once the young man was released, provided he shed his spoiled brat habits, and Tunda could only nod in agreement. Kim Jin-ho stated plainly, hoping this stumble would be a lifelong lesson for Tunda to mature. He placed a hand on Tunda's shoulder, an act both authoritative and reassuring. Kim Jin-ho declared that he would see Tunda again in a year, and from then on, the young man would have to help him. After lecturing his junior, Kim Jin-ho turned to Grace Monet, who was kneeling on the ground. And you. Kim Jin-ho issued a cold warning to the trembling Grace Monet. Don't think losing your mana channels is the end of it. He pronounced her death sentence. You will die by the hands of the very brothers and comrades of those you killed. Scene change. In the empty grand hall, the Arahan family head sat alone on his throne, his pressure enveloping the entire space. The Arahan family head called out to his trusted subordinate, Kalis Rual, who was bowing respectfully amidst swirling dark energy. The Arahan family head's crimson eyes flared with a chilling killing intent. A cruel decision had been made. He gave a concise order that stunned Kalis Rual, prepare the summoning circle. With a burst of crimson magic power, the Arahan family head declared, before tomorrow's dawn, the Billy family will be annihilated. In the vast hall, Kalis Rual stood before a colossal stone tablet, the family head's command still echoing in his ears. Kalis Rual's face clearly showed worry and unease. He knew just how insane this order was. Nevertheless, Kalis Rual affirmed his loyalty but didn't forget to advise. As the head of the Magic Legion, I will obey your command absolutely. However, I implore you to be cautious. The Arahan family head stared intently at his subordinate, his voice full of sarcasm. Kalis, aren't you ashamed? He admitted to himself in the silent grand hall that he, too, felt ashamed. The Arahan family head thought of Kim Jin-ho, who considered ruthlessness a given, while he himself, a family head, hesitated, going against the family's uncompromising motto. He explained why the family had been quiet for so long, using the Black Mirror Core as a shield, profiting in the shadows to evade the Emperor's suppression. The family's prestige was maintained by faith in their power, but that faith was cracking, and if they didn't act, it would shatter. The Arahan family head growled. If they didn't make a statement now, then later. Every petty shrimp would dare to step all over the Arahan family. Kalis Rual stood silently before the throne, the atmosphere as taut as a bowstring, as the Arahan family head was enveloped in a torrent of crimson magic power. Kalis Rual cautiously spoke, sowing doubt. "Do you truly believe the seventh heir can stop the Imperial army?" The Arahan family head sneered, thinking the young man was still green, blindly wanting to protect the family's reputation, and this was an opportunity to teach him a lesson about the weight of words. He concluded coldly, clenching his hand. "By the way, we have Krang to thank. It seems we owe him a funeral." Amidst the surging crimson magic power, a cold foot stepped out. The Arahan family head grandly emerged from a spatial gate, his aura soaring to the heavens. He made a chilling declaration, sealing the fate of an entire family. Before tomorrow's sunrise, the Billy family will vanish from history. Outside the Billy mansion, dark clouds swirled and thunder rumbled. Lord Billy stood looking out, muttering about the unusually heavy rain lately. He turned, his eyes full of hidden meaning, and asked an unseen presence, "Don't you think so?" Suddenly, the Arahan family head stood tall in the courtyard, his dark magic power erupting like a warning. Lord Billy recognized the uninvited guest and asked directly, "What brings you here, Arahan family head?" The Arahan family head replied curtly, his voice filled with utter contempt. "I came to kill some pests." Lord Billy was speechless, sarcastically remarking that the Arahan family head was being too presumptuous, barging into someone's home in the middle of the night without notice. The Arahan family head, radiating a dense black aura, declared coolly, "Consider it an honor that I had to come here myself." He explained the reason, his voice icy. "Vice Captain Lucas Monet died in NECA, so finding the mastermind is only natural." Lord Billy, whose full name was Robert Billy, frowned in thought, sensing something was amiss as the Arahan family head hadn't sent the Black Mirror Corps, but had come himself. He continued to analyze, believing that by habit, the Arahan family would surely deploy the Black Mirror Corps, and he couldn't fathom the other man's intentions, wondering if he wasn't afraid of the Emperor. The Billy family guards began to tremble under the pressure, guessing that the Arahan family head only intended to scare them. The guards regained their composure, confidently declaring, "Even if it's the Arahan family head, he alone cannot handle all of us." Lord Billy, standing before his numerous troops, ordered his opponent, "Get out. Don't let things get any uglier." In response to the threat, the Arahan family head merely uttered a contemptuous remark from the darkness. "Fools." He continued to pour cold water on Lord Billy. "While I walk there, you will witness the downfall of the Billy family." Lord Billy looked up, shouting furiously at the enemy's arrogance. "Ha! How ridiculous. Do you intend to declare war on our entire family by yourself?" Lord Billy sneered, mocking the Arahan family head as a naive child who didn't know his place, believing that even ancestor Temud Arahan in the afterlife would be screaming. Amidst the deadly crimson magic power, the Arahan family head began to list the charges for defiling the sacred mountain where the mausoleum is located and disturbing the rest of the previous family heads. Lord Billy froze, unable to believe his ears at the accusation. "What did you say?" The Arahan family head continued his judgment, his voice as cold as ice. "For daring to target the Arahan heir, for trying to kill my son." Lord Billy fell silent, sweat beginning to pour down his face at the undeniable accusations. Hovering amidst a sea of red energy, the Arahan family head declared the final crime a shocking secret. "And finally, a long time ago," he growled, his eyes blazing as blue magic power erupted violently. "For falsely accusing the Sherville family." A savage laugh echoed as the Billy family guards had collapsed without anyone noticing. Lord Billy covered his mouth in horror, not expecting his opponent to know about the Black Mirror Corps, then gritted his teeth, telling himself this was another reason to kill him. Losing all composure, Lord Billy roared orders at his subordinates. "What are you doing? Make that insolent bastard kneel now." Lord Billy put on an air of superiority, declaring that the Arahan family head was the one who started it, so he would clean up the mess. The Billy family guards immediately channeled their power, preparing to attack. A massive surge of blue magic power, swirling like a water dragon, was unleashed from the Billy family's magic circle. Lord Billy yelled triumphantly, boasting that this was the power his family had prepared to overthrow Arahan and become the greatest magic family in the empire. "Die, Zenodin Arahan!" Lord Billy screamed as the attack rushed forward, but he was met only by the Arahan family head's crimson eyes, cold and unperturbed. An entire tsunami of magic power completely engulfed the Arahan family head, making it seem as if he had instantly vanished. The magic explosion erupted violently, blowing away everything around it in a destructive blue halo, with immense destructive power. Lord Billy sneered, looking triumphantly at the center of the explosion, muttering sarcastically, "Haha, boast all you want, now look how pathetic you are." But his smile instantly froze, his eyes wide with horror as he realized something was completely wrong. In the eye of the storm, the Arahan family head still stood tall without a single scratch, and the enemy's blue magic power obediently swirled around him like a pet. With just a clench of his fist, the Arahan family head crushed the Billy family's entire attack, the magic shattering like glass. The difference in skill was absolute. Lord Billy was speechless, stammering, "No. Impossible," as the Arahan family head's pressure crushed his subordinates. Panicked, Lord Billy frantically screamed, urging the Billy family guards to prepare the next attack. "Hurry!" But the Arahan family head didn't even give them a chance. A blue magic orb began to gather in his palm. The energy orb in his hand swelled, radiating terrifying pressure that froze the entire Billy family. Sensing an ominous premonition, he unleashed his attack, and the blue magic power erupted like a tsunami, engulfing the entire enemy formation. The Billy family guards only had time for a desperate scream before completely vanishing in the magic storm. The face of one Billy soldier distorted in extreme horror and pain just before he disintegrated. Not a single soul survived. All were pulverized into dust amidst desperate screams. Lord Billy stood numb, his eyes wide, staring at the scene before him, unable to utter a word. He collapsed, bitterly realizing that his life's work had been wiped out by an absolute disparity in power. Amidst the magic storm, Lord Billy fell helplessly like a broken puppet, crushed by absolute pressure. The Arahan family head stood tall, his eyes as cold as ice, looking down at the defeated foe dying at his feet. Lord Billy trembled as he called out Zenodin's name, stammering pleas for mercy and admitting his foolishness for daring to confront him. Pale as a ghost, he frantically swore absolute loyalty to the Arahan family until death. But the Arahan family head merely gently grabbed him by the neck and lifted him, his voice contemptuous. "Even a bug can talk, huh?" Lord Billy gasped, choking as the Arahan family head's hand erupted with deadly blue magic power. He could only stammer, "Please, spare me," before his body began to disintegrate in the destructive energy storm. The Arahan family head didn't hesitate, unleashing his full power, determined to completely eradicate the one who dared to challenge him. A blazing crimson insignia bearing the symbol of the Arahan family erupted, officially marking the end of the Billy family. A week later, under a torrential rain, the name of Declan's Billy family was nothing more than a cold announcement, signaling its complete annihilation. In the now ashy territory of Declan, the rain could not extinguish the blue magic flames. The remnants of the Arahan family's power still raged. A central army soldier tremblingly reported to the emperor that the city's petty mages had tried to put out the fire, and 5 lives were lost as a result. The emperor remained silent, his golden eyes sharp and unblinking. The deaths of a few insignificant mages were not worth his concern. Without a word, the emperor personally stepped forward, his armored feet treading directly onto the fiercely burning magic flames. The true power acted. He simply extended his armored hand, preparing to clean up the mess the Arahan family had left behind. A sphere of pure golden imperial energy erupted from his palm, the light of the supreme being directly suppressing the dark magic power. Such was the difference in skill. In an instant, the blue flames were swallowed by imperial power, vanishing without a trace. And then, the truth was revealed. One eye was human, the other had a vertical pupil like a dragon's, showing that this ruler was no ordinary being. After finishing his display, the emperor turned his back and coldly ordered an imperial officer. The command was given, his voice brooking no argument. "Bring all imperial investigators to Arahan, turn that place upside down, and investigate everything thoroughly from beginning to end." The emperor looked at the 32.1% recovery rate displayed in the sky, a smug smile on his face. The world's recovery rate was increasing, a sign that order was being re-established after the purge. For an entire week, the whole world was shaken. From taverns to market corners, drama was everywhere. Whenever people gathered in small groups, they whispered to each other about the shocking annihilation of the Billy family. In just one night, an entire family was completely wiped out, leaving not even a single bone fragment behind. In Nekka City, the residents openly rejoiced, for the more powerful the ruling family, the more the city would benefit. Eddie smirked, rubbing his hands in triumph. Nekka City is truly thriving this time, a huge boon for someone like me who owns real estate. Kim Jin-ho didn't even lift his head, delivering a cold splash of water. "I'm saying this one last time. It's my house. You're just a tenant." Eddie's tone changed to one of worry, grabbing Kim Jin-ho's shoulder. "But will you be all right? You promised the family head, didn't you?" Eddie tore at his hair, shouting in helplessness. What good will rummaging through this pile of useless papers do? What kind of madman in history has ever taken on an entire family by himself like that? A chill ran down Eddie's spine as he recalled the power of the Arahan family, but Kim Jin-ho brushed it aside, telling him to shut up and continue searching for documents. Kim Jin-ho pointed out that the crux of the problem was the war between families, and ordered them to find out how the emperor had handled similar incidents in the past. Eddie panicked, believing that wiping out an entire family was a grave crime, and worried that if the Arahan family fell, Kim Jin-ho would disappear along with it. Threatened by Kim Jin-ho to be sent back to the slums, Eddie turned pale with fear, frantically flipped through the pile of papers, and promised to research 500 years of history today. Kim Jin-ho coldly announced that he had searched 120 years without finding a precedent, but his crimson eyes remained determined to find a way to survive. He muttered that the empire's laws, though strict, still had loopholes for self-defense, and in 1,000 years of history, there must have been a similar case. The former slave subordinates returned, and one respectfully reported that the task assigned by their master had been completed. The three bald mercenaries reported that when they arrived, Tunda Arahan had already been imprisoned, and his henchmen had automatically surrendered because rumors had spread. A set of contracts was presented, confirming that the transfer of Tunda's assets had been smoothly completed. Kim Jin-ho calculated the spoils: 2 buildings and a small trading company, easily pocketing an additional 200 gold coins each month. Kim Jin-ho instructed his subordinates, telling them to use the newly acquired building as a base. If other family members pressured them, they should move there, but they must act discreetly. Kim Jin-ho turned to ask about the strangers accompanying them. A mercenary leader with a mohawk and a metal plate on his face stood before an army of gray-cloaked figures. Kim Jin-ho replied curtly, declaring that he had handed over Grace Monet as promised, and whether she was sold into slavery or killed, he didn't care. Eddie flinched, stammering a question back at Kim Jin-ho, as if he had just heard shocking news. Eddie grinned slyly, announcing that he had officially hired the Jatma mercenary company, and now they were all on the same side. Kim Jin-ho growled, questioning Eddie as to who gave him permission to splurge on hiring more people when he was only told to take over the trading company, threatening to raise the rent, which made Eddie break into a cold sweat. Eddie hastily explained that Kim Jin-ho himself had requested information to be gathered from multiple cities, so additional manpower was absolutely necessary. Kim Jin-ho glared, sparks flying, his terrifying pressure rendering Eddie speechless, only able to awkwardly clear his throat a few times. After a moment, Kim Jin-ho sighed, thinking to himself that he understood Eddie couldn't bring himself to dismiss those who had lived with him because he was still too soft-hearted. Kim Jin-ho asked for the name of a mercenary group member, and a man with braided black hair stepped forward and proudly introduced himself. "I have no surname, just call me Ralph." Kim Jin-ho told Ralph to stand straight, declaring that from now on they would work together and he owed them an apology, but Ralph brushed it off, saying his boss didn't need to worry. Still bowing, Ralph affirmed that they were only grateful that Kim Jin-ho had kept his promise, helping the souls of their fallen comrades find comfort. Kim Jin-ho officially accepted the Jatma mercenaries as comrades, but didn't forget to add a chilling warning: betrayal, at the very least, will not be forgiven. He instructed the new recruits, emphasizing that no matter how tempted they were, they must never betray their comrades, and the entire group shouted in unison, "Yes, we will remember, Master." Seeing the group staring at him, Kim Jin-ho asked what was wrong, and Ralph immediately offered to help with anything. Kim Jin-ho pointed to the pile of books on the table and asked a simple question: "Are all of you literate?" Ralph confidently replied, boasting that he could speak about 5 languages, including some barbarian tongues. Kim Jin-ho openly showed his surprise, while Ralph simply explained that it was the result of traveling all over as a mercenary. "Good," Kim Jin-ho said, tossing them a book and ordering, "Each of you take a history book and search for records similar to the Billy family's case." A mercenary spoke up, asking if that was what he was looking for, and blurted out Master Krang, making Kim Jin-ho immediately pay attention to the word master. Ralph suddenly remembered something, saying he had vaguely heard a story from a barbarian chieftain. As soon as he heard about a similar case, Kim Jin-ho leaned in close and ordered, "Details." Ralph immediately confirmed that this case involved the Gutra family, exactly like the one they were investigating. Ralph continued, saying that the Gutra family in the past was warlike and renowned, not some small fry. The Gutra family had a sworn enemy, and after continuous clashes, they played dirty, launching a bloody all-out raid. Kim Jin-ho directly asked about the outcome, and Ralph replied curtly, "I heard the entire opposing lineage was wiped out, but after that, I don't know." Kim Jin-ho pressed further about the timeline, but Ralph also didn't know. only that this was the turning point that transformed the Gutra family into mercenaries. Hearing this, Kim Jin-ho slammed the table and ordered, "Good. Everyone find the records Ralph just mentioned. Even if you have to turn over 1,000 years of imperial history." The Jatma mercenaries accepted the order in unison, burning with enthusiasm. The Jatma mercenaries immediately got to work. Two of them huddled over an ancient book, with thoughtful expressions. Another rummaged through a pile of parchment scrolls, his eyes scanning every single word, determined to find a clue. While the group was searching, Kim Jin-ho suddenly remembered another target, an eccentric old man wearing glasses with a mischievous expression. Time passed, the light from the large window gradually changed, but the search continued in absolute silence. A Jatma mercenary joyfully shouted, "I think I found it." Kim Jin-ho took the book, his crimson eyes scanning each line of text, an extremely focused expression on his face. In a dark forest, Krang Gutra muttered to himself, annoyed that his disciple had gone to perform some ancestral ritual and completely disappeared without a trace. The old man clicked his tongue, resentful that he had wasted money on those brats instead of buying beef. Clearly a wrong decision. Sitting amidst a pile of ruined target dummies, Krang Gutra crossed his arms and stared at the glittering money pouch in front of him. The old man cursed under his breath, thinking his luck was truly rotten for getting involved in this venture. The image of Temud Arahan appeared in his mind, along with a reminder about 2,000 Niang and the task of properly teaching Jed. Krang Gutra sighed, feeling his old age was entangled in a mess. Then suddenly he sensed someone approaching. The old man smirked when he saw a familiar face appear. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. I would have been very disappointed if you hadn't come today." Kim Jin-ho appeared with black hair and crimson eyes, seriously getting straight to the point. "Master, I have something to ask." Kim Jin-ho got straight to the point, directly asking about the Gutra family incident 540 years ago, which made Krang Gutra frown. The old man narrowed his eyes, growling as he asked what his disciple meant. Kim Jin-ho didn't beat around the bush, affirming that his master hadn't misheard and demanded to know the truth about the past. Krang Gutra was silent for a moment, then smirked sarcastically. "You came all this way just for this?" Krang Gutra muttered about the so-called bloodline, finding it terrifying but also advising Kim Jin-ho not to waste his life on something as trivial as family. Krang Gutra questioned him, reiterating that Zenodin Arahan was the one who abandoned him, scoffing that he didn't deserve to be called a father, and suspecting his disciple had suddenly developed a fondness for family ties. Kim Jin-ho immediately denied it, which surprised Krang Gutra a little. The old man had thought this was a golden opportunity for his disciple to break away from that rotten family. Kim Jin-ho coldly analyzed the situation, stating frankly that he neither loved nor hated them. But if the Arahan family were to fall now, the balance of power in the entire empire would shift, and that would not be beneficial to him. The old man was surprised by the word benefit, but Kim Jin-ho explained that this was a long-term strategy for the stability of the entire empire, not for the Arahan family. Finally, Kim Jin-ho concluded, demanding that his master tell him the whole truth. Krang Gutra sighed, looking exasperated by his disciple's profound reasoning. "You only ever say things I can't understand." After a moment of silence, the old man finally got to the point, his eyes sharpening. "The truth, huh? Very well." Krang Gutra began to recount the dark history. Approximately 540 years ago, our Gutra family took advantage of the Jupal family being deployed to the northern border, with their defenses weakened, and launched a night raid, massacring the family head and heirs, completely severing their bloodline. The old man looked directly at Kim Jin-ho. "What you're curious about is what happened next, right?" Kim Jin-ho immediately confirmed, saying that the records after that were completely blank. Krang Gutra exhaled sharply, revealing the consequences of that ancient extermination. "After that incident, our family had to endure 3 punishments. The old man listed the first 2 punishments. One was the confiscation of all their forces, and the second was a permanent ban on owning an army, which made Kim Jin-ho immediately understand why they had to live as mercenaries. The third punishment was revealed through ghostly images, with the dark shadows of red-eyed demons, signaling a far more terrifying price. Krang Gutra concluded with the final, and most brutal, punishment. During the Great Demon War, we were forced to always be at the forefront. The old man bitterly explained that not only were they conscripted, but the Gutra family also had to charge to the front lines in every battle, no different from a suspended death sentence. Kim Jin-ho was stunned when he heard the Great Demon War, because that was the death front, where monsters cooperated to breach defenses. A true death trap. Krang Gutra spoke of the price of being at the forefront during the Great Demon War. Facing increasingly powerful monsters, it was like rushing headlong into death. The old man concluded bitterly. As a result, all the children who could carry on the family line died before the age of 30. Now only I remain. Kim Jin-ho listened in silence as Krang Gutra concluded that the Gutra family had been forced to their demise by those 3 punishments, completely wiped out. Krang Gutra clicked his tongue, scoffing that back then everyone thought it was an act of mercy because they weren't immediately executed. A slow death was even more painful. The old man's narrative emphasized the harsh truth. The Gutra family had been slowly and painfully erased. Krang Gutra stood up, nodding in agreement with Kim Jin-ho that the emperor was indeed cunning and terrifying. Kim Jin-ho unexpectedly declared, "Anyway, luckily, there's still a method," making Krang Gutra's eyes widen in astonishment. The old man couldn't believe his ears, snapping, "A method? After hearing all that, you still dare to say such a thing?" Krang Gutra completely lost his composure, believing that Zenodin had made a foolish move and now the emperor would make the Arahan family's lives worse than death. In stark contrast, Kim Jin-ho calmly reassured his panicking master. "It's all right, master. Please, don't worry." Kim Jin-ho smirked confidently, declaring firmly, "I've found a way out." The next day, the empire's banners fluttered across the sky, signaling the approach of a formidable army. A sea of people in the empire's white uniforms lined up, their morale soaring, ready for a purge. The subordinate nervously asked Kim Jin-ho if he was all right, but he merely replied coldly, "Don't tremble, just act normal. The weaker you appear, the more they'll press on." Kim Jin-ho turned his back to the army, declaring boldly, "They won't be able to set foot in Arahan territory." The subordinate secretly thought Kim Jin-ho was still too childish, not understanding the power of the imperial army, and believed that even Arahan couldn't defy the emperor's command. He was about to report immediately if anything happened when he suddenly froze, a terrifying thought flashing through his mind. The subordinate began counting the number of imperial investigators. He couldn't believe his eyes, stammering as he counted 41 people, and realized that the entire force of imperial investigators had been deployed here. The subordinate panicked, about to turn and run to report, when Kim Jin-ho grabbed his shoulder, his voice icy. "I recall telling you to stay put." Kim Jin-ho ignored the panic of his subordinates, stepping forward alone and declaring, "Everyone back off. I'll handle this myself." Facing an entire imperial army, Kim Jin-ho still advanced calmly, radiating charisma. He held his head high, formally announcing his name. "The 7th heir of Arahan. I am Jed Arahan." The imperial investigators aggressively advanced, issuing an ultimatum. "We act on the emperor's command. 7th heir of Arahan, step aside." Standing firm before the grand gate, Kim Jin-ho coldly replied, "I apologize, but that is not possible." The Mahodan mage seethed, conjuring a fireball in his hand, unable to believe Kim Jin-ho's arrogance. While his subordinates behind him were ashen-faced, Kim Jin-ho maintained a poker face, without a hint of wavering. An imperial investigator stepped forward, signaling the crowd to maintain order, appearing to want to reason. Imperial investigator Cox, the leader of the soldiers, appeared and declared that they were not here to wage war, astonishing the subordinates. A young soldier was about to retort when Cox immediately cut him off. "I won't tolerate that." "Don't you see the insignia on his chest?" The subordinate investigator blankly asked Cox about the insignia he had just mentioned. It turned out to be the priest's insignia, shimmering on Kim Jin-ho's cloak, completely shocking the subordinate. All the imperial investigators buzzed with confusion, unable to understand how an Arahan boy possessed such power. Imperial investigator Cox spoke up to quell the commotion, asserting that one could not touch someone bearing the priest's insignia with mere threats. The old man turned to Kim Jin-ho, asking directly, "Jed Arahan, are you still carefully keeping the token I gave you?" Kim Jin-ho held out a green investigator's token, confirming smoothly, "Of course, Lord Cox." The subordinate stammered, unable to believe his eyes, and Cox calmly confirmed that he himself had given it to Kim Jin-ho. The investigators gaped, and Cox explained that the emperor himself had personally mentioned Jed Arahan, so he was fully qualified. Cox showed his trust, declaring that Kim Jin-ho was not one to spout nonsense, and surely had a valid reason to block their path. The subordinate stubbornly retorted, arguing that even with both tokens in hand, Kim Jin-ho could not defy the emperor's supreme command. Kim Jin-ho looked directly at the imperial investigators, questioning their purpose for being there. The subordinate replied stiffly, declaring their mission was to arrest Zenodin Arahan for the extermination of the Billy family and to investigate the entire truth. Kim Jin-ho coldly countered, arguing that the Lord merely made the Billy family pay a fair price, and questioning him about crimes was incomprehensible. The subordinate roared in anger, believing Kim Jin-ho was playing with words and blocking the Imperial Army just to spout nonsense. Kim Jin-ho calmly laid out the charges. The Billy family desecrated the sacred mountain and even attempted assassination during the sacrificial ceremony. According to Imperial law, this is legitimate self-defense, and no crime can be attributed. The subordinate investigator snapped, admitting that Kim Jin-ho killing 50 mages and Lucre Monet was self-defense, but Zenodin exterminating an entire family couldn't be excused. Without bothering to argue, Kim Jin-ho silently held out a purple magic orb and asked them to watch. The subordinate looked bewildered, not understanding what Kim Jin-ho was up to by suddenly presenting a recording of the Billy family's punishment. With a confident smirk, Kim Jin-ho declared that this orb contained evidence proving the Lord's actions were legitimate self-defense, inviting them to watch and judge. The magic orb projected the scene, and the authoritative voice of the Arahan family head resonated, listing each crime of the Billy family: desecrating ancestral graves, plotting to assassinate his son, and finally, falsely accusing the Sherville family a long time ago. In the magic orb, Lord Billy sneered, admitting he was the Blackguard. And now they had another reason to deal with him. The subordinate and the Imperial investigators broke out in a cold sweat, stunned by the terrifying pressure emanating from the recording. Kim Jin-ho coldly declared that this was a recording from the Lord's own perspective, challenging the investigators to check if it was fake. With blazing red eyes, Kim Jin-ho asserted that if the footage was real, then Lord Billy's confession must also be acknowledged, that the Lord was merely punishing the crimes of desecrating a tomb, attempting to murder his own son, and falsely accusing the Sherville family. Imperial investigator Cox and all his subordinates could only listen in silence, their expressions growing increasingly pale. Kim Jin-ho continued to expose their crimes, emphasizing that the Billy family's vile conspiracy had caused the Empire to destroy its greatest master blacksmiths with its own hands, an unforgivable crime. Without giving them time to compose themselves, Kim Jin-ho pulled out another item. He presented a second crystal orb, this time emitting a green light, and asked the Imperial investigator to continue watching. Kim Jin-ho boldly declared that this was the testimony and petition of Lacto Sherville, the sole survivor of the Sherville family. All the Imperial investigators were stunned, Old Cox's eyes wide, unable to believe that a member of the Sherville family still lived. Imperial investigator Cox held the green magic orb, his face showing suspicion, muttering a, The orb flared with dazzling light, and the recording was officially projected before everyone. Inside the orb, the image of Lacto Sherville, the last survivor of the legendary blacksmith family, appeared and began his testimony. All the Imperial investigators gaped, a shocked subordinate exclaiming, "The Sherville family crest!" Lacto Sherville declared that he had come to seek justice from Lord Arahan, and was promised that justice would be reclaimed from the Billy family. The legendary blacksmith raised his arm bearing the family crest tattoo, asserting that Arahan had rectified the Empire's mistake and avenged him. The testimony concluded with a plea for the Emperor's righteous judgment, leaving Imperial investigator Cox speechless, still holding the orb. Trying to regain the upper hand, Imperial investigator Cox argued that, regardless, judgment belonged to the Emperor, and the Arahan family had overstepped its authority by acting on its own. Kim Jin-ho, off-panel, retorted when questioned why he hadn't reported it immediately, stating that he was not yet certain about the veracity of the accusation. Imperial investigator Cox brushed him off, accusing Kim Jin-ho of deception, and claiming that Arahan was merely using the Sherville family as a pretext to plot their escape from the Emperor's rule. Kim Jin-ho, with an impassive face, reminded Imperial investigator Cox that judgment must be based on facts, not conjecture. Imperial investigator Cox admitted that this young man had spirit, but still stubbornly declared that an investigation into the Arahan family head was unavoidable. Kim Jin-ho directly asked what the Lord's crime was, and Old Cox could only cling to his last resort, the crime of making a judgment without reporting to the Emperor. Without a moment's hesitation, Kim Jin-ho firmly declared, "Very well, I will pay the price for that." With eyes flashing, Kim Jin-ho played his trump card, demanding an alternative mission order from the Emperor, even citing the precedent of the Gutra family from 540 years ago to silence his opponents. All the Imperial investigators froze, mouths agape, unable to comprehend how a mere youth knew such confidential matters from 5 centuries ago. Kim Jin-ho continued to press, logically arguing that Arahan's crime was lighter than Gutra's, so naturally, the alternative mission must be of a different caliber, leaving Old Cox to only frown in silence. Imperial investigator Cox closed his eyes, thinking that this young man was trying to buy time to prevent them from entering the territory, then sighed in concession. "Very well, I concede today." Old Cox uttered a sarcastic remark, suggesting that Lord Arahan must be very relieved to have an heir like Kim Jin-ho. As he turned to retreat, Imperial Investigator Cox issued a bitter threat, warning Kim Jin-ho that this was the first and last time he would back down, and to be careful in his actions. In response to the threat, Kim Jin-ho merely smirked, replying defiantly, "Yes, I will be especially careful." Imperial Investigator Cox forced a laugh, waving his hand dismissively. "Haha, what an interesting young man. We're leaving now." The bitter old man looked back, throwing a jab. "Remember to tell Zenodin Arahan to invite me properly. It seems if one isn't a guest, they shouldn't even dream of stepping onto Arahan land." Kim Jin-ho immediately retorted, questioning the soldiers directly. "An investigator who isn't impartial? You cannot accept private invitations." Old Cox narrowed his eyes, a nostalgic look on his face. "Before I was an investigator, we were comrades who faced life and death together. It makes me want to reminisce about old times." With that, he decisively turned his back and led his troops away, not daring to linger for another second. Kim Jin-ho stood before the family's grand gate, a smug half-smile on his face after successfully chasing away the arrogant officials. Elsewhere, tears fell profusely onto a document bearing the Arahan family's seal, exonerating a legend. Sherville, the last blacksmith of the family, trembled as he held the paper, bursting into sobs. Finally. Eddie stood beside him, speechless, watching the old man weep. "Hey, old man. Haven't you cried enough? It's exhausting just watching you." Eddie looked exasperated as old Sherville continued to sob incessantly, snapping, "That's enough. Why are you crying so much?" Sherville remained lost in emotion, muttering about the day his family was vindicated, while Eddie helplessly asked why he had to cry on such a happy day. Losing patience, Eddie switched to coaxing, pointing at the dazzling chest of gold and grinning widely. "Look at all this gold. Aren't you happy?" With eyes gleaming greedily, Eddie plopped onto the chest of gold, muttering to himself, "But is it really 10,000 gold?" With a sly grin, Eddie began to reach into the pile of gold, suggesting, "How about we count it again, just to be sure?" Heh. Just as his grubby hand was about to touch the money, Kim Jin-ho appeared like a ghost behind him, his voice icy. Planning to count it and conveniently borrow a few coins? Caught red-handed, Eddie jumped, forcing a laugh to cover up. "Haha, just kidding. What kind of person do you take me for?" Sherville immediately stopped his weeping, gripped Kim Jin-ho's hand, and firmly declared that this money should be used to expand his influence. Kim Jin-ho nodded without hesitation, accepting the offer. "Thank you. I will use it without reserve. I truly need the money." Eddie began to whine about not getting a single coin, but was immediately silenced by Sherville's threat. "Touch one coin, and you'll get a hammer to the head." An imperial messenger in a red cloak appeared, a knowing smirk on his face. He pulled out a scroll carefully sealed with red wax. Decisively breaking the seal, the messenger unrolled the scroll. The edict was issued to Jed Arahan. In recognition of his efforts to vindicate the Sherville family, he must complete 5 missions to receive a pardon. The missions were set to be carried out next February. For now, he was to await further orders. Kim Jin-ho took the edict, confirming its contents. 5 missions for freedom, a price that is not cheap. He mused that 5 missions sounded like a lot, but in reality, it was a golden opportunity. This was the perfect pretext to legitimately leave the Arahan family. His siblings would have no way to interfere with the Emperor's command. Everything was going according to plan. Kim Jin-ho decided to use the next 4 months to expand his influence and consolidate his internal power. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened, and his entire body tensed. Something was happening. A cloaked figure in black with feather patterns stepped into the gloomy grand hall of the Arahan family. The Arahan family head, seated on the throne, exuded absolute dominance. Zenodin Arahan called out Zed Arahan's name, and Kim Jin-ho immediately bowed in obedience. The Arahan family head's blazing red eyes stared down, sharp as knives. He unexpectedly praised Kim Jin-ho for accomplishing a great feat, leaving him utterly bewildered. Kim Jin-ho knelt, his mind blank, unable to understand why he was being praised. The Arahan family head explained, "I only asked you to obtain the Billy family's confession, but your profoundness has astonished me." Kim Jin-ho thought to himself, "I can't believe Zenodin also has the face of a benevolent father. It's hilarious." He immediately played the role of a loyal subordinate, flattering that everything was thanks to the family head's grace and that he merely kept his promise. Zenodin Arahan changed the subject, announcing that he had just met with the elders, and asked Kim Jin-ho if he knew who they were. Kim Jin-ho replied, his mind instantly analyzing, "The elders are the hidden power of the family. a bunch of influential relatives used to curb the family head's authority. The Arahan family head sneered, sarcastically remarking that those ugly old men, who had always opposed him, were now praising Kim Jin-ho. The power struggle was clear. On one side was Zenodin, with his ambition to elevate the family to its peak, and on the other were the elders who only wanted to maintain the status quo and keep their positions. The Arahan family head warned, "Their praise is merely empty honor. Never forget the true nature of those old foxes." Kim Jin-ho noted the warning, thinking to himself, "Most of these elders have sided with the eldest son, Rondo Arahan. I need to be careful." The Arahan family head stated directly that he had summoned him today to encourage him and offer a crucial piece of advice. He uttered a chilling sentence, his voice full of intimidation. "The elders will come for you soon." Kim Jin-ho bowed and replied, "Yes," but in his heart, he was already calculating his next move. He looked up, his face full of questions as the family head suddenly fell silent mid-sentence. Kim Jin-ho looked up at the throne, wondering, what's going on? Why did he stop talking halfway through? The Arahan family head mused, "So what should I do? Be careful of them? Or use them?" Kim Jin-ho bowed, understanding that the great boss wanted him to decide for himself, then replied, "I have noted it." The Arahan family head waved his hand. "Good, you may leave." Kim Jin-ho remained kneeling, a huge question mark appearing in his mind. Kim Jin-ho suddenly stood up and called out, "My lord, you've forgotten something. You can't just dismiss me like this." The Arahan family head looked down from the throne and asked, "Forgotten?" Kim Jin-ho affirmed confidently, "Yes, my lord." Kim Jin-ho looked up, brazenly declaring, "I have not yet received your encouragement." The Arahan family head sat on the throne, his voice full of confusion. "What? Do you mean you want more rewards?" Kim Jin-ho frantically waved his hand. "Rewards? No, that's not it. For me, encouragement isn't praise, but a tangible reward." The Arahan family head stared down, listening to Kim Jin-ho deliver an utterly shameless line. "You still haven't given me any encouragement at all." The Arahan family head was speechless, his mouth slightly curved, unsure whether to be angry or find this young man amusing. Faced with Kim Jin-ho's audacity, the Arahan family head burst into earth-shattering laughter. Sitting on the throne, the Arahan family head laughed heartily, admitting, "That's right, I've been treating you like a child, but you are already a true heir." The oppressive aura from the old boss's laughter forced Kim Jin-ho to brace himself, thinking, "This is a bit much." When the laughter ceased, the Arahan family head got straight to the point, his eyes sharp. "All right, what do you want?" Kim Jin-ho remained on one knee, raising his head to reply respectfully, but without fear. Kim Jin-ho's red eyes glowed with calculation, and he smirked. "What I want is..." The scenery changed, and Kim Jin-ho was transported to a completely different place. A vast and dark space. A light flashed, and a colossal treasure trove appeared before Kim Jin-ho's eyes. Mountains of gold, silver, and jewels making him gasp in awe. The Arahan advisor stood beside him, explaining that this was the family's underground vault, a place only the family head was permitted to enter. Countless rare treasures, from golden goblets to sparkling magic gems, lay scattered everywhere, waiting to be chosen. Kim Jin-ho gaped at the rows of shimmering, colorful magic potions on the shelves, truly speechless. The Arahan advisor coldly announced that by the family head's order, he could only choose one item, making Kim Jin-ho curse inwardly. "If you're going to be generous, at least give me one more." How stingy. Kim Jin-ho didn't even look at the items, asking a completely outrageous question. "Is there a time limit?" Which stunned the Arahan advisor. Kim Jin-ho smirked cunningly, reiterating that since there was no mention of a time limit, he clearly intended to stall. He turned to taunt the Arahan advisor, chillingly declaring that since he didn't know when he'd get another chance to return, even if there were tens of thousands of items, he would inspect every single one. Several hours passed, and Kim Jin-ho patiently searched every nook and cranny of the treasure vault, a true grinder through and through. He scrolled through a series of high-end equipment, rattling off the names of each item. "This is the Nyruk bracelet. That's the Diark ring." Clink! Suddenly, Kim Jin-ho stopped, as if he had discovered something. He stood still, his brain beginning to analyze. Something's not right. Surely all of these are expensive and valuable items, but for an Arahan family head's underground vault, aren't these items a bit too shoddy? Kim Jin-ho openly criticized the items as trash, unworthy of the Arahan family head, while the Arahan advisor began to impatiently remind him that 5 hours had passed. Kim Jin-ho spun around, directly questioning the Arahan advisor. "Who cleaned this vault? Why is the family's underground vault full of junk?" The Arahan advisor forced a smile, trying to cover up by saying that this young man knew nothing about magic tools, insisting that everything here was valuable. Kim Jin-ho didn't bother arguing further, his mind working incredibly fast as his sharp eyes commanded. Enough acting, show me the real stuff. The Arahan advisor froze, his face utterly bewildered, not expecting to be exposed by this young man. Kim Jin-ho smirked cunningly, thinking. His face changed color. I just threw out a feeler, and he already took the bait. He continued his stubborn act, confidently declaring that he wouldn't leave until he had seen all the items, challenging the old man's patience. Knowing he could no longer hide it, the Arahan advisor finally showed his hand, admitting that this vault was just a fake and directly calling Kim Jin-ho captain, suggesting they stop wasting time. Kim Jin-ho calmly replied as if he had known all along, and both proceeded into a deeper, darker area of the underground vault. The Arahan advisor raised his hand, preparing to activate the mechanism to open the true treasure vault, where the family's real-deal items were hidden. The Arahan advisor placed his hand on the wall, and a glowing red magic circle lit up, activating the secret mechanism. Crash! The stone wall split apart, and a dazzling stream of light poured out from the newly opened gateway, revealing the true treasure vault. Kim Jin-ho smirked, his red eyes flashing with triumph as he saw the scene inside. He knew immediately that this old man's tricks were limited. Everything was within the calculations of a top-tier gamer. A magnificent grand hall filled with high-end magic tools appeared, divine light shimmering everywhere, truly the real deal. Kim Jin-ho turned back to look at the advisor, feigning innocence. I wasn't trying to deceive you from the start, you know. Just as he was about to listen to the old man's rambling, Kim Jin-ho's eyes suddenly froze. He had spotted an incredibly familiar item. The Arahan advisor was still prattling on about the value of the magic tools when he realized the young man was no longer listening to him. Ignoring him, Kim Jin-ho swept past the old man like a gust of wind, his hand shooting out like lightning towards his target. He snatched an item from the display shelf, his eyes full of determination, leaving the bewildered advisor behind. The Arahan advisor's jaw dropped, his face turning pale as he saw the item Kim Jin-ho had just grabbed. Kim Jin-ho smirked triumphantly. In his eyes, only this item was real. The system announced, Lich bracelet equipped. As soon as he put the Lich's bracelet on his wrist, a notification appeared, confirming, magic power +5. He scrolled past a series of other high-end items, Goatee's bracelet, and Uma's ring. Next was Jahat's belt, an item also considered top tier, and even Basil's summoning ring, truly a treasure trove of high-grade magic tools. But Kim Jin-ho firmly asserted that, compared to the Lich's bracelet, all those other items were trash. The system confirmed again. Lich's bracelet successfully equipped. Immediately after gaining 5 magic power points, a new notification window unexpectedly appeared, catching Kim Jin-ho's attention. The notification read, unlocked a series of new skills, lightning transformation, lightning strike, and discharge. What a haul. Kim Jin-ho smirked triumphantly, his eyes glowing red after securing such a valuable item. The scholarly man sitting next to him saw Kim Jin-ho's grin and asked, puzzled, did you eat something weird? But the protagonist simply replied, just picked up something good. He secretly thought it was a bit of a waste to pass on Basil's summoning ring, but without a pet right now, this item was useless. This item directly buffed 0.5 ring, plus his mana reaching 20, unlocked new skills, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The scholarly man saw his obvious delight and asked if it was really that good. Kim Jin-ho firmly stated, yes, it's something money can't buy. Sherville suddenly appeared, recognizing at a glance that the item in Kim Jin-ho's hand was no ordinary thing, and curiously asked where he got it. Kim Jin-ho immediately flattered him. Of course, only a master like you would recognize it. This made Sherville feel a bit self-conscious, thinking his own craftsmanship was still lacking. The old blacksmith mumbled that he had followed the instructions precisely, then presented 2 newly crafted magic tools. Kim Jin-ho immediately encouraged him, calling Sherville the greatest craftsman in the empire, which pleased the old man somewhat. Here, take a look, Sherville said, handing the previously ordered items to Kim Jin-ho. Sherville presented 2 newly forged items, an earring and a gleaming golden belt with the Sherville family crest. Kim Jin-ho looked at the items, his eyes sharp, secretly thinking that the old man must have poured his heart and soul into crafting them. The old blacksmith cleared his throat, a little shyly urging Kim Jin-ho to try on the items, promising to adjust them if they didn't fit. As soon as he picked up the belt, Kim Jin-ho was astonished by how incredibly light and soft it was, feeling like he was holding a feather. Sherville explained that for a close combat warrior like Kim Jin-ho, comfort was even more important than performance. making him exclaim in admiration for the old man's skill. Kim Jin-ho tried on the belt, and immediately, a system notification appeared. Equipping. Unidentified belt. Immediately after, the item's hidden feature activated. A mana storage function was added, with a maximum capacity of 100 points. Kim Jin-ho froze, his eyes wide with disbelief at what he had just seen. He was utterly shocked, screaming in his mind that in the game Last Savior, even top-tier equipment could only store 70% mana, so 100% was definitely a game-breaking item. Sherville asked how it felt. Kim Jin-ho, still reeling from the overpowered item, could only stammer that it was perfect. Kim Jin-ho lavishly praised the Sherville family's items as truly top-notch, so light he couldn't even feel them. But Sherville heard this and wondered, "You haven't even tried its features yet, and you're already praising it?" Kim Jin-ho could only force a laugh, vaguely saying it just felt good. But Sherville was already delighted inside, as a satisfied customer was the greatest reward for a craftsman. Not finished yet, Sherville presented the second item, a sparkling, emerald-faced necklace, and told him to try it on. Kim Jin-ho picked up the necklace, and the gem on it immediately flashed with a magical light, signaling that this was no ordinary item. He didn't hesitate, putting it on his neck immediately, and the system panel instantly displayed, equipping, unidentified necklace. And then the item's hidden feature activated. An incredibly overpowered notification appeared. Magic power stat receives an additional 50% bonus experience. Kim Jin-ho was stunned, his eyes wide as he stared at the game-breaking notification before him, unable to believe what he was seeing. He screamed in his head that this item was insane, because in the game, the best items only buffed 20% experience. If he posted this on the forums, he'd definitely be called a faker. Sherville scratched his head, explaining that he had to recraft the request because no one understood what a mana circulation device was, so he described it as an experience-boosting item for clarity. Kim Jin-ho bowed deeply in thanks, while Sherville waved his hand, assuring him that all his requests would now always be top priority. Kim Jin-ho was satisfied with his new equipment, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Sherville and secretly praised, "You truly are the best." The scene abruptly shifted. Now, Kim Jin-ho was being worked to the bone in a dark forest, his face scowling as he cursed under his breath. "And this old man is truly the worst." Sherville roared from afar, scoffing at Kim Jin-ho's stamina as trash and threatening to work him until dawn if he dared to complain again. Hearing faint curses, Sherville paused, but then reassured himself that it must just be an auditory hallucination. The old blacksmith turned to look at Kim Jin-ho, who was diligently training, and couldn't help but marvel. This kid truly is a genius. Seeing the pile of shattered fourth-ring mana stones, Sherville was even more astonished by Kim Jin-ho's rate of progress. He mumbled that this kid was getting stronger just by breathing, and at this rate, he would become a legend, perhaps even on par with Temud Arahan. A fierce surge of golden lightning energy erupted, pushing Kim Jin-ho's power to its limit. Sherville ordered Kim Jin-ho to drain his mana to the very last drop, and he gritted his teeth, obeying, channeling all his energy into the ground. Sherville growled, teaching Kim Jin-ho that knowing many spells didn't mean strength. What was important was mastering the techniques he already possessed. The old man yelled, demanding that Kim Jin-ho repeat the exercise until it became as instinctive as breathing. Blazing golden lightning energy erupted fiercely from the ground. Kim Jin-ho's power unleashed uncontrollably during his training. After exhausting his mana, Kim Jin-ho collapsed to the ground, but Sherville stood high above, coldly ordering him to climb back to the mountain peak immediately. Kim Jin-ho knelt, his entire body trembling from exhaustion, sweat pouring off him as he struggled to get up. Even at his limit, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Understood, sir," then plunged back into running up the steep mountain. Sherville, observing with a stern expression. This was the hellish training, pushing his body to its physical limits and completely draining his mana, because only in such an extreme state, while still being able to cast magic, would the mana circulation be accelerated. Sherville continued his lecture, emphasizing that merely being strong wasn't enough. He also had to learn to cast precisely. The old man narrowed his eyes, flatly declaring that he must control both the target and the power level. Then announced challengingly, "From now on, the difficulty will increase." With a whoosh, a series of clones appeared from thin air, looming like living stone statues. Kim Jin-ho flinched as he was surrounded on all sides by the old man's clones, blocking all paths up the mountain. Sherville roared from afar, "Don't stop, clear out those clones and climb to the peak," making Kim Jin-ho curse under his breath that he truly had a crazy master. Without further ado, Kim Jin-ho channeled lightning, obliterating one clone in an instant. He ran while unleashing lightning, clearing out the mobile training dummies blocking his path. Feeling exhausted, Kim Jin-ho glanced down at the belt, brimming with stored mana, secretly wishing to use it immediately. But he immediately dismissed the thought, his eyes glowing red with iron will. But if I do that, this training session will be for nothing. Lightning struck again. The pure power of lightning energy, sweeping away all obstacles. After vaporizing the last clone, Kim Jin-ho panted, wondering if the old man's gifts were finally over. Thinking it was over, to his surprise, another group of lacto clones appeared, making Kim Jin-ho only able to utter a curse. Sweat poured down him like rain. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, "That damn old man." But immediately after, he froze, a flash of insight striking him as he realized something unusual. He suddenly thought, I've been using lightning strike at max power this whole time, but what if these small fries only need a tiny amount of mana to take down? Lacto Sherville's teachings echoed in his mind. The purpose of the training was to control both target and power. And now the difficulty had been upgraded. Kim Jin-ho smirked confidently, finally understanding. So that's it, I don't need to go all out to clear these guys. He realized that the key to power wasn't just destruction, but the ability to precisely control the amount of mana for each skill, thereby being able to freely increase or decrease its strength. His expression changed 180 degrees, now filled with excitement. I take back what I said about that damn old man earlier. No sooner said than done, Kim Jin-ho stomped his foot to brace himself, preparing to immediately put his newfound lesson into practice. Kim Jin-ho glided like a ghost among the clones, his mind racing. I need to buy time to recover mana. He moved in a zigzag, neatly dodging the missed lunges of the bald ones frantically charging at him. Accelerating to maximum speed, Kim Jin-ho dashed headlong deeper into the cave. He panted, sweat pouring down him like rain, his stamina clearly significantly depleted. But Lacto's clones were not. They were like a persistent pack of predators, continuing to tighten their encirclement. Utilizing the terrain, Kim Jin-ho launched a decisive jump, soaring straight onto a high rock ledge. He landed safely, finally creating a necessary distance from the menacing crowd below. Standing atop the ledge, Kim Jin-ho smirked, muttering confidently, Mana has just recovered enough for one lightning strike. Golden lightning began to gather in his palm, his eyes gleaming with a deadly light, preparing to unleash a finishing blow once and for all. The lightning crackled, coalescing into a destructive orb of energy in Kim Jin-ho's palm. His crimson eyes focused intently. He muttered, just a little more. He gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down him as he tried to control the increasingly unstable energy flow. Zap! The lightning orb split into two. He breathed a sigh of relief. All right. Standing on the ledge, he looked down at Lacto's clones menacingly below, continuing to push himself. Just a little more. Without stopping, he continued to split the energy, creating 4 lightning orbs floating between his hands. The number doubled. 8 lightning orbs glowed brightly, their power ready to sweep everything away. But Lacto's clones gave him no more time. They began to climb as Kim Jin-ho slumped, clutching his head from overload. Damn it, time's up. Kim Jin-ho roared in helplessness as the lightning orbs were still not enough, the situation hanging by a thread. Damn it! Still not enough. Though he told himself this was an impossible task, Kim Jin-ho still gritted his teeth and endured, thinking that his master would surely be shocked to see this. Is failure a common occurrence? Hell no. Immediately, Kim Jin-ho roared, his eyes blazing as the system announced the activation of Chain Lightning Strike. Each golden lightning bolt furiously struck down, tearing apart the ground and the climbing clones. From a distance, Lacto Sherville was stunned, his mouth agape as he witnessed the destructive scene. Look at this madman. He trembled, unable to believe this kid hadn't even finished learning Twin Spell yet, was already casting multi-spell like a monster. Lacto Sherville could only exclaim, truly a monster who tries to run before he can even walk. The night sky returned to silence, with only the lingering echoes of magic and bare trees remaining. Lacto Sherville still stood there, and a figure approached. The hellish test had concluded. Kim Jin-ho dragged himself towards Lacto Sherville, his voice breathless. Master, that's enough training for today. Kim Jin-ho's face was haggard, confessing that he was about to collapse, unable to stand any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Jin-ho collapsed onto the ground like a felled tree, completely drained of energy. Lacto Sherville mumbled, truly a monstrous kid, as a stream of pure white healing energy emanated from his hand. The energy enveloped Kim Jin-ho's exhausted body, beginning the healing process. Lacto Sherville paused, realizing something was amiss with his energy flow. The old man squinted, his expression shifting from surprise to understanding and a touch of admiration. He realized this kid wasn't merely exhausted. He knew exactly what he was doing. Kim Jin-ho remained sprawled on the ground, but a calculating smirk played on his lips as the system displayed. Monostat +1, total 16, +5. A perfectly successful grind to the limit. In a dark, luxurious meeting room, a conspiracy was being discussed. The Red Ruffle noble opened the meeting. You all heard the last report, didn't you? The entire noble council was murmuring about Tunda Arahan and Zed Arahan becoming heirs, believing the two had put on a ridiculous spectacle. A graybeard noble scoffed. I thought he was dead in the detention center. Why would the family head bother with such trash? Others chimed in, arguing that the kid was merely the seventh heir, couldn't do anything alone, and would disappear on his own if left unchecked. However, another expressed concern. But I heard Zenodin seems to favor the seventh heir, but was immediately dismissed. Tsk. So what? They all agreed that they didn't want things to get complicated. The Red Ruffle noble's hand clenched decisively. He declared firmly, "It seems we need to act before he becomes too arrogant."